Hundreds of years ago, 24 meteorites fell to Earth, awakening humanity's extraordinary potential and giving birth to martial arts. At the same time, awakenings began to occur among animals, but humanity's true enemies were invasive species from another universe, self-proclaimed as gods, the Calamities. After centuries of struggle by powerful humans, the world managed to maintain a tenuous peace. In such a world, Lin Yu became an enigma, a being that could never die, no matter the method used to kill him. While prodigious talents of all races fought among the stars for the path to godhood, Lin Yu lay lazily at the core of a forbidden zone, proposing trades to the terrified primordial beasts around him. Kill me once with your strongest move, and I'll give you a divine technique. Until one day, a true god from a top civilization descended, intent on destroying the world. In the midst of universal despair, Lin Yu stepped forward. Facing the light of annihilation, he flashed a bright and eager smile at the true god. Come on, I beg you, use your strongest move to kill me. At that moment, the true god understood genuine fear for the first time. Not fear of death, but the chill of having given everything, only to be met with a satisfied sigh of relief and heartfelt gratitude. Humanity's verdict on him was once rendered this way. If you hate someone, kill him once. If you love a civilization, kill him countless times. And in Lin Yu's hands rested a guide, authored by the whole world, one he planned to use to overturn the entire cosmos. Classmates, tomorrow is the day of talent awakening. Representatives from South City's First Academy will preside over the awakening ceremony. Once you awaken, you'll officially step onto the path of martial arts. Your talent level will determine how far you can go in the future. On the podium, Teacher Lee adjusted his glasses. His voice was steady, as though trying to calm the nervous students. Let me give you some advice first. If you awaken at level B or above, you'll have the chance to strive for higher levels in martial arts. If it's below level B, don't be discouraged. Literature, management, logistics, research, these paths can also allow you to contribute to this world. Different paths don't mean a person is of lesser worth. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the countless young faces in the classroom. No matter which path you choose, being able to live your life to its fullest is an achievement. The classroom fell silent for a few moments. Soon, someone couldn't resist raising their hand. Teacher, what if someone awakens to level S? As soon as the words were spoken, a low commotion rippled through the class. Level S. That wasn't a level ordinary students could aspire to. For most, it was not a goal achievable through effort, but a threshold reserved for geniuses. Teacher Lee froze for a moment, then grew serious. If someone does awaken at level S, it means we have a genuinely exceptional individual in this cohort. His tone grew solemn. Such a person might even catch the eye of South City's First Academy on the very day of awakening, skipping the college entrance exams and being admitted directly. The words landed, and the atmosphere in the classroom changed instantly. The previously tense air was like a tightly stretched wire that someone had gently loosened. Someone soon laughed and teased. Then what about level SSS? Teacher, if someone awakens to SSS, would they ascend to the heavens directly? The entire class erupted into laughter. Are you dreaming? SSS level? First, worry about tomorrow, and make sure you don't awaken as a failure on the spot. Exactly. If even one S level appears, we should thank the heavens. The laughter carried notes of jest, but also a trace of undisguisable anticipation. After all, once tomorrow arrived, many destinies would be rewritten. Teacher Lee shook his head helplessly, refraining from saying anything further. In the back row by the window, a boy sat quietly, propping his face with one hand, staring out the window. His name was Lin Yu. On the surface, he seemed like the most ordinary of high school students, calm, low-key, even slightly out of place. But in reality, he was not from this world. More precisely, he was a transmigrant. In his past life, he had been a corporate drone working overtime on a project, so exhausted he could barely keep his eyes open before dozing off on his desk. When he woke up, he found himself in this unfamiliar world, and as a newborn baby. 18 years had passed, and he had finally figured out what kind of world this was. It bore a strong resemblance to Earth from his previous life, yet was entirely different. Hundreds of years ago, 24 meteorites fell from the cosmos and scattered across the world. Starting from that moment, the rules of the world began to change. The dormant potential within human bodies gradually awakened. Some humans, using the power of the meteorites, developed talents and extraordinary abilities. This path later became known as martial arts. But it wasn't just humans who awakened talents. Over time, some animals, fierce beasts, and even inexplicable entities from the depths of forbidden zones continued to evolve and became extremely dangerous. This world was no longer one where peace could be maintained by order and rules alone. Strength became the true currency, and tomorrow was the day that would decide his destiny. Lin Yu lowered his gaze, his expression calm, but only he knew that, deep down, he was far from as calm as he appeared on the surface. That's because while others expected talent, what he anticipated was something entirely different. To be precise, he was hoping for an awakening so extraordinary that it defied imagination. He had been waiting for this day for a very long time. Over the past 18 years, he had often daydreamed about what kind of talent he might awaken. S-Class, SS-Class, or perhaps even the legendary EX-Class. Yet, no matter how others speculated, he always understood one thing very clearly. In this world, what truly decided one's fate was never just the so-called level of talent, but whether you could survive peril and carve out a path from the hands of strong. And he had never merely wanted to survive. What he desired was to stand at a higher vantage point and witness the true face of this world. The class was still buzzing with discussions about tomorrow's awakening ceremony, excitement, nervousness, and anticipation swirling together. But Lin Yu just listened quietly. He knew that starting tomorrow, everything would change. Some would soar to great heights, while others would, for the first time, come to understand the real meaning of the gap in the face of reality. And he was ready to face it all. The enemies of this world were monsters invading from another universe. They called themselves gods, but humanity preferred to call them calamities, because what they brought was never blessings, only destruction. Over the years, humanity's strongest individuals had risen one after another, relentlessly hunting down the calamities, gradually pulling the world back from the brink of collapse. Yet everyone knew that this fragile peace had been hard-earned and could be shattered at any moment. Lin Yu had grown up in such a world, and as a transmigrator, he naturally had his own trump card. He had no system and no wildly overpowered cheat abilities, but he did have a notebook that could predict the future. The notebook had told him that during tomorrow's awakening, he would awaken a truly invincible talent. A talent so overwhelming in its power, so unprecedented, that it would make him this era's one and only genius, unrivaled by anyone. Lin Yu believed it, or at least, until today, he had believed it entirely. His desk mate, noticing his dazed expression, reached out and patted his shoulder. "Hey, Lin Yu, our teacher was talking about something important just now. Why do you look so out of it? Tomorrow's the awakening. Aren't you curious at all about what talent you'll awaken?" Lin Yu snapped out of his thoughts, his expression calm, but with a faint, enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth. "Let me tell you a secret, but keep it to yourself." His desk mate's interest was immediately piqued, and he leaned in closer. "What secret? Spill it." Lin Yu lowered his voice, as if revealing something extremely important. "Actually, I'm one in a million, a true genius. Tomorrow, during the awakening, I'll awaken a talent of SSS class or higher, EX class." The moment the words left his mouth, his desk mate stared in shock for a few seconds. The next moment, as if he had heard the funniest joke of his life, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha! EX class? Lin Yu, did you not get enough sleep last night? Are you still dreaming?" He laughed so hard he doubled over, with tears streaming down his face and clutching his stomach. The commotion even drew the attention of a few nearby classmates, who started looking their way. His desk mate finally caught his breath, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, but couldn't stop chuckling. Linyu, I swear I wasn't trying to laugh at you. I just couldn't hold it in. What you said is just so ridiculous. It's impossible not to laugh. The talent levels we've been learning about since we were kids are D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, right? It's written in our textbooks and carved on the monuments. Yex class? I've never even heard of it. Linyu didn't argue back. He simply looked at him quietly, because what his deskmate said was indeed common knowledge. In this world, talent rankings had long been universally accepted. Everyone knew that there were only 7 levels of talent, with SSS being the peak. At least, that's what everyone had always believed. But Linyu was different. Recently, he had obtained a mysterious notebook. That notebook, which could predict the future, had told him that the pinnacle of talent was not SSS but EX. When Linyu first read this prophecy, his initial reaction was disbelief. He even thought it might just be some kind of prank or that he'd gotten lucky and stumbled across some peculiar item. But in the following days, he tested the content of the notebook again and again, and the results were chillingly accurate each time. This morning, another line of text appeared in the notebook. On your way to school, you will find a $100 bill. Initially, Linyu had been skeptical. On his way to school, he made a point of scanning the ground, but saw nothing, not even a single coin. At one point, he even began to think that this prophecy might simply be a coincidence, and the notebook wasn't as infallible as he'd imagined. As he approached the school gates, he even felt a bit relieved. If this prediction failed to come true, it would at least suggest one thing: that the notebook wasn't correct about everything, and that its prophecy about EX class talent might also be an exaggeration. In other words, SSS class was likely still the highest point in this world. He almost convinced himself of that. But just as he was about to step into the school gates, he saw a 100 yuan note. It was quietly lying in an inconspicuous corner at the school entrance, in a ridiculously obscure spot. Despite the crowd of people passing by, no one seemed to notice it. It was as if that bill was waiting specifically for him to pick it up. At that moment, the last ounce of doubt in Lin Yu's heart shattered completely. The notebook could indeed predict the future. If it could foresee even such a small matter, then the prophecy about talent ranking could absolutely not be random scribbling. There was no reason for it to deceive him on such a critical issue. The school bell rang just then. On the podium, Teacher Li wrapped up his final reminders. He stood, clapped his hands, and his gaze swept across the class. All right, classmates, that's it for today. Remember, rest well tonight, don't stay up late, and keep a calm mind tomorrow. Approach the awakening in your best state. A soft stir rose in the classroom as everyone began packing up. Lin Yu's deskmate got up. He hadn't taken Lin Yu's earlier words seriously at all, thinking it was just a joke from his friend and dismissing it. Yet, knowing that tomorrow was the awakening, he clasped his hands together nervously and muttered under his breath, "Heavens bless me, ancestors protect me. Let me awaken with at least a rank D tomorrow. I don't dare hope for S rank, but at least B or A would be great. Please don't let it be too bad." Looking at his deskmate's anxious yet comical demeanor, Lin Yu felt a twinge of complexity in his heart. On one hand, there was the common knowledge that everyone recognized. On the other hand, there was the notebook that kept proving accurate time and again. If the notebook was right, then tomorrow was bound to be anything but peaceful, contrary to what everyone thought. Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly, but he said nothing. He sidestepped his deskmate and left the classroom directly. Deep down, he was clear. The real turning point was still coming tomorrow. When he got home, he headed straight to his room, shut the door, and finally felt like he could breathe a little easier. To be honest, though he had lived in this world for 18 years after transmigrating, this house still felt like a heavy chain around him. He wasn't an only child. He had an older sister, Lin Lin, and this sister, of all things, was the most dazzling genius of last year at Nanqing First High School. Her awakened talent was an SSS-ranked ability, Sword of Time and Space. Even more astonishing, during the school's monthly assessment, her life force value soared directly to 108. that was already nearing the standard of an initial stage awakened. And at that time, she had barely been awakened for a month. Such achievements weren't just remarkable in Nanchang First High, but would have been outstanding even at a prestigious academy in the capital. Because of such a sister, Lin Yu's ability to stay at Nanchang First High naturally carried the weight of the family's and the school's expectations. His teachers placed high hopes on him, and his parents were strict to the point of being excessively demanding. While others enjoyed relaxed weekends, he was often scheduled for supplementary lessons to learn how to refine mental power, increase life force value, and prepare for awakening. What the school taught was mostly theoretical. The truly life-altering practices weren't spoon-fed by anyone. Either you figured it out yourself, or you found someone truly knowledgeable to guide you. Yet Lin Yu hadn't been without effort. The problem was, before awakening his talent, much of his effort felt like punching air, with no tangible results to show. He didn't even know which direction to throw himself into. What if, after working himself to the bone, he only awakened a useless talent in the end? Then all his perseverance would become utterly meaningless. In this world, effort was important, but talent often determined more. Some people were born on higher ground, while others could only barely keep up no matter how hard they struggled. The long-established families that have been around for centuries held far more unimaginable resources than ordinary people could ever dream of. Some could even ensure that people of the same bloodline awakened talents that were similar. For those born into ordinary families, even awakening with a rank D talent made it challenging to compete against those with superior resources, lineage, and backgrounds. Different starting lines naturally led to different destinies. Lin Yu's room was simple: a bed, a desk, and nothing more. On the desk lay a pile of books about talent and training theories, with an inconspicuous notebook tucked beneath them. He walked over, picked up the notebook, and opened to the first page. The handwriting there was still clear and hadn't faded. It was the content he had written that morning. "You will find 100 yuan on your way to school." Lin Yu stared at the sentence for a few seconds, then turned to the next page and wrote the question that mattered most to him. "Will I be stronger than my sister?" The notebook quivered slightly, as if it were about to display an answer, but the words quickly disappeared, leaving the page blank again. Lin Yu froze. This was the first time this had happened. Previously, while delays had occurred, the words had never started to appear and then vanished like this. He frowned slightly, forcing himself to wait patiently. A few seconds later, the writing emerged once more. This time it was blurry at first, then gradually became clear. "Yes, you will be stronger than her." Lin Yu stared at the words, slowly leaning back in his chair, his mind racing. If the notebook's words were true, then it meant that the talent he would awaken tomorrow had to be at least SSS level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to surpass Lin Lin. And if it wasn't SSS level, then it could only be the higher EX level. Coupled with the notebook previously mentioning that he was the only genius of this era, the stifling feeling in Lin Yu's heart suddenly eased a little. Perhaps he wasn't destined to be mediocre after all. After hesitating for a long time, he posed a second question. "What level of talent will I awaken tomorrow?" After writing down the question, he flipped to the next page, holding his breath and feeling tense all over. At this moment, he could even hear his own heartbeat, each beat heavier than the last. Just as the words were beginning to appear, a rapid knocking sounded at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Xiaoyu, why did you lock yourself in your room as soon as you came home? Come out and eat. Tonight, Mom is preparing a good meal for you to make sure you awaken with a great talent tomorrow." Hearing his mother's voice, Lin Yu's entire body stiffened. He almost reflexively raised his head and only relaxed slightly after confirming who was outside the door. When he turned back to the notebook, the sentence still hadn't fully materialized. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually closed the notebook. He decided to eat first and come back later to see the result. Besides, it would give him some time to compose himself. That brief moment had almost scared him stiff. When someone is highly focused, the last thing they want is to be interrupted. But he couldn't blame his mother. She didn't know what Lin Yu was doing in his room. At least she didn't just push the door open, which already granted him enough privacy. Lin Yu took a deep breath, glanced once more at the notebook in his hand, then opened the door and walked toward the living room. At the dining table, his parents were already seated. But as he walked closer, he keenly sensed that the atmosphere at the table wasn't light. The air at home had always been stifling, something Lin Yu had long grown accustomed to. Ever since last year, when his sister Lin Lin awakened with an SSS-level talent, this family had fundamentally changed. Whenever Lin Lin wasn't home, every word spoken at the dinner table felt like a stone pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. As soon as you come home, you shut yourself in your room, always busy with something no one knows about. Sit down and eat, Lin father said, putting his newspaper aside. His tone wasn't loud, but it carried an unshakable command. Lin Yu chose not to argue and quietly sat back in his place. Lin mother immediately pushed a bowl of hot soup toward him, her face eager and filled with expectation. Drink up. I specially asked Aunt Wang to get armored rhinoceros bones for this soup. Boiled for 6 hours, it's great for your bones and spirit. Tomorrow is your awakening day, so don't embarrass your sister. As she spoke, her gaze drifted unconsciously to the photos on the wall. Among them were pictures of Lin Lin with various influential figures and the admission letter from the prestigious Jingshi Academy, carefully displayed in the most prominent spot. At the center of them all was a photo of Lin Lin standing next to the awakening pillar, her body wrapped in golden light, her sword energy soaring, as if born to be admired by everyone. Lin Yu lowered his head and took a sip of the soup. It tasted awful. The flavor was so thick and greasy that he could barely swallow it. Yet, he continued sipping with an expressionless face because he knew everyone at the table was watching him. Lin father ate a few bites of food, then picked up his newspaper again, casually commenting, "Your sister made another breakthrough a few days ago. She's now a mid-level awakened talent." Lin Yu's movements paused briefly. So fast? From her awakening last year until now, it had only been a year, and Lin Lin had already advanced from beginner to mid-level. Such speed couldn't simply be described as excellent. It was extraordinary. It was worth noting that for many academies, reaching the peak of beginner-level awakening was still the graduation threshold. Lin Mother's pride was evident, her eyes unable to conceal it. Exactly. Linner is now at Jingshi Academy, not only with a full scholarship, but also with a private training room and dormitory. She's even being mentored by supreme-level experts themselves. Your sister is truly exceptional. At this point, her tone shifted as she looked at Lin Yu again, layering her voice with a sigh and a hint of pressure. Xiao Yu, your dad and I aren't deliberately pushing you. But your sister personally approached the principal to get you into Nanchang High School back then. Everyone at the school knows you're Lin Lin's brother. Do you understand what it took for you to attend such a place, where so many people would fight tooth and nail to get in? And let's not forget about your literature and history grades at the time. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lin Yu had already understood. It was no more than a reminder. If not for Lin Lin, he wouldn't have been qualified to attend Nanchang High. Lin father put down his newspaper, picking up a piece of fish and placing it in Lin Yu's bowl. His tone was even more direct. Press. You're strong, which means you still have a chance. Your sister has an SSS-level talent. For 3 generations of the Lin family, no one has ever reached such a level of brilliance. We're not expecting you to have SSS-level talent too. That's unrealistic. But at the very least, you can't fall below an A level. Otherwise, not only will you disappoint all the effort we've put in over the years, but you also won't be able to stand firm at Nanchang No. 1 High School. Others will constantly compare you to your sister. Can you handle that pressure? Lin's mother quickly added, as if trying to soften Lin's father's tone. Your father's words may be straightforward, but the logic is the same. In today's era, talent determines so much. Your sister carved out her own path step by step. But you? Your path has already been laid out by us. Even your teachers take special care of you. If the talent you awaken tomorrow is mediocre, not only will your sister lose face, but we won't even be able to hold our heads high in this area. The words at the dinner table grew heavier with each sentence. The soup in Lin Yu's bowl had long gone cold, but he wasn't surprised. He had heard this countless times over the past year. Each time, his parents conveyed the same message. You can't be inferior, at least not worse than others. You have to strive, prove yourself, and ideally, become someone who silences everyone's criticisms. They said it was for his own good. But deep down, Linyu knew it was more like a form of invisible coercion. One applied pressure, the other offered comfort. One played the bad cop, the other the good cop. Linyu neither argued nor retorted. He simply stood up calmly and said, I'm full. I'll head back to my room first. In truth, he had barely eaten anything. Returning to his room, Linyu shut the door. The noises from outside instantaneously blurred, as if distanced into another world. He leaned back in his chair, took a deep breath, and reached out for the notebook on the desk that could predict the future. Earlier, he had already asked it, what talent will I awaken tomorrow? By now, the answer should have appeared. He flipped back to the page where the question was written. The originally blank page now displayed a few clear lines of text. Talent is just the beginning, not the end. When you stand before the awakening stone, the thing you care about most will be your true direction. Immortality is the path to invincibility. The writing stopped there. Linyu stared at those lines for a long time. But before long, the text began to fade as if someone were wiping it away bit by bit, until the page returned to being blank. Linyu felt a sense of frustration. Typically, the notebook would give direct answers to his questions. But this time, it only left behind 3 cryptic phrases. He spent the entire night pondering them, trying to decipher their meaning. What exactly is talent? And what did immortality is the path to invincibility mean? Tossing and turning in bed, he couldn't sleep, those 3 sentences replaying endlessly in his head. The more he thought, the more chaotic his mind became. The harder he tried to figure out, the more awake he felt. The next morning, with heavy bags under his eyes, Linyu arrived at school in a daze. Nanshu No. 1 High School was particularly lively today. Many parents personally escorted their children to the school gates. Some even stayed by the fences, eager to catch a glimpse of today's awakening ceremony. After all, everyone understood that this day would shape many students' futures. As soon as Linyu appeared, the previously bustling crowd quieted down somewhat, only to quickly break into hushed discussions. Too many people recognized him, or rather, they recognized Lin Ling's younger brother. Because of this connection, his presence immediately attracted attention. That's Linyu, right? My kids mentioned him before. He looks decent enough, but I wonder how his talent will turn out. His sister's talent was SSS level. Surely, he'll be at least A level, right? You can't say for sure. Talent is unpredictable. Before Lin Ling's awakening, who could have imagined she'd be SSS level? With such a talented older sister, the pressure on a younger brother must be immense. Anyone would be compared in this situation. Voices came from all directions. Linyu, his expression calm, acted as if he hadn't heard a word and walked straight into the school. He had grown used to such scenes long ago. Linyu, a voice called from the side. Class President Chun Hao quickly approached, his face radiating warmth as he gave Linyu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Hurry up, the awakening ceremony is about to begin. Normally, Class 1 is first, but today they're starting with our Class 7. The school really broke the norm for this. The homeroom teacher specifically asked me to wait for you at the gate. Thanks for the trouble, Linyu replied with a forced smile. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had become adept at seeing through people's true intentions. Take Chun Hao, for instance. His outward enthusiasm didn't necessarily reflect sincerity. But Linyu chose not to expose him. As long as the other party didn't cross a line, there was no need to sour the atmosphere. Don't stress. You'll be fine, Chun Hao said in a lowered tone, unable to hide a hint of emotion in his voice. Your sister is so exceptional, everyone's saying. Some talent will inevitably be inherited. No matter how bad you are, you won't fall too far behind. Unlike me, my parents are just ordinary people. As he finished speaking, there was a faint, barely detectable hint of envy in his tone, perhaps even a bit of jealousy. Linyu simply smiled faintly, without responding. Bloodline inheritance? His parents had been ordinary people through and through. What truly made the Lin family the center of attention in the entire city was when Lin Lin awakened an SSS grade talent. It was for this reason that Lin Yu, who had been unremarkable before, was also thrust into the spotlight. These days, when their family went out, there were even officially arranged personnel secretly protecting them. This was reality. When someone soars to prominence, even those around them are illuminated by their glory. Under Chun Hao's guidance, Lin Yu quickly arrived at the sports field. At the center of the field stood a temporary high platform, and on the platform was a nearly 3-meter-tall black monument. The surface of the monument was uneven, carved with densely packed, strange patterns. These patterns overlapped layer upon layer and, on first glance, almost resembled the contours of flesh and blood, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. This was the awakening stone. It was also the dividing line that would determine the fate of nearly 1,000 students below the platform. Standing on one side of the platform were a few figures. Apart from the principal and several school officials, who all looked quite stern, the most striking individuals were 3 youths dressed in white uniforms. 2 men and 1 woman, all seemingly about the same age as Lin Yu. Yet, Lin Yu keenly noticed that those usually high-end mighty school officials showed unmistakable respect in their eyes when looking at these 3 people. This indicated that the status of these 3 young individuals was likely higher than that of the school leadership at Nanxing No. 1 High School. Lin Yu's gaze rested on them for a moment. The 3 stood quietly, their expressions cold, as if an invisible wall separated them from the bustling surroundings. Their eyes showed little emotion, as though today's awakening ceremony, which would determine the fates of countless people, was just an ordinary event in their eyes. One of the young men seemed to notice Lin Yu's gaze. With just a light glance from him, Lin Yu felt an invisible pressure weigh down on him. This was the aura of an awakened one. Lin Yu's heart sank, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He had an almost instinctive feeling that if this young man wished to, he could end him effortlessly in the next second. Silence. Principal Mu Tianzhao of Nanxing No. 1 High School finally spoke. His voice wasn't loud. It seemed to directly reach everyone's ears. The noisy sports field instantly fell silent. Today is Nanxing No. 1 High School's Awakening Day. For the path of a warrior, talent is the foundation. The awakening stone on the platform will detect the hidden talents within you. Now, line up according to your class and student number. We'll start with Class 7. The ceremony officially began. The first student from Class 7 stepped onto the platform. At this moment, Yuan Hao leaned close to Lin Yu and whispered, "Brother Yu, did you see those 3? They're from Nanxing's First Academy. That stunning beauty in the middle? She used to be a student here at Nanxing No. 1 High. Last year, she was quite famous in the school, though your sister's brilliance overshadowed her. So many people didn't even remember her name." Lin Yu turned to look at Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao was his best friend. His family was wealthy, and his parents were well-known merchants in Nanxing. He had received various trainings since childhood, and his family had always provided him with the best resources, so his talent was unlikely to be lacking. "Do you know her?" Lin Yu asked. "Not personally, but I've heard a lot about her." Yuan Hao grinned, his gaze fixed on the girl on the platform. "Her name is Yun Shixue. She was once one of the 3 school beauties of Nanxing No. 1 High. The number of people pursuing her could line up from Nanxing all the way to Jiangxing. Back then, she awakened an S-grade talent and was immediately scouted by Nanxing's First Academy, who wanted to admit her directly. And she refused. Then, during the martial arts entrance exams, she scored an S+ rating and ended up joining the First Academy. Honestly, this kind of person isn't just a genius. They're operating on a whole different level. Lin Yu frowned slightly. "How do you know all this?" "Haha, my brother's in Nanxing's First Academy." Yuan Hao smirked proudly. "I made sure to dig up some intel beforehand about who'd be coming to our school for the awakening ceremony today." At this point, his eyes lit up as if he had made up his mind. "To be honest, Yun Shixue is exactly my type. I've decided I'm going to get into Nanxing's First Academy." Lin Yu didn't respond. He knew Yuan Hao loved to joke around, but this time his eyes held a serious determination. Lin Yu turned his gaze back to the platform. Class 7's awakening ceremony had officially begun. The first male student placed his hand on the awakening stone. A few seconds later, a faint white glow lit up one of the patterns on the stone, lasting for a few seconds before it slowly dimmed. D-grade talent. The student responsible for recording it had a flat tone, clearly used to such results. A D-grade talent wasn't considered rare for an average person. But here, at Nanxing Number 1 High, students either had, in this setting, having a strong background or excellent academic performance is almost a given. Those who can sit here are no ordinary students. Therefore, in this school, awakening with a D-level aptitude could even be considered somewhat embarrassing. A trace of disappointment flashed across the boy's face, but he quickly accepted reality. At the very least, he had stepped into the ranks of the awakened. The crowd behind took turns going up, with varying results. There were D levels and even B levels. The atmosphere in the hall surged with ups and downs, as the students watched nervously yet excitedly. The awakening stone only revealed aptitude levels. It didn't specify actual abilities. The practical use of one's gift would have to be gradually discovered through future efforts. The line moved forward slowly. Lin Yu and Yuan Hao switched places. Lin Yu looked a bit anxious, while Yuan Hao casually moved ahead. He didn't seem nervous at all, and even had the free spirit to wink at Yin Shishue up on the stage. Unfortunately, Yin Shishue seemed completely oblivious to him. Or maybe she saw, but just chose to ignore him. Soon, it was Yuan Hao's turn. He ascended the stage and threw a backward glance at Lin Yu, as if to cheer himself on. He then turned toward Yin Shishue, his face breaking into a confident smile. "Miss, how about we make a bet?" he said. Yin Shishue's gaze landed on him lightly. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her eyes clearly conveyed displeasure, but she refrained from speaking. The school leaders and staff on stage froze, not expecting a student to pull such a stunt in such a solemn setting. But Yuan Hao didn't appear the slightest bit awkward. His smile remained intact, as if he really couldn't care less about how others viewed him. He continued nonchalantly, "I bet that my awakening will at least yield an A-level aptitude. If I win, miss, how about sharing your contact info with me and giving me a chance to pursue you? If I lose, I'll run 10 laps around the track." The school leaders' faces shifted through various shades, green, then purple. Meanwhile, the students below exploded into a frenzy, eagerly entertained by the spectacle. "Who's this kid so bold?" "Yuan Hao, rich family, and his aptitudes probably not bad." "Oh, it's him? No wonder." That's not the point. The point is he actually hit on the top senior of Nanxing First Academy in public. If she takes it seriously, he'll lose face big time today. Before Yin Shishue could respond, the composed boy standing beside her already wore a cold expression and was about to chime in, but Yin Shishue raised her hand to stop him. "I refuse to bet," she said, her tone calm yet assertive, drawing a clear line. "I can give you my contact info. Pursuing me isn't out of the question either. But first, you'll have to be admitted to Nanxing First Academy. Otherwise, you won't even earn the right to see me." Yuan Hao was clearly taken aback. He hadn't expected Yin Shishue to reply like this, let alone agree so straightforwardly. But since she had put it this way, he had no reason to back down. He nodded without hesitation. "Deal." The crowd erupted instantly. Even Yin Shishue's male companions seemed stunned, as if they couldn't believe how easily her contact information had been obtained. For a moment, many eyes gleamed with the glimmer of a challenge. Standing among the crowd, Lin Yu shook his head helplessly as he watched the scene unfold. Same old Yuan Hao, always taking the unconventional path. Yet sometimes, to seize an opportunity, one must dare to take that first step. Those who are timid won't even earn the chance to get close. Yuan Hao dropped his playful demeanor, turned toward the stone pillar, and placed his hand upon it. A few seconds later, the pillar's patterns lit up sharply, not with an ordinary white light, nor a dazzling yellow glow, but with a calm and steady bluish white. The light pulsed like electrical currents across the pillar's surface, exuding an undeniable sense of power. A-level aptitude. The student from Nanxing First Academy responsible for recording the results declared. He looked up at Yuan Hao with a gaze tinged with approval. The minimum threshold for Nanxing First Academy was A-level aptitude, coupled with A-level or above scores in the martial exam. In other words, Yuan Hao had already put one foot in the door. A-level? Wow, Yuan Hao's incredible. Not surprising, considering his parents are both AA aptitudes. His genes are out of this world. Looks like securing a spot at Nanxing First Academy is almost a certainty for him. The students burst into envious murmurs. Soon, though, the topic shifted to Lin Yu. I'm more curious now, what's Lin Yu's aptitude? Last year, his sister awakened at this exact time and scored an SSS-level aptitude, shocking the entire school. Yeah, with such a strong sister, he can't be far behind, right? Amid the layered chatter, all eyes turned toward Lin Yu once more. By this time, Yuan Hao had already stepped down from the stage. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and whispered, "Don't be nervous. It doesn't feel like much, just a brief chill, and it'll be over in no time." Lin Yu nodded, taking a deep breath before walking toward the pillar. Yet the closer he got, the more tense he felt. He could sense the countless gazes pressing down on him from all directions. He wasn't originally a student of Nanxing No. 1 High School, but was admitted temporarily. To put it bluntly, in many people's eyes, he relied on connections to get in. However, Lin Yu knew better than anyone that how others saw him didn't matter. The only thing that truly stands firm is strength. Yun Shishue's gaze also landed on him, her expression thoughtful. Lin Yu did not think further. At the prompting of the boy next to him, he lifted his hand and pressed it against the stone pillar. The moment his fingertip touched it, a freezing sensation spread through his skin, just as Yuan Hao had described, like touching a block of ice. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The stone pillar remained unresponsive, its surface eerily still, without a trace of light. The entire sports field was as silent as death. What's going on? No reaction. Could it be that he really has no talent? Impossible. His sister is SSS level. How could the gap be this wide? Maybe the stone pillar is malfunctioning. Even the steady boy responsible for recording the results was stunned. He had never encountered this situation before. As for the possibility of the stone pillar being broken, that was almost unheard of, unless the person standing before it truly had no talent at all. Yuan Hao's expression shifted, his face filled with disbelief. From a distance, Chen Hao kept a sharp eye on the stone pillar, his gaze flickering, but he didn't say a word. Even Principal Mu Tianzhao's complexion had paled. He had placed great hopes on Lin Yu, even entertaining the thought that Lin Yu might bring excitement to the school, just like his sister. But now, things were looking less than optimistic. Only Yun Shishue noticed more. Her eyes fixated on the stone pillar as she recalled the scene of Lin Lin awakening last year. At that time, there had been no reaction initially. It wasn't until after a considerable delay that it suddenly erupted with golden light. Remembering this, she withheld judgment and quietly waited. But the sighs in the audience were growing louder. Many had already concluded that Lin Yu might just be an ordinary person. Just when everyone was about to run out of patience, the stone pillar finally lit up. It was an incredibly faint black light. It flickered a few times before quickly dimming again. Black? What does that mean? I've never seen black in talent evaluations before. It only flashed a few times. That's way too strange. Could it really be that the pillar is malfunctioning? Or is his talent so weak it doesn't even qualify as D-level? I knew it. A connected entrant is still a connected entrant. Just because his sister is SSS level doesn't mean the younger brother would be strong. Looks like talent really doesn't care about bloodlines. The field was instantly inundated with whispers. Doubt, disappointment, and scorn surged like a tide. A mixture of disillusionment and schadenfreude was written across nearly every face. Even the steady recorder furrowed his brow, clearly unable to make sense of what just transpired. Only Yun Shishue remained silent. Her gaze drifted to the bottom right corner of the stone pillar, a neglected area no one had paid attention to. A fine crack had appeared there. It was faint, small enough to be easily overlooked at any moment. But she saw it, and this suggested that Lin Yu's awakened power was far from ordinary. Yet at this point, no one knew the answer, not even Lin Yu himself, as his thoughts were drowned out by an icy, hollow voice in his mind. Dual talents. Conceptual immortality. Asterisk, conceptual immortality. After death, as long as at least one thing in this world remembers you as still being alive, you will resurrect. Asterisk, plunder. Asterisk, plunder. The individual who kills you will receive a death mark. You will automatically plunder their attack power, defense, agility. If they possess talent, you can directly seize it from them. Upgradable. Asterisk. Lin Yu's breath caught. If it were just conceptual immortality, then it would hardly qualify as strong. In fact, it might even be considered a useless talent. But coupled with plunder, the situation transformed entirely. Plunder had harsh and dangerous activation conditions. On its own, it wasn't easy to wield effectively. However, when paired with immortality, everything changed. The first ensured he had the chance to survive. The second made it possible to turn his enemy's power into his own. These two talents felt as if they had been made specifically for each other. Step down, Yin Shishue said to Lin Yu with a slight nod, her tone calm and devoid of emotion. However, she failed to fully mask the astonishment that momentarily flashed in her eyes. Lin Yu finally snapped back to his senses, stepping off the high platform. Gazes continued to follow him from all directions. Some were shocked, others filled with doubt, and plenty bore unconcealed mockery. But Lin Yu paid no attention to them. He simply returned to his original position and stood quietly. The awakening ceremony continued. Yuan Hao soon sidled over, lowering his voice to ask, Yu Ji, what's going on? What talent did you awaken? Nothing was announced earlier. Lin Yu shook his head. I'm not too sure either. It's just a plain, ordinary talent. Yuan Hao blinked and then nodded. He didn't ask further questions because he knew there were some things that couldn't be pried into. Talent was one of those things. Either it was so astonishingly powerful that it attracted official attention, or it was something to be completely hidden away, as the fewer people knew, the safer you'd be. In China, there were also some dangerous factions targeting highly gifted awakened individuals. The expressions of those around Lin Yu gradually changed, too. At first, they were shocked and puzzled, but then they turned to disdain. Black light. They had never seen it before, and it flashed less than 3 times before stopping. What did that indicate? Either the awakening stone malfunctioned, or Lin Yu's talent was so weak that it wasn't even worthy of emitting the most basic white light. Thinking of this, many of them even felt a strange sense of satisfaction. That's just human nature. No one truly wishes for others to be better than themselves. At this moment, Chen Hao stepped onto the stage. When he walked past Lin Yu, he didn't even spare him a glance, as if Lin Yu was not worth paying attention to. Lin Yu also didn't feel like staying any longer. Now that his talent had awakened, the subsequent tests had nothing to do with him. He walked off the field with Yuan Hao, but they hadn't gotten far when a piercing purple light suddenly erupted behind them, dazzling the entire field. An S-level talent had appeared. Chapter 5. Chen Hao. Lin Yu didn't return to the classroom with Yuan Hao. Instead, he found a secluded corner in the school, took out his notebook that could predict the future, and prepared to ask some questions. But in the very next second, something strange happened. As soon as he opened the notebook, lines of text began to surface on the pages, even though he hadn't written or asked anything yet. Today is April 6th. You have already awakened your talents, immortality and plunder. These two talents are very unique. Viewed individually, they're considered useless. However, together, they complement each other and can even become one of the strongest talents in the world. Until you gain absolute strength, you must never reveal your talents lightly. Otherwise, you'll invite fatal trouble. Chen Hao has awakened an S-level talent, Strongest Mind. You must plunder it. This talent will be critical for you. Additionally, you need to plunder the talent time reversal within a month. This is vital for you. Otherwise, once your talent is exposed, you'll face enormous trouble. Lin Yu stared at the text in the notebook, shocked to his core. The notebook obviously knew what talents he had awakened. Yet last night, it hadn't revealed them outright, merely hinting at them in a roundabout way. Now it had finally provided an answer. When he reached the fourth line, Lin Yu froze entirely. To plunder someone else's talent meant he first had to kill that person. But if he were to do so, his own abilities would inevitably be exposed. Wouldn't that be equivalent to putting himself under everyone's scrutiny? Or did it mean he had to acquire time reversal first, then plunder Chun Hao's strongest mind, and use time reversal to erase all risks and traces of exposure? Lin Yu's mind raced. He knew the notebook wouldn't offer tips without good reason. This matter had to be far more perilous than he imagined. Time reversal could take everything back to the day when no one knew about his talents. Lin Yu hung his head low, thoughts swarming in his mind. He had considered how to use this sudden and strange ability, but the problem was obvious. He and Chun Hao never had much of a relationship. Although Chun Hao wasn't particularly kind, he had never done anything excessively cruel to Lin Yu. For Lin Yu to drive someone like that to their death, he couldn't overcome that psychological hurdle. But if he didn't take that approach, how could he become stronger? Right now, he was too weak, so weak that he couldn't even protect himself. If he didn't quickly enhance his strength, the day his talents were exposed, he wouldn't even qualify to survive. Lin Yu was about to close the notebook and carefully think of another strategy when another line of blurry text appeared on the screen. Your body is currently too weak. Both your vitality and mental strength are severely lacking. You can improve all your abilities by jumping off a building and committing suicide. Lin Yu froze, his eyes widening instantly. Was this a joke? Suicide? Jumping off a building? He remained silent for a few seconds before cautiously asking. Jumping off a building sounds really painful. Is there a less painful method, like taking sleeping pills? Could that also work to enhance my abilities? The text on the screen shifted quickly. Perhaps you should try it. Lin Yu, he finally understood. Until he had absolute strength, he couldn't expose his talents. He needed to get stronger as quickly as possible and through the most direct method possible. Thinking this through, it seemed there was only one extreme yet realistic choice left. Lin Yu didn't return to the classroom. Instead, he left the school directly. However, as soon as he walked out of the school gate, he sensed someone following him. He abruptly stopped and turned around. Sure enough, it was Chun Hao. Class monitor? What are you doing here, following me all the way? Lin Yu frowned, his tone straightforward. At this time and place, it couldn't possibly be just a coincidence. It was obvious Chun Hao was coming for him. Chun Hao stood, not far away. He wore a faint smile on his face. He was completely different from the person he used to be, always appearing somewhat repressed, even a little self-conscious. At this moment, his entire demeanor exuded a sense of superiority. He had just awakened his S-grade talent, the ultimate mind. For him, this was almost a turning point in his life. Lin Yu, did you know? South City's first academy just contacted me. Chun Hao said casually, as though engaged in small talk, yet every word carried a trace of boastfulness. They invited me to enroll without taking any exams. In other words, in 2 months' time during the martial arts entrance exam, I don't even have to participate. I can go straight into South City's first academy. He paused, and the smugness in his eyes became even more apparent. That's a place most people can't get into, no matter how hard they try. The old Chun Hao might have tried to hide his emotions, but now, he couldn't even be bothered to pretend. The awakening of the ultimate mind didn't just enhance his learning ability. It felt like a comprehensive upgrade of his entire being. His thinking, judgment, analysis skills, and even his ability to innovate were all magnified. Because of this, the way he looked at Lin Yu had changed. It now carried a hint of condescension. Lin Yu stared at him coldly. So, you came all the way here just to show off? Not at all, Chun Hao replied, shaking his head. But contrary to his words, his tone was anything but innocent. I just remembered what one of the seniors once said. With your talent level, you probably don't even rank as D grade. You're practically F grade. They didn't even bother recording talents like yours because it's so weak to the point it's negligible. He looked at Lin Yu as if he were observing something that had lost all value. When I saw you leaving school today looking upset, I thought I'd come check on you. After all, your test results earlier weren't great, and I was worried you might not handle it well. Lin Yu outwardly remained calm, but inwardly he tensed. Why was Chun Hao here? Was it really out of concern? No, Lin Yu didn't believe that for a second. His presence here was far from a coincidence. More likely, Chun Hao came to gloat, to see Lin Yu defeated, or even to confirm whether he was already crushed beyond recovery. Heck, Chun Hao might even have some ulterior motive. Lin Yu didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, he evaluated the situation silently. He knew perfectly well that he was too weak right now. Confronting Chun Hao head-on wouldn't achieve anything. Moreover, judging by Chun Hao's expression, his arrogance and disdain were genuine. After awakening his S-grade talent, Chun Hao's mindset had undergone a radical transformation. Lin Yu's lips curved slightly into a faint smile. Thanks for your concern, class rep. I'm just in a bad mood. It's not like I'm despairing. With that, he turned and walked away. He had already pieced it together. Chun Hao didn't chase after him intending to kill. It was more likely he was here to reclaim some sense of dignity from past humiliations. Simply put, Chun Hao wanted to prove he had finally surpassed Lin Yu. As for why Chun Hao felt humiliated in the first place, only Chun Hao himself could answer. Some people's egos are just so fragile that even the smallest slight can linger for years. Sure enough, Chun Hao didn't give chase. He stood in place, letting out a cold snort, as though suppressing some emotions. Then, in a low voice, he muttered, "Trash is trash." Doesn't even have the guts to talk back. Did you really think you'd ever become the next Lin Lin? He stared at the direction Lin Yu had left, his gaze growing darker. Just wait, Lin Yu. The gap between us will only grow. Soon, you'll understand what a real difference in power looks like. With those words, a twisted smile curled on his lips. His laughter echoed in the empty streets, sounding particularly grating. Lin Yu didn't look back, but he could feel the unmistakable malice aimed at his retreating figure. It was different from before. After awakening his S-grade talent, Chun Hao no longer bothered to hide his disdain. The naked contempt carried with it an air of superiority and mockery. Lin Yu was no saint. Being confronted and provoked like that, a fire naturally ignited in his chest. But he held it in. He knew better than anyone that giving in to anger now would only expose his vulnerabilities. What truly determined victory wasn't momentary fury, but rather who could survive and grow stronger in the long run. Lin Yu had already figured it out. Acting rashly now was not an option. Chun Hao had awakened an S-grade talent. That meant he was undoubtedly under someone's watch. Making a move in public was far too risky. Chun Hao, do you really think awakening your S-grade talent means you'll always be above me? Lin Yu thought this coldly, his simmering anger gradually giving way to a chilling calm. Truly dangerous people aren't those who just lash out in anger. They're the ones who can remain cold and calculated even when furious. He had once hesitated about taking others' talents. After all, a talent was a person's chance to change their destiny. But now that last bit of hesitation was gone. In this world, weakness itself was a crime. If you don't seize the opportunity, someone else will. If you're not ruthless, you'll end up falling yourself. Lin Yu no longer hesitated about whether he should act. Instead, he began to think about how he could act more steadily, more ruthlessly, and more safely. He took out that notebook again. This time, he was determined to clear every path before proceeding. When Lin Yu returned home, the atmosphere in the house was suffocating. His parents sat on the sofa, as if they had been waiting for him for a long time. As soon as the door opened, two icy gazes landed on him, devoid of any warmth. Your class teacher told me. Lin's father was the first to speak, his tone full of disappointment. You've awakened a type of ability that has never been seen before, but the ability you awakened is not even at the lowest level. He sighed, as if he was prematurely concluding Lin Yu's life. Lin's mother said nothing, only accompanied his sigh with one of her own. The sigh was soft, yet it pressed on Lin Yu's chest like a heavy stone. If it were in the past, Lin Yu might have explained, argued, or try to make them believe he still had hope. But now, he no longer wanted to. In his previous life, he worked relentlessly, endured ceaselessly, and in the end, all those struggles led to nothing more than his sudden death. He endured for half his life, but gained nothing in return. In this life, he was done being the person who merely kept his head down. Oh, and then, Lin Yu asked indifferently. Lin's father was stunned, clearly not expecting such a reaction. Seeing his son's nonchalant demeanor deepened his disappointment. What followed was the familiar scolding, the same old criticisms about not working hard, being useless, lacking ambition. Lin Yu had heard such words countless times before. He was already numb to them. Standing there, he maintained a calm appearance, though he understood deep within that some parental expectations didn't help their children. They only crushed them bit by bit. "Dad, Mom, I will work hard," he said before turning to his room. Once the door shut, the voices outside were sealed off. Yet those words didn't truly disappear. They simply weighed on him with greater pressure. Sitting by the bed, Lin Yu opened the notebook again. What he needed most right now was not comfort, but a way to grow stronger. "How can I find someone with a time reversal ability?" he asked directly. Soon, a line of text appeared on the notebook. This year's top scorer in Nan City's martial arts exam, Tian Jun, possesses an SSS-level ability, time reversal. You must take his ability before the martial arts exam starts, or you'll never have another chance. Lin Yu's gaze darkened as he continued asking, "If I let Chen Hao kill me, would I be able to seize his ability?" This topic had been mentioned in the notebook before, but he wanted to confirm it again. New handwriting quickly appeared. Yes, after the seizure, Chen Hao would become an ordinary person. However, your ability might be exposed, which would bring you major trouble. Lin Yu fell silent. This meant that directly targeting Chen Hao was too risky. Once exposed, he would be hunted by everyone. Thus, he had to obtain Tian Jun's time reversal ability first. Only then would he have more confidence to deal with Chen Hao. But at that moment, Lin Yu thought of a more secure plan. What if he first seized someone's ability, then killed them? This way, there would be no evidence left behind. To outsiders, it would only look like a conflict between individuals who had awakened abilities, at most drawing the attention of authorities for an investigation. Handled cleanly enough, no one might ever discover the truth. Thinking of this, Lin Yu immediately asked the notebook if this approach was feasible. The notebook quickly responded, "You truly are a genius." Seeing these words, Lin Yu's heart trembled slightly, and a trace of coldness appeared on his face. This confirmed that the path was viable. But just because it was viable didn't mean it could be recklessly pursued. For such methods, the more one used them, the higher the chance of leaving flaws. Lin Yu quickly suppressed his emotions and made his decision. Tonight, he would test jumping off a building. Not to seek death, but to boost his abilities and grow stronger. He didn't need to prove himself to his parents, nor did he need to live under Lin Lin's shadow. The path he intended to take was one entirely his own, a path with no retreat and no turning back. It wasn't until late night that Lin Yu changed into all black and silently left the house. His movements were light, barely disturbing anyone. In the afternoon, he had already chosen the location, an abandoned building in the western district of Nan City. The building had been constructed up to more than 20 floors, but due to a funding shortfall, it had been completely abandoned. Lin Yu remembered that this place was almost always deserted, making it ideal for testing his ability. He hailed a car, stopping at a distance from the abandoned building. He didn't dare to set the destination directly at the site, fearing the driver's strange look alone might make the night uncomfortable. After getting out, Lin Yu surveyed his surroundings. The night was deep, and the roadside was nearly empty. After confirming it was safe, he climbed over the locked iron gate, proceeding along the darkened path. The staircase stretched upwards. There was no elevator, only stairs leading upward, layer by layer, like a passage to death. The staircase was narrow and steep, making it difficult for an average person to reach the top. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and moved step by step. With every step he took, he could feel his heart racing and his breathing becoming more erratic. But he didn't stop. He had no way back. By the time he finally reached the rooftop, he felt completely drained of energy. In front of him was an open platform with no barriers. Along the edge were a few exposed steel bars protruding starkly under the night sky. Lin Yu walked to the edge and glanced down. It was too high. At that moment, his legs went weak, and it felt as if the ground beneath him had disappeared. He almost slipped off the edge. Even just standing there was enough to make his scalp tingle. Anyone with a fear of heights would have been paralyzed with fear by now. Only now, truly standing here, did Lin Yu realize it took immense courage just to face death, let alone to confront it through jumping. He fell silent. The resolute determination he had forced himself to muster began to waver little by little. Not far away, on another tall building, stood a man and a woman. Both were dressed in black stealth suits, blending almost seamlessly with the night. The man was tall and stood straight, his gaze fixed on Lin Yu atop the unfinished building. The woman had a calm demeanor and striking beauty. The black outfit accentuated her sharp and capable figure, exuding an imposing aura that dared no one to underestimate her. "Sister Een, that person looks like he's about to jump," the man murmured. "Should we step in?" The woman didn't even lift her head, her calm voice bordering on coldness. "This isn't our business. We're only responsible for patrolling. People die in South City every day, and not everyone deserves to be saved. His life is his own, and if he truly wants to die, saving him this time won't stop him from seeking death again later." The man hesitated for a moment, but didn't argue further. He knew Sister Een had a point, yet watching the lone figure near the edge of the rooftop left a sour feeling in his heart. Just then, Lin Yu moved. It was as if he had finally made up his mind. He took a step forward, and his entire body plunged down from the rooftop. "He actually jumped," the man exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, Sister Yin's expression shifted slightly. In the next second, her entire figure disappeared from view. The man froze for a moment, scratching his head. Didn't she say not to intervene? Why is she faster than anyone else now? Lin Yu closed his eyes. The wind roared past his ears as his body plummeted. He had even prepared himself to endure the pain from the imminent impact. But oddly enough, there were no screams, no sensation of tearing pain from the collision. Time seemed to stand still. After a long moment, Lin Yu opened his eyes slowly. To his astonishment, he found himself standing on the concrete ground, unharmed. Not a trace of pain. Lin Yu was stunned. His first reaction wasn't even relief at his survival, but sheer confusion. This ability so absurd? Not even a hint of pain. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a cold, crisp voice rang out beside him. "So eager to die?" Lin Yu's head jerked up sharply. That was when he noticed a woman in black hovering midair. Under the night sky, her figure looked strikingly clean and sharp, like a sheathed blade. "Was it you who saved me?" Lin Yu asked. He wasn't stupid. Given the situation, the answer was quite clear. The woman didn't answer, landing lightly on the ground instead. Her descent was almost silent. Though wearing high heels, her steps were as soft as a feather, virtually imperceptible. Shortly after, the tall man leapt down from the rooftop as well. Unlike the woman, his landing caused the ground to quake slightly, with small cracks forming on the concrete surface and dust rising around him. Clearly, his physical strength was far beyond that of an ordinary person. "You've had a lucky life, kid," the man said with a grin. "Meeting Captain Ling Een from our patrol team. What luck you've got." Ling Een crossed her arms, scanning Lin Yu up and down with her gaze. She was observing him. This young man was unervingly composed. After jumping from such a height, he displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he seemed like someone who had already made peace with himself. This reaction wasn't normal, unless he had completely lost hope in the world. Lin Yu finally understood that his carefully planned endeavor had been thwarted by this woman. Frustration bubbled within him. It had taken him so much to work up the courage, only for his attempt to be saved right after jumping. What even was this supposed to be? What's more, the name patrol team wasn't unfamiliar to him. Every city was said to have patrol teams composed of special ability users, operating as official enforcers responsible for dealing with groups that hunted down awakened individuals. This meant these two weren't ordinary people. Well, Thanks, I guess, Lin Yu said with a forced hollow smile. The tall man's face darkened immediately. What kind of attitude is that? Just now, we saved your life. Do you even realize from 20 stories up? Jump down immediately, cutting off the conversation. What are the consequences of jumping down? Shattered bones. Not even a complete corpse could be pieced together. If it weren't for us intervening, you wouldn't even have your life left. Not even a word of thanks. Lin Yu shrugged, his tone indifferent. Dead is dead. It's not a big deal. Besides, I never asked you to save me. The tall man was momentarily stunned, his face darkening. He had acted out of goodwill, but the other party not only didn't appreciate it, but spoke so nonchalantly instead. Anyone would be infuriated. Just as he was about to react, Ling Yin raised her hand to stop him. You're not an ordinary person, she said, looking at Lin Yu sharply, as if she could see through his heart. You're an awakened gifted. What's your name? Which school are you from? Lin Yu, Nanchu No. 1 High School. Lin Yu replied indifferently. I am indeed an awakened person, but with only the lowest level of talent. Ling Yin repeated his name, quickly forming a judgment in her mind. If that were the case, then it wasn't surprising. For kids of this age, once awakened with low-level talents, they often felt they had no future. Some would give up on themselves, some would break down entirely, and some would even choose death to escape reality. She had seen countless such examples before. This world has never gone easy on someone simply because they lack talent. What truly determines one's fate has never been talent itself, but whether a person still has the will to move forward. Talent is indeed important, but they'd overlooked one thing. There are people in this world who, even without awakened talent, can still live a great life. Hearing the name, Lin Yu, Lu Zhan's face instantly changed. Your sister is Lin Lin? Ling Yin turned to look at him, confused. Who is Lin Lin? Sister Yin, it's normal that you don't know Lin Lin. Lu Zhan's tone had evidently changed, as if referring to someone even he couldn't underestimate. Last year, there was an SSS-level genius from Nanshan. You must have heard about that, right? Ling Yin nodded. That person is Lin Lin. When the news of her SSS-level talent awakening spread, the next day, various academies from the capital flocked to Nanchang, each offering better terms than the last. In the end, she still chose the Capital Academy. After all, that's the first academy in China, the place all geniuses aspire to go. He paused, his expression becoming more complex. And that's not even all. Logically, she had already been guaranteed admission to the Capital Academy, so she didn't even need to take the martial exam. But she went anyway. As a result, she single-handedly raised the martial exam ratings to SSS. Were it not for her voluntarily bowing out at the last moment, last year's martial exam champion wouldn't even have gone to anyone else. It could only have been her. Lin Yu listened in silence. He had heard these words numerous times before. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Lin was someone born standing at the peak. She didn't have to strive for anything. Fate simply handed her the best. Ling Yin was also slightly stunned. An SSS-level talent, guaranteed admission to the Capital Academy, SSS-rated martial exam results. Any one of these achievements alone was enough to shock others. But Lin Lin had all of them. This wasn't just being a genius. This was like being specially favored by the heavens. She instinctively glanced at Lin Yu, with a hint of bewilderment in her expression. With such an overwhelmingly powerful sister, why would he still seek death? Even if he hadn't awakened any talent himself, just saying my sister is Lin Lin would allow him to strut through Nanchang. There weren't many who dare offend the family member of an SSS-level talent user. People like that grow too quickly. No one would want to invite trouble for themselves. So what? Lin Yu was evidently irritated. She is her. I am me. Even so, that identity is enough to let you live well in Nanchang, even with mediocre talent, Ling Yin said calmly. Lin Yu interrupted her. I said, she is her. I am me. My path is different from hers. Ling Yin was silent for a few seconds before realizing she might have been wrong. Someone living in the shadow of an SSS-level genius, sibling often bore more pressure than ordinary people. Others didn't see him for who he was, but as Lin Lin's younger brother. Such comparisons were burdensome in themselves. So, you trying to prove yourself? Ling Yin asked. Lin Yu shook his head. No, I simply want to die. Lu Zhan frowned deeply as he listened, unable to suppress a sigh. But doing this, wouldn't it upset your parents? Your sister would be sad too, wouldn't she? Lin Yu fell silent. He suddenly realized the topic had veered off course. He had come here because of his talent issue, yet these two, seeing him on the high ledge, had truly assumed he wanted to jump. But now, he couldn't reveal the real reason. Once he explained it, things would only become more complicated. Some lies, once started, become hard to take back. The more you explain, the more it feels like you're covering up. Ling Yin glanced at him before suddenly speaking. Lu Zhan, go patrol somewhere else for a while. I want to talk to him alone. Lu Zhan looked at her and then looked at Lin Yu and finally nodded. All right. After Lu Zhan left, a black metal suddenly appeared in Ling Yin's hand. The surface of the metal was cold and hard, engraved with 4 characters, Night Stalker's Squad. She held the metal, silently watching Lin Yu for a moment before extending her hand. I'll give you a piece of advice. Her voice softened slightly compared to earlier. If your talent level really isn't ideal, then study literature. Whether you study literature or martial arts, in the end, it's all about serving the country. Talent isn't the only path. Lin Yu said nothing, just looked at her. Ling Yin continued. There was once a king from South City, known to the world as the Forbidden Martial King. Lin Yu had certainly heard of this name. He was one of the 7 kings of the previous era in Huaxia, a figure who truly stood at the pinnacle. Ling Yin's voice was light but steady. But back then, he only awakened a D-level talent. At that time, almost everyone believed that he could at most pursue the path of literature in his lifetime and was completely unsuitable for martial cultivation. Lin Yu was stunned. In this world, talent almost determined everything. People with high talent naturally had easier access to resources, found it easier to grow stronger, and were more likely to be valued. By conventional standards, the gap between D-level talent and SSS-level talent was so vast that it was almost like 2 completely different life paths. Yet, the Forbidden Martial King had emerged from such a starting point. If an awakened individual doesn't work hard, they're not much different from ordinary people. The real difference, if any, is just slightly better physical fitness. But he became one of Huaxia's 7 kings, the only king of South City. He didn't take the scholarly path, but chose to train in martial arts. With his D-level talent, he carved out a path of his own through sheer determination. Back then, an abyssal rift opened on the outskirts of South City, and countless calamities poured into the city. South City almost collapsed overnight, with dozens of high-level awakened individuals dying in succession and half the city falling into ruin. At that time, human lives were truly worthless. Even the reinforcements sent from other districts all perished. The official high command even considered abandoning South City, preparing to build high walls to seal the city off completely. But just when everyone had lost hope, a man appeared. He wore tattered clothes. His hair was a mess as if it hadn't been groomed in ages. But his gaze was terrifyingly resolute. In his hand, he held only a specialized weapon, a broken blade. Everyone thought he was going to his death, that there was no way he could return alive. But what happened next shocked all the martial artists in Huaxia, and even the entire Blue Star. He, alone, with a broken blade, fought his way through the tide of calamities. That year, South City was filled with ruins. Amid the ruins, there were mountains of corpses and seas of blood. But in the end, the only one still standing was him. That man was the Forbidden Martial King. No one knows how he managed to do it. How could someone with D-level talent possess such terrifying power? Ling Yin looked into the distance, her voice gradually lowering. From then on, the era of the Forbidden Martial King began. He was invincible among his peers, and even the older generation of strong individuals dared not challenge him lightly. He never participated in any factional disputes, instead wandering alone through various forbidden zones, specializing in hunting the calamities that leaked out from the rifts. And then, Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Ling Yin gently shook her head. I don't know. After that, there was no more news of the forbidden Martial King. There are many rumors about him out there, but most of them are unreliable. However, there's one theory that I think might be true. It's said that back then, Huaxia faced an existential catastrophe, and the seven kings of Huaxia joined forces to stabilize the situation. And it was after that disaster that all seven kings disappeared. Of course, this is just a rumor. You don't need to take it too seriously. Whether it's true or not, no one can say for sure. As Lin Yu listened to these words, the calm on his face gradually broke, leaving only shock. He knew the name Forbidden Martial King and knew it was a legend, but he had never known just how strong this person truly was. Hearing Ling Yin recount it today, he finally realized that the so-called legend was far from empty talk. But what intrigued him the most wasn't all of this. It was the fact that the Forbidden Martial King had only awakened a D-level talent. There is no such thing as dual talents, nor any innate advantages destined by birth. If the Forbidden Martial King truly had dual talents, such news would have spread long ago. It's impossible for there to be no whispers at all. In other words, he really relied on himself, step by step, to reach that position. Lin Yu's heart trembled, and for the first time, he began to seriously ponder something. So, talent really isn't everything. As he was immersed in this realization, Ling Yin had already withdrawn her gaze and turned back to look at him. What are you trying to say by telling me all this? Lin Yu asked. He didn't believe that Ling Yin was simply telling him a story for no reason. Their relationship wasn't at the level where they could casually chat about such matters. I want to tell you that talent isn't everything. It's just the starting point. Ling Yin looked at him, her tone very serious. Your sister is an SSS-level genius, but her path may not be suitable for you. How far you can go depends only partly on talent. What's more important is whether you're willing to move forward. She handed a medal to Lin Yu, paused for a moment, and lowered her voice slightly. If you truly don't want to study literature, if you really want to take a different path, I can give you an opportunity. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. What opportunity? An opportunity to join the Nightwalker squad, Ling Yin continued. But it's not a place you can just walk into. For you, if you want to take this path, there's only one way. However, the Nightwalker squad isn't open to everyone. You must become a beginner-level awakened within a year, and your martial exam rating must reach at least an A level. The medal fell into Lin Yu's hand. Ling Yin looked at him, her eyes seeming to pierce through his very being. I told you the story of the Forbidden Martial King not to make you imitate him. I just want you to understand that talent levels are never the end of the road in life. Many people don't truly die because of their bodies, but because of their hearts. In this era, just being alive is a kind of luck. You need to know that on the border battlefields, there are still many human predecessors fighting desperately against calamities. Lin Yu was left speechless by her words. He wanted to retort, to say that he wasn't someone who would easily resign himself to fate. But when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down. When he looked up again, Ling Yin's figure was already gone. The air carried only a faint fragrance and the medal from the Nightwalker squad left in his hand. Lin Yu stared at the medal for a long time before finally putting it away. He didn't tell Ling Yin one thing. Today, when he jumped from the 20th floor, it wasn't to seek death. It was to enhance his attribute abilities. At the same time, it was also to test his talent. But just as he had prepared himself mentally for the jump, he ran into the Nightwalker patrol squad. Lin Yu glanced at his phone. It was still early. Since the plan had already begun, there was no reason to give up halfway. He didn't go back, but instead turned and continued walking upstairs. The Nightwalker patrol squad was just an accident. His plan had to continue. He spent quite some time climbing to the rooftop. Standing at the edge, looking down, Lin Yu was very clear in his mind that from this height, a normal person would definitely not survive the fall. What's more, he had deliberately moved the cushions below to ensure there was no chance of luck. He didn't hesitate any longer. He jumped straight down. Bang! A dull thud exploded. Lin Yu's body plummeted from the 20th floor, crashing straight into the ground. The terrifying impact instantly coursed through his entire body. At that moment, he felt as if he were being forcibly torn apart. His back, legs, and arms all screamed with searing pain, which quickly spread to every nerve, even consuming his consciousness. He really thought he was going to at this moment. His parents were probably asleep and might not truly remember that he was still alive. Lin Yu's consciousness grew increasingly blurry, almost on the verge of plunging into darkness. But just then, a surge of warmth suddenly welled up from within him, quickly spreading to every part of his body. That force felt as though someone had yanked him back from the edge of a cliff, not only pulling him away from the brink of death, but also rapidly dissipating the excruciating pain that had nearly torn him apart. His awareness began to clear again. The talent had activated. This was not a hallucination before death, but the genuine effect of his talent. Lin Yu abruptly stood up. Moments ago, when he fell from the 20th floor, he was almost unrecognizable, his consciousness nearly fading. But now, he seemed completely fine. Even his breathing had returned to normal. No, something was different. He could feel that his strength was greater than before. Lin Yu looked down at his hands and tried clenching his fists. A crisp sound came from his knuckles, and faint tearing noises echoed in the air. This was no illusion. His strength had truly increased. He needed to test it on something. Lin Yu's gaze quickly landed on a nearby stone pillar. It was one of the main structural supports of the abandoned building, incredibly thick, about 4 or 5 meters wide, filled with steel and concrete. Before, even if he used all his strength to punch it, at most, his hand would go numb, and he wouldn't be able to damage the pillar at all. But now, things were different. Lin Yu walked up to the stone pillar, took a deep breath, spread his fingers, and then clenched them tightly. In the next moment, he punched the pillar. Buzz! As his fist recoiled, the surface of the stone pillar visibly caved in, exposing the steel bars inside, while cracks rapidly spread outward. Lin Yu even had a gut feeling that if he punched it again, the pillar might actually break. It wasn't that the pillar was fragile. It was the terrifying power of an awakened individual. Lin Yu stared at his slightly reddened knuckles, his heartbeat quickening, and a nearly insane thought rapidly emerged in his mind. Every time he came back from the brink of death, his attributes would improve. In other words, he didn't need to train like others. No need to cultivate vitality. No need to strengthen mental power. As long as he kept jumping off buildings and committing suicide, he could continuously grow stronger. The moment today was the first day of registration for the martial arts exam, and almost all the senior high school students showed up. Some had excited expressions, as if they could already see their bright and promising future. Some looked pale, clearly afraid, and others stood silently in the crowd, seemingly trying hard to suppress their inner unease. For many, this was not just an ordinary registration. It was a dividing line that would determine their future. Pursuing martial arts could lead to instant success, but if they failed, injuries, dropping out, or even losing their future were all possible outcomes. Lin Yu had just stepped onto the field when someone lightly patted him on the back. "Brother Yu, you finally made it." Yuan Hao appeared out of nowhere, moving as fast as a gust of wind, and immediately threw an arm around Lin Yu's shoulder. "I just got here." Lin Yu glanced at him and asked, "What about you? Planning to study martial arts?" "Of course." Yuan Hao puffed out his chest, unabashedly proud. "I have an A-level talent. What else would I do if not martial arts?" Lin Yu nodded without saying much. In this world, talent almost determined how far a person could go. A-level was already considered a decent starting point. "By the way, do you know how many S-level talents our school has this year?" Yuan Hao lowered his voice, a hint of mystery in his tone. Lin Yu was a bit surprised. "A lot. Not just a lot. An absurd amount." Yuan Hao clicked his tongue. "It's double last year. Last year, the whole school had fewer than 5, but this year there are more than 10. Unfortunately, there are no talents above S-level this year. You know, last year our school had 1 SS level and even 1 SSS level." As he said this, he couldn't help but sigh. Whether that's progress or regression, who can say? Lin Yu listened, but didn't respond. Just then, a boy in front suddenly turned around, his gaze landing on Lin Yu, clearly startled. Lin Yu? You're here to register for the martial arts exam, too. It was Li Rui, a classmate. Yuan Hao chimed in from the side. He just awakened yesterday, B-level talent. After hearing this, Li Rui's expression immediately became complicated. But I heard you had the lowest level talent? Though his voice wasn't loud, it was like a stone thrown into water, and everyone around heard it. Soon, several gazes turned toward them. The news of Lin Yu awakening with the lowest level talent had already spread throughout the school. Almost everyone knew that Lin's younger brother had received the worst possible result. In many people's eyes, attempting the martial arts exam with anything below B-level talent was practically gambling with one's life. The martial arts exam was no joke. The practical combat section could result in real injuries, even death. Even with protective measures, accidents were unavoidable. What was even harsher was that even if one survived by sheer luck, passing the grading stage was not guaranteed. Only those who achieved a rating of C+ or higher would be allowed to graduate by the school and the Ministry of Education. Otherwise, they would have to choose a different path, either continue their studies or switch to academic pursuits. And if someone persisted on the martial arts path but failed to meet the standard after 3 years, the school would forcibly expel them. At that point, they would no longer be students, but unprotected wanderers. Without school resources or safety guarantees, they could be targeted at any time and face constant danger. Li Rui initially wanted to say a few words of advice. He didn't have a bad relationship with Lin Yu, and Lin Yu's sister, Lin, was very strong. It was better to maintain a good relationship and avoid offending him. But the words stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them back. Some things, if said, would only make the situation worse. However, the surrounding murmurs were already impossible to suppress. He actually came to register for the martial arts exam. Isn't he the one with the lowest level talent? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Probably got provoked. His sister is so strong, but he's so weak. Anyone would feel bad about that. Same parents, but how can a gap be so big? Do you think he might not be their biological child? That's actually possible. Otherwise, how do you explain such a huge difference in talent? Every word reached Lin Yu's ears. His face remained expressionless, but his heart was far from calm. And one likes the feeling of being pointed at and judged. But compared to anger, he felt more clarity. He knew that people looked down on him now, not because he was truly worthless, but because everyone only saw the surface. Low talent doesn't mean everything is over. What's truly frightening isn't starting from a low point, but lacking the courage to move forward. Yuan Hao couldn't listen anymore. His face darkened, and he stepped directly in front of Lin Yu, coldly sweeping his gaze over the group of people. Shut up. If I hear one more word, I'll make you regret it. The surroundings instantly fell silent. Yuan Hao's temper was never easy to deal with, and coupled with his A-grade talent, no one wanted to clash with him now. But while the silence prevailed, the disdain in their eyes grew even stronger. They didn't dare confront Yuan Hao directly, but their opinion of Lin Yu sank even lower. Finally, it was Lin Yu's turn. The teacher at the registration desk took his student ID, glanced down at it, then looked up to scrutinize him carefully. Lin Yu, the teacher frowned. Are you sure you want to register for the martial exam? Lin Yu stood firm, his tone calm. Sure. The teacher seemed about to say something, but swallowed his words, sighing instead as he stamped the form. Go to the physical testing area over there for a strength assessment. Remember, if your basic physical fitness doesn't meet the standard, you won't even qualify to take the martial exam. This was almost a fixed procedure. For those with talent below B grade, the school wouldn't outright stop them from taking the martial exam, but it wouldn't encourage them either. The school would simply arrange a basic physical fitness test. Pass it, and you'd earn the qualification. Fail, and you'd have to accept reality. In essence, it was a form of screening. The school wanted those lacking strength to voluntarily back out. The basic physical fitness test was simple, focusing on 3 aspects: strength, reaction speed, and blood vitality. Lin Yu walked up to the testing machine, took a deep breath, and without overthinking, struck it with the purest force he could muster. The numbers on the machine screen jumped rapidly before finally stopping. 789 kg. Reaction speed, 0.3 seconds. Blood vitality, 0.89. As soon as the data appeared, the surrounding voices filled with doubt and ridicule instantly fell silent. For someone who had just awakened their talent to produce these numbers was far from ordinary. It was even a bit exaggerated. It's worth noting that even some individuals who had awakened A-grade talents might not be able to punch out 700 kilograms on their second day of training. Lin Yu's awakened talent must be enhancement-based, right? The kind that temporarily boosts physical strength. Someone couldn't help but speculate. Yeah, it has to be. Otherwise, how could someone with the lowest grade talent possibly punch out 789 kilograms? If you want to see the real difference, you'll have to wait for the blood vitality test a month from now. That's where the true distinction between high and low talents lies. Even the teacher who had initially doubted whether Lin Yu was just messing around was visibly stunned at this moment. A newly awakened talent, producing nearly 800 kilograms of punching force? He knew exactly what this meant. Last year, even Lin, on her second day after awakening, had only managed 1,001 kilograms. Comparing the two, the gap between Lin Yu and Lin wasn't as vast as imagined. At least in terms of strength, he was already very close. Lin Yu could feel the complex gazes behind him. There was shock, doubt, and even a hint of admiration that couldn't quite be put into words. But he didn't care. To him, the most important thing right now wasn't other people's opinions, but whether he could seize this opportunity. Damn, you're ruthless, kid. As Lin Yu stepped down, Yuan Hao rushed over with a look of astonishment, lowering his voice as he spoke. When I left school yesterday, my punching force was only 500 kilograms. Even though I feel like my strength might have increased a bit today, it's definitely not as exaggerated as yours. You're almost at 800 kilograms. That's insane. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief. And your reaction speed isn't slow either. The power of that punch is truly exaggerated. Be honest. Have you been hiding your strength all along, waiting for the right moment to amaze everyone? Lin Yu simply waved his hand. It's your turn now. Stop talking nonsense and go sign up. Yuan Hao still wanted to ask more, but the people behind him in line had already started urging him, so he had no choice but to swallow his words and turn to the front. Lin Yu observed his expression and felt a bit surprised himself. Yuan Hao's shock just now didn't seem fake. In other words, the data from his punch had genuinely startled others. Could it be that the strength I gained yesterday is actually this significant? As he was pondering, a commotion suddenly erupted in the distance. Chu Yu is here. This exclamation was like a pebble thrown into a calm pond, instantly creating ripples. Almost everyone on the field stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction of the voice. Lin Yu followed their gaze. He saw a tall girl in a white short skirt walking slowly from afar. Her figure was slender, her steps composed, and her long black hair was tied into a high ponytail, clean and neat. Her face was excessively beautiful, but it wasn't a simple, youthful beauty. It carried a mature charm. Her appearance immediately made the surrounding students of the same age seem dull in comparison. Chu Yu. Lin Yu's mind instantly conjured up this name. At Nanshi No. 1 High School, if Lin Yu could be considered a notable figure, then the other person, without a doubt, was Chu Yu. However, his fame was largely due to his sister Lin's influence. Chu Yu was different. She earned her reputation entirely on her own. She was the school's acknowledged star, beautiful, exceptionally talented, and consistently ranked first in literature and history. Wherever she went, she became the center of attention. Lin Yu had always been a bit curious about her, especially about her talent. Just how strong was it? Judging by the reactions of those around, it must be significant. Otherwise, she wouldn't have caused such a stir. Chu Yu was clearly accustomed to such scenes. Faced with everyone's gaze, she showed no discomfort and quietly walked toward the line. But surprisingly, she hardly had a cue. The students who had been standing properly in front of her voluntarily stepped aside to make way. Yuan Hao finished signing up and squeezed back into the crowd, immediately spotting Lin Yu standing there in a daze. Following Lin Yu's gaze, he also saw Chu Yu. Yuan Hao's eyes lit up, and he instantly became excited. Chu Yu, she's actually here to sign up for the martial arts exam. I thought she had already been guaranteed admission. He lowered his voice, but couldn't hide his excitement. I wonder how many kilograms her punch can register. Logically speaking, with her S-level talent, she should be very strong. But no matter how strong she is, she's still a girl, so she might be at a slight disadvantage in terms of strength. As he said this, he quickly shook his head, as if dismissing his own thoughts. Forget it, let's not overthink. Come on, let's go collect the resources first. When Lin Yu heard the word resources, his eyes immediately changed. Yuan Hao noticed his reaction and found it odd. You don't know? As long as you sign up for the martial arts exam, the school will distribute resources. It's basically cultivation materials, usually a text, and some calamity flesh. Although it's the most basic kind, it's already very valuable for beginners like us. Eating it can help accelerate the tempering of blood and energy, which is much better than just reading books and training hard. Calamity flesh. These words sent a jolt through Lin Yu's heart. This wasn't the first time he'd heard of it. Back when Lin was still a home, he'd seen some before. At the time, he had been tempted to try it, even wanting to take a bite, but his parents had immediately stopped him. The reason was simple. Ordinary people couldn't withstand the energy contained in calamity flesh. Forcing it down would result in severe injury at best, or death on the spot at worst. Only awakened individuals could slowly refine that violent energy and turn it into their own blood and energy. Of course, the prerequisite was that the level difference couldn't be too great. If the calamity itself is too strong, low-level awakeners still won't be able to withstand it, and consuming it could lead to problems. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's mind flashed back to the pot of soup his mother once made for him. It was stewed from the bones of an ironclad rhino. Even just the bone broth was far more precious than ordinary chicken, duck, or fish. Looking at it this way, leaving school early yesterday must have meant I missed quite a bit. Lin Yu couldn't help but touch his head, feeling a tinge of regret. Hee. No worries. I'll tell you everything one by one later, Yuan Hao said with an excited grin. The martial arts exam is tougher than the academic one, but the benefits are way better. Come on, let's go claim our stuff and see what the school is giving out this time. The two headed to the logistics office together. The line here was shorter than at the registration area, so it was soon their turn. After verifying their information, the teacher in charge handed them a palm-sized low-temperature storage box. Inside is processed ash-level calamity material, the blood, and flesh of a wild, swift elephant. The teacher said in a calm tone, though with a hint of caution. There's also a copy of basic Qi and blood guidance techniques. Keep it safe. It will be very helpful for your initial training. The teacher glanced at them and added, Remember, you must not consume more than 10 grams of the flesh at a time. Exceeding this amount carries a very high risk of your body exploding. Be sure to control the dosage and don't overdo it. Wild, swift elephant flesh, Lin Yu murmured as he took the box, feeling a chill in his palm. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Yuan Hao responded loudly, his excitement barely contained as he pulled Lin Yu aside. Opening the box, they saw it was divided into 2 compartments. In each compartment lay a walnut-sized piece of dark red flesh. The stuff didn't look impressive, even a bit unappealing, but Lin Yu knew very well that such a small amount would cause a frenzy if it were out in the open. And now, every student registering for the martial arts exam could receive it. This alone showed how much the school was investing this time. Shall we check out the training grounds first? Yuan Hao suggested. Yeah, Lin Yu agreed, as he also wanted to gauge his current level. The school's training grounds were specifically designated for students preparing for the martial arts exam. With their registration certificates, the two easily entered the area. However, as soon as they stepped in, they found it was almost completely packed. The place was filled with students training intensely, with the sounds of punches, footsteps, and shouts blending into a suffocatingly tense atmosphere. Yuan Hao scanned the area, but couldn't find any open space, so he had to ask a teacher if there were any private training rooms available. The answer was straightforward. Only those with S-level talent or higher were eligible for private training rooms. Hearing this, Yuan Hao could only click his tongue in frustration. "Damn, our school's rankings are out," he suddenly exclaimed, his gaze locking onto an electronic screen not far away. A crowd had already gathered in front of the screen, discussing the names displayed on it and occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. At the top of the screen, large characters were clearly displayed. South City First High School Martial Arts Freshman Potential Rankings. Yuan Hao's eyes lit up instantly, and he dragged Lin Yu into the crowd. As they pushed their way through, he quickly explained, "Every year on the day of martial arts exam registration, the school calculates an initial potential score based on punch strength, reaction speed, basic chi and blood values, and talent rating. This ranking is officially certified by the school and carries a lot of weight. Let's see if either of us made it onto the list." Lin Yu, pulled along by Yuan Hao, squeezed into the crowd. The names on the screen began to scroll slowly. Chu Yu, Zhu Lipeng, Zhao Ying, Zhou Luo. These names appear at the top of the list, each like a sharp blade stabbing into the eyes of onlookers. Yuan Hao hadn't even had time to look for his own name when he spotted Chen Hao's. "Seventh place. Our class actually only has him on the list," Yuan Hao exclaimed, his voice full of shock. Lin Yu followed his gaze. "Seventh place, Class 7. Chen Hao. S-level talent. Talent unknown. Punch strength 799 kilograms. Blood vitality 2.34. Reaction speed 0.14 seconds. Potential score 91 points." Yuan Hao quickly looked further down the list, his eyes lighting up. "UG, you're on the list too? 17th place? That's already a very high ranking." Lin Yu looked up, and sure enough, he saw his name. 17th place, Class 7, Lin Yu. Talent level unknown. Talent unknown. Punch strength 789 kilograms. Blood vitality 0.89. Reaction speed 0.3 seconds. Potential score 84 points. Seeing this data, Lin Yu was very clear in his heart that his situation was not advantageous. His punch strength was impressive, even enough to rank among the top. But his blood vitality and reaction speed were too weak, especially the blood vitality. Compared to those ahead of him, who easily had 2 or 3 points, the gap was not just slight. This meant that when others saw his ranking, they would first doubt, then question, and finally dismiss it. The surrounding discussions grew louder. Chu Yu was already scouted by the top universities in the capital, right? Why is she even participating in the martial arts exam? Who knows? Maybe she wants to aim for first place in this year's Jiang Province martial arts exam. Or maybe S-level talents are just inherently competitive and don't want to rely on special admissions. Comparing people really drives you crazy. Even with an S-level talent, she's still so driven, while we B-level talents are easily overlooked no matter how hard we try. Look at that Lin Yu. I always said he seemed like someone who got in through connections. His blood vitality is so low, and his reaction speed is terrible. But his punch strength is really high, almost 800 kilograms. Some of the top 10 don't even have that. What good is high punch strength? It's only the second day after awakening, and punch strength doesn't tell the whole story. The real gap comes from blood vitality. Those who cultivate quickly also see their blood vitality rise quickly. Look at Lin Yu, only 0.89. Which of the top 10 isn't above 2? The difference is obvious at a glance. Exactly, a connection-based entry is just that. In a few days, he'll definitely drop out of the top 100. These words weren't deliberately hushed, as if they were meant for everyone to hear. They had no idea that Lin Yu himself was standing right in the crowd. Most people believed that his 17th place ranking was just luck or some kind of temporary burst. Yuan Hao's face turned red as he listened, his fists clenched tightly, wanting to argue on Lin Yu's behalf, but Lin Yu pressed down on his arm. "Don't say anything," Lin Yu said calmly. "They're not wrong. My other 2 stats are indeed poor. The best way to shut them up isn't to argue, but to use strength to make them shut up on their own." Yuan Hao became anxious. "But you've only been cultivating for 2 days, and your punch strength is already close to 800 kilograms. That's already incredible. Give yourself a little more time, and you might really make it into the top 10. Lin Yu shook his head. They're improving too. He looked at the rankings, his gaze unusually calm. And the cultivation speed of S-level talents is many times faster than mine. You know that better than I do. Yuan Hao opened his mouth, but ultimately remained silent. He couldn't refute it. The facts were clear. The gap in talent was like an invisible wall standing in front of everyone. To cross it, one had to be fiercer, faster, and more relentless than others. Lin Yu suddenly asked, "The rankings aren't fixed, right?" Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned, then nodded. They refresh every week. After all, it's only been a short time since awakening. Some people who are on the list now might not stay there. Of course, the top 10 are unlikely to drop, especially those with S-level talents. They're almost impossible to shake in the short term. At this point, Yuan Hao seemed to remember something and added, "But that Oh Xiaqin is a bit unusual. Even though she's only an A-level talent, she's ranked ahead of several S-level talents, which is indeed strange." Lin Yu didn't respond to this comment, but continued to ask, "If I beat someone ranked ahead of me, I can take their spot, right?" "You mean their ranking?" Yuan Hao was taken aback by the question. It was clearly a dangerous one that in the past. There were people who were dissatisfied with the rankings, thinking they lacked authority, and stubbornly challenged the third place. The result was a complete defeat, leaving their mindset shattered, and they only managed to get a B grade in the martial arts exam. "You're not thinking of," Yuan Hao asked cautiously. Lin Yu simply smiled without answering. Yuan Hao's expression changed, and he quickly advised, "Calm down first. If you really want to challenge someone, aim for the top few, but don't go straight for the top 10. To be honest, I've disliked Chun Hao for a long time," Lin Yu said indifferently. "I'll start with him." His tone was calm, but the meaning behind his words was sharp. Chun Hao. Yuan Hao froze completely. He was the only one from Class 7 who had made it into the top 10, and he had an S-level talent. The news of his talent awakening yesterday had already spread throughout the school. Yet now Lin Yu was saying he wanted to start with him. "Brother Yu, are you serious?" Yuan Hao couldn't believe it. "Yeah." Lin Yu nodded. This wasn't a momentary impulse. He remembered yesterday's scene very clearly. Since Chun Hao dared to provoke him like that, he wouldn't pretend nothing had happened. At that moment, Chun Hao arrived. He stood in the center of the crowd, surrounded by people treating him like a newly emerged star. The gazes around him were filled with envy, flattery, and sycophancy. Lin Yu looked over. Chun Hao also glanced at him. Their eyes met, and the air seemed to suddenly grow colder. Chun Hao's lips curled into a faint, contemptuous smile. His gaze toward Lin Yu was like looking at an ordinary person who didn't know their limits. From the moment he awakened his talent, he had already placed Lin Yu on the other side. The atmosphere around them began to shift. Many people noticed the tension and turned their attention to the scene. Especially with Chun Hao's appearance, the already lively training ground became even more chaotic. The reason was simple. Several of the top 10 ranked individuals had shown up today. Everyone knew such a situation wouldn't remain calm. Why are there suddenly so many people? Yuan Hao hadn't yet grasped the situation. At this moment, Chu Yu had already walked to the rankings board to check the latest standings. Zhu Lipeng, Oh Xiaqin, Zhao Ying, and others also emerged from their individual training rooms, igniting the scene instantly. The already crowded venue quickly became packed to the brim. Lin Yu and Yuan Hao were separated by the flow of people. Chun Hao slowly walked up to Lin Yu, looking down at him from above, his voice low. "Your sister is a genius. You're not. You weren't before, and you won't be in the future." Only Lin Yu could hear these words. But Chu Yu still sensed something and turned to look over. She glanced at Chun Hao, then at Lin Yu, her expression becoming somewhat complicated. Since Chun Hao had initiated the provocation, Lin Yu naturally wouldn't hold back. He raised his hand and pointed to the 7th position on the rankings board, his voice not loud, but clear enough for the entire venue to hear. "Chun Hao, I challenge you." The venue fell silent for a moment. The next second, the noise erupted like a bomb. Some were shocked, some jeered, some found it absurd, and others simply wanted to watch the drama unfold. Even Chun Hao himself paused, as if he had heard something particularly amusing. Challenge me. He laughed outright, turning to look at Lin Yu. I have an S-level talent and ranked 7th. And you? You're only ranked 17th with the lowest level talent. What gives you the right to challenge me? Lin Yu's expression remained calm, but his eyes carried a cold edge. If you're too scared, just say so. From now on, at South City High, whenever you see me, remember to lower your head. The smile on Chun Hao's face gradually faded. He was silent for a few seconds, then laughed again, though this time his laughter carried a hint of malice. Fine, he said. I accept. I'll make sure you understand the gap between talents, and that the difference between you and me is a chasm you can never cross. After speaking, he raised his voice and addressed the crowd. Everyone, listen up. Today, it's not me bullying him. It's him who came to provoke me on his own. The crowd instantly became excited and quickly cleared a large open space. Everyone was waiting to watch this showdown. Yuan Hao squeezed at the front of the crowd, his face pale. He knew clearly that if he had stayed by Lin Yu's side earlier, he might have been able to intervene. But now, things had completely escalated. Whoa, are they really going to fight? Isn't this basically a public declaration of war? An F-level challenging an S-level? Isn't that just asking for death? Not necessarily. Lin Yu's punch strength is 789 kilograms, while Chun Hao's is 799 kilograms. The gap doesn't seem that big. Punch strength proves nothing. Vitality, reflexes, combat experience. Aren't they all important? When it comes to a real fight, do you even need to guess who will win? Then I'll be the referee. A bespectacled boy stepped out from the crowd. Who are you? Why should you be the referee? Someone asked indignantly. My name is Zhou Luo. The bespectacled boy replied calmly, though his attitude was polite. Zhou Luo. Is that Zhou Luo, ranked 5th? The person who had just been full of defiance immediately shut his mouth upon hearing the name and slinked away. Soon, more people gathered around, eager to see how this match would unfold. Over on Class 1 side, a few students were also watching the commotion. Yu, what do you think? Ouyang Qin turned her head to look at Chu Yu beside her. Chu Yu's expression was cold, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu and Chun Hao. Her tone was indifferent. I actually admire him. Admire? Ouyang Qin raised an eyebrow and teased with a smile. No way. Yu, don't tell me you've taken a liking to Lin Yu? Chu Yu shook her head lightly. I'm talking about his courage. For someone with an F-level talent to dare challenge an S-level talent in public is, in itself, quite remarkable. She paused, her eyes becoming more serious. As for anything else, that's not the case. To be worthy of me, someone would have to be stronger than me and have a higher talent than mine. Ouyang Qin couldn't help but laugh. Stronger than you? Yu, you're an S-level talent. In the entire South City, or even among your peers nationwide, there are only a handful who can surpass you. Your standards are basically setting yourself up to never find a match. She glanced at Zhu Lipeng beside her and deliberately added, I actually think Brother Lipeng is quite suitable for you. You're both S-level talents, so you'd make a good pair. Chu Yu didn't respond, simply watching quietly ahead. Zhu Lipeng, listening from the side, forced a smile onto his face. Everyone knew he liked Chu Yu. For 3 years in high school, he had almost always followed her around, helping her with tasks, shielding her from trouble, willing to do anything for her. But only he knew that Chu Yu had never truly looked at him directly. He didn't even dare confess his feelings. Not because he didn't want to, but because he was afraid that once he said it, he would lose even the right to stay by her side. And the reason he could still remain near Chu Yu wasn't just because of his persistence. More often, it was because he had driven away other suitors one by one. Before long, Zhou Luo stepped into the center and announced the start of the match. Lin Yu and Chun Hao officially stood on the same line. Chun Hao was the class president of Class 7. He hadn't been very noticeable in the class before, but ever since awakening his S-level talent, he had completely changed. Those who used to ignore him began actively flocking around him. Girls who previously paid him no attention now became his followers. With power comes change. Lin Yu had already seen this clearly yesterday. So when Chun Hao walked up to him and extended his hand with a smile, Lin Yu didn't take the easy way out like he used to. If it had been the old him, he might have reached out to shake hands, leaving some room for both sides. But now he no longer wanted to be the nice guy who always got stepped on and still spoke up for others. Kindness isn't wrong, but being too weak only invites others to push their limits. Sometimes being tough is actually safer. Living in this world isn't about pleasing others. Taking care of yourself first is the most practical choice. Lin Yu looked at the outstretched hand and didn't move at all, only curling his lips slightly. Remember, when you lose, keep your head down and act humble. From now on, if you see me at school, it's best to walk the other way. Chen Hao's smile froze for a moment. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, withdrawing his hand and forcing a helpless smile. It seems Lin Yu has some misunderstandings about me. Misunderstandings? Lin Yu interrupted him directly, his voice turning cold. Do you still remember when you used to follow behind me like a dog? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent for a moment. Then, a wave of murmurs erupted around them. Isn't Lin Yu being too aggressive? At a time like this, he still dares to act so arrogant. What's the point of pretending when he doesn't have a strength? Does he really think he can beat Chen Hao? Some people who had initially felt a bit of sympathy for Lin Yu now began shaking their heads. Everyone thought he was just putting on a brave front. A person who had awakened the lowest level talent daring to provoke Chen Hao, who had an S-level talent, seemed like he was just asking for humiliation. Some even directly suggested that Lin Yu stop wasting time and just step down. Chen Hao stood in place, listening to the voices around him, his expression gradually darkening. What he cared about most was his reputation, and Lin Yu's words were equivalent to tearing his dignity apart in front of everyone. It was more humiliating than a slap to the face. Lin Yu looked at Chen Hao's forced composure and suddenly found it uninteresting. Someone who couldn't even hide their true emotions wasn't worth his time or energy. Cherish the time you have left, Lin Yu suddenly said softly, then let out a light sigh. Chen Hao forcibly suppressed his anger, his smile returning to his face. In his mind, the more Lin Yu acted like this, the more it showed he was panicking. Chen Hao had already started calculating how much force he should use to knock Lin Yu down in a moment. Then, he planned to say a few words befitting a victor in front of everyone and trample Lin Yu underfoot with an air of superiority. Your sister might be impressive, but that's your sister, not you. Seeing Chen Hao smile again, Lin Yu's expression turned a bit strange. He couldn't understand how Chen Hao could still manage to smile at this point. Let's begin. Zhou Luo raised his hand, signaling the two to prepare. The rules have been confirmed. 1 round determines the winner. No lethal moves, and stop when it's enough. Whoever admits defeat first loses. Chen Hao stepped back 2 paces, standing in place with a confident posture. On the surface, he appeared calm. But if one looked at the actual data, his advantage wasn't as overwhelming as it seemed. His punching power had already exceeded 1,000 kilograms, and his vitality value had surpassed 3, comparable to Chu Yu. This was his confidence and his biggest secret. The strongest brain didn't just make him smarter. It also enhanced his physical fitness and cultivation speed far beyond others. More importantly, he could even directly assess his opponent's combat power. And the number displayed above Lin Yu's head was a pitiful 5. As for Chu Yu, standing not far away, the number above her head was unknown. This was the reason Chen Hao dared to accept the challenge. Without absolute confidence, he wouldn't have stepped into the ring. In his eyes, this fight was over before it even began. The loser could only be Lin Yu. Just as Chen Hao was about to make his move, his expression suddenly changed drastically. How is this possible? The number in his vision, which had been a mere 5, suddenly began to skyrocket. 5, 10, 15, 50. Before Chen Hao could figure out what was happening, Lin Yu had already charged forward, his speed astonishing. In the next instant, Lin Yu's fist smashed directly into Chen Hao's face. Chen Hao didn't even have time to fully react before the punch landed squarely on his face, leaving his mind reeling. Immediately after, Lin Yu followed up with a kick, landing precisely on Chen Hao's chest. Chun Hao let out a muffled groan, stumbling backward repeatedly. Newly awakened individuals often fight in such a straightforward manner. No fancy techniques. It's all about who is faster, who is fiercer, and who seizes the initiative first. If one reacts quickly enough, they might barely dodge a blow or two and find an opportunity to counterattack. But this time, Chun Hao was clearly slower. The onlookers were all stunned. No one had expected this outcome. An individual with an F-level talent awakening was actually suppressing someone with an S-level talent awakening. However, some people didn't find it surprising. After all, the difference in strength between the two wasn't insurmountable. The key was who could seize the opportunity first and disrupt the other's rhythm. Chun Hao was slow to react just now. He probably underestimated his opponent, which is why Lin Yu managed to overpower him. Zhao Ying analyzed. I think he's just too overconfident. Why did the hare lose to the tortoise before? Because it underestimated its opponent, someone nearby mocked. That punch from Lin Yu was brutal, landing right on the eye. It hurts just to watch. If I took a hit like that, I'd probably collapse on the spot. The fact that Chun Hao is still standing is impressive. Chun Hao's eye throbbed with pain, almost forcing it shut, and his chest felt like it was burning. But Lin Yu didn't give him a moment to catch his breath, already charging at him again. The second punch came swiftly. This time, Chun Hao finally snapped out of it and hurriedly raised his fist to block. Bang! The two fists collided with a heavy thud, the sound reverberating through the arena. The next second, a sharp pain shot through Chun Hao's arm, and his entire body was sent flying backward, nearly crashing into the wall of spectators at the edge of the field. Damn, Chun Hao got sent flying again. Is this really S-level talent? What did Lin Yu eat? How is he suddenly this strong? Blood trickled from the corner of Chun Hao's mouth, and he felt as though his internal organs had been shaken out of place. As he retreated, he quickly assessed the situation. Lin Yu's punching power was definitely more than 789 kilograms. It might be 900 kilograms or even close to 1,000 kilograms. This level of strength was absurd. When their fists collided earlier, Chun Hao even felt as though Lin Yu's fist was like a solid block of iron. Unbelievably hard, nothing like what one would expect from someone who had just awakened. If this continued, he was likely to lose. The problem was he still had no idea how Lin Yu had managed to increase his strength to this level in such a short time. But he no longer wanted to keep fighting. He had an S-level talent. Given time, his growth rate would undoubtedly surpass Lin Yu's. There was no need to stubbornly clash head-on in this match. He was about to admit defeat, but Lin Yu's fist was already in front of him. This punch was aimed straight at Chun Hao's chest. Chun Hao wanted to dodge, but the pain in his body was too overwhelming, making it hard even to stand steady. He could only watch helplessly as the fist grew larger and closer in his field of vision. Finally, bang! A sharp pain erupted in Chun Hao's chest as his entire body was sent flying, slamming heavily into the wall. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "I surrender. I surrender," he shouted hastily, ignoring the pain, afraid that if he delayed even half a second, the next punch would land on him. The entire arena fell silent. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected Lin Yu to actually win, and so decisively at that. Ouyang Qin was the first to recover, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Yeah, it seems you have a better eye for people," she said to Chu Yu, her tone tinged with admiration. "I didn't expect this Lin Yu to actually defeat Chun Hao." Chu Yu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. "I have a better eye for people," she repeated, feeling that something about the statement was off, though she couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Ouyang Qin tilted her head and smiled at her. "Isn't that the case? Didn't you just say earlier that you quite admire Lin Yu? I didn't think much of it at the time, but now it seems your judgment is indeed better than mine." Nearby, Zhu Liping listened to the two girls' conversation, his expression growing darker by the second. His gaze quickly locked on Lin Yu in the arena, his eyes turning sharp and cold. And no matter what Chu Yu's attitude toward him was now, in Zhu Liping's heart, Chu Yu was already the person he had chosen. He would never allow any other boy to come close to Chu Yu's sight, let alone enter her heart. In the arena, Lin Yu slowly turned his head to look at the potential rankings. His ranking had already risen to 7th place, while Chun Hao had been directly pushed out of the top 10, falling to 17th place, exactly where Lin Yu had been before. "The teacher is here," someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. The students, who had been gathered to watch the commotion, instantly dispersed. No one wanted to risk being punished by the school for arranging a private fight. After all, private fights in school could result in anything from a warning to expulsion, and no one dared to gamble with their future. The teacher quickly arrived. He was the one responsible for maintaining order in the training grounds. Seeing the situation, he frowned and was about to speak when Zhou Luo pulled him aside and whispered a few words. After a moment, the teacher walked up to Lin Yu. According to school regulations, students in the top 10 of the potential rankings are entitled to a private training room. "Lin Yu, come with me." Lin Yu nodded and followed the teacher. As he passed by Chun Hao, he didn't even spare him a glance. Yuan Hao saw this and immediately followed. He certainly didn't want to miss out on such a benefit. Soon, under the teacher's guidance, Lin Yu and Yuan Hao arrived at a private training room. As soon as the door opened, Yuan Hao's eyes widened. The space inside was much larger than he had imagined, even more spacious than the outdoor training area. It was fully equipped with all kinds of training equipment, including a punching power tester, blood energy monitor, strength machines, and recovery devices, all neatly arranged. "This is just too extravagant," Yuan Hao exclaimed as he looked around in awe. Lin Yu was also a bit surprised. He had originally thought that a private training room would just be a quieter version of the regular training area, but he hadn't expected it to be this impressive. The teacher handed Lin Yu a badge. "This is your identification, used to access this training room." Lin Yu took it and saw 4 words engraved on it: "Potential newcomer." The teacher then briefly explained a few things. As a potential newcomer, Lin Yu would be entitled to receive a daily supplement to restore his stamina and blood energy. The effect was similar to the energy drinks commonly consumed by ordinary people, but the value was much higher. One bottle cost 1,000 Huaxia yuan, a price that ordinary students could not easily afford. In addition, the top 10 on the potential rankings were all referred to as potential newcomers. Any student could challenge someone in the top 10, but the challenged student was required to accept and could not refuse. However, challenges had to be conducted with a teacher present as a referee. Without a teacher present, the challenge would be deemed invalid. If anyone arranged private fights or sought revenge in secret, and the academic office found out, the consequences could range from a public reprimand to outright expulsion. The fight between Lin Yu and Chun Hao earlier technically did not qualify as an official challenge under the rules. Strictly speaking, it could have been deemed invalid. However, Zhou Luo had taken care of everything in advance. Lin Yu made a mental note of this favor. After the teacher finished explaining everything, he left. As soon as the teacher was gone, Yuan Hao immediately came over, his face full of excitement. "Brother Yu, your treatment is just too good. A bottle of supplement every day? That stuff costs 1,000 Huaxia yuan per bottle outside. That's more than 2 or 3 days' wages for an average person." The more he spoke, the more envious he became. Finally, he shamelessly hugged Lin Yu and said, "In this private training room, it's so noisy and crowded outside. I want to train here too." Lin Yu glanced at him and nodded directly. "Sure, no problem." Hearing this, Yuan Hao almost jumped for joy. Once inside the training room, he was completely stunned. The place was even bigger than it looked from the outside, with a spacious layout, bright lighting, and fully equipped facilities. Even the air seemed quieter and cleaner than outside. Yuan Hao touched everything, looking around in amazement, his eyes practically glued to the equipment. "Oh my God, this punching power tester. I have one at home, but it's way older than this. This must be the latest model, right? This one starts at 800,000 Huaxia currency, right? And this blood and energy monitor must cost over 1 million, right? The school is really willing to spend money. I thought only universities would have this kind of setup." Lin Yu wasn't as excited as him. To him, these things were just training tools. But at that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Lin Yu." The voice from outside interrupted the two's train of thought. "Brother Yu, Zhu Lipeng, the second on the ranking list, is here to see you. Yuan Hao quickly approached, lowering his voice to remind him. This guy is not like Chen Hao. If you've offended him in any way, it's best to back down and not go head-to-head. Lin Yu glanced at Yuan Hao. From Yuan Hao's nervous expression, he could tell that this Zhu Lipeng was definitely not an ordinary figure at Nanqing High School. Just the mention of his name was enough to make people uneasy. I got it. I'll go take a look. Lin Yu walked out of the training room and into the hallway. Zhu Lipeng was standing by the wall near the door, as if he had been waiting there for a while. He was taller than Lin Yu, nearly 1.9 meters, with a solid build that looked like he had been training for years. The school uniform on him didn't look loose at all. Instead, it accentuated his strong and imposing presence. His features were well-defined, his expression steady, and just standing there, he exuded an aura that made people hesitant to underestimate him. Lin Yu. Zhu Lipeng spoke, his voice calm, but carrying a natural sense of pressure. That's me, Senior Zhu. Lin Yu nodded, his attitude neither servile nor overbearing. He didn't want to create a tense atmosphere right away, especially since he didn't yet know whether the other party was here to talk or to cause trouble. The two stared at each other for a few seconds, neither speaking first. The air in the hallway grew quiet along with them. Finally, it was Zhu Lipeng who broke the silence. I'm not here to cause you trouble, so you don't need to be nervous. I'm not nervous, Lin Yu replied calmly. Zhu Lipeng glanced at him, as if trying to determine whether his words were true. After all, at Nanqing High School, there weren't many people who could stand in front of him and remain this composed. After a few seconds, he nodded. Fair enough. Someone who dared to challenge Chen Hao in front of the whole school wouldn't panic just because I showed up. His tone carried a hint of approval. To be honest, I admire you for defeating Chen Hao. You've broken the old rules. The training grounds are likely to get very lively in the coming days. These words sounded like a compliment, but also like casual small talk. However, in the next moment, Zhu Lipeng's tone suddenly changed. However, Chu will be my woman in the future. He said it calmly, as if stating an already determined fact. That kind of confidence wasn't feigned. It came from deep within. Lin Yu didn't rush to refute him. He simply looked at him quietly, waiting for him to continue. Zhu Lipeng didn't speak immediately either. The two fell silent again for a few seconds. You're not angry? Zhu Lipeng suddenly asked. Lin Yu thought for a moment and then asked in return, Why should I be angry? Zhu Lipeng stared at him, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly, as if he were smiling or perhaps showing some other expression. True, you and Chu Yu aren't close to begin with, so there's no reason to be angry. He paused for a moment before continuing, but when you challenged Chen Hao, she watched you for a long time. I've known her for many years, and I've never seen her look at anyone like that. You're the first. Lin Yu was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Senior Zhu, did you come to me just to say this? Zhu Lipeng didn't answer, only continuing to look at him. Lin Yu understood that some things, if left unsaid, could make people even more uncomfortable. If you're here to warn me to stay away from Chu Yu, it's really unnecessary, Lin Yu said calmly. I'm not familiar with her to begin with. I've been at Nanqing High School for less than a year, and I've seen her no more than 3 times. Each time it was just in passing. He spoke plainly and with composure that he neither deliberately showed weakness nor intentionally provoked. He was merely stating facts. However, after Zhu Lipeng listened, his gaze deepened noticeably. It was a kind of scrutiny, an uncomfortable examination. Lin Yu, however, did not back down and instead continued. Moreover, even if I'm interested in Chu Yu, that's my own business, and it's not for others to interfere. Pursuing someone is all about one's own abilities. You say Chu Yu will be your woman in the future, but that's just your thought, not the outcome. No one can predict the future. He paused, his tone growing colder. Who knows? One day, I might even say that Chu Yu is my woman. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the corridor instantly changed. If Zhu Lipeng hadn't brought this up today, Chu Yu would have remained just an unfamiliar classmate to Lin Yu. After graduation, they would likely have no further interaction. But Zhu Lipeng insisted on making it clear and trying to suppress him. Naturally, Lin Yu wouldn't indulge him. The more some people try to use their aura to suppress others, the more likely they are to provoke a counterattack. The air in the corridor was now noticeably tense, like gunpowder. Zhu Liping's expression finally changed. "What did you say?" Lin Yu looked at him, his expression indifferent, even carrying a hint of mockery. "I'm always straightforward when I speak. If something I said made you uncomfortable, let me clarify. I won't apologize. You've been pursuing Chu Yu for so many years, without success, and now you won't even let others try." As soon as he said this, even the students passing by in the distance couldn't help but slow their steps. Because almost everyone knew that Zhu Liping liked Chu Yu, and almost everyone knew that no one dared to touch this matter lightly. It wasn't that no one had ever been interested before, but later, all those people backed off. Not because they didn't like her, but because Zhu Liping's presence was too oppressive. He had been smart since childhood, came from a good family, and his parents were high-ranking officials in Nanxing. At school, he was always the kind of person who didn't need to please anyone to stand at the forefront. Precisely because of this, he was used to controlling everything. But Lin Yu's attitude today made him feel, for the first time, that things weren't going according to his plan. Zhu Liping stood in the corridor like a wall pressing down. He was 1.9 meters tall, with broad shoulders, solid build, and muscles. Coupled with his S-level talent and ranking as the second on the potential newcomers list, there was almost no one at Nanxing High School who dared to confront him head-on. His peers feared him, and even teachers gave him some leeway. But Lin Yu stood right in front of him, refusing to back down. Lin Yu wasn't tall, his frame was thin, and his talent was only F-level. Making it into the top 10 was already considered a stretch. By conventional standards, the gap between them was so vast that they weren't even on the same level. Zhu Liping only needed to exert a little pressure, and anyone else would have already lowered their head and conceded. But Lin Yu didn't. His gaze was calm, so calm that it betrayed no trace of panic. Zhu Liping stared at him for a long time, then suddenly laughed. In that laugh, there was surprise, interest, and an indescribable undertone. "Good, very good. Interesting, you're really interesting. In all of Nanxing High School, you're the first to talk to me like this." He paused here, his tone turning colder. "The last person who wanted to pursue Chu Yu and dared to speak recklessly in front of me is probably still lying in the hospital now. I originally thought you were just a bit confident. Now it seems you're not confident. You're arrogant." Zhu Liping turned to leave, but stopped after a few steps. He didn't look back, only left his voice behind, as if it were both a reminder and a warning. "But you are indeed different from the others. No wonder Ye glanced at you a few more times. You're right. Pursuing someone is all about one's own abilities. But the premise is you have to have the ability first. I'll be waiting for you to challenge me." With that, his figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Only then did Yuan Hao rush out of the training room, his face pale. "Brother Yu, you were too impulsive just now." He lowered his voice, rubbing his hands anxiously. "Do you know who that is? That's Zhu Liping. His family has connections in the southern part of the city, and he himself has an S-level talent. So many people in school have to watch his mood. You stood up to him like that today. What if he goes to the teachers later to make trouble for you?" Lin Yu, however, just gave a faint smile, seemingly unconcerned. "He came to provoke me, and I should just endure it?" Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to respond. Lin Yu glanced at him, his tone relaxed. "What are you afraid of? If it really comes down to connections, I'll just go to my sister." Yuan Hao blinked, as if suddenly remembering something. "All right, your sister is Lin Lin." The next second, his whole demeanor changed, and the panic from earlier vanished instantly. "Damn, Zhu Liping, Niu Lip, whatever. If he dares to act tough again, I'll make him Zhu Liping asterisk." Lin Yu was taken aback, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. "Zhu Liping." Yuan Hao looked completely serious, even a bit smug. "Yeah, change Peng to Peng asterisk asterisk." Then all he could do is make friends, no more acting tough. Lin Yu was silent for 2 seconds, finding the logic both absurd and amusing. "You're ruthless." Yuan Hao chuckled, scratching his head. "Well, isn't your sister backing you up? Honestly, I was scared to death just now. But then you said compare connections, and it all clicked. Right? Your sister is Lin Lin. No matter how powerful Zhu Liping's family is, can they outmatch your sister? Lin Yu shook his head. Relying on connections can only get you so far. To truly stand firm, you have to rely on yourself. Let's go, time to train. Wait a second. Yuan Hao suddenly stopped him, his expression turning a bit odd. Brother Yu, let me ask you something serious. Lin Yu looked at him. Go ahead. What you said is Zhu Liping earlier. Yuan Hao scratched his head. Was it true? Do you really want to pursue Chu Yu? Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds before answering directly. It's not impossible. She's got a great figure and long legs. I like her. What's so strange about that? Yuan Hao immediately retorted. That's not liking her. That's being attracted to her looks. Lin Yu was momentarily speechless. Then after a pause, he actually nodded. You're not wrong. Seeing how straightforwardly Lin Yu admitted it, Yuan Hao couldn't help but add, and didn't you first notice Yin Shishue for her looks too? So liking Chu Yu for the same reason isn't exactly unfair. Hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Yuan Hao's expression change. Yuan Hao wasn't looking at him, but staring behind him, frozen in place. In that instant, Lin Yu's heart sank. A bad feeling surged up. He slowly turned around. Standing behind him, at some point, was a graceful figure. A white short skirt, very eye-catching. In this skirt, Lin Yu had seen it just this morning. Chui Ue. The air seemed to fall silent. Lin Yu's mind went blank for a moment. Chu Yu stood there, her expression calm, as if she hadn't heard anything, or perhaps she had heard everything but didn't care. I was just passing by, she said lightly. The room next door is my training room. Without another word, Chu Yu turned and left. Her retreating figure was cold, as if suppressing all emotion. But the more she acted like this, the more unsettling it felt. Yuan Hao panicked on the spot, lowering his voice. Brother Yu, this is bad. You just managed to offend the two most powerful girls in school at the same time. Just because they didn't react now doesn't mean they won't come after you later. Lin Yu, however, remained calm, not even furrowing his brow. If they were really angry, they wouldn't have stayed silent just now. His tone was indifferent. This means the situation isn't as serious as you think. Yuan Hao immediately shook his head. Brother Yu, you don't understand. Girls' thoughts are the hardest to figure out. They might say it's fine on the surface, but deep down, they've already taken note. You can't just listen to what they say. You have to consider what they're really thinking. Asterisk translator's note. The joke here involves a play on the character Pong, meaning rock, a mythical bird, in Zhu Liping's name, changing it to Pong, meaning friend. The pun doesn't translate directly into English, but is explained in context. He spoke with a serious tone, as if he truly had a lot of experience. Lin Yu turned his face slightly and directly asked, Have you ever been in a relationship? Yuan Hao's expression froze instantly. The confidence he had just displayed deflated like a balloon being punctured on the spot. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he admitted honestly, no. After a pause, he added, trying to salvage some dignity, but I've read a lot of romance novels. Lin Yu. Yuan Hao became increasingly animated as he spoke. Really, brother Yu, don't doubt me. That's how it's written in novels. When a girl says it's nothing, it means there's something. When she says, I'm not angry, it means she's angry. When she says, I don't want it, it might mean she does. In one of the books I read, the female lead kept saying no, but later stop. Lin Yu interrupted him directly, his gaze carrying a hint of speechlessness. Are the novels you're reading even proper? Yuan Hao coughed awkwardly and immediately shut his mouth. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to continue discussing these pointless matters with him and shifted the topic back to reality. Stop overthinking. Focus on training first. He patted Yuan Hao's shoulder and led him toward the training room. Didn't you say you wanted to pursue Yin Shishue? Right now, the most important thing isn't analyzing people's expressions, but making yourself stronger. Yuan Hao froze for a moment, then nodded. Lin Yu was right. In this world, strength was the most solid foundation. Without strength, even speaking carried no weight, let alone fighting for what you wanted. Lin Yu looked at Yuan Hao, his tone calm, yet direct. "What's the most important thing for us right now?" Yuan Hao instinctively replied. "Chasing Chu Yu?" Lin Yu gave him a helpless glance. "No, it's becoming stronger." Lin Yu took out the school's issued basic qi and blood guidance technique, sat cross-legged, and began formal training. As soon as he entered the state, it felt as though his entire body was enveloped by a gentle, warm current. That power seeped into his limbs and bones bit by bit, the warmth tingling and so comfortable it made him want to lie down and not move. This feeling was completely different from the pain he had experienced before. In the past, in order to become stronger, he had endured excruciating pain that felt like his body was being torn apart. That pain was as if his entire being was forcibly dismantled from the inside out. But now it was different. This time, the training was smooth, gentle, and even carried a sense of reassuring relaxation. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes, but his heart sank instead. The more comfortable the training method, the slower the progress usually was. Methods that truly allowed for rapid improvement in strength often came with pain, even risks. He lowered his head to look at his hands, clearly feeling the flow of qi and blood within his body. The changes were subtle but real, like a small river slowly expanding its channel. He glanced at the time. 30 minutes. In this half hour, his qi and blood value had only increased by an extremely slight amount. At this rate, even if he trained for over 10 hours a day, becoming a beginner awakener wouldn't be easy, let alone standing out in the martial arts exam. Chu Yu's qi and blood value was already significantly higher than his, and by the day of the martial arts exam, it would only be higher. By then, the gap would be even more apparent. Lin Yu remained silent for a long time. He was well aware that what he lacked most right now wasn't effort, but time. At that moment, Yuan Hao's frustrated complaint came from beside him. "Damn, this is way too slow. What kind of basic guidance technique is this? After training for half an hour, my qi and blood value only increased by 0.1. At this rate, when will I ever become a beginner awakener?" Yuan Hao was standing in front of the qi and blood measurement device, staring at the numbers on the screen, his face almost scrunched into a ball. He quickly turned to Lin Yu. "Brother Yu, how about you? How's your training going?" Lin Yu replied calmly, "About the same, also increased by 0.1. Yuan Hao couldn't help but rub his chin, starting to analyze seriously. "I feel like the guidance technique issued by the school is too basic. Training at this pace, can we really catch up in time for the martial arts exam? At this pace, even if you train for 10 hours a day, you'd only gain 60 points of vitality in a month at most. And that's assuming the best-case scenario. It might slow down even more later on." As he spoke, his tone was already tinged with obvious anxiety. Lin Yu, however, remained unaffected. "Don't overthink it," he said calmly. "This was issued uniformly by the school, and everyone is using it. We all start at the same point, and at least it's safe. The most important thing right now isn't to doubt it, but to do your best with what you can." After speaking, he closed his eyes again and resumed practicing the basic vitality guidance technique. This time, he was even more proficient than before. He no longer needed to look at the book a second time. The routes and methods of operation seemed to have been engraved into his mind, naturally circulating within his body. Warm currents once again surged into Lin Yu's body from all directions. This time, he didn't let his mind wander, but focused all his attention on guiding the vitality, allowing the energy to circulate repeatedly through his meridians. Time passed bit by bit. When he opened his eyes again, it was already noon. Lin Yu stood up and stretched his slightly stiff limbs. The warm currents had completely integrated into his body. He could clearly feel that his condition had improved significantly compared to before. His entire body felt much lighter, and even his mind was exceptionally clear. The most noticeable change was that his strength had increased significantly. Without hesitation, Lin Yu walked directly to the punching power tester. He raised his hand and delivered punch. The numbers on the screen quickly jumped. 100, 1,000, 1,800 kilograms. Finally, the numbers stopped. Lin Yu looked at the result, his gaze slightly focused. 1,800 kilograms. To think that this morning his punching power was only close to 800 kilograms. Yet after just a short period of training, his punching power had surged to 1,800 kilograms, more than doubling. On the other side, Yuan Hao had just finished testing his punching power and was so excited he almost jumped up. Holy crap, brother you. Look, my punching power has broken through 1,000 kilograms. He turned his head, eager to share his joy with Lin Yu, but froze instantly. Be brother you. This is... Yuan Hao stared wide-eyed at the 1,800 kilograms displayed on the screen, his mouth agape and unable to close for a long time. 1800 kg. He was completely dumbfounded. He had thought breaking through 1,000 kilograms was already impressive. After all, Chu Yu, who was ranked first on the leaderboard, had only reached just under 1,000 kilograms before, and he had managed to push his punching power to this level after just a few hours of training. He even thought he might be a genius. But now, seeing Lin use 1,800 kilograms, he realized his pride was nothing short of laughable. The arrogance that had just risen was instantly crushed. Lin Yu remained silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly. This should be considered normal. Early-stage training tends to show particularly noticeable improvements in strength. I'm guessing the punching power of those on the leaderboard has also increased significantly. After all, the punching power we tested before was just the basic strength that came with awakening our talents, without any real training. Now we're officially starting to train. The first results will be especially pronounced. After a few days, the rate of improvement should slow down. Yuan Hao listened, stunned, then thought about it seriously and nodded. That actually makes some sense. Lin Yu glanced at him and continued. Today is everyone's first day of training. If that's the case, we'll know by checking the leaderboard. Let's also borrow a few martial arts books suitable for us from the library. All right, I'm tired anyway, Yuan Hao said, stretching lazily. The two left the training room and walked back to the field. At this moment, there were still many people gathered around the leaderboard, eagerly searching for their names and ranking changes. Yuan Hao had just approached when he couldn't help but gasp. Brother Yu, you were absolutely right. Chu Yu's punching power has already reached 2,000 kilograms. This is insane, almost tripling. The others have also increased by more than double on average. Lin Yu's gaze swept across the leaderboard. Sure enough, the punching power of the top 10 had all surpassed 1,500 kilograms. The person ranked 10th had a punching power of 1,590 kilograms. Not only that, everyone's blood energy values had improved to varying degrees. The most noticeable change, however, was in punching power. But the rankings had also shifted significantly. Clearly, the training hall had been far from quiet during Lin Yu's cultivation period. Aside from the top 10, the rankings below had almost completely reshuffled. Chen Hao's name had already dropped out of the top 30. The reason wasn't hard to guess. After being injured by Lin Yu earlier, many people had taken the opportunity to challenge him. And according to the rules, Chen Hao couldn't refuse. That's why his ranking had plummeted so quickly. Around them, hushed discussions could be heard. Lin Yu's punching power has increased again. 1,800 kilograms? Isn't he an F-level talent? This doesn't make sense. All the top 10 have punching power over 1,500 kilograms. Could the leaderboard be broken? Impossible. This is the most authoritative leaderboard in the school. These people had just entered the hall to begin their training and hadn't yet figured out what had happened earlier. Lin Yu and Yuan Hao had no obligation to explain it to them. After glancing at the leaderboard, the two left the training hall and headed toward the library. The school's library had 3 floors. The first and second floors mainly housed books on literature and history, intended for first and second-year students. After all, those students hadn't awakened their talents yet, so they still needed to build a solid cultural foundation. The third floor, however, was exclusively for third-year students. Only those with proper identification could enter. Chapter 17. My sister is Lin Yu, and Yuan Hao entered without any trouble. The layout of the library's third floor was simple. Bookshelves lined both sides, leaving a large open space in the middle with just one wide lectern. On the left were books on martial techniques, while the right housed books on blood energy cultivation methods and battle achievements. Yuan Hao quickly made his choice. He picked Chasing Sun Sword, a mid-tier yellow-grade sword technique. For a high school, this was already quite decent. Truly top-tier martial techniques were impossible for students to access easily. Getting his hands on a decent one was already a stroke of luck. Lin Yu, however, wasn't in a hurry to choose. He scanned through techniques for blades, swords, bows, and spears, but none of them satisfied him. Either their power was insufficient or they simply didn't suit him. For him, choosing the wrong technique would mean wasting time no matter how long he trained. He looked for a long time before finally making up his mind. 8 Desolation Fist, Refined Blood Energy Technique. Both were high-tier yellow grade, a level higher than what Yuan Hao had chosen. When Yuan Hao saw this, he immediately reminded him, "Brother you took 2 books. The school rules state that each person can only borrow 1 martial technique." Lin Yu smiled faintly and raised the 2 books separately. "Who said I took 2 martial techniques? This is clearly 1 martial technique and 1 blood energy cultivation method. The school only prohibits borrowing 2 martial techniques. It doesn't say you can't borrow 1 martial technique and 1 blood energy cultivation method." Yuan Hao was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up after a few seconds. "You could do that? Brother, you wait for me. I'm going to grab a blood energy cultivation method too." With that, he turned and dashed back. Before long, he returned with 2 books in his arms, 1 martial technique and 1 blood energy cultivation method. Lin Yu's mouth twitched. That was fast. Yuan Hao grinned. "Of course, when it comes to training, you can't afford to think slowly. You just reminded me. The school only prohibits borrowing 2 martial techniques, not blood energy cultivation methods." He glanced down at the books in his arms, his tone full of excitement, as if he'd just scored a great deal. The book on blood and energy guidance issued by the school was too basic. This time, we directly switched to a high-tier yellow-gray blood and energy technique. What a huge gain. The 2 of them carried the books toward the borrowing desk, ready to register, but the teacher raised a hand to stop them. "Students, the school has a rule. 1 person can only borrow 1 martial technique." The teacher assumed they were pretending not to understand the rule. Yuan Hao quickly explained, "Teacher, this isn't 2 martial techniques. It's 1 martial technique and 1 blood and energy technique. That shouldn't count as a violation, right?" The teacher was silent for 2 seconds, his expression suddenly turning serious. "Strictly speaking, blood and energy techniques also fall under the category of martial techniques, just with a different training method. So, they can't be considered separate." Upon hearing this, Lin Yu didn't hold back. He stood there, his tone calm but unapologetic. "Rules are made by people, and people should act according to the situation. Besides, we haven't actually broken any rules. My name is Lin Yu, and my sister is Lin. If you have anything to say, save it for later." After finishing his words, he turned and left, not even bothering to register. Yuan Hao saw this and immediately followed. The teacher had initially wanted to get angry, but upon hearing the name Lin, he froze. Lin, the universally acknowledged peerless genius of the previous year. SSS-level talent, directly admitted to the Capital Academy. Moreover, she did indeed have a younger brother named Lin Yu. The principal had even held a special meeting about this matter before, specifically instructing the staff to take extra care of this student. Thinking of this, the teacher's anger dissipated significantly. He stood there, frowning as he watched the 2 leave, ultimately shaking his head helplessly. Was this considered breaking the rules? Hard to say, but since Lin was involved, there was no need to be overly strict. After all, this wasn't something a borrowing desk teacher could handle alone. The people in line nearby were all stunned. Who is this Lin Yu? He took 2 books, and the teacher didn't say a word. You don't even know Lin Yu? But surely you've heard of Lin. Of course, last year's SSS-level genius from our school. Isn't she at the Capital Academy now? Exactly. Lin Yu is her younger brother. No wonder he's so bold. Turns out he's Lin Lin's brother. Then it's fine. After leaving the library, Yuan Hao was still excited, lowering his voice as he said, "Brother Yu, this is amazing. We didn't even have to register, so we don't even need to return the books, right?" He grew more and more animated. "This is high-tier, yellow-grade material. Once I master it and sell it outside, I could easily make tens of thousands." Lin Yu stopped walking and turned to look at him. "Do you still want to stay in school?" Yuan Hao froze for a moment, then quickly shook his head. "Of course I do. Brother Yu, why are you suddenly saying this?" Lin Yu's tone was calm, but his gaze was cold. "Then don't entertain such ideas. These two books belong to the library. You can keep them at home for now, without rushing to return them. But if you sell them on the black market and the school finds out, you'll be the one in trouble." The smile on Yuan Hao's face stiffened. Lin Yu's words were blunt and realistic. After all, these were school assets. Although he had borrowed the books under Lin Lin's name, even if the borrowing teacher found out, they might not actually hold Lin Lin accountable. But selling martial techniques was no small matter. If it escalated, the school would never let it slide. Yuan Hao opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but ultimately forced a dry laugh. "I was just joking. I wouldn't actually sell them." The two continued walking forward. "Brother Yu," Yuan Hao suddenly spoke again, his tone filled with excitement. "Your move just now really worked. As soon as the teacher heard your name, he backed down immediately." Lin Yu interrupted him directly. "Don't say things like that." "Hey, I'm not trying to flatter you." Yuan Hao chuckled. "I just think that from now on, whenever we run into trouble at school, we can just mention our sister's name. That way, no one will dare mess with us, right?" He grew more and more excited as he spoke. "Whether it's Zhu Lipeng, Chun Hao, or even the teachers, they all have to give us some respect, right?" Lin Yu stopped in his tracks, turned to look at him, and said seriously, "What? You want to be the school boss? You want even the teachers to respect you?" Yuan Hao's smug expression instantly faded under his questioning. I was just joking," he said awkwardly, scratching his head. "Who can really walk sideways? That would make them a crab." Lin Yu glanced at him, but didn't respond. His mind was occupied with something far more important. The timing was just about right. Chun Hao's talent needed to be taken. Earlier today, at the training ground, Lin Yu had already pushed Chun Hao hard enough. More importantly, he had defeated Chun Hao in front of everyone. Chun Hao's potential ranking, originally 7th, had plummeted to beyond 30th place. Falling from such heights must be a bitter experience. Chun Hao was probably seething with hatred for him now, maybe even harboring thoughts of murder. But Lin Yu understood one thing very clearly. Anger is one thing, but Chun Hao wouldn't dare act on it yet. No one would actually commit murder just because they were momentarily enraged. Such thoughts are more like a thorn buried deep in the heart, growing sharper and deeper over time. Lin Yu's plan was to push that thorn even further. Thinking of this, a cold smile slowly crept onto his lips. "Brother Yu, why are you smiling like that?" "It's creepy," Yuan Hao said, shivering inexplicably as he watched from the side. Lin Yu quickly wiped the smile off his face and said indifferently, "It's nothing." He didn't elaborate further, because what was about to happen next was the real beginning. Before school ended, Lin Yu discreetly slipped a note into Chun Hao's desk. After completing this task, he left the school directly and headed to the secluded alley from yesterday. This time, as long as Chun Hao was even slightly observant, he might sense something was off. But Lin Yu wasn't worried. Chances were, Chun Hao wouldn't suspect anything at all. After all, the note was written in Lu Shi's name. Lu Shi was the class representative of Class 7 and widely recognized as the class beauty. She had delicate features, spoke softly, and consistently ranked in the top 20 in the grade for humanities exams. Half the boys in the class secretly had a crush on her, while the other half pretended they didn't. Chun Hao belonged to the former group, and he was the most obsessed of them all. Ever since becoming class president, he had been looking for every opportunity to get close to Lu Shi, bringing her breakfast, writing her love letters, pretending to bump into her after school. He had tried every trick in the book. Yet Lu Shi had always been lukewarm toward him, neither accepting nor outright rejecting him, keeping him hanging. Chun Hao had fallen deeper and deeper, like a bull being led by the nose, yet he was still willing. Now that he had awakened an S-level talent, he naturally cared even more about Lu Shi's opinion of him. This was precisely why Lin Yu used Lu Shi's name to lure him out. The note's message was simple. Chun Hao, after school, meet me in the old alley behind the school. I have something to tell you. The words were few, but the meaning was clear enough. At the end, Lu Shi's name was deliberately signed. Given Chun Hao's obsession with Lu Shi, he wouldn't even question its authenticity. Sure enough, on the other side, Chun Hao was ecstatic when he saw the note. He had been chasing Lu Shi for 3 whole years. Today, he had finally waited for Lu Shi to take the initiative to reach out to him. Although he couldn't understand why Lu Shi had chosen such a secluded location, he had already jumped to conclusions in his mind. It must be because he had awakened an S-level talent. It must be his talent that had finally made Lu Shi notice him. After all, people who awaken S-level talents are incredibly rare. How could someone like that not be worth noticing? In Chun Hao's eyes, he now had the qualifications to be Lu Shi's boyfriend. Perhaps Lu Shi had chosen this location to talk to him privately, or even to give him a chance. The message wasn't from Lu Shi at all, but Chun Hao, blinded by his ridiculous expectations, didn't think twice about it. He stuffed the note into his pocket and rushed out of the classroom. He had waited too long for this day. 3 years of secret admiration, 3 years of restraint, had almost cost him his judgment. He hurried all the way to that secluded alley, his steps quickening, his heartbeat growing heavier. It wasn't nervousness. It was more like a long-suppressed excitement. He had even tidied up his clothes in advance and deliberately sprayed on cologne, his mind filled with thoughts of what tone he should use when he finally saw Lu Shi. But as soon as he stepped into the alley, the smile on his face froze. Standing in front of him wasn't Lu Shi. It was Lin Yu. Chun Hao stood there in a daze, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Anticipation turned instantly into shock. Shock quickly morphed into anger, and finally, all of it compressed into fear. "You, why is it you?" His voice changed. "Where's Lu Shi? Didn't she ask me to come here?" Lin Yu leaned against the wall, his expression calm, even tinged with a faint, cold mockery. "You mean that note?" Lin Yu spoke slowly. "Take another look at the handwriting." Chun Hao's heart sank. He immediately pulled out the note. With just one glance, he realized he had been tricked. The handwriting on the paper was crooked and messy, completely different from Lu Shi's usual neat and beautiful script. In that instant, Chun Hao's face turned pale, and his whole body began to tremble. It wasn't out of fear. It was out of anger. He had waited so long, hoped so long, and even meticulously prepared everything for this day, only to be played like a fool by Lin Yu. That morning, he had already lost to Lin Yu once. Now, Lin Yu had used Lu Shi's name to lure him to this place. This wasn't just provocation, it was humiliation. Lin Yu looked at him, his gaze still calm. "Can't handle this already?" he asked. Chun Hao gritted his teeth and didn't answer. His eyes were already red, like a cornered wild beast. Lin Yu didn't rush to make a move. He still needed to confirm one last thing. "Your talent is strongest brain, right?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Chun Hao's face turned deathly pale. He instinctively took a step back, his eyes filled with terror. How do you know?" He hadn't said a word about it. The talent detection device only displayed levels, not specific abilities. The true nature of one's talent was supposed to be known only to the individual. It was absolutely confidential. Yet Lin Yu had exposed it in one sentence. Chun Hao began to panic. Lin Yu observed his reaction, and the last bit of doubt in his mind disappeared. The notebook hadn't lied to him. Chun Hao's reaction confirmed everything. "Don't be afraid." Lin Yu's tone was light. "I'm not here to fight you." But Chun Hao didn't relax. Instead, he retreated even faster. "Then what do you want?" If it had been yesterday, when he had just awakened his talent, he wouldn't have taken Lin Yu seriously at all. But now it was different. That morning's encounter had been a crushing defeat. Later, he had been challenged by several other students in succession, leaving him with numerous injuries. At this moment, he was far from his peak state and had no desire to confront Lin Yu head-on. All he wanted now was to leave this place and find an opportunity to take revenge later. After all, there was plenty of time. But Lin Yu didn't give him a way out. I just want to tell you one thing, Lin Yu said calmly. Your talent, I'm taking it. Chun Hao's eyes widened abruptly, as if he had just heard the most absurd thing imaginable. What nonsense are you talking about? How could talent possibly? Lin Yu interrupted him. Forgot to tell you, my talent is plunder. As long as I kill someone, I can take their talent. Chun Hao's breathing became erratic, his steps unsteady. Impossible. That's impossible. He denied it with his words, but his heart was already wavering. Lin Yu's statement was like a nail driven into his mind, impossible to dislodge. Kill someone. Take their talent. Such a thing sounded utterly ridiculous, but Lin Yu's calm tone made it chillingly believable. You're lying to me. Chun Hao shook his head desperately. You're scaring me. There's no such thing as stealing someone's talent. No one in the world can do that. Lin Yu didn't explain. He simply looked at Chun Hao and then began walking toward him step by step. Each step seemed to tread on Chun Hao's nerves. Don't come any closer, Chun Hao shouted sharply. If you take another step, I'll expose everything about you. Everyone will know, and you'll become everyone's target. He retreated while trying to use threats to force Lin Yu back. But Lin Yu's expression remained unchanged. Suit yourself, he said. Either way, you're not leaving this alley today. Chun Hao's heart skipped a beat. He finally realized Lin Yu wasn't joking. As Lin Yu approached, Chun Hao's hand suddenly reached behind him. The movement was subtle, but Lin Yu had been watching his every move. Chun Hao thought he had won, but he quickly discovered that the pain on Lin Yu's face didn't seem genuine. In that instant, Chun Hao's heart sank. He saw Lin Yu standing still, as if a knife had pierced his heart, yet he didn't immediately collapse. This abnormality instinctively made Chun Hao uneasy, but he forced himself to stay calm, pretending to be composed. He knew that at moments like this, he couldn't afford to show fear. Chun Hao pulled a folding knife from his back pocket, gritted his teeth, and stabbed fiercely at Lin Yu's chest. The strike was fast and ruthless, carrying all his killing intent. He couldn't care about Chun Hao's pupils constricted to pinpoints, and the color drained from his face instantly. He froze, as if witnessing the most improbable event. You're not dead? His voice trembled, almost unable to believe his eyes. How is this possible? He had clearly stabbed Lin Yu in the heart. And not just once. Those stabs were deadly, each one aimed to kill. Yet now, Lin Yu stood before him unharmed, showing not a trace of death. Impossible. Chun Hao staggered back, his voice trembling. I clearly stabbed you in the heart. You can't possibly be alive. Lin Yu looked at him, his expression terrifyingly calm. He didn't even attack immediately, merely observing Chun Hao as if looking at someone who had finally reached their end. Chun Hao truly panicked at this moment. He suddenly realized that things had completely exceeded his comprehension. He had once been a revered S-class genius. But now, only one thought remained in his mind, escape. But it was too late. Lin Yu slowly walked towards him. Every step felt like a blow to Chun Hao's heart. Chun Hao's breathing grew increasingly rapid, his face paler, and he was pushed to the limit by fear. But just as Lin Yu approached, a fierce glint flashed in Chun Hao's eyes. As if driven to the brink, he raised his hand and swung the folding knife again. If I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. This time, he was even more frantic than before. He no longer tried to hide, nor did he try to maintain any semblance of dignity. He only wanted to use his last bit of chance to drag Lin Yu down. The blade was aimed straight at Lin Yu's throat, incredibly fast. But Lin Yu simply turned slightly and easily dodged the blow. The movement was clean and swift, without the slightest strain. In Lin Yu's eyes now, Chun Hao's attack posed little threat. Chun Hao was completely stunned. He couldn't understand why his sudden attack had missed. Lin Yu didn't give him time to think further. He reached out and easily snatched the folding knife from Chun Hao's hand. The whole process was so fast that Chun Hao didn't even have time to react. I was going to give you a way out, Lin Yu said coldly, looking at him. But what you just did is enough to kill you 10 times over. Hearing this, Chen Hao's face turned deathly pale. He finally understood that he had personally destroyed even his last chance at survival. Tears and snot streamed down Hao's face. He was trembling all over. His earlier arrogance was gone, replaced only by fear and regret. I was wrong. Lin Yu, I've helped you a lot before, haven't I? Let me go. I'll give you anything. You want my talent, right? I'll give it to you. Everything, just don't kill me. Lin Yu looked at him, his face devoid of anger or pity. In his eyes, Chen Hao was already dead. I'll let you die, but I'll make sure you die knowing why. Lin Yu's voice was calm. You'd better check if your talent is still there. Chen Hao froze for a moment, then immediately closed his eyes to sense it. The next second, his expression completely changed. What happened? Why was there nothing there? The power that had always been hidden deep within his mind was gone. It was that very power that allowed him to analyze others' combat strength at any time, made his reactions faster, and gave him a body far stronger than the average person. But now it was all gone, as if it had never existed. How could this be? Chen Hao muttered to himself, trying again. Still nothing. He refused to believe it, trying a third time, a fourth time, a fifth time, again and again. But each time, there was no response. The veins on his forehead bulged, and he went completely mad. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. His voice trembled. Talent is bound to a person. How can my talent be gone? But soon, he realized something even more terrifying. It wasn't gone. It had been transferred. And the person who transferred it was Lin Yu. Chen Hao's mind buzzed. His entire body stiffened. What did you do to me? He lunged forward, grabbing Lin Yu's clothes tightly, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying. Why did my talent disappear? Where did you take it? Lin Yu didn't struggle or dodge. He simply looked at him calmly. There's something I've never told you, he said. My talent isn't about stealing someone else's talent after killing them. The real condition is that the other person has to kill me first. Chen Hao's breath stopped for a moment. Lin Yu continued, You just killed me earlier. Chen Hao froze in place, his mind blank. You must be wondering why I'm still alive, Lin Yu said, his tone still calm. Because I have two talents. The other one is called conceptual immortality. As long as there's anything in this world that remembers me, I won't truly die. This sentence was like an icy blade, stabbing deep into Chen Hao's heart. The color drained from his face, and he staggered backward, as if he had seen a ghost. No, impossible. He shook his head repeatedly. This is impossible. Suddenly, he lunged forward again, grabbing Lin Yu's clothes like a madman. Give it back. Give me back my talent. But in the next second, his voice was cut off, because Lin Yu's knife had already pierced his heart. The cold blade penetrated his chest, and blood immediately gushed out. Chen Hao looked down and realized that the knife was his own folding knife. Now, this knife was embedded in his own heart. His body stiffened instantly, his lips trembling as he tried to speak, to curse, to beg, to ask Lin Yu why he had done this to him. But it was too late for anything. The blood kept flowing, and his strength was fading bit by bit. Chen Hao's gaze began to blur, his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. It was only at this moment that he finally understood. From the very beginning, Lin Yu had been plotting against him. Lu Xu was just a decoy. Calling him out was to provoke him. Revealing the rules of the talent was to make him believe that he could win if he acted. But in reality, Lin Yu had already dug a pit, waiting for him to fall into it. Everything had been planned. Chen Hao's body slowly collapsed, finally falling heavily to the ground. At first, it was Lin Yu who fell. Now it was his turn. He lay on the ground, his eyes still open, dying with regret. His talent was gone. His life was gone. Why, he used his last bit of strength to squeeze out these words. Lin Yu stood before him, looking down at him coldly, his voice devoid of any warmth. Because you're just a stepping stone on my path to power, he said. You must die. After hearing these words, Chen Hao exhaled his last breath. From the moment Lin Yu revealed the secret, Chen Hao had no chance of survival, because only the dead can keep secrets best. But for Lin Yu, killing someone for the first time still weighed heavily on his heart. Even though his mind was now clearer, his reactions faster, and the power within him stronger, his stomach churned. He took a deep breath, forcing down the discomfort. Now was not the time to relax. The body couldn't be left here. If any trace was left behind, it would eventually lead back to him. How should a body be dealt with after a first kill? Lin Yu stood in the narrow, dark alley, staring at Chun Hao on the ground, his fingers still trembling uncontrollably. This was his first real kill. From a moment he decided to take Chun Hao's talent. He knew he would eventually reach this point. But now that the moment had arrived, he realized that imagination and reality were completely different. Occasionally, people passed by outside the alley. A single cry of alarm could send everything spiraling out of control. Lin Yu forced himself to calm down and quickly scanned his surroundings. Handling the corpse? Impossible. This place was too small, too messy, and too likely to leave new traces. If someone saw him moving the body, it wouldn't be a clean operation. It would be him walking straight into the line of fire. The risk was too high, the cost too. Great. He gritted his teeth and decided not to touch the corpse. Right now, the most important thing wasn't making the scene look like nothing had happened, but erasing all traces that could point to him. He first took the note, then hid the folding knife. Anything connected to him, he left nothing behind. After finishing everything, Lin Yu turned back for one last look. The alley still looked as run down, filthy, and inconspicuous as ever. Unless someone deliberately investigated, no one would think that a person had just died here. Even if someone later discovered Chun Hao's body, they would most likely assume it was the work of the Wuming Hall. Wuming Hall, a notorious and mysterious organization within China, specializing in hunting down geniuses before they could fully develop. Ruthless methods, swift actions, and deeply hidden movements. Every year, people died at their hands, and although the authorities had been pursuing them, they had never been able to completely eradicate them. To Lin Yu, this organization was the perfect scapegoat. Chun Hao was an S-level talent genius, while he himself, a lowest-level talent awakener. No one in their right mind would connect the two. Even less would they think that Lin Yu killed Chun Hao not out of revenge or to prove a point, but simply to plunder his talent. Back home, Lin Yu collapsed on his bed, his chest still slightly heaving. The impact of killing someone for the first time was stronger than he had imagined. He had thought he would feel fear, disgust, or insomnia. But when he truly calmed down, what surfaced in his heart was an even more complex emotion, a cold, almost ruthless judgment. If he could get through this time, the future might go more smoothly. He even had a thought flash through his mind. Maybe if he killed more, it wouldn't feel so hard anymore. Lin Yu took out his notebook, flipped it open, and his face instantly changed. New handwriting had already appeared on the page. You successfully plundered Chun Hao's strongest brain, talent, and avoided tampering with the corpse, successfully shifting suspicion to Wuming Hall. You think everything will be fine. But the next day, when you arrive at school, you hear from classmates and the homeroom teacher about Chun Hao's death. You don't care until the authorities come to the school, present their identification, and directly target you. You are arrested and imprisoned. Lin Yu abruptly stood up from the bed, his pupils contracting sharply. What kind of joke is this? He stared at those lines of text, his entire body frozen. The previous sentence had said the suspicion had been successfully shifted to Wuming Hall. But the next sentence said the authorities directly came for him, even going to the school, with a clear target him. What did this mean? It meant the authorities already knew he was the killer. Lin Yu's mind began racing. He had taken a note. He had hidden the knife. Fingerprints, footprints. He had done his best to deal with those traces. There were no surveillance cameras at the scene, no witnesses. Most importantly, he didn't have a strong enough motive. Chun Hao was dead. Why would the authorities directly suspect him? Unless there were two possibilities. First, the authorities had some extremely special talent that could directly identify the killer. Second, someone deliberately framed him for this. Lin Yu almost immediately ruled out the first possibility. If the authorities truly had such an extraordinary ability, Wuming Hall wouldn't have been able to exist until today. So the more likely scenario was the second one. Someone was framing him. But who could it be? Lin Yu's mind quickly flashed through the faces he had seen today, and finally, one name surfaced. Zhu Liping. Zhu Liping's parents both worked in official organizations. If he really wanted to manipulate things, he certainly had the capability. But Lin Yu didn't immediately jump to conclusions. When interacting with Zhu Liping today, although he felt that the other person was not simple, his intuition told him that Zhu Liping was not the type to stab someone in the back. Lin Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The matter was far from over. The real trouble was just beginning. Lin Yu looked at the few lines written in the notebook, and a chill ran through his heart. If it could truly predict the future, it meant that the outcome it provided was highly likely to be correct. But the more this was the case, the clearer Lin Yu became about one thing. If he did nothing, tomorrow would only bring his capture. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down and rethink the situation. The notebook said that killing Zhu Liping before dawn would change the outcome. But that was simply not something he could accomplish right now. He didn't even know where Zhu Liping lived, let alone how to approach him silently and unnoticed. Zhu Liping was never alone at school. He was always surrounded by a few followers, leaving no opportunity to strike. Unless he could lure him out alone. But with what excuse? Zhu Yiwei? Lin Yu quickly dismissed this idea. Zhu Liping wasn't stupid. He wouldn't obediently show up just because of a single message. People who treat others as prey and drive them step by step into a corner are often the most cautious. He turned over, staring at the ceiling, his mind in chaos. The notebook had given him an answer, but for him right now, that answer was almost as good as no answer at all. Could he really go back to school tomorrow and just stand there, waiting for someone to put a knife to his throat? Lin Yu was unwilling to accept this. He grabbed the notebook again, his fingers turning white from the force, and asked in a low voice, "How long will I stay in prison?" No response. After waiting for a long time, the page remained blank with nothing appearing. Lin Yu's heart sank. He asked again, "If I don't go to school tomorrow, will I still be caught?" Still blank. Where does Zhu Liping live? Blank. Is there any other way, besides killing him, to ensure I survive tomorrow? Still blank. Lin Yu finally understood. It wasn't that the notebook was broken. It was that the hints it could provide had reached their limit. The rest of the path would have to rely on him. But the problem was, he didn't have the time to make mistakes right now. If he had a chance to start over, if he had the ability to go back in time, he could slowly figure out a way to break the deadlock. But reality doesn't allow for what-ifs. The only thing he could rely on now was to seize that talent. That was the key to his survival. As for whether he would be caught tomorrow, Lin Yu thought carefully for a long time and finally decided not to act rashly. Chen Hao's death was definitely connected to Zhu Liping. As long as Zhu Liping pushed things from behind, many events would develop in ways unfavorable to Lin Yu. But Lin Yu wasn't completely without confidence. As long as there was no evidence proving he killed Chen Hao, he still had a chance. This he was certain of. After figuring things out, Lin Yu simply lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and forced himself to sleep. Thinking about it now wouldn't help. The real battle was tomorrow. The next day, Lin Yu got up as usual, washed up, ate breakfast, and went to school. On the surface, he was no different from usual. But as soon as he walked into the classroom, he immediately sensed something was off. The atmosphere was heavy. Everyone's expressions were strange, as if they had just heard some explosive news. Brother Yuan Hao squeezed out from the crowd, his face pale, his voice trembling with panic. "Have you heard? Chen Hao is dead." Lin Yu's expression didn't change in the slightest. He only furrowed his brows slightly and pretended to be surprised as he asked, "Dead?" "Yes, discovered last night." Yuan Hao lowered his voice, but he couldn't hide his shock. In the alley next to the school, stabbed in the heart, killed with one blow. The news spread in the class group last night, and now the whole school is in an uproar. Lin Yu was silent for 2 seconds before asking, "Are you sure it's him?" "Absolutely sure." Yuan Hao nodded repeatedly. "The officials have already come. Didn't you see? The class is in an uproar right now, all because of this incident. A person who had just awakened an S-level talent was directly killed on the way home from school. Everyone feels something's off. Lin Yu's gaze darkened slightly. Things were indeed progressing faster than he had anticipated. Killed by people from the Hall of No Names. I was thinking the same thing. Yuan Hao nodded, lowering his voice. Looking at it this way, we're still considered lucky. At least they wouldn't target people like us. I've never heard of the Hall of No Names going after anyone with a talent below a level. The classroom, which had been buzzing with whispers, quieted down after a while when Teacher Li walked in. He was only in his 40s, but most of his hair was already gone. Usually strict, his face today looked even more frighteningly grim. He scanned the classroom, and his gaze finally landed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu, come out for a moment. As soon as he said this, the entire classroom fell silent for a moment. Then, everyone started speculating wildly. No way, could it be Lin Yu who killed Chen Hao? How is that possible? Even if they had a grudge, it wouldn't be Lin Yu's turn to act, right? An F-level talent versus an S-level talent. Such a huge gap. What could Lin Yu use to kill him? But didn't you notice? When he heard about Chen Hao's death this morning, he didn't react at all. He was unnaturally calm. Could it be that he already knew? That's just baseless guessing. If he really did it, he shouldn't be so calm. The more panicked someone is, the more suspicious they seem. Someone as composed as him is more likely innocent. But he just fought with Chen Hao yesterday, and Chen Hao lost. Then, Chen Hao died that night. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? When coincidences pile up, they stop being coincidences. I think Lin Yu definitely has something to do with this. Yuan Hao couldn't take it anymore and interrupted them directly. Shut up, all of you. Where's the evidence? If you don't have any, stop making wild accusations. Lin Yu ignored the chatter, stood up calmly, and followed the homeroom teacher out of the classroom. Teacher Li remained silent the entire way, his expression heavy as if weighed down by a stone, simply leading him toward the principal's office. The door to the principal's office was open. As soon as Lin Yu entered, he saw 3 people sitting on the sofa. 2 men and 1 woman, all dressed in plain clothes, but their aura clearly indicated they were no ordinary individuals. Especially the oldest man, who was nearly 60, with a head full of white hair, a stern expression, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The woman beside him looked younger, with neat short hair, casually fiddling with something in her hands. The other middle-aged man was quietly conversing with the principal. As soon as Lin Yu walked in, all 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously focused on him. Lin Yu, have a seat, said Mu Tianzhao, the principal of South City No. 1 High School. Lin Yu wasn't meeting him for the first time. They'd crossed paths several times during enrollment, so he wasn't unfamiliar. After Lin Yu sat down, Mu Tianzhao continued, "We invited you here today because people from the Bureau want to ask you about some matters. Answer what you should, and if there's something you shouldn't answer, you can choose not to." Lin Yu frowned slightly. People from the Bureau. The Martial Arts Bureau. An official organization. As expected, just like what was written in the notebook, what was meant to come had indeed arrived. The middle-aged man took out his credentials and spoke in a steady tone. "We are from the Martial Arts Bureau. My name is Zhang Rui. These 2 are my colleagues, Zhou Tianshan and Li Wan." Lin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze calm. "What do you want from me?" Zhang Rui looked at him, his eyes carrying a clear sense of scrutiny. "Yesterday, your classmate Chen Hao died." Lin Yu's face showed no reaction. "I heard about it. And then? What does that have to do with me?" Zhang Hui's milid faintly. "Because yesterday morning, you had a fight with him. In the afternoon, he died near the school. Based on the information we currently have, you are the primary suspect, and the suspicion is quite significant." He paused for a moment and added, "Before coming to you, we also questioned others, so you don't need to be nervous. This is just routine questioning. We're just one of the people we're asking." Lin Yu was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled. "Officer, I'm a universally recognized F-grade talent failure. How could I possibly kill Chen Hao, who has an S-grade talent?" This question hit right at the critical point. Zhang Rui and the others didn't respond immediately. After a while, the gray-haired man slowly spoke. "Lin Yu, you don't need to be nervous. We're just trying to understand the situation." Lin Yu gently shook his head. "I don't feel like you're trying to understand the situation. Judging by your demeanor, It seems you've already decided I'm the murderer. Li Wan suddenly spoke, her voice calm, yet piercing like a needle. Lin Yu, I need to tell you a fact. Your fingerprints were found on Chun Hao's body. Lin Yu remained expressionless. He was the only one who knew what had happened in the alley yesterday afternoon. He had personally handled the scene, so he was more aware than anyone whether traces might have been left behind. Moreover, with the enhancement of his strongest brain talent, it was almost impossible for him to leave any flaws while handling the scene. Li Wan stared into his eyes, trying to discern any hint of unease from his calm face. But Lin Yu simply sat there quietly, his breathing steady. Lin Yu revealed nothing. His gaze was eerily calm. Zhou Tianshan stared at him for a few seconds, hoping to find a trace of panic, fear, or even the slightest flaw on his face. But there was nothing. Lin Yu was too composed. So composed that he didn't seem like a high school student who had just been suspected of murder. Zhou Tianshan slowly stood up, his tone cold and firm. Lin Yu, come with us to the headquarters and cooperate with the investigation. Lin Yu did not resist. He knew very well that resistance at this point would be meaningless. If it was just cooperation for an investigation, there was still a chance to turn things around. As long as the evidence was insufficient, he still had a chance to be released. But if he acted out now, it would be equivalent to handing over leverage to others. The Martial Arts Bureau. This institution had existed since the earliest days of awakened individuals, specializing in managing and investigating them, as well as handling cases related to them. Its authority was immense, so immense that any awakened individual under its scrutiny would feel oppressed. No matter how high one's talent was, there were usually only two options: comply with the investigation or be directly detained. Unless you were so powerful that even the Martial Arts Bureau couldn't suppress you. Otherwise, the outcome of resistance was often singular: death. Lin Yu was well aware of this. Moreover, he had a secret that must not be exposed: the immortal talent. If this ability were truly discovered, the consequences would be far more severe than being suspected of murder. So he could only endure. Let's go, Lin Yu said calmly. After all, he had already prepared for the worst last night. Zhou Tianshan glanced at him, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. He had expected a child of this age to lose composure when faced with people from the Bureau. But Lin Yu had been too calm from start to finish, so calm it sent chills down one's spine. How could a high school student achieve this? The four of them walked out of the principal's office together. In the hallway, the homeroom teacher had been waiting there all along. Seeing Lin Yu being taken away, his expression was complicated, as if he wanted to say something but swallowed his words. He knew he couldn't stop them. After the bureau personnel left, the homeroom teacher quickly rushed into the principal's office. Principal, about this matter. He had just started speaking when Mu Tianzhao raised his hand to interrupt him. I know what you want to say. Mu Tianzhao leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples, his voice low. I trust this child, Lin Yu, but this matter is beyond what we can handle right now. The homeroom teacher paced back and forth anxiously, his face pale. Are we just going to watch him being taken away? Mu Tianzhao was silent for a moment, his eyes flickering slightly. We can't intervene, but that doesn't mean no one can. The homeroom teacher froze. You mean? Mu Tianzhao didn't explain further. He simply took out his phone and dialed a number. Lin Yu followed Zhang Rui and the other two out of the school. At the school gate, a black sedan was parked. Its design was understated, yet it carried an unmistakable official aura. The license plate and the special emblem on the front of the car were clear indicators to everyone that this was not something ordinary people could meddle with. Zhang Rui opened the rear car door and gestured for Lin Yu to get in. Lin Yu sat inside. Li Wan sat beside him. Zhou Tianshan took the front passenger seat, and Zhang Rui was responsible for driving. The car slowly left the campus. But in the brief moment they departed, the school had already erupted into chaos. In the classroom, Yuan Hao stood by the window, watching Lin Yu being taken away with his own eyes, his face dark with anger. He didn't believe it. He absolutely didn't believe Lin Yu would kill Chun Hao. Yesterday, Lin Yu had publicly defeated Chun Hao, and today he was taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau, something must have gone wrong in between. But others didn't see it that way. See? I told you Lin Yu was suspicious. That car belongs to the Martial Arts Bureau. I recognize the emblem. If the Bureau personally came to arrest him, it means this is no small matter. If it were an ordinary case, they wouldn't have been involved. A boy with a sharp face and monkey-like features immediately became excited, his tone full of smugness. Previously, no one believed him, but now that Lin Yu had been taken away, he felt he had finally been vindicated. Stop spouting nonsense. A girl wearing glasses frowned and retorted bluntly, "You just can't stand seeing others do well. Lin Yu just beat Chun Hao yesterday. What reason would he have to kill him?" "Reasons are unpredictable," the sharp-faced boy sneered. "Anyway, the Bureau came for him, so he must be the prime suspect. Otherwise, why would they take him away?" "But Lin Yu only has an F-level talent." Another boy shook his head, puzzled. "How could he possibly kill Chun Hao?" "Why not?" The sharp-faced boy let out a cold laugh. "Yesterday morning, who would have thought an F-level talent could defeat an S-level talent like Chun Hao? And yet he did. Now you're saying he couldn't commit murder. Who's going to believe that?" The classroom grew increasingly noisy, like a boiling pot of water, impossible to suppress. Yuan Hao, furious, slammed his fist onto the desk. Bang! The loud noise instantly silenced the entire classroom. Everyone turned to look at him. Yuan Hao swept his gaze coldly across the room, his eyes sharp as knives. "Lin Yu is my brother. If anyone dares to spread nonsense here again, don't blame me for being rude." The sharp-faced boy shrank back under his glare. He knew Yuan Hao wasn't someone to mess with. An A-level talent versus his own C-level talent. They weren't even on the same level. But he still refused to back down verbally, muttering under his breath, "What's so great about that?" This time, however, no one responded to him. The news quickly spread throughout the school. It wasn't just Class 7. Other classes also learned that Lin Yu had been taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau. "Hey, did you hear? Lin Yu from Class 7 was taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau." Lin Yu? The one who awakened an F-level talent? Didn't he just beat Chun Hao, who has an S-level talent, yesterday? Logically, he should be at the height of his fame right now. Why was he suddenly arrested? "I heard Chun Hao is dead, and Lin Yu is the prime suspect." Chun Hao is dead? What does Chun Hao's death have to do with Lin Yu? Lin Yu only has an F-level talent. How could he possibly kill someone with an S-level talent? I was at the training ground yesterday morning. Lin Yu's victory over Chun Hao was purely luck. Chun Hao didn't take the fight seriously at all. If you're saying an F-level talent could kill an S-level talent, I absolutely don't believe it. Well, the rumor is all over the school now. Believe it or not, it's up to you. In just a short time, the news of Lin Yu being taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau had spread across the entire school. Various speculations followed. Some said Lin Yu was a member of the Palace of No Life, infiltrating the school to assassinate its geniuses. Others claimed Lin Yu had used forbidden techniques and was caught by the Bureau, leading to his immediate arrest. There were even more outrageous rumors, like Lin Yu secretly being in love with Chun Hao. And after being rejected, he killed him out of spite that on the school rooftop, Zhu Lipeng had his hands in his pockets, quietly watching the direction where Lin Yu was being taken away. The black sedan had long disappeared, yet his expression remained calm. "Brother Lipeng, you're here." Footsteps sounded from behind, and a tall, thin boy quickly ran over, his tone full of schadenfreude. "Did you hear? Lin Yu got arrested, and it was the Martial Arts Bureau who personally took him away." Zhu Lipeng nodded slightly. "I know." The tall, thin boy leaned in closer and lowered his voice. "This is great. You don't even need to deal with him yourself. That guy was so arrogant before, even daring to compete with you for Chuyu. Now look, he's directly in custody. If you ask me, he must have killed Chun Hao. Otherwise, why would the Bureau come for him?" Zhu Lipeng turned his head to glance at him, a faint smile slowly curling at the corner of his mouth. He said nothing, but this reaction alone made the tall, thin boy's heart skip a beat, as if he suddenly understood something. However, he didn't dare to point it out and could only laugh along. Lin Yu brought this upon himself. He deserves it. Zhu Lipeng looked back in the direction where the black sedan had disappeared and said softly, Lin Yu, oh Lin Yu, did you really think that defeating Chun Hao would qualify you to stand before me? You don't even have the right to be my opponent. Meanwhile, in the training hall, Chu Yu stood by the window, gazing in the direction where the black sedan had left, silent for a long time. Ouyang Qin stood beside her face brimming with uncontrollable curiosity. Yu, the car's been gone for so long. Don't tell me you actually have feelings for that, Lin Yu. Chu Yu's expression was calm, and her tone was equally indifferent. I don't think he's the type to act recklessly. Ouyang Qin immediately caught on. You mean someone deliberately framed him? Chu Yu didn't respond. The more Ouyang Qin thought about it, the more suspicious she became, continuing to analyze. Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. Yesterday morning, he just defeated Chun Hao, climbed to 7th on the potential rankings, and secured an independent training room. Logically, he's at the peak of his momentum. There's no reason for him to kill Chun Hao. At this point, she suddenly paused, a name flashing through her mind. Unless it's Brother Lipeng. Halfway through her sentence, she stopped herself, her expression shifting slightly. If that were the case, then many things would make sense. Chu Yu turned her head to look at her. All right, let's focus on training. Don't overthink it. But Ouyang Qin remained standing there, increasingly unable to understand her best friend. Just moments ago, she had been staring out the window for so long, seemingly worried about something. Yet the next second, she acted as if she didn't care at all. Lin Yu sat in the car, unsure how much time had passed. Eventually, the car stopped. After being let out of the car, he found himself facing a gray building. Lin Yu followed the 3 people inside, his expression calm, showing no signs of being a criminal. Because he was well aware that if he were truly convicted, he wouldn't have been brought here so casually. More importantly, these 3 people hadn't placed any restrictions on him throughout the journey. This could only mean 2 things. Either they weren't worried about him escaping, or they were certain Lin Yu couldn't escape. Lin Yu didn't attempt to resist or flee. It wasn't because he lacked courage, but because he didn't believe the Martial Arts Bureau had any real evidence of him killing Chun Hao. If they did, the questioning in the principal's office wouldn't have been so simple. They would have arrested him outright. Lin Yu naturally recalled the information provided in the notebook last night. Most likely, Zhu Lipeng was behind this, stirring things up, and Zhu Lipeng's parents were officials in the southern city. Lin Yu was taken to the 3rd floor. The corridor was long, the lights glaring, with surveillance cameras installed every few meters. Occasionally, someone passed by, their faces carrying a suppressed and serious expression. When they saw Lin Yu, they would take an extra glance that a high school student in a school uniform being personally brought in by people from the Central Bureau was no small matter. The 3 of them led Lin Yu into an interrogation room. The doors slowly closed behind them. The room wasn't large, containing only a table and a few chairs. A mirror hung on the wall, and Lin Yu immediately recognized it wasn't an ordinary mirror, but more likely one-way glass. The most uncomfortable thing was the lighting, blindingly white, so harsh it made even keeping one's eyes open difficult. Sit, Zhang Rui said, nodding toward the chair in the center. Lin Yu pulled out the chair and sat down, his expression calm. He wasn't flustered. He had already experienced that oppressive feeling the night before. Since he had known he would be brought here, there was nothing to fear. To him, this felt more like walking into a prearranged exam. Except this exam wasn't about grades, but about courage and psychological resilience. He even thought the Martial Arts Bureau might not be able to detain him for long. Zhang Rui opened a file, looked up at him, and spoke in an official tone. Lin Yu, we're going to ask you a few questions. You can choose not to answer, but every word you say will become testimony. Lin Yu nodded, his voice steady. Go ahead. Zhang Rui stared at him and slowly began. Where were you between 7 p.m. and 11 p.m. last night? At home, Lin Yu answered quickly. After school, I went straight home. After dinner, I stayed in my room. Can anyone confirm that? Zhang Rui continued. My parents can, Lin Yu replied. Zhang Rui shook his head slightly, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. Your parents would cover for you. Do you have any other evidence? Lin Yu looked at him, his tone unwavering. Then no, I don't. He was telling the truth. Other than his parents, no one could prove he had stayed in his room all night. But Lin Yu wasn't worried at all because he knew that truly skilled individuals rarely left obvious flaws. The interrogation room fell silent for a few seconds. Zhou Tianshan then spoke, his tone steadier than Zhang Rui's. Lin Yu, what's your relationship with Chen Hao like? Lin Yu thought for a moment and answered cautiously. We used to get along fine. After all, he's the class monitor and everyone gets along on the surface. He paused before continuing. But after he awakened his S-level talent, we didn't have much interaction. The words sounded plain, but Lin Yu knew very well that things weren't that simple. In the past, there was no real friendship between him and Chen Hao. It was merely because of Lin Lin that Chen Hao often acted overly attentive. But once Chen Hao awakened his S-level talent, his attitude changed. It was as if he had suddenly risen to a higher position, even his gaze carrying an oppressive sense of superiority. Some people, once they gain power, forget who they used to be. Zhou Tianshan frowned. Why didn't you have much interaction? No particular reason, Lin Yu replied directly. We just don't share the same path. His words were simple but clear. Some people are destined not to walk the same road. It's not about who's right or wrong, but about differing perspectives, positions, and ambitions. Since they no longer belong to the same circle, there is no need to force a connection. Zhou Tianshan was about to ask another question when Li Wan, sitting nearby, spoke first. Lin Yu, just admit it. Her tone was sharp, as if she had already decided the outcome. We found your hair on Chen Hao's body. The evidence is right here. You're the one who killed Chen Hao. Stop denying it. After hearing this, Lin Yu actually smiled. Big sister, does saying that make you feel better? Li Wan's face darkened. This wasn't her first time dealing with Lin Yu. Back at school, she had tried similar tactics, attempting to provoke him into revealing a flaw. But now it seemed Lin Yu was even more composed than she had imagined. She accused him of being the murderer, yet he wasn't the least bit flustered and even managed to mock her in return. This made Li Wan feel very uncomfortable. But for the moment, she couldn't find a way to refute him. After all, she was indeed much older than Lin Yu. Standing in front of a newly adult high school student and being called Big Sister didn't seem to be something one could find fault with. Zhou Tianshan raised his hand to stop her from continuing. Wanner, stop it. Li Wan snorted coldly, crossed her arms, and said no more. Zhou Tianshan turned his gaze back to Lin Yu, his eyes now carrying a hint of scrutiny. Lin Yu, you're very calm. If it were an average high school student brought to a place like this, they'd have panicked long ago. He paused, then continued. But from the moment you came in, you've been composed. Even I have to admire such composure. Lin Yu, however, didn't agree with this statement. I'm not an ordinary high school student, he said. I'm an awakened. This wasn't arrogance, but a fact. After awakening, a person was no longer in the same category as ordinary students. Their physique, reflexes, willpower, and even their way of perceiving danger would undergo changes. Zhou Tianshan nodded, seemingly accepting this explanation. Then he brought the topic back to Chen Hao. Do you know why Chen Hao was killed? Lin Yu shook his head. I don't know. Our preliminary judgment is that the killer might be someone from the Hall of Lifelessness, Zhou Tianshan said gravely. They specialize in hunting down highly talented individuals. Chen Hao had an S-level talent, but hadn't fully developed yet, making him a perfect target for them. Lin Yu's expression didn't change, but inwardly, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Good. The Martial Arts Bureau was finally starting to suspect the Hall of Lifelessness. This meant their attention had somewhat shifted away from him. At least for now, Chen Hao's death seemed more like an attack by an external force rather than a trap specifically targeting Lin Yu. That's all for today's questioning, Zhou Tianshan said as he stood up. His tone was calm, but carried an undeniable sense of authority. Until we find the killer, you'll stay here. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Can I make a phone call? Li Wan immediately retorted coldly. What do you think this place is? You want to make a phone call? Lin Yu didn't argue, merely looking at her quietly. He knew these people were trying to pressure him, hoping he'd panic or reveal something he shouldn't. Unfortunately for them, they underestimated him. Lin Yu didn't believe the Martial Arts Bureau could detain him for long. As long as his sister found out he'd been brought here, things wouldn't end so simply. To others, the Martial Arts Bureau might seem like an untouchable authority. But to Lin Yu, it was just another obstacle that could be broken. Some troubles might appear significant on the surface, but as long as his true trump card remained unplayed, nothing was truly over. Lin Yu understood this clearly. The current situation was just the beginning. He didn't want to involve Lin Lin, but some people insisted on using connections to pressure others, on escalating matters unnecessarily. As Zhou Tianshan and the other two were about to leave, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in from outside. His hair was neatly combed, and his expression carried an undisguised sense of superiority. At a glance, it was clear he wasn't an ordinary member of the Martial Arts Bureau, but someone with status in the official system. So, has he confessed? The middle-aged man's gaze immediately fell on Lin Yu as he spoke, as if looking at a piece of evidence already laid out on the table. Lin Yu raised his eyes to meet his, instantly understanding a few things. The surname Zhu. That surname alone explained a lot. Zhou Tianshan's tone remained calm. There's no substantive evidence yet. The investigation is ongoing. Director Zhu stepped into the interrogation room, glanced at Lin Yu, and smirked slightly. So this is Lin Yu? Doesn't seem all that special. Zhang Rui immediately adopted a polite tone. Director Zhu, what brings you personally to the Bureau? Unlike Zhou Tianshan, Zhang Rui didn't have the seniority or the confidence to confront the man directly, so he could only lower his stance. Director Zhu chuckled, as if discussing something trivial. I was passing by and thought I'd take a look. After all, an S-level talent Awaken has died, and the higher-ups are very concerned. He spoke as he walked up to Lin Yu, looking down at him from above. His gaze carried scrutiny, disdain, and a hint of deeply hidden mockery. Is it you? Lin Yu did not avoid his gaze. He could tell that this person wasn't here simply to investigate the case. He seemed more like he was here to exert pressure, to let everyone know that someone was watching this matter closely, and no one should think they could easily brush it aside. Director Zhu shook his head, his tone indifferent, yet laced with a hint of threat. These days, there aren't many people who enter the Martial Arts Bureau and expect to leave peacefully. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the door. When he reached the doorway, he stopped, didn't turn back, and coldly added, Captain Zhou, this matter is being taken very seriously by those above. No matter what method you use, get to the bottom of it as soon as possible. Within 3 days, I want results. The death of an S-level genius cannot simply be brushed aside. He deliberately emphasized the last few words. It wasn't a reminder, it was a hint, and an undisguised one at that. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, his gaze gradually growing colder. Zhu Lipeng. So it's you. He almost immediately figured it out. Zhu Lipeng must be the one pulling strings behind the scenes. Relying on his parents' connections, he was able to extend his reach here, prompting the Martial Arts Bureau to target him so quickly. Otherwise, how could an ordinary student possibly cause such a stir in the official system? Lin Yu sneered inwardly. You think you've covered your tracks perfectly, but unfortunately, I have the notebook. You have your family's connections, but I'm not without mine. Your parents may be officials, but my sister is an SSS-level genius. Comparing backgrounds? Connections? Let's see who breaks first in the end. Originally, he had planned to keep a low profile at school, to hide himself and wait for the right opportunity. But now it seemed that things wouldn't allow him to stay low-key any longer. Since Zhu Lipeng had made the first move, there was no need for him to hold back. Once he got out, he would personally settle this score. He wasn't the type to kill without reason, but he also wouldn't let anyone trample on him for nothing. You hit me once, I'll hit you back once. That's fair. Even Lin Yu himself hadn't expected Zhu Lipeng to extend his reach so far, directly using the Martial Arts Bureau to pressure him. This move was indeed ruthless and cunning. No wonder that guy had such confidence. The interrogation room was silent, but at the entrance of the Martial Arts Bureau, chaos had already erupted. Lin Yu's parents had heard the news immediately and rushed over by taxi. They hadn't even caught their breath before storming into the entrance, causing a commotion. They simply couldn't believe that Lin Yu would commit murder, nor could they accept that the Martial Arts Bureau would detain him without evidence. They could only wait. But the longer they waited, the more anxious they became, and the more anxious they were, the more they wanted answers. In the first-floor lobby, Lin Yu's father and mother stood at the edge, their faces grim. Yet even so, they didn't leave, waiting persistently for an explanation. The commotion they caused drew the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but glance over. After a while, a black sedan pulled up outside the main entrance. The car was unusual. A symbol hovered above the vehicle, not attached to the body like on ordinary cars, but suspended in mid-air as if held by some invisible force. The security guards initially wanted to step forward to stop the car, but as soon as they saw the symbol, their expressions changed instantly. The symbols attached to cars usually represented the Martial Arts Bureau, but those floating above cars represented the martial arts headquarters. The two were on entirely different levels. The Martial Arts Bureau handled local awakened incidents, while the martial arts headquarters was based in the capital and rarely intervened in regional affairs. They only stepped in when matters escalated or had already impacted higher levels. Now, someone from the martial arts headquarters had arrived. The previously noisy atmosphere in the lobby quieted down significantly. Everyone realized that this matter was no longer a simple investigation. Lin Yu's parents stood in the lobby, their minds still in turmoil. They couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they tried. Their son was only taken in for questioning. How could he suddenly end up being detained by the Martial Arts Bureau? What made their hearts sink even further was that the people who came were from the Bureau itself. That kind of place was completely out of reach for ordinary people, and once you were targeted, no one could feel at ease. At that moment, the sound of screeching brakes came from outside. A black sedan stopped at the door, and as the car door opened, a young woman in a black professional suit stepped out briskly. She appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with short hair and sharp eyes, holding a folder in her hand. She was not an ordinary staff member, but an awakened. After entering, her gaze swept across the room and quickly locked onto Lin's father and mother. "Excuse me, are you Lin Yu's parents?" Lin's mother froze for a moment before hurriedly nodding. The woman walked up to them, slightly bowed, but her tone was steady. "Hello, I am Captain Fong of the 3rd Squad of the Martial Arts Bureau. Lin asked me to come." Hearing the name Lin, the taut string in Lin's mother's heart finally loosened a little. "Xiaolin knows about this?" Lin's father immediately asked. After receiving the news, they had rushed over as quickly as possible and hadn't had time to inform Lin. But now, hearing what Captain Fong said, they realized that at least their daughter was already aware of the situation. Captain Fong nodded. "Deputy Captain Lin is currently on a mission and cannot come immediately, but she contacted us as soon as she found out. She asked me to tell you not to worry. I will handle this matter." Her tone was not heavy, but every word was clear. "Please rest in the car for now. Leave the rest to me." After speaking, she turned and walked inside. Her steps were not fast, but were firm. She also understood that this matter could not be delayed. The orders from above had already been issued, and even though she had rushed over as quickly as possible, she was still a step behind. But at least it wasn't too late yet. The receptionist finally reacted at this moment and hurriedly stepped forward, trying to stop her. "Excuse me, ma'am." Captain Fong did not stop, directly showing her credentials and taking out a prepared document. "Captain of the 3rd Squad of the Martial Arts Bureau. From now on, Lin Yu's case is under our jurisdiction. Bring your person in charge to see me immediately." The receptionist looked at the credentials, and her face turned pale instantly. People from the Martial Arts Bureau had actually come, and they were here to take over the case directly. Everyone knew what that meant. She felt a chill down her back, and even her voice trembled. "I'll notify them right away." Meanwhile, on the top floor of the Martial Arts Bureau, Zhang Rui was sitting in his office, drinking tea with a relaxed expression, as if the commotion outside had nothing to do with him. On the computer screen, the interrogation room's footage was crystal clear. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, looking overly calm, as if he wasn't afraid of what might happen next. Zhang Rui put down his teacup and frowned. Uncle Zhou, do you think we caught the wrong person? The higher-ups are pressuring us, and things are messed down here. Zhou Tianshan, sitting beside him, looked indifferent. The higher-ups want results, and the lower levels want an explanation. For us, it doesn't matter who we catch. As long as we can give both sides an answer, this matter will be over. In his view, evidence was completely unnecessary. Director Zhu had made it very clear. No evidence was needed, just time. 3 days were enough to make anyone talk. Even an awakened was no exception. But just then, there was a knock on the door. Zheng Hui fronted. Come in. The door opened, and a woman in professional attire hurried in, her expression extremely flustered. Deputy Captain Zhang. Something's wrong. She looked up and saw Zhou Tianshan there as well, her face turning even paler. Captain Zhou, you're here too? Zhou Tianshan waved impatiently. Cut the nonsense. What's wrong? The woman swallowed hard, her voice trembling. The people from the Martial Arts Bureau are here. As soon as she said this, the office fell silent. Zhang Rui's hand shook, spilling tea onto his pants, but he didn't even notice. He abruptly stood up. What did you say? Why would people from the Martial Arts General Bureau come? What are they here for? Have you figured it out? They said they want to take over Lin Yu's case. The woman's voice grew quieter and quieter. The person who came as a captain. She showed her credentials and takeover documents. She's already taken the elevator upstairs, and we couldn't stop her. Who told you to try stopping her? Zhang Rui's expression changed instantly. He could barely keep his composure at the beginning, as they had just brought Lin Yu back and hadn't had time to do anything yet. But hearing the latter part, his heart sank sharply. Someone actually tried to stop a captain from the Martial Arts General Bureau. This wasn't boldness, it was courting death. Fortunately, they didn't succeed. If they had really stopped her, the situation would have spiraled completely out of control. Zhou Tianshan couldn't sit still either. He immediately stood up. Zhang Rui, go investigate Lin Yu's identity right away. I'll go and stabilize the people from the General Bureau. Once you find out, inform me immediately. After saying this, he turned and walked out. He knew very well that this matter was no longer a simple interrogation, nor was it just about obtaining a confession. The fact that the Martial Arts General Bureau had personally stepped in indicated that Lin Yu's identity was far more complicated than it appeared. Zhang Rui stood frozen in place, a bad premonition rising in his heart for the first time. He sat back down, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he began to search Lin Yu's file. But as the information popped up bit by bit, his pupils widened further and further. Lin Yu. The things hidden behind this name were far more troublesome than he had imagined. Lin Yu was originally just an ordinary high school student. This year, however, he had transferred into Nanxing No. 1 High School in a way that no one could explain. On the surface, this seemed unproblematic. But the real issue wasn't Lin Yu. It was his sister, Lin Lin. In the Nanxing Martial Arts General Bureau, Zhang Rui was staring at the computer screen. As soon as he opened Lin Lin's file, the screen went completely blank, spinning endlessly as if it had crashed. His first reaction was that the equipment had frozen. But he quickly realized something was wrong. This was the Martial Arts General Bureau. Using an internal network, it was impossible for it to freeze for no reason. There was only one explanation. He didn't have the clearance to view Lin Lin's file. As soon as this thought emerged, Zhang Rui's expression changed drastically. He was the deputy captain of the Nanxing Martial Arts General Bureau, yet he couldn't access a single file? How was that possible? Unwilling to give up, he tried another method, searching for the name Lin Lin online. But this search immediately made his palms sweat. The first headline that popped up was, Nanxing's second peerless genius after the forbidden martial king, SSS-level talent, Lin Lin. Zhang Rui certainly didn't know what Lin Lin herself looked like. But the name Forbidden Martial King was one he couldn't possibly be unfamiliar with. That was the unparalleled genius who had suddenly appeared many years ago, single-handedly quelling the chaos in Nanxing. If not for that person, Nanxing would have been finished long ago. And now, Lin Lin was being compared to someone like that. Even if the headlines were somewhat exaggerated, and SSS-level talent was already enough to explain the situation. This time, the Martial Arts General Bureau had truly encountered a tough opponent. Originally, they had planned to grab someone casually and wrap up the case quickly, because deep down, they all knew this matter was most likely related to the Palace of No Life. But they couldn't say that outright. To those above and below, they had to provide an explanation. Now, before they could even come up with an explanation, they had already provoked someone they shouldn't have. Zhang Rui's hands began to tremble. He knew this matter was no longer something he could handle casually. On the third floor, inside the interrogation room, Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, motionless. There was no clock here, so he had no idea how much time had passed. But he could feel that it had dragged on for quite a while. Just then, footsteps sounded outside. Not just one person. Several people were walking together. The door was pushed open. Zhou Tianshan stood at the doorway, his expression complex. Behind him were Li Wan and Zhang Rui. Behind them stood a young woman in a black professional suit. Lin Yu's gaze fell on her and lingered for a few seconds. He didn't recognize her. But the woman had an excellent demeanor and was beautiful. Not the bright and youthful beauty of a young girl, but a more mature and composed kind of beauty. Standing there, she exuded an air of competence and assertiveness. Zhou Tianshan spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Lin Yu, you can leave now. Before Lin Yu could respond, the young woman stepped forward. She looked at him, her tone calm, but with a clear sense of goodwill. Come with me. I'm from the martial arts headquarters. My surname is Fong. You can call me Sister Fong. Your sister asked me to pick you up. Lin Yu wasn't surprised when he heard the word sister. He had already anticipated that Lin would find out about this. He looked at Captain Fong, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, as if he had finally met the person he had been waiting for. I can't leave, he said slowly. I've been physically and emotionally traumatized. In all my years, this is the first time I've been brought to a place like this. If I leave now, how am I supposed to face my classmates? After speaking, he leaned back against the chair, making it clear he had no intention of moving. The air in the interrogation room fell silent. Zhou Tianshan froze in place, his expression awkward. He had been a captain of the Martial Arts Bureau for many years and had seen people cry with gratitude after being released, others who were deeply thankful, and even some who cursed in anger. But this was the first time he had encountered someone who, despite being free to leave, refused to go. Wasn't this clearly a challenge to the Martial Arts Bureau? But what could they do now? The other side had invoked the Martial Arts Headquarters, a force they couldn't afford to provoke. Li Wan, standing in the back, could barely suppress her laughter. She glanced at Zhang Rui beside her and noticed that the deputy captain's expression was even darker than Zhou Tianshan's. Throughout the journey, Zhang Rui had been thinking about how to apologize, how to make amends, and how to minimize the impact of this incident. But now that Lin Yu was here, not only did he refuse to leave, but he didn't even mention compensation. He simply claimed to be emotionally traumatized. Great. Now Zhang Rui felt like his own emotional state was starting to suffer. Captain Fong, however, remained composed. She pulled over a chair and sat down gracefully, as if she had anticipated Lin Yu's reaction. Emotional trauma? She asked, looking at Lin Yu with a hint of patience in her tone. Then tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? Only then did Lin Yu open his eyes and glance at her. This Sister Fong certainly seemed straightforward. But he also understood that since she represented the martial arts headquarters and had been sent by Lin herself, her attitude was bound to be accommodating. Given that, there was no need for him to hold back. Lin Yu straightened up slightly, but still didn't stand. Today, he intended to settle this matter properly. Sister Fong, right? He began slowly. You're from the headquarters, so you should enforce the law impartially. Captain Fong nodded decisively. Of course. Good. Lin Yu raised a hand and slowly extended one finger. Let's start with the first issue. As soon as I arrived at school, they stopped me for questioning and then brought me here. Throughout the entire process, I didn't cause any trouble. I only cooperated passively. If you acknowledge this, then you owe me an explanation. Before Captain Fong could respond, Lin Yu continued, but I won't beat around the bush. Since you want to smooth things over, just follow my terms. Zhou Qianshan's face had already darkened. He finally understood. This high school student wasn't here to reason. He was here to demand compensation. And yet, he couldn't afford to lose his temper on the spot. Beside him, Zhang Rui couldn't hold back any longer and spoke coldly. What do you mean by this? Do you really think we're here to apologize to you? Lin Yu glanced at him, his expression calm. Aren't you? First, you capture the person, then decide how to explain it. Since you made a mistake, you must bear the consequences. These words were so direct that Zhang Rui was momentarily at a loss for a response. Captain Fong, on the other hand, was straightforward. All right, go on. As long as the conditions are reasonable, I will represent the headquarters in handling this. Zhou Tianshan felt even more stifled upon hearing this, but he could only endure it. After all, the most important thing right now was not to argue, but to resolve the matter as quickly as possible. Seeing that no one interrupted him anymore, Lin Yu slowly began to speak. First, I want a standalone villa. The location must be good, preferably close to South City No. 1 High School. Walking to school every day is too much of a waste of time, and I don't want to expend my energy on the commute. Zhou Tianshan barely hesitated. Fine. To him, problems that could be solved with money were not major issues. What he feared most now was Lin Yu making even more troublesome demands. Captain Fong immediately noted it down. Lin Yu continued. Second, the Martial Arts Bureau must issue me a formal apology letter, stamped with the official seal, and deliver it to the school administration office. It can't just be casually written. It must be read aloud publicly so that all the teachers and students know who was at fault in today's incident. Zhang Rui's expression changed. You want us to apologize publicly? Lin Yu's tone remained unchanged. What? Do you have a problem with that? Zhang Rui gritted his teeth. A public apology would greatly impact the reputation of the Martial Arts Bureau. But Zhou Tianshan was much calmer than him. He knew very well that if this matter wasn't handled properly, it would only look worse if it spread. On the contrary, a public apology could show outsiders that the Martial Arts Bureau was reasonable and wouldn't wrongfully accuse people. So he quickly nodded. That could be done too. Lin Yu didn't stop. He extended his third finger and spoke lightly. Third, I don't want you to do anything else. I just want one Xian-grade martial technique and one Xian-grade blood energy cultivation method. Not to borrow or temporarily use, but to have full ownership. This time, Zhou Tianshan's breathing noticeably paused. Xian-grade martial technique? Xian-grade blood energy cultivation method? And full ownership? This was no longer ordinary compensation. It was directly demanding core resources from the Martial Arts Bureau's resource pool. It must be noted that Xian-grade techniques and martial skills are extremely rare. Many people go their entire lives without encountering even one. Even if they do, it's usually for borrowing or temporary use, never for personal ownership. Yet Lin Yu was asking for two, both to be fully owned by him. Zhou Tianshan's face turned grim. That's impossible. He directly refused. Lin Yu, you should know what Xian-grade means. Many awakened individuals spend their entire lives without ever touching something of this level. You're asking for two at once, and full ownership at that. This condition is too excessive. At most, I can consider Huang-grade. After hearing this, Lin Yu merely smiled. Captain Zhou, he said lightly but firmly, that's fine. I'm not in a hurry to leave. I'll just stay at the Martial Arts Bureau. Whenever you figure it out, we can talk again. Zhou Tianshan was immediately cornered. He knew very well that Lin Yu was forcing them to make a choice. Either agree to the conditions and send him away quickly, or continue to drag things out, letting the situation escalate until it became unsightly for everyone. Standing there with a dark expression, Zhou Tianshan felt truly conflicted for the first time. This young man might not look very old, but every step he took was precise. He wasn't being unreasonable. He was using the most direct method to tell them, since you brought me here first, don't think you can resolve this matter easily with minimal cost. Lin Yu stared at the catalog for a long time, fully aware that these items weren't true compensation. The Martial Arts Bureau might talk a good game, but the things they offered were either too restrictive or had obvious flaws. If he backed down today, they would only see him as easy to manipulate. So he didn't rush to agree, but continued browsing the tablet's information. The more he looked, the clearer one thing became. Rare martial techniques and cultivation methods were indeed scarce. But scarcity did not mean he should accept subpar goods. He had been wronged, his parents had been wronged, and this debt had to be settled. On the side, Zhou Tianshan's expression grew increasingly grim. He naturally understood what Lin Yu was thinking. But now, it wasn't just Lin Yu present. Captain Fong was also watching. Things had escalated to this point, and if they didn't show sincerity, they wouldn't just lose face. Even the reputation of the Martial Arts Bureau would suffer. Captain Fong glanced at Zhou Tianshan, his tone calm, but carrying obvious pressure. Since you've arrested the wrong person, you should apologize and compensate. Lin Yu has already taken a step back. You should also show the proper attitude. These words were straightforward and realistic. Zhou Tianshan felt a tightness in his chest, but couldn't muster a single rebuttal, because he knew Captain Fong was speaking the truth. Moreover, Lin Yu's sister, Lin Lin, was no longer the ordinary student she used to be. She was now a mid-level awakened, and had even caught the attention of higher-level organizations. Such a status was enough to make the Martial Arts Bureau weigh their actions more carefully. Zhou Tianshan was silent for a few seconds before finally relenting. Fine, you choose. Only then did Lin Yu shift his attention to the catalog. He examined it carefully, unwilling to be brushed off. Among these martial techniques, some had overly harsh requirements, some left hidden injuries after cultivation, and others seemed impressive but lacked lasting power. The one truly suitable for him had to balance both power and growth potential. Finally, his gaze settled on a mid-tier, Xian-grade martial technique. Collapse Fist. The name was straightforward, and the style was direct. It was a close-range, explosive fist technique, with swift execution and high lethality. For him, at this moment, this type of martial technique was the most practical. What he needed wasn't flashy moves, but something that could truly break through an opponent at critical moments. Lin Yu closed the tablet and looked up at Zhou Tianshan. This one, Zhou Tianshan's expression darkened further. But since he had already spoken, he could only nod. He knew very well that today's matter wouldn't be resolved simply by compensating with a martial technique. If they continued to delay, they would only lose more. Lin Yu looked at him, his expression calm. He knew the real contest was only just beginning. At its peak, this fist technique could even shatter an enemy's internal organs from a distance. Its power was indeed astonishing, but the cost was equally high. This martial technique required extremely precise control over one's qi and blood, making its cultivation several times harder than other mid-tier techniques of the same grade. Talent alone wasn't enough to master it. Many people would hit a dead end halfway through. Lin Yu was well aware of this, but he also knew that what truly suited him wasn't the easiest path, but the most valuable one. The qi and blood cultivation method he had borrowed from the school earlier could now be returned. As for martial techniques, he had already decided. He would first train in 8 Desolation Fist and Collapse Fist. For the qi and blood cultivation method, he settled on Diamond Body. Lin Yu smiled and confirmed the names Diamond Body and Collapse Fist, then handed the tablet back to Zhou Tianshan. These two, Zhou Tianshan took a look, and his expression immediately became somewhat complicated. Diamond Body and Collapse Fist? Neither of these is easy to train in. Are you sure? He wasn't trying to scare him, but was offering a reminder. Both the cultivation method and the martial technique were highly challenging. Anyone knowledgeable would understand that choosing them meant taking a much harder path. But Lin Yu didn't hesitate. Sure. Zhou Tianshan was silent for a few seconds before finally sighing. All right. Within 3 days, these two, along with the villa you mentioned earlier in the apology letter, will all be delivered to you. Lin Yu stood up and brushed off his clothes. In truth, the interrogation room was spotless, with no dust at all. This action was more like a signal to the other party that this matter was now concluded. Captain Zhou, thank you. Then let's consider this matter closed. After saying this, he left with a light smile, pushing the door open. Captain Fong followed him out, leaving together. The corridor was quiet, with only the echo of their footsteps. As they walked, Captain Fong observed Lin Yu, increasingly convinced that this young man was extraordinary. In the interrogation room earlier, Lin Yu had almost entirely controlled the rhythm from start to finish. The people from the Martial Arts Bureau appeared strong, but in reality, they were being led by him the whole time. Of course, Captain Fong knew she had played a role in this as well. In a sense, she had become a tool for Lin Yu to leverage. Yet she didn't resent it. On the contrary, she admired this young man's composure and cunning. No wonder he was Lin's younger brother. It seemed he had only recently awakened his talent. As for the level of his talent, she didn't ask further. Talent was inherently a personal matter, and probing into it would only come across as tactless. Captain Fong quickened her pace to walk alongside Lin Yu. Your sister asked me to tell you that she's already aware of the situation in the southern city. Additionally, she wants you to keep an eye on the Hall of No Life. After your martial arts exam, she plans to take you and your parents to the capital. Lin Yu's steps faltered slightly, and his expression shifted. The capital. It was a place countless awakened individuals dreamed of entering. It was the true core of the entire martial arts system. The Martial Arts Bureau was in the capital, the headquarters of the Martial Arts Administration was in the capital, and the Extraordinary Committee was also in the capital. The nation's top talents, strongest awakened individuals, and richest cultivation resources were almost all concentrated there. For many, the capital was a dream. It was also, in another sense, a battlefield. How was my sister doing in the capital? Lin Yu asked as he walked. Captain Fong glanced at him, her expression somewhat complex. Good, but also not good. Lin Yu said nothing, waiting for her to continue. Captain Fong sighed. Your sister Lin's talent has already been recognized. The school provides her with abundant resources. In just 1 year, she went from newly awakened to a mid-level awakened individual. This speed is rare even in the history of awakened individuals. Lin Yu listened quietly, but he didn't feel at ease. He knew his sister's success was never just about luck. Her achievements were due to talent, but even more so to relentless effort. Captain Fong continued, but the capital is no ordinary place. It's a place where talent is never in short supply. Truly formidable individuals are everywhere. Descendants of noble families, heirs of prestigious clans, prodigies cultivated by various factions, each more powerful than the last. No matter how outstanding your sister is, she's still just one person. She doesn't have the family background or the deep foundations that those people do. What's more troublesome is that she's too dazzling. Her presence immediately overshadows many others. Naturally, there are people who don't like her. Exclusion, suppression, underhanded tricks, these things have never stopped. Lin Yu's gaze gradually darkened. He understood now. The so-called glory was merely the surface seen from afar. Those truly immersed in it might not find it as effortless as outsiders imagined. Captain Fong waved her hand and added, "But you don't need to worry too much. Your sister is a once-in-a-century genius, and she has a very powerful mentor behind her. Ordinary people can't touch her. Those people can only resort to petty tricks in the shadows. They wouldn't dare act openly." Lin Yu nodded. "I understand, Sister Fong. Thank you for telling me this." Captain Fong looked at him, her surprise deepening. If it were any other 18-year-old high school student, hearing the words Hall of No Life would likely leave them terrified and at a loss. But Lin Yu wasn't like that. He simply listened quietly and then calmly accepted it. This level of composure was not typical for someone his age. However, Captain Fong didn't dwell on it further. The elevator doors opened, and the two stepped inside, descending to the first-floor lobby. The lobby was less crowded than before, but there were still quite a few eyes fixed on Lin Yu that he immediately spotted Lin's father and mother standing at the door. Earlier, Captain Fong had asked them to wait in the car for news, but they chose to stay here because they were worried. "Dad, Mom, let's go." Lin's mother held Lin Yu's hand, looked him up and down, and only after confirming he was truly fine did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. The family walked out of the hall. Captain Fong headed to the driver's seat and said, "Get in the car. I'll take you home." After the car started, it steadily drove out of the Martial Arts Bureau's gates. In the car, Captain Fong suddenly spoke, "Lin Yu." Lin Yu looked at Captain Fong, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. She kept her eyes on the road ahead and asked, "Your sister asked me to check with you. What academy do you want to apply to?" Lin Yu paused for a moment, then smiled. "To be honest, I haven't decided yet. But since I've decided to take the martial arts exam, I'll definitely aim for the best academy." The best. Captain Fong continued, "Currently, the three best martial arts academies in Huaxia are all in the capital: Capital Academy, Qingbei Academy, and Longtian Academy." She glanced at Lin's father and mother in the rearview mirror, then looked at Lin Yu. These three academies are recognized as the top institutions in Huaxia. Every year, among the top 1,000 candidates in a martial arts exam nationwide, at least 800 aim for them. Lin Yu leaned back in his seat and calmly asked, "What's the difference between them?" "There are certainly differences," Captain Fong explained. Capital Academy has the longest history and is backed by the Martial Arts Bureau, making it an institution heavily supported by the government. Qingbei Academy is also very strong, with deep foundations, excellent resources, and even better benefits than Capital Academy. Lin Yu pressed further, "What about Longtian Academy?" Captain Fong's expression noticeably changed. Longtian Academy is a relatively new institution that has risen in recent years. It's not directly managed by government agencies, nor is it under the jurisdiction of the Extraordinary Committee. It's quite unique. Lin Yu frowned slightly. "How is it unique?" "Its motto consists of just 8 words," Captain Fong said slowly, enunciating each word. "No matter your background, only strength matters." Lin Yu's eyes flickered. Such a place was indeed rare. Longtian Academy only admits a few hundred students each year, but provides scholarships to every student. The school doesn't impose many rules. The only clear prohibition is killing. As long as you're strong enough, you can access more resources. Captain Fong paused, then added, "Of course, you'll have to get in to see the specifics for yourself." Lin Yu's eyes lit up. No matter your background, only strength matters. Such rules were perfectly suited to him. What tempted? Captain Fong glanced at him, a faint smile on her lips. Lin Yu didn't deny it and nodded directly. An environment like that is indeed rare. Captain Fong nodded as well, her tone carrying a hint of emotion. Exactly. Places that rely purely on strength are already scarce nowadays. Even Capital Academy and Qingbei Academy aren't as straightforward. As she spoke, a trace of longing flashed in her eyes. One of the reasons Longtian Academy has been so popular in recent years is because its previous principal was the 7th king of the capital, Dragon King. Lin Yu's gaze subtly sharpened. Dragon King. He had heard of this name before. Not just heard of it. He had seen it mentioned in many documents. The kings of Huaxia were individuals that ordinary people could hardly come into contact with. Each of them was a powerhouse who had fought their way to the top, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. The capital had 7 kings, the 7 strongest martial artists in Huaxia, and Dragon King was one of them. Dragon King is the founder of Longtian Academy? Lin Yu asked. Captain Fong nodded. Yes. 10 years ago, Dragon King personally established Longtian Academy. His idea was simple. True geniuses shouldn't be bound by rules. So from the very beginning, Longtian Academy set the rule of no matter your background, only strength matters. Lin Yu fell into thought. With this, everything made sense that a strong individual who stood at the pinnacle of martial arts personally established an academy, which indeed had the qualifications to rise to prominence within just 10 years and stand shoulder to shoulder with the century-old prestigious institutions of the Capital Academy and Qingbei Academy. And now, Lin Yu continued to ask, is Dragon King still at Dragon Sky Academy? Captain Fong shook his head. 5 years ago, Dragon King stepped down from the position of principal and left the capital. The outside world says he went into seclusion to pursue a higher realm. But as for where he went specifically, no one knows. Then who is the current principal of Dragon Sky Academy? Captain Fong hesitated for a moment before replying. There is no principal position. The role of principal belongs solely to Dragon King. Currently, the vice principal is temporarily managing the academy's affairs, and that vice principal was Dragon King's most outstanding student back in the day. By the time they returned home, it was already late. As soon as the car stopped at the door, Lin Yu and his parents got out. The three of them stood under the streetlight, and as the night wind blew, Lin's mother couldn't help but shiver. Everything that had happened today felt like a heavy stone pressing on her chest, and she still hadn't fully recovered. Lin's father looked at Captain Fong with a solemn expression, bent down deeply, and bowed. Captain Fong, thank you so much for today. Fong Xian quickly reached out to support him. Uncle Lin, please don't do this. This is what I should do. Lin's father shook his head, his tone filled with lingering fear. If it weren't for you stepping in time, who knows how much more suffering our Xiao you would have endured. We, as parents, don't have much ability, but we will remember this kindness in our hearts. Fong Xian waved her hand, her expression calm. Uncle Lin, you're being too polite. Even if I hadn't come, Lin would have arranged for someone else to handle it. Besides, Lin, you didn't suffer much inside. I was just following procedure. If you really want to thank someone, you should thank Lin. Hearing this name, Lin's mother's expression visibly softened. Yes, they still had Xiaolin, the daughter who had been sensible since childhood and had steadily risen step by step, had become the family's greatest support. Lin Yu also looked at Fong Xian and said seriously, Captain Fong, no matter what, thank you for today. Fong Xian glanced at him, skipped the formalities, and simply nodded. All right, no need to be so polite. If the Martial Arts Bureau gives you trouble again later, just contact me. I'll be in South City for the time being. With that, she handed over a business card. Lin Yu glanced down at it. The card was simple, white background, black text, with only a name and contact information, no extra embellishments. But the simpler it was, the more it signified the weight of the card. He finally learned her name. Fong Xian, captain of the 3rd Squad of the Martial Arts Bureau. These few words might not seem like much, but they carried real weight. Without sufficient strength, one could never hold such a position. It was precisely because of this that the people at the South City Bureau were so polite to her, and even Zhou Tianshan dared not speak casually in her presence. Lin Yu silently repeated the name in his mind, then looked up at her. Captain Fong, I'll remember it. Fong Xian smiled slightly, her tone also relaxing a bit. All right, go upstairs now. Your parents were really frightened today. Get some rest early. You still have school tomorrow. It wasn't until she watched Lin Yu and his parents enter the building that Fong Xian turned around, got in her car, and drove away. The night returned to its quiet state. But Lin Yu's heart felt heavier than before. Only now did he truly realize that this world was far larger and more dangerous than he had imagined. The things he had encountered in the past were, at most, just the surface. If it weren't for his connection to Lin, someone like Zhu Liping alone would have been enough to keep him pinned down by the Martial Arts Bureau, with no chance to turn things around. Even with the notebook in his possession that could foresee the future, it still wasn't enough. Because that notebook could only tell him what was going to happen, but it couldn't directly solve his problems for him. To grasp the future firmly, one must first possess sufficient strength, confidence, and qualifications that make others hesitate to act recklessly against them. A notebook is not omnipotent. It's more like a key. It can help him open the door, but cannot walk the path for him. Today's experience in the interrogation room made him fully understand one thing. When Zhou Tianshan and Zhang Rui took turns questioning him, he thought it was just standard procedure. But when Director Zhu appeared, the entire situation changed. It wasn't a coincidence. Someone was pulling strings behind the scenes. Even without evidence, they could fabricate it. Even without a confession, they could force one out. If the other side wanted, they could push an innocent person into a deep pit. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's gaze turned cold. He wasn't someone who hadn't suffered losses before, but this time he saw things clearly. The other party wasn't trying to uncover the truth. They were trying to completely crush him. When he returned home, Lin's mother immediately rushed into the kitchen, eager to cook noodles for him, saying it was to calm his nerves. Lin's father sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper, but his eyes followed his son wherever he went. That worry was impossible to hide. Lin Yu glanced at his father, knowing he must have many questions in his heart, so he took the initiative to speak. Dad, if you want to ask something, just ask. Don't keep staring at me. Lin's father was silent for a moment before finally asking, "Why did the people from the Martial Arts Bureau arrest you today?" Lin Yu didn't hide anything and calmly replied, "Someone accused me of killing an awakened. But it's false. I didn't kill anyone. I just offended a so-called big shot at school." When he said the words big shot, his tone noticeably grew heavier. Upon hearing this, Lin's father immediately frowned. Who's so despicable? Lin Yu tugged at the corner of his mouth, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. Dad, you don't need to worry about this. Life isn't always smooth sailing. Those people at school just don't like me and are looking for an opportunity to mess with me. It's all over now. He spoke lightly, but his heart was far from calm. Today's incident wouldn't end so easily. He had already realized that someone was watching him from the shadows. Since the other side had made the first move, he wouldn't remain passive like before. This time, he would remember. Lin's father didn't ask further questions, only sighed and said seriously, "When it comes to cultivation, your mother and I can't help much. But if you really encounter trouble, contact Captain Fong immediately. If even Captain Fong can't resolve it, then go to your sister." He paused, his tone growing heavier. "Remember, if you're in danger, speak up. Don't try to shoulder everything yourself. You're not yet at the point where you can handle everything." Lin Yu nodded and forced a relaxed smile. "Got it, Dad. If the sky really falls, my sister will hold it up." At the mention of Lin, the tension on Lin's father's face eased slightly. In their hearts, Lin had always been the most reliable person. As long as she was around, no matter how chaotic things got outside, Lin Yu wouldn't suffer too much. After finishing the noodles Lin's mother made, Lin Yu sat with his parents for a while before returning to his room. He closed the door, and the room instantly fell silent, so silent that he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Everything that had happened today still hadn't fully sunk in for Lin Yu. Longtian Academy, the Seven Kings of the Capital. These names weighed heavily on his heart like stones. He had always thought that the best academies in China were the Capital Academy and Qingbei Academy. Whether it was in teachers' lectures, news reports, or even classmates' conversations, whenever top academies were mentioned, it was always these two. Just like talent levels, everyone assumed that these century-old institutions stood at the pinnacle. But now he realized there was another academy, one more focused on martial arts, and equally prestigious, Longtian Academy. Its strength was in no way inferior to the Capital Academy or Qingbei Academy. Lin Yu walked to the desk, opened his notebook, and casually pushed open the window. A cold wind immediately rushed in, clearing his muddled mind a bit. On the notebook, new handwriting had already appeared automatically. "Sure enough, you made it out of the Martial Arts Bureau safely. I know what you want to ask, but listen to me first. You want to kill Zhu Lipeng without anyone noticing. That's almost impossible. You can't handle it the same way you dealt with the Hall of No Life the first time. You successfully framed the Hall of No Life for Chun Hao's death. But at the same time, the Hall of No Life has already set its sights on you." Seeing this, Lin Yu slowly sat down, his gaze growing darker bit by bit. If what the notebook said was true, it meant that although he had shifted the blame for Chun Hao's death onto the Hall of No Life, diverting the Martial Arts Bureau's investigation, the Hall of No Life wouldn't just let it slide. They wouldn't swallow this loss without retaliation. And as someone who had been taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau, he would naturally re-enter the Hall of No Life's radar and become a prime suspect. Lin Yu had initially thought he had played this move beautifully. Not only had he obtained the martial arts techniques and a villa from the Martial Arts Bureau, but he had also conveniently pinned Chun Hao's death on the Hall of No Life. But now he realized that he wasn't the real winner. The Martial Arts Bureau wasn't. Zhu Lipeng wasn't. The Hall of No Life wasn't either. But none of that mattered to him. There was only one thing he wanted to do now: kill Zhu Lipeng. This thought had been unwavering ever since he saw Director Zhu in the interrogation room and confirmed that the person behind the scenes was Zhu Liping. He wasn't someone who enjoyed killing indiscriminately, but neither was he someone who would swallow his hatred. Since Zhu Lipeng had made the first move against him, he had to pay the price. As for whether the Hall of No Life would target him, he didn't care at all. All he knew was that Zhu Lipeng had to die. Lin Yu lowered his head, staring at the notebook, and directly asked, "What should I do to kill Zhu Liping?" The handwriting quickly appeared. The answer is simple. Killing someone isn't inherently difficult. All you need to do is go to the school tomorrow, to his training room, pretend to have a normal conversation with him, and then, when he's off guard, pull out a dagger and stab it directly into his heart. If you're accurate enough, he'll die for sure. But afterward, you'll definitely be taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau again. Director Zhu will exert pressure from above. Killing an S-class genius in front of everyone, under the public eye, will create a storm of public opinion that can't be suppressed. You'll still end up arrested and imprisoned. Moreover, Zhu Liping himself is also an S-class genius. His strength may not be inferior to yours. Even if you manage to launch a sneak attack, the chances of success in one strike are less than 30%. Let me ask you again. Are you really confident you can kill Zhu Lipeng? Lin Yu stared at the words in silence for a long time. The notebook was right. Chen Hao and Zhu Lipeng were on completely different levels. Chen Hao was just someone who got lucky, barely becoming noteworthy after awakening his talent. But Zhu Lipeng was different. He had been a genius from the very beginning, the kind that truly stood at the top. He was an easy target. The notebook quickly displayed new words. Unless you can obtain the time reversal talent in advance. That is very important to you. Time reversal? As the name implied, it meant reversing time. Lin Yu stared at these words, his brows furrowing even tighter. "Stop beating around the bush," he asked coldly. "Just tell me directly, where is the person with the time reversal talent?" The handwriting appeared slowly. "It will be very difficult for you to find him, at least for now." Lin Yu didn't hesitate any longer. Since Zhu Lipeng couldn't be dealt with for the time being, he would focus on improving his strength first. For him, survival was more important than anything else. And to survive, he had to become stronger. His current blood energy value was approximately 1.10, according to the analysis of the most advanced brain. His punching power was only around 1,800 kilograms. This level, among ordinary students, was already not bad, but in the true martial arts world, it was still far from enough. He had no intention of touching the blood and energy cultivation technique issued by the school for now. That thing was too slow. For others, slow accumulation might be a path. But for Lin Yu, time was life. A single misstep could lead to being trampled to death. So he directly opened the diamond body. The first page was very clear. If severe pain occurs during cultivation, you must stop immediately. Otherwise, forcing the practice could directly cause the body to explode. For others, seeing this sentence would have made them retreat long ago. But when Lin Yu saw it, his eyes lit up instead. For others, this was a warning. For him, it seemed as if it was tailor-made for him. Pain? So what? He wasn't afraid of death, so why would he fear pain? Besides, he had the undying talent. As long as he didn't completely disappear in the truest sense, there would still be a chance. Lin Yu sat cross-legged on the bed and immediately began adjusting his breathing according to the method in the book, calming his mind and gradually focusing his attention deep within his body. At first, there was no reaction. 5 minutes passed, and it was so quiet it seemed like nothing had happened. 10 minutes passed, and still there was no movement. Lin Yu wasn't in a hurry. He knew that truly effective cultivation couldn't possibly show results immediately every time. But according to common sense, blood and energy techniques should produce some reaction. Even the most basic guiding technique issued by the school wouldn't remain completely unchanged for so long. He persisted. After a while, there was finally some movement deep within his body. At first, it was a faint warmth. Then, that warmth gradually turned into a stream of energy, rising from deep within and slowly flowing through his limbs and bones. Lin Yu's spirits lifted instantly. It was working, and the effect was far more intense than he had imagined. His blood and energy value began to skyrocket. 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. In just a few minutes, his blood and energy value had directly surged to 2 points. This speed was absurdly fast. You had to know, yesterday when he was cultivating in the training room using the basic blood and energy guiding technique, the improvement was pitifully slow. Forget about increasing by 0.1. Even moving up a tiny bit was a struggle. But now, just by switching to a different technique, his value had increased by a full 1 point in just a few minutes. This gap wasn't even on the same level. Lin Yu was very clear that this wasn't because his talent had suddenly become stronger, but because the effect of the diamond body was simply too domineering. A mid-tier, profound-grade blood and energy technique was indeed not just an empty boast. But high rewards often came with high risks. Soon, the pain arrived. At first, it was just a slight burning sensation, as if something inside his body had been ignited. Then, the heat quickly escalated into a searing pain, as if his entire body had been thrown into a furnace. Lin Yu's face turned pale in an instant. Pain. It was excruciating. A buzzing roar began to echo in his ears, and his consciousness started to drift as if his body might fall apart at any moment. His bones felt like they were about to crack, and his flesh seemed to be tearing apart bit by bit. If it were anyone else, they would have stopped long ago. But Lin Yu didn't. He remembered the warning on the first page of the technique and knew that continuing might be even more dangerous. But he gritted his teeth and endured, because he had no way out. If he couldn't even withstand this kind of pain, how could he face even more brutal life and death situations in the future? What's more, he was not an ordinary person. With a loud bang, it was as if something had completely exploded inside him. In the next second, all the burning sensation disappeared. The pain was gone too. Lin Yu suddenly felt a lightness throughout his body, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. It was as if his entire body had been cleansed anew, and his blood and energy value had directly surged to 5 points. In just one session of cultivation, it had risen from 1.1 to 5 points. This speed could no longer be described as fast. It was as if he had activated a cheat code. Lin Yu exhaled slowly, his resolve growing even stronger. As long as he didn't die, he could keep getting stronger. As long as he keeps getting stronger, sooner or later, he will trample over those who stand in his way, one by one. The 7th day. During this period, Lin Yu had been repeating the same routine almost non-stop: training, pain, rupture, recovery, and then continuing to train. The diamond body technique was indeed not meant for ordinary people. It was too demanding and ruthless. Every training session felt like gambling with his life. A single mistake could lead to instant death by body explosion. No wonder the people at the Martial Arts Bureau had looked at him with such strange expressions at the time. They probably thought this young man was either insane or completely unaware of the dangers of this technique. But in reality, Lin Yu understood the risks better than anyone. He simply had no choice. If it weren't for his immortal talent sustaining him, he would have died countless times over the past 7 days. Yet precisely because of this, his gains were astonishing. Now, his blood vitality had already broken through to 10 points. His punching power had directly surpassed 10,000 kilograms, reaching 11,237 kilograms. This figure was already beyond the range of what ordinary students could achieve. He had truly begun to step into the threshold of the awakened. After all, ordinary people could never possess such strength. At this stage, he could temporarily slow down his focus on blood vitality. Next, he planned to shift his attention to Collapse Fist and mental strength. Collapse Fist could further enhance his combat abilities, while mental strength was even more critical for him. After all, he couldn't guarantee he would survive every time. If, during one of his deaths, his willpower wasn't strong enough to hold on, he would truly die. Therefore, improving his mental strength was a must. However, today, Lin Yu didn't plan to continue training. He decided to get a good night's sleep first. Over the past few days, he had poured almost all his time into training, neglecting even normal rest. Now that his strength had temporarily stabilized, it was time to give himself a break. There were less than half a month left until the school's monthly blood vitality test. In this world, the awakening of talents varied, and the blood vitality training methods differed as well. To push students to strive for greater strength, the school arranged a test every month. Rewards were distributed based on rankings. The higher the rank, the more impressive the rewards. The top 20 students would receive decent resources, while the top 10 would soar to new heights. Not only were scholarships awarded, but Calamity Flesh was also distributed. For many students, these items represented a chance to change their destiny. South City No. 1 High School was the best high school in South City, and the scholarships it offered were astonishingly high. As long as one could make it into the top 10 of the monthly test, they would receive at least 10,000 Huaxia coins. The top 3 were even more exaggerated, with a minimum starting reward of 100,000. But the problem was, raising blood vitality wasn't something that could be achieved just by talking about it. There were mainly 2 methods. One was to train on your own, slowly grinding away. The other was to use blood vitality powder as an aid during training. If both methods were used together, the results would be very noticeable. However, blood vitality powder was extremely expensive. A complete set of blood vitality powder often cost thousands to tens of thousands of Huaxia coins, or even more. Moreover, it was a consumable item. Once used, it was gone. After a few rounds of training, the expenses could easily crush an ordinary family. This was why most ordinary people simply couldn't afford this path. Lin Yu's family was no exception. Even though his family's financial situation was better than many others, they still couldn't withstand such a rapid rate of spending. Standing in his room, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful as he thought about this. If he had known the Martial Arts Bureau would cause such a commotion, he should have squeezed more benefits out of them at the time. A few million Huaxia coins would at least give his family some breathing room. When Lin Yu walked out of his room, the first thing he saw was a villa key and an apology letter placed on the table. These were sent by the Martial Arts Bureau. Their attitude had now completely changed. As long as Lin Yu returned to school, he could demand the Martial Arts Bureau to publicly apologize in front of the entire school at any time. In the past, he might have treated this as a matter of pride and insisted on settling the score. But now, he suddenly felt it wasn't necessary anymore. Because the matter was already clear, the Martial Arts Bureau had simply been used as a pawn. The person truly hiding behind the scenes is Zhu Lipeng. As for this villa, Lin Yu specifically requested it for his parents. He still held the wild blood meat of the swift elephant he had brought back from school in his hand, then called out toward the kitchen, "Mom." Soon, Lin's mother emerged from the kitchen. "What's the matter, Xiaoyu?" she asked while glancing at the item in her son's hand. The next moment, she froze. It was a fist-sized piece of meat, dark red on the surface, with faintly visible intricate patterns. Even from a distance, one could sense the intense blood energy emanating from it. This thing was clearly not cheap. This was distributed by the school earlier. "Could you stew it for me?" Lin Yu handed the meat over. He didn't take his teacher's warning of only eat 10 grams at a time seriously. At this point, his blood energy was already increasing rapidly. As for whether his body would be overwhelmed, he didn't care at all. To him, the most important thing right now wasn't caution, but seizing the time to grow stronger. Not long after, Lin's mother had stewed the meat. Lin's father was not home, so it was just the 2 of them in the house. Lin Yu had a hearty appetite and quickly devoured the entire piece of tender, stewed meat. The blood energy contained within the wild, swift elephant's meat also entered his body with each bite. After this meal, although his blood energy value didn't undergo a dramatic change, it still steadily increased a bit. Compared to dedicated training, the effect was certainly far inferior. But after all, it was just a piece of blood meat, and achieving this level of improvement was already quite good. After finishing his meal, Lin Yu put down his bowl and chopsticks and looked at his mother. "Mom and Dad, for the next half-month, I need to focus on training. You don't need to call me for meals. Just knock on the door to remind me." Lin's mother paused for a moment, looking at her son's now serious face. The words she was about to say were swallowed back. This child had indeed changed a lot in recent days. The incident at the Martial Arts Bureau must have been a significant blow to him. Moreover, in about half a month, it would be the 1 month mark since his talent awakening, coinciding with the monthly test. Lin's mother recalled that around this time last year, Lin had also locked herself away, training desperately. She understood that kind of pressure. All right, Mom understands. Lin's mother nodded. If there's nothing urgent, I won't call you. But take care of yourself while training. Don't push too hard. Your health is the most important. Lin Yu smiled, his tone calm, yet resolute. I know my limits, Mom. With that, he turned and went back to his room, gently closing the door. Lin Yu sat at his desk and opened his notebook. Before he could speak, words began to appear on their own. Do you know how to train your mental strength? Lin Yu froze for a moment. He truly didn't know. Although he had always wanted to improve his mental strength, he had no idea how to go about it. For blood energy training, he had techniques. For martial skills, he had them too. Punching power and physical strength naturally increased with his overall improvement. But mental strength was something he had hardly encountered before. The school had never systematically taught it either. Now that the notebook suddenly brought up this question, it was clearly not a casual inquiry. Lin Yu stared at the line of text, his expression gradually becoming serious. Training mental strength was harder and more dangerous than blood energy. But precisely because it was difficult, it was worth pursuing. Lin Yu sat in his chair, looking up at the ceiling, his mind a chaotic mess. He had always thought that his ability to come back to life was due to his family's subconscious memory of him being alive. But now, it seemed that this idea was too naive. If the notebook had truly been remembering him all along, then many things could be explained. For instance, the time he jumped off a building, his parents were asleep, his sister was asleep, and there was likely no one around genuinely thinking he was still alive. Yet he still came back. Thinking of this, Lin Yu's heart sank. This notebook was even more mysterious than he had imagined. He stared at the pages, his voice becoming calm and composed. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Soon, a line of text appeared on the notebook. Help me kill someone. Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. Murder? He stared at the line of text, remaining silent for a long time. Then, new handwriting began to appear. This is a transaction. You help me kill someone, and I will give you a method to cultivate spiritual power. Apart from me, you won't find another way in a short time. Additionally, I should tell you something. Your concept-level immortality talent has never truly left a mark. The reason you can revive again and again is because I have been remembering that you are still alive. But your spiritual power is too weak. The more you use your talent, the more likely you are to encounter problems. At best, you'll feel dizzy and lose judgment. At worst, you might forget everything, even who you are. Lin Yu's breath hitched, and a storm surged in his heart. So all along, he had been wrong. He thought it was his family remembering him, which allowed him to keep reviving. But now that he thought about it, that explanation didn't hold water. His family wasn't always conscious, nor could they conveniently remember him every single time. Instead, it was this notebook seemingly maintaining his existence in the shadows. This realization sent chills down his spine. But more than fear, he cared about one other thing: the method to cultivate spiritual power. That was what he needed most right now. Stop beating around the bush. Lin Yu stared at the notebook, his tones sinking. Who do you want me to kill? 2 words quickly appeared on the page. Xian Yuan Tian. Lin Yu's heart jolted violently. This name, of course, he had heard of it. The king of Jiang City. Xian Yuan Tian. In Jiang City, this name was practically legendary. Just as the southern city had the forbidden martial king, Jiang City had its own king, and Xian Yuan Tian was the one who stood in that position. He wasn't an ordinary powerhouse, but someone capable of suppressing an entire city and intimidating countless martial artists, a top-tier existence. Lin Yu remained silent for a long time, slowly digesting the impact of this name. Asking him to kill Xian Yuan Tian? That was no different from asking someone who had just learned to walk to challenge a tiger. It was utterly impossible. But the notebook didn't stop. I'm not asking you to go to your death right now. The gap between you two is vast. I'll give you 3 years. Within 3 years, you must have the ability to kill him. Lin Yu's brows furrowed tighter and tighter. 3 years? Even with a method to cultivate spiritual power, even with his unique talent, reaching that level. Within 3 years was no easy feat, moreover. Xian Yuan Tian was one of humanity's top powerhouses, a guardian of Huaxia. Over the years, as calamities continuously invaded, it was these king-level powerhouses who risked their lives to stand at the forefront, allowing countless people to survive. If Xian Yuan Tian truly was such a person, taking action against him wouldn't just be a simple act of murder. It would be a choice capable of altering destiny. Why? Lin Yu raised his head, his voice lowering. Why do you insist on killing him? The notebook paused for a moment before new handwriting appeared. You think Xian Yuan Tian is a hero of humanity, don't you? What if I told you his true identity is that of a calamity beast? Lin Yu froze entirely. A calamity beast? Xian Yuan Tian? These two terms together were like two worlds that should never intersect. The highest rank of calamities was the calamity beast. Such beings were so powerful, they could take human form and infiltrate human society. But who was Xian Yuan Tian? He was the king of Jiang City, a top-tier powerhouse revered by all. How could he possibly be a calamity beast? Lin Yu instinctively wanted to deny it. Impossible. Absolument impossible. But the words on the notebook continued to appear, as if shattering his understanding bit by bit. Xian Yuan Tian is not an ordinary calamity beast. He is the king of calamity beasts. You think he is protecting Jiang City, protecting humanity? But the truth might be the exact opposite. Wrong. In another 10 years, Jiang City will be completely devoured by calamities. Over the years, Xian Yuan Tian has already cultivated a group of people who have betrayed humanity. He has planted these people in every corner of Jiang City, like an invisible web quietly enveloping the entire city. When disaster truly strikes, Jiangcheng won't last even 7 days before falling, becoming the second city in Huaxia to be lost. Lin Yu's mind went blank in an instant. The notebook in his hand had never been wrong. At least, not until now, not even once. I know this is too sudden for you, but you don't have time to slowly process it. You must grow stronger as quickly as possible. Within 3 years, you need to reach the level of a high-tier awakened. For others, this would be almost impossible. But for you, it's not difficult. You have dual talents, and with me by your side, I can shape you into the sharpest blade within 3 years. And then, you will personally sever the traitor's head. Lin Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He had to stay calm. The information the notebook had just revealed was overwhelming and heavy. How can you prove that Xian Yuan Tian is a disaster beast? I can't prove it, nor do I need to. You can wait. Wait until 10 years later, and you'll naturally see what Jiangxing becomes. By then, you'll understand whether what I said is true or false. I need time to think. I can give you time, but you really don't have much left. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. A storm seemed to be raging in his mind. The king of humanity turns out to be a disaster beast. Such a thing is impossible for anyone to accept immediately. But no matter how absurd the truth might be, one thing was already clear to him. He had to grow stronger, strong enough to protect everything he wanted to protect. Xian Yuan Tian is a disaster beast. 10 years later, Jiangcheng will fall. If this information were to spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. But he had no evidence. Moreover, there were only half a month left until the monthly test. Within this half month, his blood energy value had to reach at least 100 points. For him right now, the most important thing wasn't the disaster 10 years from now, but the path ahead. The monthly test in half a month. Then the martial exam. Step by step, Lin Yu opened his eyes, his gaze gradually becoming resolute. He didn't hesitate further and reopened the notebook. Now, teach me how to cultivate mental power. Words quickly appeared on the page. You must first sign a contract with me. I need to confirm that you're not agreeing casually. All right, since you've agreed, let's begin. The next moment, the words on the notebook began to blur. Then, all the text disappeared. Immediately after, a bloody hand forcibly emerged from the pages. Lin Yu's heartbeat quickened as he witnessed this scene. He could clearly sense that this bloody hand was dangerous, more dangerous than any awakened he'd ever encountered. Then he saw the index finger of the bloody hand being cut by something, and a drop of blood fell onto the notebook. Shortly after, the bloody hand vanished, leaving only a single drop of blood on the notebook. That drop of blood slowly rose from the blank page, floating in midair, gently pulsating as if it were alive. This is my blood, or rather, the blood I once had. Now, extend your hand and form a contract with me. If you break your word, you will lose everything. The blood drop hovered quietly in the air. You have one last chance to back out. Once the contract is established, you can never regret it. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. He directly extended his hand. The blood drop slowly floated above his palm and then suddenly fell, burrowing into his skin. Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in his palm, like being pricked by a needle. The next second, the sensation disappeared. So quickly it was as if nothing had happened. But he knew that something had already begun to change. May 7th. Today was the school's monthly test day. Lin Yu woke up early. After a month of intense training, his blood energy value had already reached 105.3. This number was astonishing. Keep in mind, a blood energy value exceeding 150 points is the threshold for officially stepping into the realm of a beginner awakened. Anything below 150 points is considered a low-tier awakened. In the past half month, he had spent most of his time on mental power cultivation, so his blood energy improvement wasn't the fastest. Otherwise, he would have already stepped into the ranks of beginner awakeners by now. But improving strength isn't just about enhancing blood energy. His talent application would also become increasingly proficient. Although his mental power hadn't reached the level of external release, he could clearly feel that he was no longer the same as before. As Lin Yu stepped out of his room, he distinctly felt the blood energy within his body flowing slowly, like a stream of awakened warmth, quiet, yet full of power. This was the benefit of enhanced mental power. It not only made one more perceptive, but also allowed him to be more aware of every change in his body. When he walked into the living room, his mother had already set the breakfast table. Seeing him come out, Lin's mother was visibly startled for a moment. Today, Lin Yu seemed different from usual. His gaze was steadier, his complexion better, and his entire being exuded an indescribable vitality. "Xiaoyu, go wash your hands and come eat," Lin's mother said, not thinking much of it, assuming he had simply slept well and was in good spirits. Lin Yu nodded and sat down to eat quietly. He ate quickly and calmly, but only he knew that beneath the calm surface was a rapidly growing confidence. After finishing breakfast, he left home and headed to school. Nanchu No. 1 High School. By the time Lin Yu arrived at school, it was already close to 10 o'clock. This wasn't an early hour. In fact, it could be considered somewhat late. Yet today, the school was much livelier than usual. The school gate was packed with cars, and students, parents, and teachers were coming and going, the atmosphere noticeably more tense than usual. Because today was the monthly test. For ordinary students, it was just an exam. But for students in the martial arts class, it was more like an early selection process. Those with good results could obtain more resources and might even attract the attention of higher-level academies in advance. Those with poor results could only continue to endure. In this world, strength was the ticket, talent was the starting point, and resources were the key to determining one's fate. Lin Yu walked into the teaching building and headed toward his class. Before he even entered the room, he could hear the commotion inside. My blood energy value has finally broken through 5 points. I should be able to pass this monthly test, right? I'm at 6.12, about the same as you. I think the blood energy cultivation method in the school library doesn't suit me. Otherwise, I would have broken 10 long ago. But my family can't afford more money to buy blood energy supplements. At this rate, I should be able to reach 10 before next month's martial arts exam and barely scrape a B rating. Getting into an ordinary academy shouldn't be a problem. My family gave me over 300,000 Huaxia currency, and I spent it all on blood energy supplements. Now, my blood energy value is already at 11 points. Damn, that's insane. You really can't compare people. At your pace, plus your B-level talent, getting into Nanxing's top academy isn't out of the question. The classroom immediately erupted in envious chatter. Soon, someone lowered their voice, as if discussing something extraordinary. That's nothing. I heard Yuan Hao's blood energy value is close to 20 points. His family conditions are great, and his talent is A-level. He might even make it into the top 10 in this monthly test. Yuan Hao should already be the strongest in our class, right? But he's still far behind Chuyu. Chuyu broke through 80 points of blood energy last week. By now, she must have at least 90. There's no helping it. She's a true genius with S-level talent, and her family doesn't lack resources. It's hard for her blood energy value to be low. At this point, the classroom fell silent for a moment. They all knew that the real gap couldn't always be bridged by effort alone. Our class used to have another S-level talent, Chun Hao. Someone suddenly sighed. If he hadn't died, his blood energy value would definitely be terrifying by now. As soon as this was said, many people fell silent again. Then, quite a few began to think of Lin Yu. By the way, do you think Lin Yu will show up today? A cautious voice sounded. Lin Yu? I almost forgot about him until you mentioned it. Ever since he was taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau, there's been no news about him, and he hasn't come to school. Could it really be him who killed Chun Hao? How is that possible? If you ask me, they probably caught the wrong person and later released him. But he hasn't been to school for a few days now, so who knows what he's been through during this time. Maybe he's fallen behind in his training and is too embarrassed to come to school. It's normal for him not to show up today. It'd be even more awkward if he did. Lin Yu stood at the door, quietly listening to the discussion, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. 20 points of blood energy, 80 points of blood energy. These numbers might seem astonishing to others, but to him, they no longer had much impact. A month ago, 80 points of blood energy was a number he could only look up to, but now, a month later, his own blood energy had reached 105.3. As for the Chun Hao they just mentioned, Lin Yu felt a faint, indescribable emotion in his heart. If Chun Hao were still alive, what level would he have reached by now? With an S-level talent, his blood energy should logically have been at least 50 or 60, maybe even 70 or 80. Unfortunately, he was already dead, and he had died at Lin Yu's hands. Lin Yu pushed these thoughts aside and opened the door to enter the classroom. The classroom, which had been buzzing with discussion, fell silent the moment the door opened. All eyes turned to Lin Yu, filled with surprise, shock, awkwardness, and complexity. Especially the boy who had just said, it'd be embarrassing if he came. His face turned red instantly, and he didn't dare to lift his head, let alone meet Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu walked straight up to him. He didn't speak immediately, but looked at him with a faint smile. Yet it was precisely this calm gaze that made the boy even more uncomfortable. Sweat began to form on his back, and he felt as if he were nailed to his chair. After a long moment, the boy finally managed to lift his head, his voice shaky. What do you want? Lin Yu smiled lightly, his tone soft, but carrying an undeniable sense of pressure. Nothing much. I just wanted to see who it was that said I'd embarrass myself. He paused, his gaze falling on the boy's face. So it's you, Li Rue. Li Rue's face turned even paler. His lips moved, but no words came out. He suddenly realized that Lin Yu's gaze at him was completely different from before. In just 1 month, the changes in Lin Yu were so significant that they couldn't be ignored. Without sparing him another glance, Lin Yu turned and walked back to his seat, his expression as calm as if nothing had happened. But the calmer he appeared, the more uneasy those around him felt. Many were wondering what exactly he had gone through in the past month. Not long after, Yuan Hao arrived. The moment he entered the classroom, his eyes immediately landed on Lin Yu. The next second, he froze. Then a look of uncontrollable joy appeared on his face as he quickly walked over. Wow, brother Yu, you're finally here. Yuan Hao plopped down next to Lin Yu, his tone full of excitement. I knew you wouldn't miss such an important day. As he spoke, he lowered his voice, his tone becoming more serious. Brother Yu, where have you been this past month? The Martial Arts Bureau didn't do anything to you, did they? I've been really worried about you. Lin Yu's expression remained calm as he gave a simple explanation. Nothing major. They just took me in to ask a few questions, and then I went home. I figured training at school was inconvenient, so I just trained at home instead. Yuan Hao nodded after hearing this. He could tell that Lin Yu didn't want to talk much about the Martial Arts Bureau, so he didn't press further. After all, some things aren't necessarily something one wants to share just because others want to hear it. Besides, that kind of place was inherently unpleasant, better left unmentioned. But Yuan Hao quickly shifted the focus back to himself, a hint of pride returning to his face. By the way, brother Yu, my blood energy has reached 21 points now. When he said this, it was obvious he was trying to regain some sense of presence in front of Lin Yu. After all, during this past month, everyone had been training hard, and he hadn't been idle either. For an average student, a blood vitality value of 21 was already quite impressive. Lin Yu glanced at him, nodded, but his tone was somewhat casual. Not bad. Yuan Hao's smile froze instantly. That's your reaction? He couldn't believe it. Lin Yu looked at him, the corner of his mouth slightly curved, but he didn't explain. Yuan Hao felt a bit uneasy under his gaze and couldn't help but lean closer, lowering his voice to ask, "Brother Yu, be honest with me. What's your blood vitality value now? Don't hide it from me. What's the point of keeping secrets between us?" Lin Yu also lowered his voice and replied calmly, "Less than 200. Yuan Hao's eyelid twitched. "Then what is it?" 105.3. Lin Yu said it casually, as if it were just an ordinary number. Yuan Hao froze completely, his mouth slowly opening, his eyes widening. How much?" 105.3. Lin Yu repeated. Yuan Hao took a long moment to recover from the shock. The next second, he almost jumped out of his seat. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! He nearly lost control of his volume. "Brother Yu, you're not joking with me, are you?" His shout was so loud that the entire classroom turned to look in their direction. Only then did Yuan Hao realize he had overreacted. He quickly coughed twice and lowered his voice. "Over 100 blood vitality? Isn't that higher than Chu Yu? I heard yesterday that Chu Yu is still stuck at around 85. Even if you gave her a day, she couldn't possibly reach 90. Brother Yu, doesn't that make you the top in the entire school?" Lin Yu merely smiled and didn't answer. Yuan Hao, however, grew increasingly restless. He stared at Lin Yu, probing, "Brother Yu, don't mess with me. Do you really have 105.3? Lin Yu didn't speak, but slightly released the blood vitality within his body. In that instant, Yuan Hao's expression changed immediately. He had an A-grade talent, making him far more sensitive to blood vitality fluctuations than the average person. As soon as Lin Yu released his blood vitality, Yuan Hao felt an intense sense of oppression, as if a heavy stone had been placed directly on his chest. This feeling was something he had only experienced once before, when facing his own brother. But his brother was already a beginner-level awakened. This meant that the pressure Lin Yu exerted had far surpassed the level of an ordinary student. Yuan Hao was first shocked, then his eyes gradually filled with admiration, and finally, he became outright excited. He looked at Lin Yu as if he were seeing him for the first time. Lin Yu noticed and simply raised his hand, gesturing, "Keep it low-key." Just then, someone outside the classroom suddenly shouted, "The homeroom teacher is here." The classroom, which had been buzzing with quiet chatter, instantly fell silent. Teacher Li walked into the room, scanned the class briefly, his gaze lingering on Lin Yu for half a second before moving on as if nothing had happened. "Is everyone here?" he asked calmly. "Who's missing?" A boy raised his hand and casually replied, "Teacher, everyone's here except Chun Hao." As soon as the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the classroom turned cold. Chun Hao. The mention of this name made many people instinctively fall silent. They all knew that Chun Hao was dead, completely and utterly gone. The boy had clearly intended to make a joke, trying to lighten the mood. But he had forgotten that this wasn't a joke just anyone could make, especially since Chun Hao had been an S-grade talent. Even though he was no longer around, not everyone could casually bring him up as a punchline. The boy's face still carried a slightly awkward smile as he glanced around, realizing that everyone was staring at him. His smile gradually stiffened. He began to sense that he might have said something wrong. Teacher Lee's expression darkened. "Go back and copy the school rules and regulations 10 times, then hand them to me," he said coldly. "For today's blood energy test, you'll be the last one." The classroom immediately erupted in hushed murmurs. Is this guy out of his mind? Joking about the dead? Exactly, that's way out of line. Maybe he just had a momentary lapse. The boy's face instantly turned bright red. He stood there, flustered and wishing he could disappear into the ground. After a few seconds of silence, Teacher Lee spoke again. "All right, since everyone is here, line up and head to the training field. Today is the monthly test, so focus on the task at hand. And in the future, don't make jokes like that again." His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable sternness. Coupled with Teacher Lee's usual cold demeanor, the students in the class immediately quieted down, not daring to talk back. The boy from earlier seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and quickly lowered his head to admit his mistake. "Teacher, it was my fault. I won't say such things again." Teacher Lee glanced at him but didn't pursue the matter further. He simply turned and walked out of the classroom, leaving behind a single sentence. "I'll be waiting for you at the training field." Not long after, everyone arrived outside the training field, which was already packed with people. All the graduating classes had gathered to prepare for the martial arts exam. Some were excited, some were nervous, and others looked pale, clearly lacking confidence. After all, everyone had already measured their blood energy levels. Some even tested themselves daily, afraid of falling behind. Who had improved and who had stagnated was something everyone knew well. Lin Yu, however, was different. With his strongest brain talent, he could accurately gauge changes in his blood energy without even looking at the testing device. In Class 7's lineup, he stood relatively near the front. Ahead of him were only Yuan Hao and 2 other classmates he wasn't very familiar with. "Brother Yu, look over there." "Zhu Lip," Yuan Hao suddenly whispered, gesturing toward a spot not far away. Lin Yu followed his gaze. Zhu Lipeng was standing outside the crowd, his expression calm, accompanied by a few followers. "What's up with him?" Lin Yu asked indifferently. Truth be told, what he wanted most right now was to deal with Zhu Lipeng personally. But he also knew that now wasn't the right time. Yuan Hao explained, "Lately, he's been coming to the training room looking for you. I didn't tell him whether you were there or not, because I know you two don't get along. But judging by his demeanor, he clearly doesn't have good intentions. You should be careful." After hearing this, Lin Yu's gaze darkened slightly. "A rival in love?" he asked. Yuan Hao froze for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Isn't he? Didn't you say you wanted to pursue Chu Yu? Zhu Lipeng likes her too. Everyone knows that. So, aren't you two rivals in love?" Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds. When he spoke again, his voice was calm but colder than before. "Not anymore." Yuan Hao was taken aback. "Then what are you?" Lin Yu looked at Zhu Lipeng in the distance, a faintly cold smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. "Enemies to the death." Yuan Hao wanted to ask more, but it was already his turn to test his blood energy, so he had to step forward. During this brief interval, Lin Yu glanced at Zhu Lipeng again. Coincidentally, Zhu Lipeng also looked over at the same time. Their gazes collided in midair. Zhu Lipeng simply nodded slightly, his face betraying no emotion. Lin Yu stared at him expressionlessly, not averting his gaze. After a moment, he slowly looked away, as if nothing had happened. Soon, Yuan Hao's test results were announced, 22.91. This figure was even higher than what everyone had estimated earlier, surpassing his own claim of 21 by a significant margin. In Class 7, this score practically secured him the top spot. Even Teacher Lee seemed a bit surprised. Who would have thought that this seemingly laid-back rich kid had such strong talent? If he kept up this momentum, achieving an A-grade rating in next month's martial arts exam wouldn't be out of reach. When the time comes, entering the top academy in South City won't be out of reach. Not long after, it was finally Lin Yu's turn to take the stage. Meanwhile, not far away, Chi was undergoing her blood vitality test. Almost everyone's attention was focused on her. In contrast, there were hardly any eyes on Lin Yu, even though he had previously made a stunning impression in the training field, climbing to 7th place on the potential rankings with his F-grade talent. The excitement had only lasted for a while. People are always like this. What's happening now is the clearest, while past glories are quickly overshadowed by new focal points. Chuyi was confident about her blood vitality. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be around 90, give or take. Over the past few days, she had shifted her focus to practicing martial techniques, which had slowed the pace of her blood vitality improvement. As the numbers on the testing device continued to jump, the value climbed steadily from 1 to 90 without stopping. Finally, the screen froze at 93.21. As soon as the result appeared, several representatives from martial academies immediately lowered their heads to record it, clearly marking her as a key observation target. Chuyi withdrew her hand, her expression remaining calm. To her, this result was merely average. Her original goal was to break through 100 in blood vitality before the martial exam. That way, by the time of the official test, she would just reach the level of a beginner awakener. She understood well that the speed of blood vitality cultivation accelerates as one progresses. As long as the foundation is solid, the growth later on becomes increasingly smooth. Meanwhile, the surrounding discussions grew louder. Chuyi is still so strong. Her consistency is terrifying. At this rate, there's no doubt she'll be the top in the school. With this result, an S rating in the martial exam is practically guaranteed. You've improved again. Ouyang Qin walked over, smiling, though there was a hint of disappointment hidden in her expression. Her talent was only A grade, and the gap compared to those with S grade talent was evident. She used to rank 3rd on the potential list, but now she had been pushed down to 7th. That was still quite good, but compared to before, it wasn't as dazzling. In this world, talent determines one's starting point and the speed of early cultivation. The higher the talent, the faster the progress. While some people struggle to catch up step by step, others can effortlessly surge far ahead. Chuyi simply nodded calmly, as if she had already anticipated this outcome. But her gaze didn't linger on herself. Instead, it passed through the crowd and landed on another testing platform. There, Lin Yu just stepped onto the stage. You're looking at Lin Yu again? Ouyang Qin followed her gaze and saw Lin Yu standing on the testing platform. She couldn't help but lower her voice. Yu, are you still thinking about him? He's just an F-grade talent. He was even taken away by the Martial Arts Bureau before. Although it was later proven to be a mistake, that period of time delayed his cultivation. That a fact. Plus, with such poor talent, how could he possibly compare to us? And he used to be ranked 7th on the potential list, but that was in the past. Now he's long out of the top 10. Who would keep remembering him? Ouyang Qin paused, then added, If you ask me, Zhu Lipeng is still a better match for you. His blood vitality value has also broken through 80 points this time, which is already quite impressive. Chuyi glanced at her indifferently and didn't respond. She knew very well that what she cared about was never what others said, but rather how far Lin Yu himself could go. Not far away, the teachers were also watching Lin Yu. Of course, they knew who Lin Yu was, and they knew he was Lin's younger brother. The rumors about his low talent had long spread throughout the school. But after all, those were just rumors, not yet confirmed. Mu Tianzhao stood on the other side, his gaze also fixed on the testing platform, his expression more solemn than usual. The numbers on the testing device began to jump. 1, 2, 3. The speed wasn't fast, but it was steady. Each jump seemed to tell everyone that this was neither a coincidence nor luck. Just moments ago, everyone's attention had been on Chuyi. Her performance was so outstanding that it almost overshadowed the entire venue. But now, Lin Yu's numbers were climbing bit by bit, and finally, someone began to notice something unusual. 10, 15, 20. The murmurs gradually quieted down. 25, 30, 35, 40. The eyes of all the students in the school began to shift toward him. Based on their initial judgment, since Lin Yu was classified as having an F-level talent and had been delayed for a period of time, his blood vitality value would at most barely pass. But now, the number had already exceeded 40, which could no longer be explained by the word barely. This was already a very strong level. 45, 50, 55, 60. Several teachers unconsciously sat up straight. Is this Lin Yu from class 7? Yes, that's him, Lin's younger brother. Wasn't it always said that he had an F-level talent? How could his blood vitality value be like this? 65, 70, 75, 80. When a number surpassed 80, the surrounding voices noticeably quieted down. No one was speaking anymore, because everyone realized one thing. Lin Yu's potential might be far higher than they had imagined. 85, 90, 95, 100. When the blood vitality value broke. Through 100, the entire training ground became eerily silent. No one could react immediately. Many even doubted whether they had seen it wrong. But the number continued to climb, albeit more slowly, as if forcing everyone to take a clear look at it. Finally, the number on the screen stopped. 105.3. When this number appeared, the entire venue fell completely silent. Everyone was stunned. This score was enough to secure the top spot in the monthly test in advance. Because before this, the highest score in the school was Chu Yu's 93.21. Ouyang Qin stood with her mouth agape, unable to speak for a long time, her face burning as if she had been slapped hard. Chu Yu's gaze also froze. 105.3, higher than hers, and not just by a little. It wasn't a gap of a few points, but a suppression of more than 10 points in blood vitality value. She pursed her lips slightly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She wasn't unwilling to accept it. She just hadn't expected that the boy who had once been underestimated by so many would actually reach this point. Zhu Lipeng stood not far away, his expression even more dramatic. First shock, then disbelief, and finally slowly turning into jealousy. He had always thought he had hidden his true strength well. On the surface, his measured score was 81 points, but in reality, his actual blood vitality value was close to 95. This score, under normal circumstances, was enough to make him proud. But compared to Lin Yu, this advantage instantly seemed laughable. He instinctively took a step back, only to meet Lin Yu's gaze. At that moment, Zhu Lipeng's heart tightened. For the first time, he realized that he was somewhat afraid to look directly at the person he had once looked down upon. It wasn't just the students. Even the teachers were stunned. Teacher Li adjusted his glasses, maintaining a calm demeanor on the surface, but the uncontrollable smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his excitement at this moment. Someone nearby couldn't help but speak, their tone full of amazement and envy. Old Li, this time the grade's top spot is definitely secured, right? This year's Best Homeroom Teacher Award is probably going to you. It used to always go to the homeroom teacher of Class 1, but now it's finally going to change. Teacher Wang said sourly, an F-level talent, and you managed to teach him to achieve a blood vitality value of 105.3. Your teaching skills, I really need to learn from you. Teacher Li coughed lightly, appearing modest on the surface, but he knew very well this had little to do with him. Lin Yu had hardly attended class for almost a month. How could he have the ability to teach someone to this level? But he couldn't say that. Saying it would be like slapping himself in the face. Not saying it would only make others think he was an excellent teacher. After all, regardless of the process, Lin Yu was a student of Class 7, and he was the homeroom teacher of Class 7. When a student achieves good results, the homeroom teacher naturally gains face at AS for how this result came about. Outsiders wouldn't bother to look into it. Teacher Wang pursed his lips and said nothing more. He understood in his heart that Lin Yu's astonishing performance this time had little to do with Teacher Li. What he truly envied was why Lin Yu happened to be in Class 7 and not his Class 6. What made him even more unwilling to accept was that his Class 6 didn't even have a single S-level talent this year. A few days ago, he had secretly rejoiced over Chun Hao's death. After all, Class 7 originally only had one S-level talent, and now even that was gone in just a few days. Of course, he was happy. But who could have expected that in the blink of an eye, Class 7 would produce a monster with a blood energy value exceeding 100? And this monster just a month ago, was still being doubted as someone who had awakened the lowest level talent. A waste. Looking back now, those earlier mockeries seemed laughable instead. However, in this setting, no one would question whether Lin Yu's results were real or fake. The representatives from the Academy admissions office had already lowered their heads and started taking serious notes. On stage, Lin Yu had already stepped down. Yuan Hao's face was flushed with excitement, and as soon as he saw Lin Yu return, he immediately lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Damn, brother Yu, you're incredible. 105.3. First in the entire school. Even Chu Yu was beaten by you." Lin Yu patted his shoulder, signaling him to calm down. But Yuan Hao couldn't calm down at all. In the classroom, when Lin Yu mentioned this blood energy value, he had thought it was exaggerated and even a bit unbelievable. After all, without seeing it with his own eyes, anyone could be bluffing. But now he had seen it with his own eyes. This wasn't a rumor, nor was it an empty boast. This was a solid, undeniable result. "Brother Yu, do you know what this means?" Yuan Hao lowered his voice, but his tone was still uncontrollably excited. "Special recruitment. There will definitely be academies coming to specially recruit you. You won't even need to take the martial arts exam. You can directly enter an academy. And not just any academy, but the best ones. You can choose whichever you want." Lin Yu merely smiled and said nothing. Special recruitment? Of course, he knew. However, what he wanted wasn't special recruitment from an ordinary academy. What he wanted was Longtian Academy. If it wasn't Longtian Academy, no matter how good the other academies were, they held no meaning for him. On the other side, Chu Yu was still standing in place, slightly lost in thought. She had always been first, but today, for the first time, someone had pushed her down to second place. This feeling was not pleasant. Ouyang Qin cautiously walked up to her and said softly, "Yeah, don't take what I said earlier to heart. I really didn't expect him to." Chu Yu interrupted her, her tone calm. "It's fine. He's strong, not like the rumors outside." Last time, Lin Yu had easily defeated Chun Hao, who had an S-level talent. This time, he had left everyone far behind in blood energy value. Someone like this could never be a waste. Ouyang Qin opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but seeing Chu Yu's expression, she swallowed her words. Chu Yu seemed calm, but those who knew her well understood that this kind of calm often meant she was anything but calm inside. Chu Yu turned around, ready to leave. But just as she took a few steps, Lin Yu and Yuan Hao were also about to leave. Their steps stopped simultaneously, and their gazes met in midair. Chu Yu looked at Lin Yu and slowly said, "You're impressive. You surprised me once again. This time, you've won. But next time, I'll win it back." Lin Yu smiled faintly, his tone equally calm. "You're impressive too. But from now on, every time after this, I'll be even stronger than I am now." Chu Yu was slightly taken aback by his words. She still wore a smile, but there was a newfound seriousness in her expression. She said nothing more and turned to leave. Yuan Hao immediately leaned close to Lin Yu, his eyes nearly popping out. "Brother Yu, did you hear that?" Lin Yu glanced at him. "Why are you so excited?" "I'm not deaf. How can I not be excited?" Yuan Hao lowered his voice, but he couldn't suppress his excitement. "That's Chu Yu, the #1 in the school, the universally acknowledged goddess of the campus. And she actually took the initiative to talk to you. You didn't see the looks from those people just now. It was as if they wanted to swallow you whole." Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to argue with him and continued walking forward. Yuan Hao quickly caught up, still muttering incessantly, "Brother Yu, you're now the #1 in the entire school." Chu Yu admitted defeat herself. Zhu Li, Peng, that guy at most, can only talk tough. At school, who would dare not listen to you? The two hadn't walked far when a stranger in a suit stopped them. Lin Yu didn't recognize him, but standing next to him was Mu Tianzhao, whom Lin Yu did recognize. Wasn't that the principal? Mu Tianzhao looked at Lin Yu and gently shook his head, his eyes full of helplessness, as if to say, "I can't help with this matter either." The man in the suit politely handed over a business card, wearing a professional smile as he said, "Hello, Lin Yu. I'm Zhou, the Deputy Director of Admissions at Jiangqing Martial Arts Academy. May I have a word with you?" Lin Yu took the business card and glanced at it. Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy. It was one of the top martial arts academies in Jiang Province, ranking among the top 15 nationwide. He looked up and asked calmly, "Mr. Zhou, what's the matter?" Deputy Director Zhou's smile deepened. "Here's the thing. We've seen your test results. A blood vitality score of 105.3 is truly remarkable. Our Jiangcheng Martial Arts Academy sees great potential in you. If you're willing, we can directly issue you a special admission notice. No need for the martial arts exam. You can enroll directly in September. Special admission." Yuan Hao, standing to the side, gasped audibly. He had guessed this earlier, but hearing those words still made his heart race. This meant, Lin, you wouldn't even need to take the martial arts exam to enter a top academy. Yuan Hao was so anxious that he kept signaling to Lin Yu, wishing he could nod and agree on his behalf. Such an opportunity was something others could only dream of. But Lin Yu didn't answer immediately. He simply looked at Deputy Director Zhou and calmly asked, "Mr. Zhou, I'd like to ask, compared to Longtian Academy, which is better?" As soon as he said this, the smile on Deputy Director Zhou's face visibly froze. Longtian Academy. It was one of the top academies in the country, founded personally by Dragon King Long Tian. While Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy was strong, it was still a notch below Longtian Academy. Deputy Director Zhou forced a couple of awkward laughs, trying to ease the tension. "Lin Yu, Longtian Academy is, of course, excellent, but our Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy is also outstanding. If you're willing to accept the special admission, I can represent the academy to secure some exclusive privileges for you. For example, a private training room, a private dormitory, and full borrowing access to the 7th floor of the library." These conditions were enough to drive many students crazy. But Lin Yu simply nodded and replied calmly, "I understand. Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Zhou. I'll consider it." Deputy Director Zhou opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to persuade further. But seeing Lin Yu's composed demeanor, he ultimately swallowed his words and handed over a form. "This is our special admission application form. Once you've decided, you can call the number on the business card anytime. My phone is on 24/7. Lin Yu took the form and nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Hao, seeing this, immediately brightened up and seized the opportunity to step forward. "Deputy Director Zhou, what about me?" Deputy Director Zhou was about to leave, but paused at these words. He looked at Yuan Hao, then at Lin Yu, his expression somewhat complicated. "And you are?" Yuan Hao quickly straightened his back and loudly announced, as if reporting his grades, "I'm Yuan Hao, in the same class as Brother Yu. In this test, my blood vitality score was 22.91, an A-grade talent." After speaking, he looked at Deputy Director Zhou with anticipation, his eyes practically screaming, "Take me with you." Of course, he wanted to skip the martial arts exam. Who would willingly go through that grueling process? But Deputy Director Zhou merely smiled politely. Not bad, very promising." And that was it. Nothing more. Yuan Hao waited for 2 seconds and realized the other party had no intention of handing over a business card. The anticipation on his face gradually froze, eventually turning into awkwardness. He licked his lips and cautiously asked, "Teacher Zhou, do you think I might have a chance for special admission?" Deputy Director Zhou's smile almost faltered. He glanced at Lin Yu, then at Yuan Hao, and had already made a judgment in his heart. An A-level talent with a blood vitality value of 22.91 was indeed decent among ordinary students. But for special admission, it was far from enough. The special admission slots were extremely limited each year, and the academy couldn't make exceptions lightly. Deputy Director Zhou carefully chose his words, trying to be as tactful as possible. "Yuan Hao, your talent is indeed good, but the special admission slots at Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy are very limited. Generally speaking," he didn't finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Yuan Hao wasn't qualified. Whether it was his talent or his blood vitality value this time, he fell short. Lin Yu, standing to the side, patted him on the shoulder, as if to comfort him or remind him to face reality. "I remember you said before that you wanted to apply to Nanxing's top academy." Yuan Hao's face immediately fell, and he said nothing. Lin Yu turned to Deputy Director Zhou and smoothed things over for him. Teacher Zhou, my friend here may not have top-notch talent or blood vitality value, but he trains very diligently, is quite clever, and is reliable. If the academy has any extra slots in the future, perhaps you could consider him. Deputy Director Zhou was momentarily stunned after hearing this. He glanced at Yuan Hao, then at Lin Yu, with a newfound appreciation in his eyes. He understood that Lin Yu wasn't forcefully advocating for his friend, but was giving him a final chance while also preserving his dignity. Such a mindset was rarer than pure talent. Yuan Hao came over, his face full of excitement. Brother Yu, you spoke up for me just now, and Deputy Director Zhou even gave me his business card. Lin Yu looked at him and asked the question that had gone unanswered earlier. I remember you originally wanted to apply to Nanqing's top academy. Why the sudden change of heart? Yuan Hao scratched his head, smiling a bit sheepishly. I just wanted to gain others' recognition. That moment just now, I already got it. But the place I truly want to go is still Nanqing's top academy. That hasn't changed. Lin Yu patted him on the shoulder without saying much, just smiling. Mu Tianzhao, standing nearby, gave Lin Yu a meaningful look and reminded him, you're drawing too much attention today. From now on, more and more people will be watching you, especially the Wuming Hall. You must be careful. His tone was calm, but the weight of his words was heavy. I've seen many geniuses, but only those who make it to the end are truly worthy of being called geniuses. You're just starting out. Don't let your guard down. Lin Yu's heart tightened, and he nodded seriously. Thank you for the reminder, Principal Mu. I'll be careful. Mu Tianzhao patted him on the shoulder and turned to leave. Yuan Hao then leaned in, lowering his voice. Brother Yu, you're really the center of attention now. Those people from the academies just now couldn't take their eyes off you. Lin Yu smiled faintly. The principal was joking. I'm not joking. Mu Tianzhao had already walked away, but his voice seemed to linger. A blood vitality value of 105.3 would rank in the top 3 in the history of Nanqing First High School. Even your sister's monthly test back then was only around 102. Based on your current performance, you've already surpassed her. Lin Yu didn't respond, silently committing the words to memory. He was well aware that the brighter his achievements, the more trouble would follow. Some people would admire him, while others would envy or even try to eliminate him. That was reality. Keep that special admission application form safe, Deputy Director Zhou said, giving him one last look. When you've made up your mind, contact me anytime. The doors of Jiangxing Martial Arts Academy will always be open to you. Lin Yu took the form and nodded. Thank you, teacher. After Deputy Director Zhou left, the lively atmosphere seemed to dissipate like a gust of wind. Yuan Hao still wanted to drag Lin Yu out to relax, suggesting the entertainment center or an all-night session at the internet cafe. But Lin Yu refused them all. Not today, he said. Yuan Hao grew anxious. You've been cooped up at home training all this time. Now that you're finally out, you're really not planning to unwind a bit. Lin Yu looked at him and calmly asked, Yuan Hao, do you know what my results today mean? Yuan Hao was momentarily stunned, then replied matter-of-factly, of course, it means you're the top student in the entire school. From today on, you're the brightest star here. Even Zhu Lipeng and Chu Yu will have to take a back seat. Lin Yu shook his head. It's not just that. It also means I'll attract more attention. Yuan Hao fell silent. He wasn't unintelligent. He just hadn't considered this aspect. For an average student, being first place was an honor. But for someone truly in the spotlight, honor often came with hidden dangers. Lin Yu didn't elaborate further. Some things were pointless to explain. If your strength wasn't sufficient, glory would only bring trouble. If your strength was enough, trouble could turn into opportunity. What he needed to do now wasn't to bask in applause, but to make himself stronger as quickly as possible. All right then, Yuan Hao sighed. I'll go wander around by myself. Just don't push yourself too hard. If you really burn out, no one will clean up the mess for you. Lin Yu waved him off and turned ahead toward the teaching building. His purpose in coming to school this time wasn't just to test his results. More importantly, it was for the scholarship. That money was crucial to him right now. The teaching building was quiet. Most of the students were still at the training grounds, and no one noticed him. Lin Yu walked to the homeroom teacher's office, raised his hand to knock on the door, and then pushed it open directly. Inside, only Teacher Li was present. Seeing that it was Lin Yu, Teacher Li was momentarily surprised, then immediately stood up, the sternness on his face softening a bit. Lin Yu? Come in, have a seat. Lin Yu was also a bit taken aback. Teacher Li was usually strict and serious, and everyone in the class knew she had high standards. It was rare to see her display such an attitude. But today, she was unusually warm, almost out of character. After sitting down, Lin Yu got straight to the point. Teacher Li, I remember the school's monthly test scholarships. Teacher Li was about to continue compiling the list when Lin Yu spoke first. For the top 10 in this month's test, there will be scholarships and other rewards, right? His question was direct. This wasn't small talk or pleasantries. Lin Yu was well aware that what he lacked most right now were resources. Vitality training, potions, and flesh. All of these required money and would determine his progress in the coming month. My vitality score in this test was 105.3. That should be enough to make the top 10, right? Lin Yu asked again. After hearing this, Teacher Li was momentarily stunned, then smiled. I thought you came to me for something serious. So it's this. As he spoke, he flipped through the records in his hand. Don't worry, the scholarship and rewards are guaranteed. Once I finish compiling the list and submit it to the academic office, they'll be distributed soon. He looked up, his tone becoming more serious. And it's not just the top 10. Lin Yu frowned slightly. Teacher Li looked at him, his smile deepening. You ranked first in this month's test. The scholarship is 200,000 Huaxia Yuan, plus 3 portions of Calamity Flesh and over 40 vials of Vitality Powder. The Calamity Flesh will take a few days since the school needs to apply for it from the Ministry of Education. Once it arrives, I'll have someone deliver it to your home. Lin Yu's heart stirred. 200,000 in scholarship money, 3 portions of Calamity Flesh, over 40 vials of Vitality Powder, and the supplements he hadn't claimed before. This wave of resources was enough to support his sprint toward the martial arts exam. As if remembering something, Teacher Li opened a drawer, pulled out an entire box of supplements, and placed it on the desk. Oh, and here are the supplements you never came to claim before. You can take them with you now. Lin Yu stared at the box for a moment, momentarily dazed. He almost forgot about this. After registering for the martial arts exam, the school would distribute basic cultivation resources every day. Every student was entitled to them, but since he hadn't been to school for nearly a month, he naturally hadn't collected any. Now, this box must have accumulated quite a bit. Thank you, Teacher Li. Lin Yu reached out to take the box, which was heavy enough to make his arms sink slightly. Teacher Li waved his hand, his tone relaxed. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. By the way, Lin Yu, let me ask you something. What are your plans next? Lin Yu looked up at him, but didn't answer immediately. Teacher Li explained, you ranked first in this month's test, so there will definitely be many academies actively seeking you out. Have you decided which one you want to go to? Lin Yu was silent for 2 seconds before calmly replying, I want to go to Longtian Academy. Teacher Li was visibly stunned. He had originally thought Lin Yu would prioritize the Capital Academy, as it was considered the safest and most prestigious choice by many. Especially since Lin Yu's sister was in the capital, it would be more convenient for the siblings to look out for each other. But Lin Yu chose Longtian Academy, a much harder path. Teacher Li quickly nodded, his tone becoming more serious. Longtian Academy is indeed one of the top academies in the country and worthy of you. But I must remind you, Longtian Academy has very high admission standards, and the number of spots is limited each year. Your blood energy value reached 105.3 this time, which is excellent, but you need to understand that there are more opportunities and a steadier path in the capital. He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. I'm not trying to discourage you. I just want you to keep more options open. When making decisions, it's wise to leave yourself a backup plan. These words were sincere and carried weight. Lin Yu could tell that Teacher Li genuinely cared about him, but he still shook his head, his tone firm. Thank you, Teacher Li, but my goal is Longtian Academy, and I won't change it. Teacher Li looked at him and suddenly smiled. There was admiration in that smile, along with a touch of sentimentality. Haha, you're a bit like your sister, he said. No wonder you're siblings. Both of you have that unyielding spirit in your bones. After saying this, he patted Lin Yu's shoulder. There's still a month until the martial arts exam. Work hard. I have high hopes for you. Lin Yu nodded, carrying the box as he turned to leave. After walking out of the office, the hallway was quiet, with only the sound of his footsteps echoing. As he walked downstairs, Lin Yu began planning his next steps in his mind. 20,000 in scholarship money, 3 portions of calamity flesh, over 40 blood energy dispersions, and this box of supplements. The resources were already in place. Now, the only thing left was to truly convert these resources into strength. Just as he reached the stairwell, his steps suddenly paused. Downstairs, the sound of footsteps ascending could be heard. Lin Yu looked down and saw several people walking up. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in a black suit, followed by 2 young men. The middle-aged man looked up, and his gaze met Lin Yu's. "Excuse me, are you Lin Yu?" he asked politely, a smile on his face. Lin Yu nodded. "I am. And you are?" The middle-aged man walked up and handed over a business card, his tone warm. "I'm Chun, the director of admissions at Dongfang Academy." "Lin Yu, may I have a moment of your time?" Dongfang Academy. Lin Yu had certainly heard of it. It was also one of the top 10 academies in the country, located in Zhonghai, with deep foundations and a stellar reputation. Those who managed to get in were all exceptional students. But Lin Yu only glanced at the business card before handing it back, decisively rejecting him. "Mr. Chun, thank you, but I already have a preferred academy and am not considering other schools for now." The smile on Director Chin's face froze for a moment. He clearly hadn't expected to be so directly rejected after coming in person. However, he quickly noticed the box Lin Yu was holding, his eyes flickering slightly, and he smiled again. "Lin Yu, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'll only take a few minutes of your time. It won't take long." Lin Yu shook his head, his attitude still firm. "Sorry, I really have no intention of considering other academies." After speaking, he held his suitcase tightly and continued walking down. Director Chen stood in place, watching Lin Yu's departing figure, the smile on his face gradually fading. Replacing it was a layer of chilling coldness that he could not suppress. A young man behind him noticed this and whispered, "This kid is really ungrateful. Why not just deal with him here and save the trouble?" Director Chen raised his hand and coldly stopped him. "This is Nanxing No. 1 High School, and Mu Tianzhao is still watching. Do you want to die?" His voice was low, but the coldness in his tone was as sharp as a knife. The other young man fell silent as well, clearly understanding that this matter could not be handled recklessly. Director Chun stared in the direction where Lin Yu had disappeared, the gloom in his eyes growing heavier. This student was too difficult to win over, and the more someone refused to bow their head, the more likely they were to become a problem. Director Chen's expression darkened. The young man behind him shrank his neck, not daring to speak further. The other young man lowered his voice and asked, "So, are we just letting this go? He's just a newly awakened student." Director Chun stared in the direction Lin Yu had left, remaining silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. "Let it go. Don't forget the task we came here for today. Our target is to kill the top scorer of Nanxing No. 1 High School's monthly test. The Wuming Hall has never failed when it takes action." After leaving the school, Lin Yu had no idea about this conversation. He couldn't have imagined that those people would dare to impersonate academy admissions officers and brazenly infiltrate the school. Holding the supplements he had just received, he walked while mentally planning his next training schedule. At least for the next month, he had enough resources. As long as he maintained a steady training rhythm, his strength could continue to improve. But after walking for a while, Lin Yu suddenly felt something was off. The street was bustling, with people coming and going, and everything seemed normal. Yet the sense of alertness in his body grew stronger and stronger. Ever since gaining the strongest brain, his perception of danger had become much sharper than before. Even the slightest hint of killing intent would not escape his notice. Lin Yu stopped in his tracks and glanced back. There was nothing unusual behind him. But the unease did not dissipate. Instead, it felt like a cold hand pressing against his back. Frowning, Lin Yu didn't linger for long and continued walking forward, though his pace noticeably quickened. He didn't want to stay on the busy street. Crowds made it easier to be targeted and gave others more opportunities to strike. Turning into an alley, he took advantage of the crowd's density to slip in quickly. The alley was narrow, barely wide enough for one person to pass through. Only here did the faint sense of danger finally begin to fade. But in the next second, Lin Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. At some point, a figure had appeared ahead of him. "Kid, you're pretty sharp." Lin Yu immediately recognized him. This was one of the two young men who had been standing beside Director Chun in the teaching building earlier. He was wearing a gray jacket with a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were nothing like the gentle demeanor from before. If his eyes in the teaching building had resembled those of an ordinary student, now they were filled only with coldness and killing intent. Just one glance at him made Lin Yu's back go cold, and even his breathing grew heavier. His heart sank instantly. This person was very strong, and since he was here, it meant that Director Chun and the other man couldn't be far away. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. They had come prepared. Lin Yu, the man in gray, said, walking toward him leisurely, his tone as casual as if greeting an old friend. "Why are you running? We're not bad people." Lin Yu's internal alarm bells were ringing, and his body instinctively tensed. He knew he couldn't show any weakness now. The moment he revealed a flaw, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. The man in gray approached while sizing him up, as if admiring a prey already caught in the net. "A blood vitality value of 105.3, not bad at all," he said with a smile. "Most of the people who died at my hands didn't even know how I appeared before they lost their lives. You're a bit better than them." Lin Yu didn't respond, only staring intently at the man. He was gauging the distance and searching for an escape route. But the alley was too narrow, leaving no room to maneuver. The man in gray took 2 more steps forward. Lin Yu immediately retreated. Seeing his reaction, the man's smile deepened. "Don't be nervous. I just want to have a chat with you." Lin Yu forced himself to suppress the panic in his heart, keeping his voice as steady as possible. "What do you want to talk about?" "Your life," the man in gray said, his smile vanishing instantly. In the next moment, his speed exploded, so fast that his figure was almost a blur. Lin Yu didn't even have time to fully react before a punch landed heavily on his chest. The intense pain erupted instantly. Lin Yu let out a muffled groan as the blow sent him staggering backward. If not for the recent significant strengthening of his body, that punch might have taken his life outright. But he was acutely aware of the vast gap between himself and his opponent. This wasn't something that could be bridged with skill. It was a pure, overwhelming difference in strength. Without hesitation, Lin Yu turned and ran. If he couldn't win, he had to survive first. "Try to run?" The low laughter of the man in gray came from behind him. "Where do you think you can go?" Gritting his teeth, Lin Yu pushed his blood vitality to its limit, instantly increasing his speed. He knew he couldn't stop now. Stopping meant death. But reality was crueler than he had imagined. The gap between them was too great. Before he had even run a few steps, the man in gray had already caught up. Another punch landed heavily on his back. Crack! Lin Yu clearly heard the sound of bones breaking. In the next second, his entire body flew through the air like a kite with a broken string, slamming into the alley wall before crashing back to the ground. The cold, hard ground sent waves of pain through his body. But what truly left him gasping for breath was the tearing sensation from within. His internal organs felt as if they had been forcibly twisted together by an invisible hand. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood, his vision beginning to blur. Lin Yu tried to prop himself up, but his limbs refused to obey. The man in gray walked over unhurriedly, looking down at him with a mocking smile. "Is that all? A genius with a blood vitality value of 105.3, and this is all you've got?" Lin Yu didn't speak. He simply raised his head and stared at the man. There was no fear in his eyes, only a coldness that sent chills down one's spine. The man in gray was momentarily stunned, seemingly surprised that Lin Yu could still have such an expression after being beaten to this extent. But Lin Yu offered no explanation, nor did he beg for mercy. He just kept looking at the man, as if waiting for the perfect moment. And at that moment, the corners of his mouth slowly curved into a faint smile. The man in gray didn't notice right away. He was still basking in the sense of superiority that came from being in complete control. He pressed Lin Yu down hard, grabbing a fistful of his hair, the pain sharp enough to feel like his scalp was being torn apart. The man in gray looked down at him, as if he were a bug that could be crushed at any moment. Lin Yu, do you know? I've seen plenty of so-called geniuses like you, he said with a cold laugh. Some beg for mercy, some cry, and some tremble in fear. But someone like you, who doesn't utter a word even at this point, is rare. Lin Yu raised his eyes to meet his gaze, his expression devoid of fear, filled only with icy resolve. In the next second, he suddenly spat directly at the man's face. The man in gray's expression darkened, his movements freezing momentarily. He wiped the spit from his face, his expression shifting from surprise to fury. Very well, he said through gritted teeth, his voice trembling with anger. You've got guts. I was planning to give you a quick death, but now it seems that's unnecessary. I will destroy you inch by inch, so you can see for yourself how you are torn apart. Lin Yu looked at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. It wasn't a smile of surrender, nor one of despair. It was a calm that the gray-clad man couldn't understand at all, even carrying a hint of anticipation. He was waiting for an outcome, waiting for the moment he would truly die. The gray-clad man was utterly enraged by this composure. He raised his foot and stomped hard on Lin Yu's arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was particularly jarring in the narrow alley. Excruciating pain surged through Lin Yu's body like a tidal wave, almost tearing his consciousness apart. But he gritted his teeth, not even letting out a scream, only a suppressed groan, the veins on his forehead bulging. What did this pain matter? When he came back to life, he would pay for all of this with interest. Still able to endure it, the gray-clad man sneered. What about this kick? He raised his foot again, stomping on Lin Yu's other arm. Crack! Ah, this time, Lin Yu finally couldn't hold back and let out a scream. The smile on the gray-clad man's face twisted even more. I thought you were really tough, but it turns out you're nothing special. He said contemptuously, geniuses are human too. They feel pain and fear just like everyone else. Stop pretending to be a hero. Lin Yu gasped for breath, his body aching so much he was almost losing all feeling. He knew very well that this torture was harder to endure than death, because death is instantaneous. But this pain dragged him into the abyss bit by bit. Forget it, it's pointless. The gray-clad man shook his head, as if he had lost patience. You should just die. He raised his foot again, this time targeting not his arm, but his head. Lin Yu looked at the descending foot, his eyes unchanged. He didn't even dodge, because he knew that the real counterattack wasn't coming at this moment. Bang! A muffled thud. Blood splattered. Lin Yu's body collapsed completely, motionless. The gray-clad man withdrew his foot, looked down at the corpse on the ground, and finally revealed a satisfied expression. I thought you had some backbone, but it was all over with just one kick. He sneered, what genius? You're just a piece of trash. Having said that, he turned and left. He was acting alone this time. The other two were still waiting for his news. He needed to rejoin them as soon as possible and leave. He couldn't stay here long. Leaving a trace and being discovered would be troublesome. He had only taken a few steps when he habitually activated his talent. His talent was called Wind Track. It wasn't about controlling the wind, but rather sensing its direction and following its trajectory to go wherever he wanted. As long as he transformed into the wind, he could move rapidly in a short time. But this time, something was wrong. The gray-clad man frowned. What was going on? Why was there no reaction? He tried again, but still nothing. His expression slowly changed. He raised his hand, trying to sense the flow of the surrounding air. This was an instinct he had possessed since awakening his talent, something he could easily do even with his eyes closed. But now, he couldn't sense anything. He couldn't feel anything. It was as if an invisible wall had completely severed his senses. Just then, Lin Yu's consciousness began to clear again. In the darkness, a cold, mechanical voice rang in his mind. Conceptual level undying activated successfully. You have been resurrected and restored to your state before death. Plunder activated successfully. You have seized the target talent. Gained A-level talent. Wind track. Wind track. You can transform into wind, sense the trajectory of the wind, and travel along the wind's flow to any place you want to go. The prerequisite is that you must first transform into wind. This talent can be advanced. Resurrection. Plunder. Two abilities activated simultaneously. Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes. Before him was no longer darkness, nor the bloody scene in the alley. He felt as if he had entered a world with no visible boundaries. But it was not empty. This was the world of wind. He could clearly see the wind. The originally invisible airflow now became clear in his eyes. It flowed slowly, intertwining, dispersing, converging, like a vast and intricate web covering the entire space. The unseen wind, for the first time, took on a shape. He finally understood that he hadn't just come back to life. He had also regained his chance to fight back. So this is the wind trajectory? Lin Yu raised his hand, attempting to touch one of the invisible paths. As his fingertip brushed against the wind-like trace, his entire body suddenly felt light, as if pulled away by some force. In the next second, he was already standing at the alley entrance. Lin Yu himself was momentarily stunned. The man in gray was also dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? He had clearly crushed Lin Yu's head with his own hands. Yet now, Lin Yu was not only standing there unharmed, but even his wounds had vanished. The man in gray turned sharply to look, only to find that the headless corpse that should have been lying on the ground had disappeared completely. The ground was empty, not even a trace of blood remained. Impossible! The man in gray's voice trembled, his face turning pale. When he turned back again, Lin Yu was already standing at the alley entrance, his expression calm, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. As an assassin of the Hall of No Life, although he was only a beginner-level awakener, he had killed many people stronger than himself using his wind trajectory talent. Those geniuses and powerhouses had all ultimately died by his hand. The authorities had always been helpless against him, relying on this strange and unique ability. But now, the power he was most proud of seemed to have been forcibly taken away. What are you?" The man in gray's voice was hoarse. Lin Yu looked at him, his tone light. "Weren't you trying to kill me?" The man in gray's legs went weak, his mind a chaotic mess. How could someone whose head had just been crushed come back to life in the blink of an eye and appear right in front of him? Lin Yu stared at him and suddenly smiled. "I have to admit, the wind trajectory is indeed very useful." The man in gray was completely bewildered. The wind trajectory is useful? What does that mean? Before he could figure it out, Lin Yu's figure suddenly dispersed, merging into the air like a wisp of wind. The man in gray's pupils contracted sharply, his entire body almost frozen in place. This scene was all too familiar to him. It was his own talent, wind transformation. "How is this possible?" he murmured, his voice filled with fear. The next second, a fist slammed into his face. Bang! The punch landed solidly, sending the man in gray flying. The sound of his nasal bone shattering was piercingly clear, blood splattering instantly as he crashed heavily to the ground, gasping in pain. Lin Yu didn't hold back. If this punch had landed on an ordinary person, it would have crippled them. Only the enhanced physique of an awakener allowed the man in gray to barely endure it. Even so, he was in a pitiful state. Why do you have my talent?" He lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his eyes filled with fear and confusion. Lin Yu didn't answer, only coldly asked, "Are you from the Hall of No Life?" At these words, the man in gray visibly froze. Lin Yu noticed and didn't waste any more words, raising his foot and stomping down. Crack! Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the alley. The man in gray's left arm was brutally crushed by Lin Yu, just as he had crushed Lin Yu's arm earlier. "Yes, I'm from the Hall of No Life. Spare me. I beg you." The man in gray trembled in pain, finally bowing his head to plead for mercy. But halfway through his plea, he stopped. He had intended to say that he could hand over his talent, resources, and secrets. But as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. What good would it do to say them? He knew exactly what he had done to Linyu earlier. Both arms crushed, and finally a stomp to the head. Linyu hadn't even made a sound from start to finish. Now, it was his turn. The man in gray finally understood that the situation had completely reversed. Just moments ago, he was the one hunting others, but now it was his turn to grovel on the ground like a dog, begging for his life. "You, who are you?" His voice trembled, his eyes filled with despair. Linyu looked down at him, his tone as calm as if he were discussing something trivial. "I'm just an ordinary student." After speaking, he raised his foot again. This time, he stepped down on the man's other arm. The man, in gray, let out another scream, his face turning as pale as paper, his entire body convulsing in pain. Linyu's actions showed no hesitation. He wasn't venting his emotions. He was simply making the man experience, bit by bit, the pain he had just endured. "Please, spare me." The man in gray pleaded through gritted teeth, his voice strained. "I have many treasures. If you let me go, I'll give them all to you. Whatever you want to know, I'll tell you." Linyu looked at him expressionlessly. "Among the people you killed, did any of them beg you like this?" The man in gray froze. Maybe some did," he stammered weakly. "And did you spare them?" Linyu's words pierced the man's heart like a knife. He fell silent instantly because the answer was all too clear. He had never shown mercy to anyone. So now, no one would show mercy to him. Linyu raised his head, and the wind around him suddenly grew sharp. The air in his palms swirled rapidly, condensing into a razor-sharp blade of wind. With a light flick of his fingers, the wind blade shot out. Squelch! Blood spurted violently. The man in gray's body shuddered, his eyes wide open, filled with terror and regret. But it was all too late. Huang Kuen's body twitched twice before going completely still, his last breath fading away. Linyu looked at the corpse on the ground, his expression calm, though he felt no relief in his heart. He could have made the man suffer more, but in the end, he held back, leaving the body intact. It wasn't out of compassion, but because he knew very well that this place wouldn't have just one assassin. That man who called himself Director Chun and the young man were most likely still waiting for news. Linyu crouched down and searched Huang Kuen's body again. The result surprised him. The man didn't even have 100 yuan on him, pitifully poor. Linyu stood up and glanced around. This alley was remote, a place no one usually visited. The body wouldn't be discovered for a while. He deliberately left the scene untouched. He wanted to leave the corpse for the Martial Arts Bureau to find. This way, at least they could identify the man, unlike last time when they had no idea who the enemy was and ended up arresting people indiscriminately. After finishing, Linyu raised his hand, and the air around him began to flow gently. Wind path. In the next moment, his figure seemed to be swallowed by the wind, moving rapidly in its direction. Within seconds, he had traveled dozens of meters from his original position. The speed wasn't particularly fast, but it was sufficient. Along the way, Linyu also figured out one thing. The speed of the wind path was closely related to the strength of his mental power. The stronger the mental power, the faster the movement. If his mental power became strong enough in the future, it might even be possible to appear instantly in a distant location, provided there was wind in that place, of course. And his mental power had to hold up. With this ability, he wouldn't even need to spend money on transportation anymore. Meanwhile, at the hotel, room 302, Director Chun and the young man were still waiting for Huang Kuen to return. Director Chun sat by the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to observe the activity below. A cigar dangled from his mouth, his expression unreadable. The young man, on the other hand, lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone in boredom, growing increasingly impatient. Why isn't that Huang Kuen back yet? He tossed his phone aside, his tone already tinged with irritation. Wasn't he just sent to kill a student? How could it be this troublesome? Director Chen said nothing, but his brows gradually furrowed. The young man sat up from the bed, his expression beginning to change as well. Brother Chun, this is taking way too long. Usually, at most half an hour, Huang Kuan should have been back. It's been almost an hour now. Could something have really happened? He paused for a moment and lowered his voice. Staying here isn't safe for us either. The longer we stay, the more likely we are to be exposed. Director Chen finally spoke, his voice still steady. What could possibly happen? A student who just recently awakened, even with a blood energy value of over 100, might not necessarily be able to beat Huang Kuan. Not to mention, Huang Kuan has the wind track talent. Even if he can't win, he can escape immediately. Unless a mid-level awakened intervenes, no one can stop him. The young man nodded, but the unease in his heart refused to subside. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his expression changed. Lin Yu. He seemed to be talking to himself, as if desperately grasping at some clue. That's right. I remember his sister is Lin. Could someone be secretly protecting him? Director Chen's gaze instantly turned cold. The name Lin was, of course, not unfamiliar to him. She was also on the Nameless Hall's assassination list, but her level was far too high, completely out of reach for their tier. Moreover, there had been numerous failed attempts to assassinate Lin. The young man's reminder made Director Chen realize another possibility. Perhaps someone really was secretly protecting Lin Yu. But he still didn't leave immediately. He didn't want to give up so easily. Huang Kuan had never failed before. Maybe this time, he was just running late. The room fell silent again. Time ticked by minute. Another hour passed. The young man finally couldn't sit still any longer. He got off the bed, his voice noticeably anxious. Brother Chun, it's been 2 hours. This is definitely not right. Based on Huang Kuan's usual habits, even if he killed someone and went for a meal afterward, he should have been back by now. Something must have happened to him. That kid Lin, you must have someone secretly protecting him. Director Chen still didn't turn around, only staring out the window, his tone indifferent. Wait a little longer. The young man frowned in frustration. Wait, Brother Chun, the longer we stay here, the greater the risk of exposure. Besides, our current identities were stolen from people at the Eastern Academy. If we're discovered, we won't even make it out of South City. I said, wait a little longer. Director Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable tone of command. He was silent for a few seconds before continuing. We've worked together long enough. You know the rules. If they're alive, we see them. If they're dead, we see the body. Wait a little longer. If there's still no news, we'll leave. He spoke calmly, but deep down, he was well aware that he wasn't as composed as he seemed. If Huang Kuan was truly dead, he would also bear the responsibility for poor management upon returning. The Nameless Hall had always been strict with its subordinates. This time, their target was Lin Yu. But from this moment on, things were no longer as simple as they initially seemed. Based on the past few days' experience, tasks like this were usually handled by Huang Kuan first. Not because others weren't ruthless enough, but because Huang Kuan's talent was too unique. Even if he couldn't kill the target immediately, he could ensure his own escape. But now, something was clearly wrong. If the higher-ups found out that he had taken people out but lost a subordinate due to carelessness, the responsibility he would bear would only grow heavier. Director Chun had already called Huang Kuan several times. On the other end of the line, there was only the cold sound of a busy signal. He stared at the phone screen, his expression growing darker by the second. By now, he had lost count of how many calls he'd made, but Huang Kuan still hadn't answered. Brother Chun, should we retreat for now? The young man cautiously suggested. Even if something really happened to Huang Kuan, he would at least try to find a way to escape. But if we stay here, we're more likely to be exposed. Director Chun didn't respond immediately. He was silent for a few seconds, as if weighing the pros and cons, or perhaps suppressing the unease in his heart. Finally, he slowly stood up, tossed the cigar in his hand into the trash can, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains open in one swift motion. After confirming there was nothing unusual outside, he spoke. You're right. Let's go. Meet at the usual place. As he said this, his gaze grew even colder. But before the meeting, We must confirm Huang Kuen's last known location. The young man's face turned even grimmer. Brother Chun, if something really happened to Huang Kuen, wouldn't going there now be walking straight into a trap? Director Chun shook his head. I'm not asking you to go and die, just to find out where he was last seen. Even if Huang Kuen is truly dead, we need to know who made the move. He paused for a moment, then pulled out a black device from his pocket and handed it over. Take this and search near South City Number 1 High School. It can detect Huang Kuen's presence. The young man's hands trembled as he took the device. He had initially thought Director Chun would accompany him, but now it seemed he would be going alone. Brother Chun, am I going alone? His voice wavered slightly. If something had indeed happened to Huang Kuen, the area would undoubtedly be dangerous. If he were discovered, escape would be nearly impossible. After all, he was only a beginner awakener, just like Huang Kuen. More importantly, he lacked Huang Kuen's wind track talent. If he encountered danger, he might not even have a chance to escape. Director Chen looked at him, his expression calm. What else? Should I go with you? Then both of us would get caught together. The young man fell silent immediately. He knew Director Chun was right. Someone had to confirm the situation. As he reached the door, he couldn't help but turn back and say in a low voice, Brother Chun, I'm a little scared. Director Chun looked at him, paused for 2 seconds, and suddenly smiled. What are you afraid of? The Martial Arts Bureau doesn't know you're with the Hall of No Names. Go quickly and come back soon. Don't dawdle. The young man opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Director Chen stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a gentler tone. Go on, be careful. If you notice anything wrong, run immediately. The young man took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and finally pushed the door open and walked out. After the door closed, the room fell silent. Director Chen stood in place, staring at the door for a long time. The smile that had been on his face moments ago slowly disappeared completely. He pulled out his phone and dialed an unfamiliar number. The call was quickly answered. Is the task complete? A deep voice came from the other end. Director Chen's tone was steady, as if discussing something utterly ordinary. Most likely a failure. Huang Kuen may already be dead. The other end of the line was silent for 2 seconds. What about that kid? The voice asked again. I sent him to investigate. Director Chen replied indifferently. I did something to him. He's unlikely to make it back alive, but before he dies, he can still scout the way for us. A light chuckle came from the other end. Chun Zhan. Oh, Chun Zhan, you're still as ruthless as ever. You even lay hands on your own subordinates. You should know what the consequences will be if the higher-ups find out, right? Director Chun snorted coldly. Spare me the nonsense. Meet at the usual place. Leave South City first. As for Lin Yu, we can't touch him for now. There's an 80% chance he has official people around him. With that, he hung up the phone directly. Then, he pulled a lighter from his pocket and casually tossed it onto the bed. Flames quickly erupted, engulfing the entire bed in no time. The fire grew larger, and black smoke rapidly filled the room. Not long after, a hotel staff member smelled the smoke and rushed to room 302. But by then, Chun Zhan had already left. Lin Yu hadn't paid much attention to the Hall of No Names. There was only 1 month left until the martial arts exam. Right now, his most important goal was to become a beginner awakener as soon as possible. Only by truly taking this step could he officially embark on the path of martial arts. Over the next month, Lin Yu didn't plan to stay cooped up at home training endlessly. Since the notebook gave him an opportunity for real combat validation, it showed that cultivation cannot rely solely on secluded hard training. True growth requires battles and the experience honed on the edge of life and death. Otherwise, sooner or later, he would end up being easily suppressed like he was a few days ago by the man in gray. Moreover, Lin Yu was very clear that the gap between him and the opponent was not insurmountable. The reason he was crushed was largely due to his lack of proficiency in utilizing his talent and his lack of real combat experience. Shuiqing was located on the outskirts of the southern city. That city was once a prosperous place, but now it had become the first city within Huaxia's borders to fall. Today, Shuiqing was already in ruins. Although most of the high-level calamities in Shuaicheng had been cleared out by powerful human warriors, low-level calamities were still everywhere. Coupled with the constant mutation of wild beasts, many ordinary animals had turned into demonic beasts. For a novice like Lin Yu, who had just started training and urgently needed combat experience, this place was perfect. The reason Shuaicheng had not been rebuilt for so long boiled down to one fundamental issue. It was too labor-intensive and too costly. If not for this, it would have been rebuilt long ago. Outside the city walls, the authorities had even set up a special outpost. After all, with low-level calamities and demonic beasts still roaming nearby, ordinary people who accidentally wandered and could easily get into trouble, so someone had to guard the area. However, martial artists were not subject to such restrictions. Many of the calamity flesh and blood, as well as demonic beast materials circulating within Huaxia, came from Shuaicheng. As a result, the area was frequented by martial artists, most of whom were independent cultivators. These independent cultivators had to rely on selling valuable items like demonic beast hides, bones, claws, and teeth to make a living. A few, like Lin Yu, came specifically to hone their skills. As Lin Yu stepped out of the southern city boundary, he spotted the outpost in the distance. Calling it an outpost was a bit of a stretch. It looked more like a temporary marketplace. A few rows of simple wooden planks formed a circle, with an open space in the middle, surrounded by various off-road vehicles. Some people were setting up stalls, others were recruiting teammates, and a few were gathered in low-voiced discussions. The place was bustling with activity, almost excessively so. Moreover, nearly everyone there was a martial artist, true warriors who made their living through combat, far beyond the level of students still laying their foundations in school. The aura of those who had spent years struggling on the edge of life and death was unmistakable at a glance. Lin Yu took a deep breath, moved his feet, and swept forward like the wind. As he got closer, he could finally see what was on the stalls. Calamity crystals of various colors, mostly from low-level calamities, as well as piles of demonic beast hides, bones, claws, and teeth. There were even numerous bottles and jars labeled with tags like healing potion, vitality powder, and antidote. The stall owners guarded their goods while shouting loudly, afraid that others might overlook them. Before entering Shuaicheng, Lin Yu needed to buy some equipment. He was particularly interested in getting some vitality powder. After all, this kind of item could save lives in critical moments and help martial artists quickly recover. So, he stepped forward to ask about the price. The answer nearly made him jump in shock. A single bottle of vitality powder cost 10,000 Huaxia currency. Lin Yu only had 200,000 on him in total. The price was outrageous. "Young man, this is military-grade supply," the stall owner said confidently, stroking his chin. "Around here, I can guarantee you won't find it cheaper anywhere else. If you don't believe me, feel free to check other stalls and come back to me later." Lin Yu shook his head and declined outright. At 10,000 per bottle, he simply couldn't afford it. Fortunately, the school had previously issued him a few bottles, which could last him for a while. Only now did he truly understand that vitality powder was not something ordinary people could casually use. Those students from wealthy families, whose vitality values far surpassed others as soon as they awakened their talents, likely owed their advantage not just to good talents, but also to abundant resources. It was all built up through the continuous use of such medicines. It wasn't until today that Lin Yu truly realized for the first time that the gap between himself and those wealthy heirs was not just about starting points, but also resources. As he walked through the stalls, his gaze was occasionally drawn to various items. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. On one of the stalls lay a black short knife. The blade wasn't long, about 30 centimeters, entirely jet black and almost non-reflective. The handle was wrapped in fine cord, and there was a faint trace of rust on the blade. Lin Yu was currently in need of a handy weapon. He couldn't always rely on his fists. This knife caught his eye immediately. "Young man, you have a good eye," said the stall owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a stubbly face and a cigarette dangling from his mouth. This knife is a treasure. I dug it out from the depths of Water City. I can guarantee that its previous owner was definitely an awakened being of at least mid-level. He held up two fingers, his tone exaggerated. Now, not 99,000, not 9,900, just 8,800, and it's yours. Lin Yu frowned, picked up the short knife, weighed it in his hand, and then asked, "How can you be sure its previous owner was a mid-level or higher awakened being?" The stall owner was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. "Young man, there's residual spiritual energy on the blade. Although it's faint, anyone knowledgeable can see it at a glance. Only awakened beings who use specialized weapons for a long time leave a unique aura on their weapons. Once you gain more experience, you'll naturally understand." Lin Yu lowered his head and examined it carefully. Indeed, there was a faint, almost imperceptible aura lingering on the blade. If he hadn't trained in spiritual power, he probably wouldn't have noticed it at all. The aura was so faint it was almost gone, and the smell of rust was more prominent. "But this knife is rusty," Lin Yu pointed out directly. The stall owner waved his hand dismissively, looking unconcerned. "That's just surface rust. It doesn't affect the sharpness. You'll know once you use it. If it were junk, I wouldn't even bother putting it out for sale." Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds. 8,800. The price was actually acceptable. After all, he had just inquired about blood vitality elixirs, and a single bottle cost 11,000. By comparison, this knife seemed much cheaper. "All right, I'll take it." After paying, Lin Yu packed the knife and a whetstone together. It wasn't until he had walked some distance away that he took the knife out again for a closer look. The rust on the blade was indeed only surface level and could be wiped off with a cloth. Moreover, the stall owner had thrown in the whetstone for free, and it wasn't an ordinary one either. Just holding it in his hand, Lin Yu could feel the difference. He was even more satisfied now. He put the knife away again and continued to browse the stalls at a leisurely pace. After making a round, he noticed a very practical issue. The further he went, the more expensive the blood vitality elixirs became. At some stalls, the price had even reached 20,000 per bottle. Lin Yu had originally planned to buy a few more bottles, but his budget was limited, so he had to hold back. If he had enough money, he would have loved to buy up all the blood vitality elixirs here. That way, he could take them in large quantities and rapidly boost his strength. Unfortunately, reality wasn't that simple. Lin Yu left the market and headed deeper into Water City. He would be staying here for the next month. Chapter 41, Breakthrough. Beginner Awakened Being. Water City had no laws, nor did it have any official institutions. Here, robbery, murder, or even finding a corpse by the roadside was nothing unusual. This was truly a lawless land. It wasn't that the authorities didn't want to intervene, they simply couldn't. This city had long since become a ruin. Unless the authorities one day decided to rebuild it, order would never return. Although it was Lin Yu's first time here, he was no stranger to Water City. He had already learned about its dangers from various materials. But after stepping inside, he still felt the oppressive atmosphere. Everywhere he looked, there were ruins. Collapsed skyscrapers, cracked streets, and bottomless fissures scattered across the ground. Lin Yu stood at the edge of a crack and looked down. Below was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. He didn't proceed recklessly, but first released his spiritual power to carefully sense everything around him. In a place like this, even the slightest negligence could be fatal. After turning a corner, Lin Yu suddenly saw a scene that made his pupils contract sharply. 3 gray-white monsters were frantically tearing at a corpse. It was a human corpse. These monsters were about a meter long, resembling wolves in shape, but completely hairless. Their skin was gray-white and wrinkled, looking as if they had been skinned. Their eyes were blood red, their mouths filled with sharp fangs, and their ferocity was terrifying. These were demonic beasts, bloodthirsty wolves. Lin Yu had read about these creatures in books before. They were mutated wolves that preferred to live in packs, were fast, highly aggressive, and had a strong sense of territoriality. If any outsider intruded into their territory, they would immediately launch an attack. The corpse on the ground was clearly someone who had strayed into their domain. most likely a rogue cultivator. Whether he was killed by the bloodthirsty wolves or murdered by someone else and then dumped here is unclear. The most valuable part of a demonic beast was usually its fur. However, the skin of bloodthirsty wolves had little value, and almost no one was willing to hunt them specifically. Because of this, they had expanded rapidly in the outskirts of Water City, occupying nearly half of the border area. A single bloodthirsty wolf wasn't particularly strong, but the trouble lay in their numbers. Right now, there were only 3 feeding, but if discovered, it was likely that a dozen or more would surround him immediately. However, Lin Yu hadn't come here to seek profit or fortune. He was here for combat training. Since demonic beasts had presented themselves, he certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. Lin Yu slowly drew his blade and activated Wind Track. In the next moment, his figure accelerated abruptly, rushing forward close to the ground. As he approached, his form became visible, and the blade in his hand slashed down decisively, splitting one bloodthirsty wolf cleanly in half. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. The vendor hadn't lied to him. This blade was indeed absurdly sharp. The other 2 bloodthirsty wolves instantly sensed their companion's death, tensed their bodies, and entered a state of alert. But Lin Yu had Wind Track. He certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to engage the 2 wolves head-on. He flashed forward again, delivering another clean and decisive strike to take down the second wolf. Only the last bloodthirsty wolf remained. It was clearly panicked, standing in place and nervously scanning its surroundings, trying to locate the hidden enemy. Lin Yu confirmed there were no other bloodthirsty wolves nearby before revealing himself. The last wolf immediately locked onto him. However, it didn't charge at him right away. It growled lowly, the scent of blood and the brutal deaths of its companions continuously agitating its nerves. It wanted to attack, but was also afraid. Lin Yu stood still, gripping his blade. He was waiting for the beast to make the first move. 10 seconds passed. The bloodthirsty wolf finally couldn't hold back. It lunged at Lin Yu, its speed like a gray-white lightning bolt. Lin Yu was already prepared. He reacted swiftly, sidestepping to dodge and counterattacking with his blade in one fluid motion. The blade's edge pierced precisely into the wolf's skull. Blood spurted out. The bloodthirsty wolf let out a miserable cry, collapsed on the spot, and stopped breathing. This type of demonic beast was a typical example of high attack and low defense. With fast enough blade techniques, it wasn't difficult to kill them in one strike. The first battle, 3 kills. Clean and efficient, almost perfect. Lin Yu's success was also partly due to luck. Under normal circumstances, bloodthirsty wolves usually appeared in packs, with at least a dozen and often a wolf king leading them. Encountering just these few today was already a stroke of fortune. Without wasting time, Lin Yu immediately crouched down and extracted the innards of the 3 bloodthirsty wolves. After carefully searching, he finally found their inner cores. These inner cores were indeed helpful for cultivation. Although unprocessed and less effective than formal pills, they were direct and, most importantly, free. For Lin Yu, free things are often the most cost-effective. The only truly useful part of the bloodthirsty wolf was its inner core. As for the flesh, he heard it tasted rather ordinary. Lin Yu only glanced at the dark reddish-brown flesh and completely lost his appetite. After confirming his surroundings were safe, he found an open space to sit down and took out the inner core. The core was only the size of a thumb, its surface smooth and grayish-white, with faint blood-red patterns inside, looking like concentrated blood and qi. Without hesitation, Lin Yu swallowed it. The next second, a surge of power exploded within his body. Heat, scalding heat, like a ball of fire rushing through his meridians, burning directly to his limbs and bones. Lin Yu's body tensed instantly, veins bulging on his forehead and beads of sweat rolling down his face. Then came the pain. But this pain was nothing compared to the agony he'd endured while cultivating the Vajra body. Lin Yu gritted his teeth and forcefully circulated the diamond body technique, guiding the violent power to flow within his body, slowly digesting and absorbing it. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly opened his eyes. The bloodthirsty wolf's inner core was indeed domineering. Lin Yu didn't stop. He immediately swallowed a second one. This time, the effect was significantly weaker. The warm current within his body was still there, but it was far less intense than the first one, and the increase in his blood and qi was only slight. Lin Yu immediately understood. This kind of inner core was beginning to provide less help to him. However, just as he stabilized his breathing, he suddenly felt a change in his vision. Previously, with the support of the superbrain, his visual range was about 500 meters. Even a mosquito flying 500 meters away could be seen clearly. Now that distance had increased again. If it was 500 meters before, now it was at least 800 meters or even further. No, he had broken through. He had become a beginner-level awakener. Lin Yu then realized that his qi and blood value had risen to 151.1, completely crossing the threshold of the initial stage of awakening. That inner core had directly increased his qi and blood value by nearly 50 points. For a moment, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up in Lin Yu's heart. 1 month. From an ordinary person to an initial stage awakener. He had finally done it. But he knew better than anyone that this was just the beginning. The real path had only just begun. Lin Yu opened his arms, and without even consciously circulating his cultivation technique, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be drawn towards him by some force. His qi and blood value was also slowly increasing. This cultivation speed was abnormally fast, and it could even be said that it far exceeded the limits that ordinary people could understand. However, what Lin Yu wanted to do most now was not to continue cultivating, but to test how strong he really was. Just then, a commotion came from afar. Moreover, there was more than one person. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately activated the wind track, and his whole body transformed into a gust of wind, silently floating to a higher place. Before long, he could see the situation below. A woman covered in wounds staggered towards them. Her clothes were tattered, her hair disheveled, her face smeared with blood, and one arm hung limply at her side, clearly broken. Yet she kept running desperately. But her injuries were too severe. She stumbled and fell to the ground. Not far behind her, 5 figures were rapidly pursuing her. The leader was a bald man, carrying a blood-stained broadsword, a cold smile on his face. "Run, keep running," he said in a chilling tone, full of threat. "I want to see how far you can run. You dare to steal from me? You really don't want to live." A woman beside him also sneered. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do it." She has 3 mid-level demon beast inner cores on her. Mid-level demon beast inner cores? Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. These were valuable items. The inner core of a bloodthirsty wolf was only considered low level. The value of a mid-tier inner core is at least equivalent to 10 low-tier inner cores. 3 of them together amount to the worth of 30 low-tier inner cores. No wonder this group was pursuing so relentlessly. The woman who had fallen to the ground turned her head back with difficulty, her eyes filled with despair. In midair, Lin Yu coldly observed everything. To save or not to save, Lin Yu had already made up his mind. He had no interest in saving anyone. But the 3 mid-tier demon beast inner cores on that woman, those he wanted. Especially since he had just broken through and his realm was still unstable, he was in dire need of resources. These 3 inner cores were too important to him. Save her first and then ask for them? He didn't want to bother with such trouble. What he wanted was to take them directly. This was Water City, not South City. In a place like this, there were no rules to speak of. The strong feast, the weak suffer. Killing and looting was the most straightforward survival law. With this thought, a cold smile slowly appeared on Lin Yu's lips. He raised his hand, dispelled the wind track, and appeared directly in front of everyone. At that moment, all 6 people in the scene froze. Almost simultaneously, all eyes fell on Lin Yu. The air instantly grew tense. The bald man, still holding a large blade in his hand, immediately became wary. The other 4 also stopped in their tracks, no longer approaching the injured woman. Instead, they gripped their weapons tightly, staring intently at this stranger who had suddenly appeared. No one dared to make the first move. To the bald man, Lin Yu's appearance was too strange. He had no detectable aura at all, as if he had materialized out of thin air. And yet, the bald man was a low tier awakened. At this distance, he could sense even a mouse scurrying by. But now, a living person had appeared, and he hadn't noticed a thing. This was highly unusual. The injured woman, who had been on the brink of despair, saw a glimmer of hope the moment Lin Yu appeared. Whether or not this person was here to save her, at least the situation had become chaotic. If she could take advantage of the standoff to escape, she might still have a chance to survive. She forced herself to stand, gritting her teeth as she tried to retreat. But just as she took her first step, a shadow flashed past. In the next moment, blood splattered. Her left leg was severed by Lin Yu in a single stroke. The woman didn't even see what had happened before she lost her balance and fell heavily to the ground. The excruciating pain exploded instantly. She let out a piercing scream. Looking down, she realized her left leg was gone. She was on the verge of losing her mind. "Sorry, you're not leaving just yet," Lin Yu said calmly as he withdrew his short blade. "Let me deal with him first, and then I'll deal with you." His tone was casual, as if he had just done something trivial. He didn't even spare the woman another glance. The bald man's expression darkened immediately. He stared at Lin Yu, his voice cold and menacing. "Kid, who the hell are you? This woman was our target first. What's the meaning of you cutting in halfway?" Lin Yu's expression remained indifferent as he pointed at the woman on the ground. "I don't want her. What I want are the 3 mid-tier demon beast inner cores on her." As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions changed. The bald man's gaze grew even more sinister. The most valuable things on that woman were indeed the 3 inner cores. They had chased her all this way, losing several comrades in the process, all for those cores. They were just about to claim them, and now someone had appeared out of nowhere, demanding to take everything. How could they accept this? "Kid," the bald man sneered, his face filled with malice. "I don't know who you are, but you've got quite the appetite. There are 5 of us here, and you're alone. Do you really think you can take the inner cores from us? Believe me, I'll kill you first, then deal with that woman, and still get what I want." Lin Yu simply looked at him without saying a word. That calm gaze made the bald man's heart sink inexplicably, and he instinctively took half a step back. He felt as if he were being watched by a ferocious beast. That oppressive feeling sent chills down his spine. Seeing that force wouldn't work, the bald man had no choice but to suppress his anger and try to negotiate. "Brother, how about this? Let's each take a step back. We'll take 2 of the inner cores, and you take 1. As for the other things on her, we can split them evenly with you. As for the woman herself..." He glanced at the woman lying on the ground, a lewd smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "To be honest, this woman looks pretty good, though she's a bit disheveled right now. Clean her up, and she should be quite appealing. We'll leave her to you, how about that?" As he spoke, his gaze was probing. But Lin Yu simply shook his head after hearing him. "All 3 inner cores, I want them all. As for the woman, if you want her, take her." As soon as these words were spoken, the bald man's face turned completely cold. He finally understood there was no room for negotiation. "It seems you're determined to seek death," the bald man said through gritted teeth, his voice now carrying a murderous intent. "There are 5 of us, and only 1 of you. Even if you have some skills, do you really think you could take us all on?" Lin Yu still didn't respond. He merely smiled faintly. The next second, the sound of wind stirred. Before anyone could react, a head rolled to the ground in the middle of the scene. Blood sprayed out instantly, splattering directly onto the bald man's face. He froze completely. The one who had fallen was the woman beside him. The bald man's pupils contracted sharply, almost unable to believe his eyes. He hadn't even seen how Lin Yu had made his move. Lin Yu was clearly still standing in the same spot, not even having taken a step. Yet the person beside him was already dead. What was going on? Before he could figure it out, another gust of wind swept past. A second head fell directly in front of him. The bald man's face turned ashen, his body beginning to tremble. This time, He finally realized that the person he had provoked was no ordinary man. He was someone who truly dared to kill, and could kill. Two people had fallen on the spot. The remaining two finally snapped out of their daze and turned to flee. But they had only taken a few steps when a black short blade flew through the air, piercing their chests with precision. Two muffled thuds followed. The two men collapsed simultaneously, completely lifeless. In less than a minute, all the subordinates the bald man had brought were dead. Only he remained standing. His hand, gripping the broadsword, trembled uncontrollably, his face pale as paper. It was only at this moment that he truly realized the person he had provoked was no ordinary man. Lin Yu's strength far exceeded his expectations. This speed, this ruthlessness, this clean and efficient killing style, it was something he couldn't possibly contend with. At the very least, Lin Yu had to be a mid-level awakened. Brother. The bald man's voice trembled, practically begging for mercy. Let's talk this out. The inner cores, the woman, the treasures, you can take them all. I don't want any of it. Everything on me, I'll give it to you too. Please spare my life. Lin Yu looked at him, his gaze cold and devoid of any warmth. I left you for last, not because I wanted to let you go, he said calmly. I just wanted you to understand that killing you is very easy for me. The bald man tried to say something, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his entire body seemed to be drained of strength, his face frozen in terror. The next second, he collapsed heavily to the ground, never to rise again. Lin Yu withdrew his hand. The bald man lay there with his eyes wide open, his pupils still filled with fear and unwillingness. He died with his eyes open. Lin Yu didn't look at him, but turned to the headless corpses and began searching them. From the four men besides the bald man, he found a total of 8 low-level beast inner cores, several bottles of healing medicine, 3 bottles of qi and blood powder, and a few weapons. From the bald man, he found another 5 low-level beast inner cores and some huaxia currency. The haul wasn't bad. At least this trip hadn't been in vain. Lin Yu finally turned around, looking at the injured woman, and asked bluntly, "Where are the 3 mid-tier demon beast inner cores?" The woman's lips trembled, but she still shook her head. She had originally thought Lin Yu was there to save her. But now she could see clearly this man was no savior. His actions were decisive and ruthless. He had crippled one of her legs and killed the bald man's entire group without hesitation. In her eyes, Lin Yu was no different from the robbers, perhaps even more terrifying. Her reaction caused Lin Yu's gaze to grow colder bit by bit. "You don't have them?" he asked. The woman gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and said with difficulty, "You're here to rob me too. You're just like them." Lin Yu laughed instead after hearing this. "I'm not like them," he said calmly. "I only want the inner cores. They not only wanted to rob you, but also intended to kill you, even destroy you." The woman's face turned pale, but she still shook her head desperately. "They're not mine," she said, gasping for breath. "Someone left them with me for safekeeping. I can't give them to you. He'll be here soon." Lin Yu didn't respond, simply staring at her quietly. His gaze was calm, but as cold as if he were looking at a corpse. The woman's heart sank to the bottom. She finally understood that it was unlikely she would leave here alive today. All she could do was pray in her heart, hoping the person she mentioned would find her quickly. But Lin Yu had run out of patience. The moment she finished speaking, his last shred of patience was exhausted. Since she refused to hand them over, she would have to die. After all, he could search her body for them after killing her. The black short blade reappeared in Lin Yu's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust it directly toward her throat. The woman closed her eyes in despair. Just as the blade's tip was about to touch her throat, clang, a sharp metallic collision suddenly rang out. The black short blade was forcibly deflected, spinning several times in midair before falling into the nearby rubble. Lin Yu's left hand tingled slightly, and the hand gripping the blade's hilt trembled as well. "Stop!" A deep, angry voice came from a distance. Lin Yu looked up. A figure swiftly emerged from the ruins, crossing the distance in just a few leaps to stand beside the injured woman. It was a very young man, seemingly about the same age as Lin Yu. He wore a black robe, his features delicate but his expression as cold as a blade. What caught Lin Yu's attention most was the man's aura. It was strong, unusually strong for someone his age. That aura was steady and sharp, like a sword poised to strike, its edge barely restrained. The black-robed young man helped the woman up, glancing at her broken left leg. His face instantly darkened with fury. "Manji, how are you?" His voice was low, filled with evident pain and guilt. "It's all my fault. If I had known Water City was this dangerous, I never should have let you come here alone." The woman opened her eyes, and the moment she saw him, tears welled up. "You finally came." Before she could finish her sentence, she fainted. The pain had pushed her to her limit, and she had been holding on by sheer willpower. The black-robed young man completely ignored Lin Yu's presence. He took a golden pill from his robe and fed it directly into the woman's mouth. The pill melted instantly. Before long, some color returned to her pale face, and the bleeding from her severed leg began to slow. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He had never seen such a pill before. Its effects were clearly far superior to ordinary healing medicines. After tending to Manji's wounds, the black-robed young man slowly stood up and turned to face Lin Yu. His gaze was calm, so calm it resembled a lifeless pool of water, devoid of any emotion. "I promised Manji's parents I would protect her," the black-robed young man said softly. But as soon as he finished speaking, his aura erupted violently. That power surged like an uncontrollable storm, radiating outward from him. The rubble scattered across the ruins was sent flying, and even the air grew heavy with pressure. Lin Yu was forced to retreat several steps before barely steadying himself. This was a true powerhouse. Even Chu Yu paled in comparison to this black-robed youth, who was on an entirely different level. Yet Lin Yu did not flee. He knew very well that running would be futile. Besides, he had no intention of running. Death, while terrifying, was not the most frightening thing to him. What truly mattered to him was understanding just how vast the gap was between himself and these prodigies. The black-robed youth raised his hand. Only then did Lin Yu notice the massive sword strapped to his back. The wind lifted the black robe, revealing the hilt. The youth gripped the hilt and slowly drew the sword. The blade was long and entirely snow-white, gleaming coldly under the sunlight. Intricate patterns, resembling some ancient and mysterious symbols, adorned the blade, exuding an aura so sharp it sent chills down one's spine. In the next moment, a fierce sword aura surged skyward. The black-robed youth wasted no words, charging forward with his sword. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed, and he immediately stepped up to meet him. He wasn't planning to fight to the death, but wanted to see just how vast the gap was between himself and a true genius. Both were at the initial awakening stage, yet the mere presence of the other exuded an aura several times stronger than his own. The black-robed youth's speed was astonishing. In almost an instant, he was upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu shifted his footing, his figure suddenly dispersing into a gust of wind, vanishing from the spot in an instant. "Wind trail." The black-robed youth's lips curled into a faint smile. "Wind element talent?" he murmured. "Interesting." Before his words had fully landed, he abruptly turned and thrust his sword toward the empty space behind him. Lin Yu's heart jolted, and he hastily retreated, not daring to take the attack head-on. "How did he know my position?" The black-robed youth seemed to notice his confusion and spoke calmly. "The wind doesn't leave no trace. It has direction and trajectory. I can feel it." Lin Yu's heart sank. This guy was terrifying, not just in strength, but also in his understanding of combat, which far surpassed that of ordinary people. The black-robed youth gave Lin Yu no time to think. The sword light suddenly intensified like a bolt of white lightning, enveloping Lin Yu entirely. "Collapse fist," Lin Yu shouted, throwing a punch with all his might. This punch harnessed the energy of his entire body, the wind from his fist howling as it smashed toward the approaching sword light. Clang! The collision of fist and sword produced a metallic clang. A faint golden glow appeared on Lin Yu's fist. This was the protective power he had gained from cultivating the Vajra body. Instead of spreading it across his entire body, he concentrated it on his fist, making it as hard as iron. Even so, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly, a bloody gash appearing on the back of his hand, exposing the bone beneath. The black-robed youth before him was absurdly strong. The black-robed youth stood his ground, barely moving an inch. Yet a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. In battles of the same level, he had almost never encountered a worthy opponent, let alone someone who could directly withstand his full-force strike. What kind of fist technique is this? He muttered to himself. Lin Yu, however, did not answer. He was waiting for the perfect opportunity. Soon, Lin Yu once again transformed into a gust of wind, his figure dispersing rapidly. The black-robed youth shook his head, a hint of coldness in his tone. Trying the same trick again? How unoriginal. He thrust his sword to the left. Empty. No, something was wrong. He immediately turned to the right. Still empty. The black-robed youth's expression finally changed. The surroundings were filled with wind. At some point, the ruins of the Water City had become windy. The wind flowed back and forth through the rubble, disrupting his judgment and preventing him from accurately pinpointing the strand of wind that was Lin Yu. The black-robed youth immediately released his spiritual power, attempting to discern the true target. But all he saw was a dense web of wind currents. Wind was everywhere, crisscrossing in all directions like a massive net, making it impossible to distinguish which strand was Lin Yu. At that moment, a powerful killing intent surged from behind him. The black-robed youth spun around abruptly, thrusting his sword. But in the next second, he realized something was wrong. The sword missed its mark. The real Lin Yu appeared on the other side. He held a black short blade in his hand, and with a twist of the blade, he slashed directly at the throat of the black-robed youth. The black-robed youth's pupils contracted sharply, and he immediately dodged to the side. But he was still a step too slow. He could only raise his sword to block at the last moment. The blade's light swept past, leaving a shallow cut on his arm. He was injured. Although it was just a superficial wound, it was the first time he had been hurt since his awakening. The black-robed youth froze for a moment. In that instant, Lin Yu's second wave of attacks had already arrived. The wind track activated again. The black-robed youth's eyes turned cold, ready to counterattack, but he suddenly cursed under his breath. Damn it, of all times! The wind suddenly changed. The black-robed youth cursed again, but his mind was already in turmoil. He had originally thought that as long as he could stall Lin Yu, he would find an opportunity to counterkill. But once they truly engaged, he realized Lin Yu's rhythm was too fast, his blade techniques too ruthless, and his mental focus terrifyingly steady. He couldn't keep up and was forced into a defensive position. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be the one to die. He finally understood that the person before him was not a soft target, but an unyielding iron wall. The black-robed youth took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. Lin Yu did not stop. The blade's light pressed down from all directions, fast as a storm. Each strike aimed directly at vital points, and any hesitation would be fatal. Yet the black-robed youth stood motionless, as if he had given up resisting. Lin Yu frowned. Something was off. This reaction was too unusual, as if he was waiting for something. But on the battlefield, hesitation was the most dangerous thing. Lin Yu did not retreat. Instead, he accelerated his strikes, intending to end the fight in one blow. Just as the blade was about to reach the black-robed youth's throat, the youth suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes were no longer human. They were an eerie silver white, cold and devoid of any warmth. Temporal rewind. As the words fell, everything changed. In the next moment, a flash of silver light. A sword pierced directly into Lin Yu's heart with unerring precision. Lin Yu froze completely. He had just activated the wind track, his movements not yet fully executed, and his chest was already impaled. In that instant, he didn't even have time to comprehend what had happened. He lowered his head, staring at the sword embedded in his chest, his eyes filled with shock. His final breath surged up, and he wanted to speak, but his throat only produced a faint sound, unable to form any words. The black-robed youth pulled out the sword with clean precision. Lin Yu's body slowly collapsed, hitting the ground, and blood quickly stained the shattered stone surface. The black-robed youth stood still, taking a deep breath, as if finally lifting a weight off his chest. "You're strong," he said coldly, looking at the corpse on the ground. "But among those of the same rank, I am invincible." He paused for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of complexity. "Still, you do have skill. To force me to use my innate ability, you're the first." He turned and walked toward Manji. After a few steps, he stopped, as if remembering something, and spoke without turning his head. "It's a pity you crossed my bottom line." Manji was still lying on the ground, her complexion slightly better than before. The black-robed youth crouched down, carefully picking her up, his movements surprisingly gentle. "Let's go," he said softly. "I'll take you home." He held Manji and turned to leave. But just then, a breeze suddenly swept through. The wind was not strong, nor was it particularly cold. The black-robed youth initially paid it no mind, but the Manji in his arms gently shook her head, as if regaining a bit of consciousness. "Tian Jun." Her voice was weak, almost inaudible. "I'm so cold." The black-robed youth frowned. The wind wasn't cold, so why would she say that? In the next moment, he suddenly felt something off about the weight in his arms. He looked down, and his pupils contracted sharply. Manji's throat had been slit at some point. Blood was flowing from the wound, staining her clothes in large patches of red. Just now, he hadn't noticed at all, as if that strike had silently fallen when no one was paying attention. In just that instant, Manji's aura began to weaken rapidly, her face turning deathly pale, as if she might stop breathing at any moment. The black-robed young man's expression changed drastically, and he immediately tried to activate time-space rewind again. But at the same moment, Lin Yu's consciousness regained clarity. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Talent concept level immortality activated successfully. You have been resurrected and restored to your pre-death state. Talent plunder activated successfully. You have plundered the opponent's talent. SSS level talent. Time-space rewind. Time-space rewind. Upon activation, you can rewind to any point within the past 24 hours. If the rewind exceeds 10 hours, the system will automatically create a save point. Each use consumes a significant amount of mental energy, and if rewinding for more than 10 hours consecutively, insufficient mental energy may lead to physical collapse." Lin Yu slowly opened his eyes and stood up. He finally understood why the black-robed young man had been able to pierce his heart with a single strike earlier. It wasn't that the opponent was faster, but that he had already foreseen the outcome and rewound time to the most advantageous position. If not for his own immortality, a near-concept level ability, he would have truly died from that strike. On the other side, the black-robed young man tried to activate his talent again. But this time, nothing happened. No silver light, no rewind, no change at all. His expression shifted, and he tried again. Still no response. Impossible. His voice began to tremble, and his face turned ashen. He had never imagined that his talent could one day fail. But the reality was right before him, cruel and unsettling. At that moment, he suddenly felt a breeze pass behind him. It was light and swift, yet enough to send chills down his spine. He spun around abruptly. Lin Yu was already standing 3 meters behind him, completely unharmed. No wounds, no blood, not even a speck of dirt on his clothes, as if nothing had happened. Lin Yu simply looked at him quietly, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips. The smile was subtle, yet it sent a chill deep into one's heart. "Tian Jun." Lin Yu spoke, his voice calm like a blade. "I finally found you." A loud roar echoed in Tian Jun's mind, and his entire body froze. He instinctively took a step back, genuine panic appearing in his eyes for the first time. "What do you know my name?" Lin Yu didn't answer. He merely took a step forward. In the next moment, his eyes began to change. The originally pitch-black pupils slowly took on a layer of icy silver white. At that instant, Tian Jun's breathing became completely erratic. Tian Jun froze, as if nailed to the spot. Lin Yu raised his hand, and a faint layer of silver-white light began to emerge in his palm. The light was subtle, yet it sent shivers down one's spine. Time-Space Rewind, SSS level talent. Lin Yu looked at him, his tone as calm as if he were stating the most ordinary fact. Thank you for your talent. Tianjun's face instantly lost all color. He finally understood that the person before him didn't just possess resurrection abilities. He could also steal others' talents, even turning their powers into his own. Time-Space Rewind. Wind Trajectory. Along with the two abilities he had just witnessed firsthand, Lin Yu had already displayed 4 talents. Tianjun had heard people mention before that SSS level wasn't the end. Legend had it that above SSS level, there was an even more terrifying rank called EX level, signifying an existence that transcended all norms. He had always dismissed it as mere legend, but now he was seeing it with his own eyes. And not just one, but 2. His legs went weak, and he could barely stand. At that moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at Manji, who was lying on the ground. She lay there quietly, the wound on her throat still bleeding, though the blood was flowing slower and slower. Her eyes were still open, but her gaze was already fading, life gradually slipping away from her body. Tianjun rushed over and held her, his entire body trembling. This time, he felt neither anger nor impulsiveness. Only pain remained. Manji. His voice trembled. He looked up at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with pleading, even a desperate humility. Please save her. He knelt down, kowtowing heavily. Please turn back time 20 hours. I know that if you're willing, everything can be done again. Please save her. Lin Yu just looked at him coldly. After a while, he slowly spoke. Do you know what it feels like to be pierced through the heart by a sword? Tianjun's body stiffened abruptly. I killed her with my own hands. Lin Yu said calmly. Why should I waste my mental energy to save her? In that instant, Tianjun's eyes reddened. He slowly stood up, gripping the sword tightly, as if pressing all his despair into his chest. Then I'll kill you. He gritted his teeth, saying each word clearly, so you could be buried with Manji. When we get to the underworld, I'll go with her. These words sounded like a suicide pact, but Lin Yu saw through them at a glance. This was merely Tianjun's attempt to provoke him, forcing him to use time reversal again. Unfortunately, Lin Yu wouldn't fall for it again. Without talent, you really think you can beat me? Lin Yu looked at him, his tone cold. You just said I crossed your line. Do you know what my line is? Tianjun didn't speak, only tightening his grip on his sword. Lin Yu smiled, but the smile was as cold as a knife. My line is simple, he said. I don't offend others unless they offend me. If they do, I'll make them pay 10-fold, 100-fold. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu moved. His wind tracking technique activated, his figure instantly shifting, easily dodging Tianjun's thrust. Immediately after, he drew his sword, the black dagger flashing cold light, directly slashing at Tianjun. The next second, blades flashed everywhere. It seemed as if sword shadows were approaching from all directions, each strike precise and ruthless, leaving Tianjun no way to retreat. Tianjun's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly retreated. He had only taken 2 steps back when a strong sense of crisis welled up inside him. There was also killing intent behind him. He whirled around, raising his sword to block. But the instant he turned, Lin Yu appeared again from directly in front of him, a black dagger thrusting straight at him. A pincer attack. Though he was alone, it felt as if he were being attacked by 2 people simultaneously. Tianjun finally understood that after losing his talent, he was nothing in front of Lin Yu. He watched helplessly as the black dagger pierced his body. A chill ran through his chest, a sharp pain shot through his abdomen. The tip of the blade pierced through flesh, and a new wound appeared on his back, blood dripping continuously from the blade. Tianjun staggered, his body instantly losing strength, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. If he hadn't already reached the level of a beginner-level awakened, this strike would have been enough to kill him. Lin Yu sheathed the dagger, his expression indifferent. You are very strong, he said. The strongest opponent I have encountered since my awakening. Tianjun did not answer. He no longer had the strength to argue, nor the strength to hate. His gaze began to glaze over. Yet even so, he stared intently at Lin Yu, his eyes burning with an unyielding obsession. With his last ounce of strength, he reached out and grabbed Lin Yu's sleeve. Please save Manji. You'd better think carefully before you answer. I don't want to hear what I don't want to hear. Tianjun can only hold on for a few more minutes. Every second you delay, he suffers. Manji's face was pale, her eyes filled with terror. She glanced down at her broken leg, then at Tianjun, covered in blood, her lips trembling. She finally understood. This man had not only pulled her back from the brink of death, but was also forcing her to choose life or the secret. I can't say. She gritted her teeth, her voice weak, but she stubbornly refused to utter a word. Lin Yu's eyes turned cold. He stood up and slowly walked to Tianjun. Tianjun could barely speak, his chest heaving violently as blood continuously spilled from his mouth. He looked at Lin Yu, his eyes filled with pain and pleading. He wanted to save Manji, but he also knew that once he revealed the whereabouts of the 3 mid-tier demon beast inner cores, there would be no way out for him and Manji. Lin Yu stared at him, his tone frighteningly calm. I've already saved her once. If you still want to live, hand over the items. Don't force me to take back the last shred of patience I have. A muffled sound came from Tianjun's throat, as if he wanted to say something, but the blood blocked his words. Manji clenched her teeth, her eyes reddened. She knew she couldn't hold on much longer. Blood loss, a broken leg, terror, and the torment she had just endured on the brink of life and death were all crushing her. But those 3 inner cores couldn't be handed over easily. They weren't ordinary items. They were the chance they had fought for with their lives, their hope for survival. Lin Yu noticed her hesitation, his gaze darkening slightly. He didn't like wasting time. Even less did he like people bargaining with him over fate. You need to understand one thing, he said indifferently. I'm not the one begging you. You're the ones begging me. Without me, she would have already died. If you want to keep your lives, show some sincerity. The air seemed to freeze instantly. The ruins were eerily quiet, with only the sound of the wind blowing through the broken walls and debris. Tianjun's gaze began to blur, his body twitching slightly. He was at his limit. If this dragged on any longer, he would truly die. Manji looked at him, her breath tightening, and finally seemed to make a decision. She spoke with difficulty. The items aren't on me. Lin Yu's gaze darkened. Where are they? Manji closed her eyes briefly, as if struggling with herself. In a place we hid them. Lin Yu didn't respond immediately, only stared at her, as if judging whether she was lying. Manji felt unnerved under his gaze, her voice growing softer. I'm not lying to you. Those 3 mid-tier demon beast inner cores are too important. We didn't dare carry them with us all the time. To prevent them from being stolen, we hid them separately. Only then did Lin Yu slowly withdraw his gaze. He certainly wouldn't easily trust anyone. But in this situation, Manji had no reason to keep holding out. If she truly wanted to live, she wouldn't joke about something like this. Take me there, Lin Yu said directly. Manji froze, then immediately shook her head. No, I can't. I can't even stand right now. Lin Yu glanced at her, his tone devoid of any emotion. Then crawl there. As long as you're still alive, don't try to negotiate with me. His words were as cold as a blade. Yet Manji couldn't refute them. She glanced at Tianjun, tears almost falling. But she knew now wasn't the time to cry. If she hesitated any longer, it wouldn't just be Tianjun who died. She gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, and propped herself up on the ground, inching forward bit by bit. Every movement felt like her broken leg was being torn apart. Her face turned pale from the pain, her forehead drenched in cold sweat, but she didn't stop. Because she finally understood that the truly terrifying thing wasn't the pain, it was losing hope. Lin Yu stood to the side, watching coldly, without a trace of pity. He wasn't a kind person. He saved Manji only because she was still useful. Whether Tianjun survived depended on whether they cooperated next. This world had never been about compassion. If you wanted to live, you had to pay the price. Manji gritted her teeth, dragging her broken body inch by inch toward the place where the inner cores were hidden. Tianjun lay in the ruins, his eyes fixed on her, as if trying to reach out, but he couldn't even lift his arm. His consciousness grew increasingly blurry, and the blood from his chest flowed faster and faster. Yet he still didn't close his eyes, because he was waiting for Manji to reveal the truth, waiting for Lin Yu to fulfill his promise, waiting for a chance to keep living. Manji glanced at the barely breathing Tianjun not far away, then at the young man in front of her whose calm demeanor sent chills down her spine. Her entire body trembled. I. She wanted to stall for time, to find an opportunity to lie, or even a gamble. But Lin Yu gave her no chance. He simply looked at her coldly, as if waiting for an answer that had already been decided. Finally, Manji gritted her teeth, raised her hand, and pointed into the distance. I hid the inner core in the ruins over there. I even marked it. It's easy to find. Take me there. Lin Yu didn't even glance in the direction she pointed. He didn't trust her, not even a little. Manji's face turned pale, and just as she was about to refuse, Lin Yu spoke first. I'm not negotiating with you. If you don't cooperate, I can kill you right now. If you're honest, I might spare your life. Manji bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. She knew Tianjun couldn't hold on much longer. If she delayed any further, he would truly. Finally, she lowered her head, her voice trembling. I'll take you there. Lin Yu sheathed his blade and grabbed her off the ground. Lead the way. Manji endured the excruciating pain from her broken leg and raised her hand to point ahead at a half-collapsed building. It's in there. I covered it with rubble. Lin Yu said no more. With a gust of wind underfoot, he carried her swiftly in that direction. Manji dared not play any tricks. A mid-tier beast inner core was incredibly valuable, and she was reluctant to part with it. But she knew this was not the time for greed. Saving Tianjun's life was the most important thing. As long as there was even a sliver of hope, she couldn't give up. In less than a minute, Lin Yu stopped in front of the ruined building. Half of the structure had already collapsed, while the remaining half stood crookedly, looking as though it could completely collapse at any moment. The surrounding area was overgrown with weeds, and rubble was scattered everywhere, resembling an abandoned battlefield. Where is it? Lin Yu asked. Manji endured the pain and pointed to a corner. Underneath over there. Lin Yu walked over and kicked aside a slab of stone. Sure enough, a pit was revealed beneath it, containing a cloth bag. He picked it up and opened it to find 3 pale, golden mid-tier beast inner cores inside. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly. He had what he came for. He stowed the inner cores away and turned to Manji. Let's go. With that, he grabbed her again, summoned the wind, and quickly headed back to the ruins. Before long, the two of them returned to their original spot. Tianjun was still lying there, but his breathing was even weaker than before. His eyes were half open, his face pale, and he could barely lift his head, as if he might stop breathing at any moment. Tianjun. Manji ignored the pain in her leg and rushed over to hold him. Tianjun struggled to open his eyes. Seeing that she was still alive, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You're safe, that's all that matters. After speaking, it was as if he had finally let go of his last breath. His entire body went limp, collapsing into her arms. Mansi Futsa. She held him, feeling his body grow colder and his heartbeat weaken, like a lamp about to go out. Tianjun. Her voice was hoarse, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. Wake up. Didn't you say you'd protect me? You can't die. You can't leave me. But Tianjun had already closed his eyes. He knew that his death was better than Manji's. At least this way, he hadn't broken his promise. Manji sobbed uncontrollably, her body trembling with pain and turmoil. She suddenly looked up, wanting to confront Lin Yu, but the surroundings were already empty. Lin Yu had long since left. The man who had severed her leg, but also helped her find the inner core, had ultimately killed Tianjun. Manji couldn't quite describe how she felt at that moment. She wanted to hate him, But she also understood that if it weren't for Lin Yu, she herself wouldn't have survived until now. Uh? Just then, Tianjun suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Manji lowered her head, shocked to find that the heartbeat that had almost stopped was slowly returning. He was still alive. No, to be precise, he wasn't truly alive. It was more like he had barely clawed his way back from the brink of death. Manji hurriedly reached out to touch his face, tears falling one after another. Why are you so foolish? Why did you take this on for me? Why did you have to do this? Tianjun barely opened his eyes. He was too weak. Every word he spoke seemed to be accompanied by excruciating pain, his face frighteningly pale. Yet he still looked at Manji and struggled to speak. Don't hate him. Manji froze. Her eyes immediately filled with anger. Why? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't have ended up like this. I will make him pay. As she spoke, she lowered her head to glance at her own broken leg, the fire in her heart burning ever stronger. The leg could be treated, but this debt could not be left unsettled. Tianjun looked at her, his expression complicated, as if he wanted to say something but didn't know how to begin. After a few seconds of silence, he finally managed to utter, I killed him once before. Manji's eyes widened abruptly. Tianjun took a breath and continued. Now, he has taken my gift. Strictly speaking, it wasn't taken, it was stolen. Steal a talent. She had never even heard of such a thing. Limuji looked at her, then said slowly, my time rewind ability is in him now. Her mind went completely blank. To provoke, Lin Yu was far more terrifying than he had expected. Muji stayed silent for a long time. Then she gave a small nod and asked again, then your talent. She stopped halfway through, looking at Tianjun, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. She had never heard of a talent being stolen. She had never imagined it could happen to someone she cared about most. Tianjun was still holding her hand. He was weak, but his grip was tight. It's gone, he muttered, almost like he was trying to comfort himself, or maybe trying to convince himself it was true. Muji's eyes turned red again. How could this happen? That was your talent. Your strongest talent. An SSS rank talent. How could it just be gone? Tianjun let out a long breath and shook his head. The fact that you're still alive is already the best outcome. Muji's hands trembled. The talent that had once belonged to Tianjun now belongs to that devil. I'm going to find him. Muji forced herself. No matter what it takes, I'll make him give her talent back. Even if I have to beg him, I'll make him bring you back. Tianjun grabbed her wrist hard. Don't go. Muji stared at him, not understanding. Why not? He'll kill you. Tianjun looked at her, his expression more serious than she had ever seen. Muji, listen to me. That man is not someone we can afford to mess with. He could kill me once, and he can kill me again. He can save you, and he can kill you. The fact that he didn't wipe us out completely is already mercy. Tears spilled down Muji's face. But your talent, it's gone, then it's gone. Tianjun cut her off. To me, talent is not everything. What matters most is that you're still here. What I regret most is that I won't be able to walk with you through the rest of this road. Muji looked at him, I could see his pale face, see the faint pain hidden deep in his eyes. She knew he was trying to comfort her, that a talent had been stolen. How could he not be heartbroken? A talent was the pride of every awakened fighter. And now, it was all gone. Tianjun. Muji threw herself into his arms, burying her face against his chest. I am sorry. It's all my fault. If I hadn't held you back, this wouldn't have happened. Tianjun raised a hand and gently patted her back. It's not it's mine for being too weak. I couldn't protect you. Muji said nothing. Li Muzi. Tianjun suddenly called her full name. She looked up at him. Still holding her hand, Tianjun said earnestly, promise me you won't go after him for revenge. Muji opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but he cut her off. Slight nod. I promise. Tianjun finally relaxed. Leaning against the giant rock, he closed his eyes. He was too tired. He just wanted to rest for a moment. But once he closed them, he might never open them again. Muji stared at him, at his white, lifeless face. A storm of emotions crashed inside her chest. Name, She lowered her gaze to her broken leg. Then she looked up at the sky and thought to herself, Tianjun, I'm sorry. I can't keep that promise. I won't forget him. I'll remember this day. And one day, I'll make him pay. One day. The moment those words formed in her mind, her hair lifted in the wind. A faint green glow wrapped around her body. Unstoppable. They grew. They spread. In less than a minute, they had covered everything within 10 meters. The vines wrapped around the giant rock and stabbed deep into the ground. Broken stones flew everywhere. Right now, the raging vines looked just like her emotions, wild, grief-stricken, and impossible to control. But the area where she and Tianjun sat became a quiet patch of stillness, a small patch of peace in the ruins, a breakthrough in the middle of despair. An S-rank talent was born. Time rewind. Lin Yu was unaware of what had happened on the other side. He had already left Water City, returned to the outpost outside. This time, unexpectedly acquiring the talent of temporal rewind. Even he felt his luck was absurdly good. Originally, the conflict between him and Tianjun was almost destined to end in life or death. But in the end, the situation suddenly reversed, and Tianjun died by his sword. That strike hit directly at the heart. If it weren't for his own immortality talent, he would have been the one to die. Lin Yu was becoming increasingly aware of one thing. This world has never lacked geniuses. In the past, he had always stayed at Nanxing No. 1 High School, meeting very few people, and his perspective was limited. But after stepping outside, he realized that truly formidable individuals were far more numerous than he had imagined. Tianjun's talent was even comparable to that of his sister, Lin Lin. Both were SSS level. That someone like Tianjun would come to Xuechang for training was indeed beyond his expectations. If it weren't for the notebook's guidance leading him to Xuechang, his first real encounter with Tianjun might have had to wait until the martial arts exam. Lin Yu recalled the look in Tianjun's eyes before his death, and for a moment, his emotions were complicated. It wasn't pure anger. It was more like the gaze of someone unwilling to accept defeat, someone who, even in their final moments, couldn't let go of what they cared about. But Lin Yu didn't feel much sympathy. This world is inherently cruel. Those who are soft-hearted have the hardest time surviving. As for the woman named Manji, he cared even less. She hadn't even awakened her talent yet, and posed no threat at all. The ones who truly made him vigilant were never the weak, but those hidden in the shadows, ready to overturn the situation at any moment. Lin Yu pulled his thoughts back and walked toward the outpost. The outpost was as lively as ever, bustling with people, almost all of the martial artists. Some were trading, some were treating injuries, and others were quietly discussing recent news. It seemed chaotic, but there was an unspoken set of rules. As long as you were strong enough, many troubles would naturally avoid you. Lin Yu wasn't here to wander aimlessly. He needed to borrow something. To be precise, he needed to borrow it for temporary use, vitality powder. He was well aware that what he truly gained this time wasn't just Tianjun's life, but also the method of using the temporal rewind talent. This ability was even more terrifying than he initially thought. It wasn't simply about rewinding time. It was more like saving a checkpoint at a specific moment. As long as he activated temporal rewind afterward, he could return to that saved point. More importantly, even if he obtained something during that period, as long as the checkpoint remained, those acquired items wouldn't disappear. In other words, once something was obtained, it could be preserved. This included talents. It was almost indistinguishable from duplication. No wonder the notebook specifically reminded him to secure this talent, because this ability was truly game-changing. Moreover, it wasn't just a life-saving tool. It could also serve as a trump card in critical moments. As long as it was activated in advance, even if he died midway, he could revert to his previous state. However, doing so would severely deplete his mental energy, so it couldn't be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Even so, this ability was already astonishing enough. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Yu's eyes, and his pace quickened. He soon arrived at the same stall as before. The stall owner was still the same middle-aged man, and the vitality powder and healing medicines on the stall were still in their original places, almost untouched. It was clear that business hadn't been great today. The middle-aged man's face lit up with a smile as soon as he saw Lin Yu return. "So, young man, did you find out what you needed?" He raised his hand and patted the medicine bottles on the stall, his tone carrying a hint of salesmanship. "I've already told you, the stuff I sell here is all military grade, and the prices are absolutely fair. You won't find cheaper vitality powder anywhere else around here." Lin Yu smiled faintly, his expression calm. "I'm not here to buy anything." The smile on the stall owner's face instantly faded, and he frowned. "If you're not buying, then move along. Don't stand in front of my stall and block my business." But Lin Yu didn't move, that he remained standing in place, his gaze falling on the blood-replenishing powders and healing medicines, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The stall owner hadn't made a single sale all day and was already in a foul mood. Now, faced with Lin Yu, who stood there without leaving, his tone immediately turned impatient. "What exactly are you trying to do? If you're not buying anything, don't stand here getting in the way. Don't make me lose my temper." Lin Yu's tone remained light. "I'm not buying. I'm planning to borrow something from you." The stall owner was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter as if he'd just heard a joke. "Borrow? You want to borrow something from me?" He looked Lin Yu up and down, his eyes full of mockery, as if he were sizing up a naive young fool. "Kid, I've been selling here for over 10 years. I sell, I don't lend." Lin Yu nodded. "All right, I understand." The next second, he suddenly made his move. His speed was so fast, it was almost impossible to see. The stall owner hadn't even reacted before the dozen bottles of blood-replenishing powder, several bottles of healing medicine, and antidotes on the stall were swiftly swept into Lin Yu's cloth bag. The entire process was astonishingly brief. By the time Lin Yu stepped back, a large portion of the stall was already empty. The stall owner stood frozen in place, completely dumbfounded. He stared at the now empty stall, his mind blank, unable to comprehend that Lin Yu's idea of borrowing was this kind of borrowing. Several nearby passers-by were also stunned. They stopped in their tracks, all turning to look in this direction, their faces full of disbelief. In the Water City stronghold, someone actually dared to blatantly rob? The audacity was unbelievable. However, what truly sent chills down their spines wasn't the act of robbery itself, but the understanding of one simple truth. The people who set up stalls here were rarely easy to deal with. You could never know who might be backing a stall owner, nor could you predict what hidden cards they might have. Sure enough, in the next moment, the stall owner erupted in fury. "Damn it, you dare steal my stuff? Are you tired of living?" A furious roar exploded. Lin Yu had initially thought the stall owner might at most pull out a knife or directly lunge at him. But he hadn't expected the man to pull out a gun from behind him. And it wasn't just any gun. The gun was entirely black, its body engraved with intricate runes, and faint energy fluctuations emanated from the muzzle. It was clearly no ordinary weapon. This was an Awaken's handgun. Once fired, its power was far beyond that of regular weapons. Lin Yu's chest exploded, blood gushing out instantly. The shot nearly tore his body apart, the pain so intense that his vision went black, and even breathing felt like being sliced open by a knife. But he didn't truly die. The next second, everything around him began to rewind. The bloodstains on the ground retracted, the splattered flesh returned to his body, and the gunshot ringing in his ears seemed to be forcibly pulled back. Lin Yu was once again standing outside the stronghold, his chest intact, still holding the blood-replenishing powders and healing medicines he had just taken. He glanced down at them, the corners of his mouth slowly curling upward. This ability was truly usable. Even if he took a fatal shot, he could return to the moment before the incident. This meant one thing. If he was willing to risk his life, no one could take his belongings, and instead, he could strip them clean bit by bit. Lin Yu didn't retreat. He walked toward the Water City stronghold again, his steps steadier than before, his gaze colder. This time, he wasn't just going to take the medicines. He wanted that gun too. The 10th time, Lin Yu was already standing beside Old Wang's stall, now holding over 40 bottles of blood-replenishing powder, more than 100 bottles of healing medicine and antidotes, and a few handguns he had casually taken. Old Wang, who appeared to be selling medicine, was actually calculating his profits with precision. The truly valuable goods were certainly not just the ones displayed openly. But for Lin Yu, these were already enough. More importantly, he began to understand that simply taking goods wasn't enough. If he wanted to truly establish himself, he couldn't rely solely on stealing or robbing. He needed to make sure Old Wang couldn't sell anything. He needed to destroy this business outright. Lin Yu set up a stall right next to Old Wang, neatly arranging bottles of vitality powder, healing medicine, and antidotes. His movements were swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. At first, Old Wang didn't take it seriously. In this area, everyone knew that vitality powder was his domain. Others had to source their goods from him, mark up the price, and resell them. Over time, this rule became universally accepted, so he didn't believe anyone could sell at a lower price than him, until Lin Yu pulled out a cardboard sign and wrote down the prices. Vitality powder, 5,000 per bottle. Healing medicine, 3,000 per bottle. Antidote, 1,000 per bottle. The smile on Old Wang's face froze instantly. He thought he must have read it wrong, even rubbed his eyes and looked again. But the words on the sign remained the same, and so did the prices. Vitality powder for 5,000? He sold it for 10,000. This kid had slashed the price in half. Old Wang was furious. He shot to his feet, his eyes blazing with anger. "Are you out of your mind?" He pointed at Lin Yu, his voice trembling with rage. "Are you here to steal my business or ruin my livelihood?" Lin Yu's expression remained calm. He didn't even look up. "I feel like it." That one light remark hit Old Wang like a slap across the face. He froze for a moment. Then his expression darkened as he realized what was happening. He wasn't stupid. Selling at such low prices had to mean something was off. Either the goods were counterfeit or they were defective. Otherwise, who would engage in such a losing business? Old Wang picked up a bottle of vitality powder, opened it, sniffed it, and carefully inspected it. The result made his face look even worse. It was genuine, authentic, without a single flaw. Now he was completely baffled. How could a young man who had just arrived at the outpost have so much genuine stock and dare to price it this low? Unless these items weren't purchased at all. The thought struck Old Wang, and his expression changed dramatically. He began to realize that he might not be dealing with an inexperienced newcomer who didn't understand the rules, but rather someone who played by no rules at all. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at him, his tone indifferent. "If you think it's too expensive, you don't have to buy it." Old Wang stared at him, a sense of unease creeping into his heart for the first time. He suddenly realized that all his years of experience seemed useless in front of this young man. Lin Yu didn't rush to leave. He knew that real business wasn't about selling quickly in the moment. It was about making others completely lose the courage to compete with you. The earlier wave of purchases had already made the surrounding martial artists understand one thing. Cheap was truly cheap, but genuine was what mattered most. Meanwhile, Old Wang's stall, though larger and priced higher, didn't even attract a single inquiry now. This was reality. Whoever could offer the best deal would win first. Lin Yu continued collecting money while methodically arranging the remaining medicines, his movements unhurried, as if silently telling everyone that he wasn't afraid of Old Wang at all. Old Wang stood there, his face alternating between pale and flushed, his heart filled with both anger and panic. He had dominated this street for over a decade, relying on ruthlessness and the ability to suppress others. But today, for the first time, he felt out of control. This young man wasn't just stealing his customers. It was as if he was deliberately slapping him in the face. What scared him the most was the gun. An identical gun. It wasn't ordinary merchandise. It was his trump card, the foundation of his dominance over the years. But now, Lin Yu had one too, and it looked identical down to the smallest detail. This left Old Wang with only one thought in his mind. Who is this kid? Where did he get something like that? Lin Yu looked at Old Wang's pale face, fully aware that dealing with someone like him required more than just low prices. Low prices could only steal business. What truly instilled fear was strength. If he didn't suppress Old Wang today, It might be his own life on the line tomorrow. So Lin Yu didn't back down. Instead, he walked over proactively, speaking as if they were old acquaintances. Old Wang, why is business so bad today? This seemingly ordinary sentence pierced Old Wang's heart like a needle. His gaze instantly turned fierce. To him, this wasn't just provocation. It was humiliation. Kid, are you looking for death? Lin Yu simply smiled. He understood that people like Old Wang, though outwardly aggressive, were deeply afraid of losing control. As long as he made Old Wang feel he couldn't maintain control, he'd start to panic. Lower prices naturally attract buyers, Lin Yu said calmly. If you're really capable, you could lower your prices too. But do you dare? Old Wang's face flushed red. Of course, he didn't dare. Over the years, his profits came from a margin others were too afraid to cut. If he followed suit, he'd immediately lose everything. But at that moment, he couldn't hold back anymore. With a sharp sound, Old Wang suddenly drew his gun, the dark barrel aimed directly at Lin Yu's forehead. The surrounding martial artists scattered instantly, not daring to take a step forward. Everyone knew Old Wang was serious. He wasn't bluffing. He intended to kill Lin Yu on the spot. You're too young, Old Wang said through gritted teeth, his voice icy. In this place, survival isn't about how well you sell, but whether you can leave with your money alive. Lin Yu stood his ground, unflinching. He knew that in moments like this, showing fear was the worst mistake. Retreating even half a step would mean total defeat today. And losing to someone like Old Wang wouldn't just mean losing money. It would have far graver consequences. So instead of stepping back, he raised his hand and slowly pulled out another gun. The same design, the same black barrel, the same cold metallic feel. Old Wang's pupils contracted instantly, as if struck by lightning. Impossible, he muttered, staring at the gun, his voice trembling. This gun was his exclusive weapon. Over the years, he'd used it to kill, to intimidate, and it was the very reason people feared his name. But now, a second identical gun had appeared in the hands of a young man. This wasn't mere coincidence. It meant his deepest secret might have been uncovered. Lin Yu stepped forward, pressing the barrel firmly against Old Wang's forehead. Are you wondering why this gun is in my hands? Old Wang's throat tightened, unable to utter a word. For the first time, he realized he could actually fear a young man. Fear him to the core. Lin Yu's gaze turned cold as he looked at him. Unfortunately, you won't get the chance to find out. Old Wang gritted his teeth and, relying on instincts honed through years of fighting, quickly sidestepped and fired a shot in retaliation. He wanted to strike first, but Lin Yu was faster. Almost at the exact moment Old Wang pulled the trigger, Lin Yu's figure vanished from his original spot. The shot missed. Old Wang's face changed drastically, his body frozen in place. Where was he? Before he could turn his head, a cold, powerful hand clamped around his neck. Lin Yu appeared behind him like a ghost, moving so fast it was impossible to react. With skills like this, you dare to intimidate others. Old Wang struggled desperately, his hands flailing, but Lin Yu's grip was like an iron vice, locking his throat tightly. The more he struggled, the harder it became to breathe. His face quickly turned purple-red, and his eyes began to roll back. Who are you? Old Wang gasped. Lin Yu didn't answer, because the answer no longer mattered. The most effective way to deal with someone who thrived on intimidation was to strip them of their ability to resist entirely. Lin Yu's grip tightened slightly. Old Wang's struggles grew weaker and weaker. In the end, he couldn't understand why he'd fallen to someone who looked so young. Nor could he comprehend why this young man had a gun identical to his own. A few seconds later, Old Wang stopped moving entirely. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. The martial artists who had been watching the commotion earlier all turned pale with fear, not daring to even breathe heavily. Lin Yu released his grip, put the gun away, and remained as calm as if nothing had happened. In a place like this, there was no room for mercy. If you didn't suppress others, they would suppress you. Lin Yu crouched down, searched Old Wang's body, and found a stack of Huaxia currency. Without hesitation, he took all the vitality powder, healing medicine, and antidotes from Old Wang's stall. This conflict wasn't just about stealing business. It was also a message to everyone. If you wanted to take something from him, you'd better be prepared to die. Lin Yu pocketed the money, returned to his stall, and neatly arranged the handguns, preparing to sell them at a high price. Old Wang's corpse still lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, unable to rest in peace. But now, no one even spared him a glance. In a place like this, people died every day. While alive, Old Wang could intimidate others with his ruthlessness. But once dead, that intimidation vanished. The one who truly took over this area was now Lin Yu. Several nearby stall owners were secretly observing him. This young man didn't look particularly strong, but he was ruthless and acted swiftly. Old Wang was the best example. Anyone thinking of causing trouble for Lin, you would first have to consider whether they could leave alive. There were still some medicines left at Old Wang's stall that Lin Yu didn't care for. A few bold individuals had already started taking advantage of the chaos to grab those items. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to stop them. He wasn't a scavenger and had no interest in taking everything. What he didn't want, others could take. He neatly arranged the 10 handguns he had taken from Old Wang. Keeping one for self-defense, he planned to sell the rest. These guns were indeed useful and could save lives in critical moments. After some thought, Lin Yu picked up a piece of cardboard and wrote a new line on it. Old Wang's model handguns, 50,000 each. He initially thought these would sell out as quickly as the Vitality powder earlier. But reality made him frown. Half an hour passed, and not a single person even inquired about the price. Lin Yu looked at his stall and quickly realized the problem. He waved over a martial artist. The man clearly recognized Lin Yu, hesitated for a moment, but still mustered the courage to approach. After all, Old Wang had just died, and no one wanted to provoke Lin Yu. "Big brother, what's the matter?" Lin Yu pointed at the guns on the stall and asked calmly, "Want one?" The martial artist immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. "Big brother, no thanks." Lin Yu was a bit surprised. "The gun's no good?" "It's not that. The gun's great," the martial artist said with a bitter expression. "But it's too expensive. I'm just a rogue cultivator. All my belongings combined might not even add up to 50,000. Even if I could afford the gun, I wouldn't be able to afford the bullets later. I really can't handle it." After hearing this, Lin Yu fell silent for a moment. He realized he had been so focused on selling the guns that he'd forgotten about the cost of bullets. Although the guns came with a few bullets, for many people, the affordability of the gun was one thing, but whether they could afford to use it afterward was another. "All right, you can go," Lin Yu said, waving him off. After the martial artist left, Lin Yu immediately picked up the guns and removed every single bullet from them. Anything that could be sold shouldn't be wasted, and bullets were no exception. Once he was done, he put the guns back on display and casually adjusted the price to 20,000 each. After all, these guns were essentially free with almost zero cost. The price was entirely up to his mood. Anyone who had a problem with it would first have to consider Old Wang's fate. This time, the situation finally changed. Not long after, someone approached the stall. "Boss, I'll take one." Lin Yu looked up and saw it was the same martial artist who had earlier said he couldn't afford it. "Didn't you say you didn't have money?" Lin Yu asked. The martial artist scratched his head awkwardly. "Boss, you lowered the price, didn't you? At 20,000, I can manage. Besides, I have some bullets myself, so buying it back isn't too much of a loss." As soon as he finished speaking, a few people who had been watching nearby were tempted. Earlier, they hadn't bought anything because they wanted to wait and see if Lin Yu would lower the price further. But now that someone had made a move, they didn't want to delay any longer. No one wanted to miss out on a bargain. In less than 20 minutes, all 10 pistols were sold out, bringing in a total of 200,000 yuan. Adding that to the 200,000 plus yuan he had earned earlier from selling qi and blood powder, along with the few thousand yuan he had taken from Old Wang, Lin Yu suddenly had over 500,000 yuan in his hands. Most importantly, this money was almost pure profit. In just a few hours, he had made over 500,000 Chinese yuan. The money came fast and hard. "Boss, do you have any more pistols? I just want to borrow some money." A tall, thin martial artist stopped in front of the stall, his face full of anticipation. Lin Yu shook his head. "No more. Go check somewhere else." "Will you be back tomorrow?" the tall, thin martial artist asked again. Lin Yu didn't even think about it. No. The tall, thin martial artist looked visibly disappointed, sighed, and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Yu suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Old Wang could have lived a little longer. If he hadn't been so hasty back then, he might have been able to squeeze a bit more money out of him. But unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret. Old Wang had drawn his gun first, so Lin Yu had no choice but to send him on his way. For the next month, Lin Yu planned to focus entirely on preparing for the martial arts exam. It had been over a month since he awakened his talent. So much had happened during this time that he could barely remember where it all began. Lin Yu looked down at his hands. These hands were no longer the same hands that used to only take beatings. Lin Yu's hands had long been stained with blood. He had killed people and slain beasts. At first, he thought he would vomit, feel nauseous, or suffer from insomnia for days. But after he killed Chen Hao for the first time, he found that he only felt uneasy for a few minutes. After that, killing became increasingly calm for him. It wasn't because he was naturally cold-blooded or because he enjoyed killing. It was because this world was too harsh. Here, martial arts were the rules. If you didn't strike first, you might be the one to die. Without his undying talent, Lin Yu would have died countless times by now. He entered Water City, planning to stay there for a month. After finding a relatively safe corner, he cleared out a space, set down his bag, and began organizing his recent gains. 3 mid-tier beast cores, chi and blood powder, and some scattered resources were all laid out in front of him. After finishing, he opened his notebook and directly asked the question that had been on his mind. You knew all along that Tian Jun would appear in Water City, which is why you led me here, right? Soon, words appeared on the page. Why don't you think it's just a coincidence? Lin Yu looked at the words and shook his head lightly, unable to suppress a smile. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences in this world? From the first time he encountered Tian Jun, he had felt something was off. Water City was so large, with so many ruins, yet they just happened to run into each other. More importantly, they weren't the only group in Water City, but they still crossed paths. Once might be a coincidence, twice an accident, but too many times together couldn't just be luck. It felt more like a prearranged outcome. The notebook quickly displayed new words. There are some things you're better off knowing less about. Acquiring the time reversal talent before the martial arts exam should have been a good thing. The smile on Lin Yu's face gradually faded. But you're using me. The notebook paused for a moment before more words appeared. Aren't we using each other? I answer your questions, and you follow the path I've laid out to do what you want to do. Lin Yu fell silent. He stared at those words for a long time. He understood the logic, but it still left a bad taste in his mouth. It felt as if he wasn't a person, but a tool. He thought he was making choices. But in reality, many times the notebook had already chosen the path for him, and he hadn't even realized it yet. What if one day, the notebook truly led him to a dead end? What if, at that moment, he didn't even have time to activate his talent? Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt a chill in his heart, and a trace of uncontrollable fear flashed in his eyes. Chapter 50. Awaken a medal. A few days before the martial arts exam began, Lin Yu left Water City and returned to South City. He once again visited the Martial Arts Bureau. According to regulations, once your blood vitality value reaches 150, you must complete certification at the Martial Arts Bureau and receive your Awakener medal. Only with this medal will the outside world truly recognize your identity. After all, if you only claim it yourself, no one will believe you. Without official certification, all your strength is just empty talk. Moreover, after completing the certification, you can receive a bottle of officially distributed blood vitality powder every day. This is one of the benefits enjoyed by Awakeners. Freelancers, however, do not receive this treatment. Without an official identity, they cannot access these resources. One of the prerequisites for certification is proving that you are a student. Lin Yu's current blood vitality value was already close to 300. This was an astonishing improvement. Breaking through to 300 in just 2 months would be considered remarkable anywhere. Yet even so, he was still far from being a mid-tier Awakener. The threshold for mid-tier awakeners was a blood vitality value of over 10,000. Furthermore, certification at this level couldn't be handled by an ordinary martial arts bureau. It required going to the martial arts headquarters. Breaking through from zero to a beginner awakener wasn't actually too difficult. As long as you were willing to push yourself, many people could endure and make it through. But progressing from beginner to mid-tier was an entirely different matter. Some people managed to step into the beginner awakener threshold in just 2 or 3 months, but they spent their entire lives unable to meet the 10,000 blood vitality requirement. That was a true dividing line. As Lin Yu walked into the martial arts bureau, he saw a familiar face, Zhang Rui, the once high-spirited deputy captain. Lin Yu's lips curled slightly as he walked over, raised his hand, and gently patted Zhang Rui's shoulder. Zhang Rui was startled by the gesture and turned around abruptly. When he saw Lin Yu's face, his entire body froze instantly. This face was one he would never forget for the rest of his life. It was this Lin Yu who not only forced him to empty out over 10 months' worth of salary to buy a villa, but also made him hand over 2 Xian-grade martial arts manuals along with a letter of apology. Fortunately, Lin Yu hadn't made him apologize publicly in front of the entire school. Otherwise, Zhang Rui's reputation would have been completely ruined, and he wouldn't have been able to hold his head high at the Martial Arts Bureau ever again. Captain Zhang, long time no see. Lin Yu took the initiative to speak, his tone calm, with a faint smile on his face. But this smile, in Zhang Rui's eyes, was colder than a blade. He certainly remembered how this young man in front of him had step by step pushed him into an embarrassing situation. Last time, it seemed on the surface that the Martial Arts Bureau had borne the loss. But in the end, the one who truly took the fall was still him. Lin Yu, Zhang Rui forced out a stiff smile. What brings you here? By the end of his sentence, he didn't even dare to use you casually, switching instead to the more respectful you in formal speech. Lin Yu glanced at him, his smile growing even fainter. Don't be nervous, Captain Zhang. I'm here to certify as a beginner awakener, not to cause trouble for the Martial Arts Bureau. After hearing this, Zhang Rui's expression became even more unnatural. He felt even more uneasy. The calmer Lin Yu's words were, the less he dared to relax. Of course, I didn't mean that, Zhang Rui quickly explained, even breaking out in a thin layer of sweat on his forehead. Lin Yu didn't say anything further, simply looking at him quietly. Zhang Rui felt his scalp tingle under Lin Yu's gaze. He knew all too well that this young man was not someone to be easily fooled. After suffering losses last time, he had learned his lesson. Now, he just wanted to quickly send Lin Yu into the testing room and avoid any further mishaps. Well, Lin Yu, Zhang Rui tentatively asked, have you already met the requirements for a beginner-level awakened? Lin Yu nodded. The corner of Zhang Rui's mouth twitched, and he felt even more unsettled. 2 months. It had only been 2 months, right? Others had to train painstakingly for half a year, or even a full year, just to barely reach the threshold. But Lin Yu? He had achieved beginner-level awakened in such a short time? This speed was simply absurd. Shocked as he was, Zhang Rui dared not ask further. Last time, his excessive talking had caused so much trouble. Now he had learned his lesson: less talk, fewer mistakes. Then, please follow me. Zhang Rui turned around and walked quickly, as if afraid that if he slowed down, Lin Yu might cause some new trouble here. The awakening point was on the first floor. However, to get there, they had to pass through a fairly long corridor. As they walked, Zhang Rui's emotions were a mix of many feelings. The last time Lin Yu came to the Martial Arts Bureau, he had been escorted in as a suspect. Back then, everyone looked at him as if he were a walking problem. But this time, he was here openly to certify as an awakened. The same place, the same path, yet his identity had completely reversed. Such a transformation was truly thought-provoking. Some people really couldn't be judged by their current circumstances. Zhang Rui sneaked a glance at Lin Yu, feeling increasingly conflicted. He remembered that it had taken him nearly a year of training to reach beginner-level awakened. But Lin Yu? Just over 2 months. The gap wasn't just big, it was on a completely different level. Captain Zhang, Lin Yu suddenly spoke. Zhang Rui tensed up immediately, stopped in his tracks, and turned to face him. Yes? Do you have any instructions? Seeing Zhang Rui's overly nervous demeanor, Lin Yu found it somewhat amusing. But he didn't make things difficult for him, and simply asked calmly, "What is the process for certifying as a beginner-level awakened?" Hearing this, Zhang Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't trouble, that was fine. The process isn't too complicated, he quickly replied. First, you measure your blood energy value. If it exceeds 150, you pass. Then, you register your identity information, confirm your school and personal details, and finally receive the Awaken badge. That completes the certification. Lin Yu nodded. It indeed didn't seem troublesome. The two soon arrived at a testing room. A long line had formed at the entrance, filled with young people around Lin Yu's age, who also seemed to be there for beginner-level Awaken certification. Lin Yu glanced at them and casually asked, "Are all these people here for certification?" Zhang Rui nodded. Yes. With graduation from the academies approaching, there are especially many students coming for certification. Lin Yu seemed thoughtful. It appeared that reaching this stage wasn't uncommon. He was not the only genius around. "Do I need to line up too?" Lin Yu asked again. Zhang Rui froze for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. He quickly shook his head. "No, you don't. Just follow me straight in." With that, he immediately led Lin Yu through the crowd and directly into the testing room. The students waiting in line outside were all stunned. Many even rubbed their eyes, doubting what they had just seen. Why didn't he have to line up? Inside the testing room stood a massive testing device, far more advanced than the equipment at school. Beside it was a staff member in a white lab coat. Upon seeing Zhang Rui enter, the staff member nodded first. "Captain Zhang, this is..." Zhang Rui introduced. "This is Lin Yu, here for beginner-level Awaken certification." Hearing this, the staff member's gaze immediately fell on Lin Yu, lingering for several seconds. There was curiosity and scrutiny in that look. For someone to be personally escorted by Zhang Rui and skip the line, their identity was certainly unusual. "Lin Yu, correct?" The staff member quickly put on a professional smile. "Place your hand here, and I'll measure your blood energy first." Lin Yu nodded, walked up to the testing device, and placed his hand on it steadily. This testing device was on a completely different level from the ones at school. The school equipment typically had an error margin of 1 to 3, and sometimes, if you were unlucky, the deviation could be even more significant. The Martial Arts Bureau's equipment has an error margin of only 0.1 to 0.3, which is almost negligible. In other words, the measured data is essentially the most accurate result. The door to the testing room was left open. Outside, the young people waiting in line were all standing on tiptoe, craning their necks to look inside. They all wanted to know just how strong the person Zhang Rui had personally brought in was. Outside, people were whispering, curious about the identity of the person who had suddenly cut in line. "Who is that? It was supposed to be my turn, but he just barged in. Who knows? Probably someone with connections. I hate people like that, trying to use connections to get an Awakener medal. I bet his blood energy value won't even reach 150. Lin Yu heard these comments clearly, but he simply smiled faintly and paid them no mind. Zhang Rui heard them too, but he deliberately left the door open. He wanted to use this situation to regain a bit of face. However, he was uncertain deep down. After all, he had just seen with his own eyes that Lin Yu had been specially arranged to come in. If this person really had some skills, the little act he was putting on now might end up looking like a joke. Lin Yu walked up to the testing device and calmly placed his hand on it. The next second, he began to activate the blood energy within his body. The numbers started to climb: 10, 30, 50, 80, 100. At first, the staff remained calm. This speed wasn't particularly remarkable, but at least it showed that Lin Yu wasn't just here to make up the numbers. As long as his blood energy value reached the standard for a beginner awakener, today's matter could proceed smoothly. But just as he thought this, the numbers continued to rise: 120, 140, 160, 180. The staff's expression subtly changed. The numbers were still climbing, and faster and faster. 200, 220, 240, 260, 298.2. Finally, the number stopped at 298.2. The testing room fell into dead silence. The staff stared at the screen, completely stunned. 298.2. This number was absurd. He had worked in South City for 5 years and had seen many students come for certification. He had seen blood energy values exceeding 200 before, but those individuals were almost always S-grade talents. In other words, this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him was very likely an S-grade talent, or even higher. Earlier, he had thought Lin Yu was just a kid who had gotten in through connections. Now, it was clear that wasn't the case at all. Passed, the staff stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Yu glanced at him and calmly reminded. And then, right. The staff quickly snapped out of it and said hurriedly, you still need to register your information. Once that's done, you can go to the front desk in the lobby to collect your Awakener medal. Please wait a moment. I'll get the form. He quickly found the form and handed it to Lin Yu. Please fill in your name, school, and awakening time. Lin Yu took the pen, filled out the form quickly, and handed it back. The staff took a look and his eyes widened again. South City High School, awakening time, 2 months ago. He froze. He had assumed Lin Yu was some expert from a prestigious academy coming for certification. But now Lin Yu was telling him he was just a high school student and had awakened less than 2 months ago. 2 months. From 0 to 298.2. This wasn't a normal growth rate. This couldn't be explained by hard work alone. It was more like a complete domination in terms of talent. Standing nearby, Zhang Rui's expression also became complicated. Although Lin Yu had already told him he was here for Awakener certification, seeing this blood energy value with his own eyes still gave him a heavy shock. Outside, the young people waiting in line were in an uproar. Holy crap, 298.2? Is this for real? The top scorer in our school's monthly exam last month only got 101.2, right? He averaged 150 points of blood energy growth per month over 2 months. Isn't South City High School's strongest student Chuyu? When did this Lin Yu suddenly appear? I've never even heard of this name before. The staff quickly collected the form, operated on the computer for a moment, then pulled out a piece of white paper stamped with a seal and handed it to Lin Yu. Congratulations, you are now officially a novice awakener. You can collect your awakener badge in the hall by presenting this paper. Thank you. Lin Yu took the paper and tucked it into his chest. You're welcome. It's my duty, the staff member said, waving his hand. Lin Yu turned to leave. As he passed by Zhang Rui, he paused and gave him a meaningful look. Captain Zhang. Zhang Rui instinctively straightened up, but his tone remained stiff. Lin Yu, is there something else? Lin Yu looked at his forced composure and couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and patted Zhang Rui on the shoulder. Do your job well, Captain Zhang. Zhang Rui froze. He stared at Lin Yu's calm back, unable to say a word for a long time. At that moment, he suddenly had a feeling. All his little tricks had long been seen through by Lin Yu. Yet, instead of exposing him on the spot, Lin Yu's simple words made his face burn with shame. Lin Yu walked out of the testing room and into the corridor. The previously crowded crowd immediately parted to make way for him. The young people who looked at him no longer showed just jealousy. There was now a hint of awe in their eyes. To raise one's blood energy value to 298.2 within 2 months, such a person was no longer someone they could casually gossip about. Lin Yu did not stop and walked straight ahead. Hey, classmate! Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. Lin Yu stopped and turned around. A girl with a ponytail quickly approached him, her face brimming with barely concealed excitement. Lin Yu, I finally get to meet you. She stopped in front of him, her eyes shining as if they were glowing. I've wanted to meet you since the monthly test, but I never had the chance. Now that I've finally run into you, can we exchange contact information? As she spoke, she held out her phone to Lin Yu, her tone enthusiastic and her actions natural. But to her surprise, Lin Yu merely glanced at her, his expression excessively calm, without a trace of being flattered. The girl realized this and quickly added, Oh, by the way, my name is Su Xiaoyu from Class 6, right next to your class. Lin Yu nodded and replied directly. So, do you need something by exchanging contact information? Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. In her class, she was considered quite attractive, and whenever she spoke to boys, they would always seem a little nervous. But this person was different. Despite being the genius everyone in the school was paying attention to, he was not the least bit polite, even to the point of being cold. Still, she didn't want to give up so easily. Someone like Lin Yu, with such strength and talent, was bound to have a unique personality. Who wouldn't want to know someone like that? Even just being acquaintances might come in handy in the future. She forced a smile, trying to appear as natural as possible. It's nothing, really. I just thought it would be nice for classmates to get to know each other. Having more friends is never a bad thing. Lin Yu looked at her, his tone still very flat. No need, it's unnecessary. The smile on Su Xiaoyu's face froze instantly. Why? Lin Yu seemed completely unaware that there was anything wrong with what he said. He simply glanced at her and replied indifferently, I like big ones. Su Xiaoyu stood there, completely stunned, her mind seemingly going blank. Big ones? She instinctively repeated, not understanding at all. Lin Yu offered no further explanation. He turned and walked away, his steps decisive and without the slightest hesitation. Su Xiaoyu remained rooted in place, still unable to comprehend what he meant, until someone behind her lowered their voice and whispered, Su Xiaoyu, look down. She instinctively looked down and saw her shoes. She still didn't get it, but the next second, the people in line around her couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Ha ha, as expected of a genius. Even his rejections are so straightforward. He likes big ones, and I like big ones too. Does that make me a genius? Stop pretending. That's just his excuse to reject people. If you say the same thing, it just means you're brainless. Su Xiaoyu was genuinely embarrassed this time, her face turning bright red. Look at her standing there. She looks like she's about to burst into flames. Su Xiaoyu finally started to understand, her face shifting from pale to red, then to burning hot. She lowered her head to glance at her chest and finally realized what Lin Yu meant by liking big ones. She felt both ashamed and angry, biting her lip so hard it almost broke. To be honest, her figure wasn't particularly bad. At least among her peers, she was slightly above average. There was no reason for someone to reject her so blatantly. Besides, she was only 18. Who knew if she'd continue to develop in the future? What gave Lin Yu the right to be so picky? Lin Yu, stop right there, she couldn't help but shout. Lin Yu heard her from afar, but didn't even turn his head. Su Xiaoyu stomped her feet in frustration, but didn't dare chase after him. The laughter around her continued, making her feel increasingly humiliated. She just wanted to leave immediately. She stared intently in the direction Lin Yu had gone, silently vowing to herself. Lin Yu, just you wait. One day, I'll make you realize you were wrong about me today. Lin Yu walked into the hall, his expression calm. That comment earlier was just a casual excuse to reject someone. He had no interest in Su Xiaoyu and didn't want to get involved with her. As for the liking big ones remark, it was essentially meant to discourage her. Of course, he couldn't deny that the thought had crossed his mind. Some things are indeed better when they're bigger. The moment the thought surfaced, Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, but quickly suppressed it. He remembered that Chu Yu's figure was quite ideal. Lin Yu approached the front desk and handed the staff a stamped white paper. The staff took it, quickly verifying the information on the computer with practiced efficiency. Before long, the staff retrieved a pre-prepared silver badge, handed it to him with both hands, and offered a formal smile. Lin Yu, congratulations on becoming a beginner-level awakened. This is your awakened badge. Please keep it safe. Replacements will not be issued if lost. Lin Yu glanced at the badge. Its texture was similar to the Nightwalker squad badge Ling Yin had given him before, except for the color. This one was silver, with the character engraved on the front and a serial number on the back. He casually pocketed it. To him, its primary function was to prove his identity when collecting cultivation resources from the Martial Arts Bureau in the future. Other than that, it didn't have much use in daily life. After leaving the Martial Arts Bureau, Lin Yu didn't use the windrail, but instead hailed a taxi to head to school. A notification suddenly appeared in the class group chat. This year's martial arts exam rules would change, and all students from Class 7 were required to return to school for a unified explanation by the homeroom teacher. The meeting was scheduled for 3 p.m. sharp. Anyone absent would be considered to have voluntarily forfeited their martial arts exam eligibility. It was only noon, so there was still plenty of time. The written exams were already over. The students returning to school these past 2 days were all those who had signed up for the martial arts exam. The taxi stopped at the entrance of South City No. 1 High School. Linyu got out and walked into the campus. The school was much quieter than usual. With the written exams over, the first and second-year students were already on vacation. The only ones still at school were the students preparing for the martial arts exam. Linyu headed toward the teaching building. Just as he reached the ground floor, a familiar voice called out from behind him. "Brother Yu." Linyu turned around to see Yuan Hao running over from a distance, his face full of excitement. Judging by his expression, he had just arrived as well. "Brother Yu, you're here too?" Yuan Hao ran up to him, took a deep breath, and couldn't help but complain. "This school is ridiculous. I was sleeping soundly at home, and they insisted we come back for a meeting. If my parents hadn't seen the group message, I almost would have been late. You have no choice but to come." Linyu glanced at him. "It's clearly written at the end. If you don't show up, it's considered an automatic withdrawal from the martial arts exam." "True." Yuan Hao nodded, then began scrutinizing Linyu again. The more he looked, the more something felt off. "Brother Yu, you've changed so much in just a month." He circled around Linyu, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. "Why do I feel like you're completely different from before?" Linyu asked calmly. "Different how?" Yuan Hao thought for a long time before slowly saying, "I can't quite put my finger on it. It's just a feeling like you're hard to read, and standing next to you feels a bit oppressive." He paused, lowering his voice slightly. "The most obvious thing is you seem to have a heavy aura of killing intent around you." Linyu was momentarily stunned, then smiled. Over the past month in Water City, he had killed countless beasts and people. This kind of aura wasn't something that could dissipate quickly. No wonder Zhang Rue had been so terrified the moment he saw him. Extortion was just a surface-level reason. What truly scared the other party was likely this cold, oppressive energy emanating from him. "Don't overthink it." Linyu patted Yuan Hao's shoulder. "Let's head upstairs." The two of them walked upstairs together. The hallway was very quiet. Occasionally, a few students passed by, but they couldn't help sneaking extra glances at Linyu. "Is that Linyu?" "Yeah, that's him. Last month's monthly test. He directly surpassed Chu Yu and took first place. I haven't seen him for a whole month. I remember it clearly. When he scored a blood energy value of 105.3, the entire school was in an uproar." Chu Yu's face changed on the spot, and she just walked off. Listening to these discussions, Lin Yu's mind also conjured up an image of Chu Yu. To be honest, he was a bit curious about her current strength. After all, Chu Yu had a good family background and talent. As long as she was willing to work hard, her cultivation speed wouldn't be slow. But no matter how fast, it was impossible for her to catch up to the current Lin Yu. As they walked, Yuan Hao asked, "Brother Yu, where did you go after the monthly test? I sent you so many messages, but you didn't reply. I even went to your house last week, only to find out you'd moved. I made the trip for nothing." "I moved," Lin Yu said. "I'm living in the villa area near the school now. Even if you found my old house, you wouldn't have seen me. I was out training during that time." Yuan Hao's eyes lit up instantly. "What a coincidence. I went training too. Does that make us kindred spirits?" "Brother Yu, where did you go to train?" "Water City." Yuan Hao's steps came to an abrupt halt. "What the hell, Water City?" His voice changed. "Brother Yu, you're not joking, right? That place is super dangerous. I heard that if 10 people go in, it's already impressive if 5 come back alive." Lin Yu's expression remained calm. "It's not that exaggerated. You'll understand if you go there yourself." Yuan Hao immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Forget it, forget it. I value my life too much to go there." After saying this, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression turned serious. "By the way, even though I didn't go for real combat training, I wasn't idle. I looked up a lot of stuff online, not on regular websites, but on the official site of a research institute in our country. It has tons of tips and tricks for cultivation, really useful. It's hard to explain in just a few words. I'll send you the link later so you can check it out too. An official site, Lin Yu confirmed. Of course it's official, Yuan Hao said earnestly. You don't think I'd lie to you, do you? It wasn't surprising for Min to be a bit curious. When it came to cultivation, Lin Yu had never been one to slack off. Besides, a man without any desires would be abnormal. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging Yuan Hao's words. The two continued chatting as they walked upstairs. Seeing Lin Yu's skeptical expression, Yuan Hao quickly added, I'm serious, brother Yu. That website is amazing. Lots of experts share their cultivation insights on it. I even met a high-level awakener online. Following their method, I readjusted my breathing rhythm. This month, my qi and blood value increased by over 80 points, and now it's over 100. Lin Yu responded casually, clearly not taking it seriously. Yuan Hao, seeing his reaction, felt a bit indignant. Brother Yu, you're too indifferent. An increase of 80 points in a month. My progress would definitely place me in the top tier during the monthly test. This speed is already quite impressive, isn't it? Lin Yu smiled. Yeah, it's indeed remarkable. Yuan Hao frowned, staring at Lin Yu for a long time before he couldn't help but ask, Brother Yu, be honest, what's your current qi and blood value? Lin Yu thought for a moment, his lips curling slightly, and decided to tell the truth. Not much, just close to 300. Yuan Hao froze for a moment. How much? 298.2. Yuan Hao's steps suddenly halted, his whole body as if struck by lightning. How much? His voice changed. Brother Yu, don't joke with me. How long has it been? Just a month, and your qi and blood value has nearly tripled. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Lin Yu raised his hand and patted Yuan Hao's shoulder. The people going up and down the stairs saw Yuan Hao's shocked and almost out-of-control expression and thought he had been hit by something, quickening their pace to stay away from them. The two continued upward and finally reached Class 7. As soon as Lin Yu entered the room, the majority of the class's eyes fell on him. There was envy, jealousy, and awe. All kinds of expressions were present, but no one dared to show hostility toward him openly. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they didn't dare. Lin Yu was now a true influential figure in the school. Things were different from before. In the past, when people mentioned him, it was mostly because of his sister, Lin Lin. Back then, people would say, That's Lin Yu, right? I heard he's Lin Lin's younger brother. But now it was different. Now, he was famous because of himself. Because of last month's monthly test, where he took first place. Class 7 originally had over 50 students, but after excluding those focused on academic exams, there are now less than half left, just over 20. Lin Yu casually found an empty seat and sat down. Yuan Hao sat beside him, still excited. He had thought his progress this time was already significant, but Lin Yu's improvement was even more outrageous. Brother Yu, for this martial arts exam, what rank do you think you'll get? Yuan Hao lowered his voice, his eyes shining brightly. I think top 10 in the province is definitely achievable. No, top 5 is solid. At the very least, you should be in the top 3, right? Lin Yu didn't respond, just sat quietly. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Li, walked into the classroom on time. He held a stack of documents in his hand, stepped onto the podium, and scanned the room, his gaze pausing on Lin Yu for a second before moving away. Is everyone here? He cleared his throat, his expression much more serious than usual. The reason I called you back to school today is because the rules for this year's martial arts exam have changed. The classroom instantly fell silent. Mr. Li picked up the documents and began to announce the details. This year's martial arts exam will only have one round. Compared to last year, the difficulty will definitely increase, but there's no choice. The Ministry of Education has already issued a notice that starting next year, the ratio of martial arts exams to academic exams must be at least 7-3. He paused for a moment, his voice deepening. The border is in crisis. The number of disasters continues to rise, but the influx of new blood among awakeners remains insufficient. The situation is becoming increasingly dire, and this is the only way to force you to grow quickly. Someone raised their hand and hurriedly asked, Teacher, what exactly has changed this year? Mr. Lee glanced at the student and continued. This year, there will no longer be arena matches, only real combat. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted in noise. Real combat. What does that mean? Where will the real combat take place? Mr. Lee raised his hand, signaling everyone to quiet down. This year's real combat assessment will take place in a designated area on the outskirts of Jiangqing. That area will be directly designated as the examination site, specifically for this year's martial arts exam. In that region, there won't just be low-level calamities, but also beasts and even other examinees. The atmosphere in the classroom instantly became tense. All examinees across the province will be placed in the same area. Teacher Lee paused, his gaze growing more stern. What you need to do is hunt enough beasts and calamities within it. The assessment period is usually a full day, which means 24 hours. After the martial arts exam ends, the results will be determined based on. After Teacher Lee finished explaining the rules of the martial arts exam, the classroom fell silent for a long time. Everyone understood one thing. This martial arts exam was not just a test. It was more like a true trial of life and death. You would face calamities and beasts, confront dangers in the ruins, and even have to guard against other examinees. If you were defeated by someone, you could surrender and be sent out. But if you were targeted by a beast or entangled by calamity, surrendering wouldn't solve the problem. That could truly lead to death. Many people's faces changed, and their hearts began to tighten. They had previously thought the martial arts exam was just difficult, but now they realized that difficulty and danger were entirely different matters. Teacher Lee looked at this group of students, his tone becoming heavier. Listen carefully. This exam will be monitored by the authorities throughout the entire area. This isn't to scare you, it's to save lives. As long as you encounter danger, you can use special tools to exit early. Don't act tough, don't push yourself. If you can't win, run. If you can't run, immediately call for help. This year is different from previous years, and the rules have been relaxed somewhat, allowing cooperation. You can cooperate with people from your own school or temporarily team up with students from other schools. But remember, cooperation is just a means, not the end. The final results will still be based on individual performance. If you want a good ranking, if you want a high rating, ultimately, it will depend on yourself. After speaking, he raised his hand and turned on the projector. A large map appeared on the screen. Forests, ruins, broken walls, wastelands, all connected into a somber area. Just looking at such a place, you could tell it wouldn't be safe. In the examination area, the authorities will set up basic infrastructure in advance, Teacher Lee continued, but don't expect it to be as stable as the school. Once you enter, what you'll face is real combat. Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "What if we encounter people who specifically try to steal other scores?" Teacher Lee shot that person a cold glance. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to protect your own things. If you want to rob others, you must be prepared for others to rob you back. Remember, the martial arts exam is not child's play. This is combat. Sooner or later, you'll face even harsher situations. For now, learn how to survive. No one in the classroom joked anymore. Everyone realized this wasn't an ordinary exam. This was a selection process. Only those who survived would qualify to go further. Teacher Lee lowered his voice and added one final sentence. So, don't treat this martial arts exam as just about scores. Survive first, then talk about results. After speaking, his gaze swept across the class. All right, come with me to the administrative office. Someone wants to see Lin Yu. Lin Yu was slightly stunned and looked up at Teacher Lee. Me? Teacher Lee nodded. Yes, you. The people from Longtian Academy have arrived. They've heard about your situation and want to meet you personally. As soon as these words were spoken, many in the class were stunned. Longtian Academy. That was a top-tier institution. For many, it was a place they could only look up to. And now, the admissions office staff were already waiting for Lin Yu in the administrative office. Everyone knew what this meant. With Lin Yu's current strength, he might not even need to take the martial arts exam to directly secure admission. Teacher Lee looked at Lin Yu. his expression filled with both relief and emotion. He had taught many students, but ones like Lin Yu, who had risen all the way to the top, were truly rare. Stop dawdling, let's go. This is a rare opportunity. Longtian Academy actively seeking you out is already considered a monumental event in South City. In the many years since City Number 1 High School was established, Lin Lin was the first student to be exceptionally recruited by Longtian Academy. Now, the second opportunity has unexpectedly fallen to Lin Yu. Teacher Li took a few steps toward the staircase, then turned back and froze in place. Lin Yu stood still, gently shaking his head. "Teacher, I won't go." Teacher Li paused, as if he hadn't heard clearly. "What did you say?" Lin Yu raised his head and calmly repeated, "I won't go." Teacher Li opened his mouth, but couldn't speak for a long time. He never expected that Lin Yu would outright reject an opportunity that others would beg for. Lin Yu spoke slowly. "I really want to enter Longtian Academy, but not in this way. I will pass the martial arts exam and enter with dignity." Teacher Li frowned and lowered his voice to persuade him. "You don't have to be so rigid. You can accept the exceptional recruitment first, and then continue to take the martial arts exam. This way, it's both secure and doesn't hinder your chance to showcase your abilities." These words made Lin Yu pause for a few seconds. Accepting the exceptional recruitment first, and then taking the martial arts exam. It did sound like a win-win solution. Just like his sister Lin Lin, who first accepted the exceptional recruitment from the Capital Academy and then took the martial arts exam. It provided a fallback while still striving for higher achievements. But Lin Yu still shook his head. "Teacher, it's different." Teacher Li's frown deepened. "What's different?" "If you enter Longtian Academy first and then take the martial arts exam, the final results are still your own." Who would say anything about it? Lin Yu looked at him, his gaze steady. "People will say that I only dared to take the martial arts exam because I had the exceptional recruitment quota. Even if I don't perform well, it doesn't matter because I already have school to go to." He paused for a moment, his voice growing firmer. "What I want to prove is not whether I can get in, but that I don't need any fallback to enter Longtian Academy. Moreover, I want to enter Longtian Academy as the provincial top scorer." Teacher Li was completely stunned. He looked at the young man in front of him and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. In his impression, Lin Yu had always been quiet and low-key. He didn't compete or speak much, like a student hidden in the corner. But now, standing here, the energy emanating from him had completely changed. It was a kind of stubbornness that refused to bow down. It even faintly carried a trace of Lin Lin's spirit from back then. Teacher Li was silent for a moment, but couldn't help trying to persuade him again. "Lin Yu, you have to understand, the martial arts exam isn't set in stone. Especially with the rules changing this year. No one knows what unexpected situations might arise. If you get injured or make a mistake, it will affect the final results. Exceptional recruitment is your safety net, your most secure fallback. Why make your path so rigid?" Lin Yu smiled. The smile was faint but resolute. "Teacher Li, I just want everyone to know that I'm no worse than Lin Lin." This sentence wasn't heavy, but it landed like a stone, heavily in the air. Teacher Li stood frozen, momentarily at a loss for words. He finally understood. Lin Yu wasn't being impulsive or trying to show off. He simply knew too well what he wanted. He wanted to win. Not just once, not just scrape by, but to win thoroughly, to win in a way that left no room for doubt. Teacher Li looked at him, and his gaze gradually softened with a hint of admiration. "All right." He raised his hand and patted Lin Yu's shoulder, his tone softening as well. "Since you've made up your mind, the teacher supports you. When the time comes, I'll go to Jiang City with the principal to watch your martial arts exam." He paused, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I also want to see what kind of genius City Number 1 High School can produce this time." Lin Yu nodded. "Thank you, teacher." Teacher Li turned and walked toward the staircase. After a few steps, he stopped again and turned back to remind him, "I'll explain things to Longtian Academy. You don't need to worry about it. Focus on preparing for the martial arts exam in the next few days. Get some rest, and don't push yourself too hard." "Got it, teacher," Lin Yu replied with a smile. After Teacher Li left, Yuan Hao darted out from the doorway, his face full of disbelief. "Brother Yu, You turned down such a great opportunity? Are you crazy? Lin Yu glanced at him, his tone calm. Opportunities aren't given by others. They're earned by yourself. Yuan Hao scratched his head, his face full of confusion. I really don't get you. The martial arts exam is already harder now, and you even had a chance to get admitted without taking the test. Isn't that perfect? If it were me, I'd agree right away. You'd get into a prestigious school without risking injury. How convenient. Lin Yu smiled faintly. That's why you can't be me. Hearing this, Yuan Hao immediately clutched his chest, pretending to be gravely wounded. That hurts, brother Yu. But despite his exaggerated words, his eyes couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu's face. That was too harsh. I know you're telling the truth, but did you have to be so blunt? Lin Yu shook his head, amused by him. All right, stop acting. There's nothing going on today. I'll go to the internet cafe with you. Yuan Hao's eyes lit up instantly. Just as he was about to cheer, he suddenly noticed the homeroom teacher of class 1 walking out not far away, followed by a group of students. Chu Yu was among them. She walked at the front, still exuding that cold and quiet demeanor, as if there was an invisible barrier separating her from everything around her. None of it seemed to concern her. Yuan Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately started winking at Lin Yu, lowering his voice. Brother Yu, look, Chu Yu is looking at you. She's really looking at you. I see her. I'm not blind, Lin Yu replied, exasperated. She's standing right in front of me. How could I not see her? She's not looking at you. So why are you so excited? Yuan Hao grinned, speaking with conviction. You don't get it. Someone like her doesn't even bother to glance at others usually. If she's actively looking at you now, it means your changes have become so significant that she can't ignore them anymore. Lin Yu didn't respond, his gaze simply resting calmly ahead. By this time, Chu had already walked up to him and stopped. Her gaze lingered on Lin Yu for a long time, as if she were seeing him in a new light. You've become a beginner awakener too? Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly silenced the air in the corridor. Ouyang Qin and Zhu Lipeng also walked over, standing beside Chu Yu. The students from Class 7 began filing out of their classroom as well. The once spacious corridor was soon packed tightly by the two groups. The entire hallway had only this one central staircase. With people gathering on both sides, the atmosphere immediately grew tense, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Lin Yu looked at Chu Yu and nodded calmly. Yes. Chu Yu's gaze shifted slightly. For some reason, she could no longer discern Lin Yu's current blood energy level. This stirred an inexplicable sense of caution within her. What's your blood energy level now? She couldn't help but ask. Lin Yu was silent for a second. He could have easily made up a number. There was no need to be precise. But when he saw Chu Yu's serious and composed eyes, he ultimately chose to tell the truth. 298.2. As soon as the words left his mouth, the corridor fell completely silent. Even the sound of breathing seemed to be stifled. Ouyang Qin was visibly stunned, her eyes filled with shock. How long had it been? Zhu Lipeng's face turned deathly pale in an instant. He even subconsciously took half a step back, as if he had just heard the last thing he wanted to hear. The students from Class 7 exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Yet disbelief was written all over their faces. None of them could have imagined that Lin Yu's blood energy level had risen so quickly. The only person who wasn't too surprised was probably Yuan Hao. He had already known. So when Lin Yu reported the number, he merely raised an eyebrow, his expression one of calm acceptance, as if to say, I knew it. Chu Yu was stunned for several seconds before slowly regaining her composure. Then, she nodded slightly. I understand. During the monthly test, the gap between her and Lin Yu wasn't that significant. But now, after just 1 month, the distance between them had completely widened. Her current blood vitality value had only just reached around 200, while Lin Yu's was already nearing 300. Over the past month, she had devoted almost all her time to cultivation, utilizing every resource available without wasting a single bit. From her initial value of 93.21, she had painstakingly raised it to 200. She had always believed that she was working hard enough, and progressing quickly enough. Yet Lin Yu had effortlessly left her far behind. 298.2. That number weighed on her chest like a heavy stone, making it hard for her to breathe. For the first time, she truly realized that some people could silently leave you far behind, even as you desperately try to catch up. On the other side, Lin Yu had already stopped looking at her. His gaze shifted to Zhu Liping. Zhu Liping stood there, his face pale and his eyes evasive, completely devoid of his usual arrogant demeanor. Lin Yu looked at him, the corners of his mouth slowly curling into a smile. That smile wasn't particularly fierce, but it was colder and more chilling than any threat. Zhu Liping felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat dripping down his back. 2 months ago, he had thought he could easily crush Lin Yu. Using his father's connections, he had framed Lin Yu for Chun Hao's death, leading the Martial Arts Bureau to focus their suspicions on Lin Yu. As a result, Lin Yu was taken away. At the time, Zhu Liping thought he had won. But not long after, Lin Yu was released without charges. Zhu Liping had been shocked and even went to his father to inquire about the situation. That time, his father's expression was grim, and he was directly suspended for a period of rest. Although Zhu Liping found it strange, he hadn't connected the incident to Lin Yu. Until a month later, Lin Yu returned. Not only did he return, but he also scored a blood vitality value of 105.3 during the monthly test, taking first place in the entire school. At that moment, Zhu Liping truly began to panic. He went to his father again, demanding to know why Lin Yu had been released by the Martial Arts Bureau. This time, his father only said one sentence. The martial arts headquarters intervened. From that day on, bad news came one after another. His father's suspension dragged on indefinitely, with no clear resolution. Those who had once called his father a brother began to distance themselves, intentionally or unintentionally. For the first time, Zhu Liping understood what it meant to experience the coldness of human relationships and the phenomenon of kicking someone when they're down. Fortunately, he still had an S-level talent. He kept telling himself that as long as he could firmly tie himself to Chu Yu, his family would still have a chance to turn things around. But now everything had changed. The person he had once looked down on, someone he hadn't even bothered to glance at, was now standing before him, transformed into a mountain he could never hope to climb over. 298.2. That number weighed on him so heavily that he could barely lift his head. Even more terrifying was the fact that Chu Yu's attention had completely shifted to Lin Yu. Standing here, he felt like an unnecessary presence, unable to do anything. Zhu Liping. Lin Yu suddenly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it struck like a heavy hammer, shattering Zhu Liping's thoughts. Zhu Liping snapped back to reality, his body stiffening. The moment he looked up and met Lin Yu's gaze, cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. He wanted to speak, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Yu looked at him, the smile on his lips deepening. To Lin Yu, Zhu Liping was no longer a threat. If he wanted, he could crush him with a single move. He had already seen Zhu Liping's blood vitality value, 187. Among ordinary people, this value was quite impressive. But in the face of an S-level genius, this level of strength was insignificant. It was clear that Zhu Liping had slacked off over the past month, falling behind in his cultivation. Lin Yu had no intention of making a move at school. He turned and left with Yuan Hao, leaving behind a single sentence as cold as ice. Zhu Liping, enjoy your remaining days. You'd better pray that you don't run into me during the martial exam. He paused, his tone growing colder. It's not uncommon for people to die in a martial exam. These words were like a knife, stabbing directly into Zhu Liping's heart. Lin Yu was clearly targeting him. The surrounding students quickly sensed something was off and began whispering among themselves. What did Zhu Liping do to provoke Lin Yu? I guess it's because of Chu Yu. Zhu Liping used to chase her all the time, but Lin Yu never had a chance back then. Now that Lin Yu's grown stronger, he probably wants to settle old scores. Really? Is Lin Yu seriously planning to cripple Zhu Liping during the martial exam? Forget it, let's go. This is their personal grudge. We don't want to get dragged into it. The crowd gradually dispersed, unwilling to linger any longer. Chu Yu glanced at Zhu Lipeng, her gaze as calm as if she were looking at a complete stranger. She had never liked Zhu Lipeng. Now, seeing him targeted by Lin Yu, she felt no sympathy at all. Ouyang Qin, standing nearby, offered a simple word of advice. Brother Lipeng, calm down for now. After saying this, she quickly followed Chu Yu, clearly not wanting to be too involved with Zhu Lipeng. At times like this, everyone feared being remembered by Lin Yu. Lin Yu is now the undisputed top student at Nanxing No. 1 High School. Calling him the pillar of the school was no exaggeration. Soon, the hallway was empty except for Zhu Lipeng. Lin Yu's harsh words still echoed in his ears, reverberating repeatedly. Should he even go to the martial exam? If he did, and truly ran into Lin Yu, what should he do? Zhu Lipeng clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white. But in the end, he slowly loosened his grip. He knew very well that there was nothing he could do. Lin Yu was no longer someone he could suppress. If they truly met on the day of the martial exam, he didn't even dare to think further. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, the departure time for the day before the martial exam had arrived. Nanchang had a total of 7 high schools, but the number of students actually participating in the martial exam this time was only about 1,000. Therefore, every year, Jiang Province would arrange for all the city's examinees to be sent to Jiangcheng for the exam. Nanchang wasn't far from Jiangcheng. With the large number of students, the officials directly chartered over a dozen buses for unified transportation. The journey from Nanchang to Jiangcheng took about 5 to 6 hours, with one bus assigned to each class. Lin Yu's parents rarely came to see him off. Traditionally, parents of students participating in the martial exam wouldn't accompany them. Xiao Yu, this time her mom, and I don't expect you to achieve a high ranking, Lin Yu's father said beside him, his tone full of concern. We just hope you come back safe and sound. Lin Yu looked at his parents and nodded seriously. Dad, Mom, don't worry. After saying this, he turned to board the bus. But as he reached the door, he turned back and smiled at his parents. After the exam, I'll bring you back a top score. Lin Yu's parents were momentarily stunned. They didn't take his words seriously, thinking it was just a joke before he left. They had no idea that over the past 2 months, Lin Yu was no longer the same Lin Yu. The changes in him had long surpassed their imagination. The bus was already filled with many classmates. Lin Yu found a seat by the window and sat down. Not long after, Yuan Hao boarded as well. Spotting Lin Yu, he immediately sat next to him, complaining as he unpacked his things. My mom is so over the top, acting like I'm heading to a battlefield instead of an exam, stuffing my bag with all sorts of things. Lin Yu chuckled after hearing this. Parents are all like that. His own bag was also packed full of items his mother had prepared, ordinary-looking snacks, drinks, and daily necessities, all brimming with care. After a while, the bus slowly started moving. The scenery outside the window began to recede, and the familiar city was gradually left behind. Lin Yu leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. With a 5 to 6 hour journey ahead, it was the perfect opportunity to get some rest. Yuan Hao couldn't sit still. He took out his phone, skillfully opened a game, and prepared to relax for the last bit of time he had. After all, once they arrived at the martial arts exam site, everyone knew the carefree days would be over. No one knew how much time had passed when Lin Yu was shaken awake by Yuan Hao. Brother Yu, we've arrived in Jiangcheng. Outside the window, a massive city came into view. Skyscrapers stood side by side, the streets were wide, and the traffic was constant. Compared to Nanchang, Jiangcheng was clearly much more prosperous, on a completely different level. Lin Yu's gaze quickly fell on a towering black building not far away. The building was entirely black, with a striking emblem at the very top. Jiangcheng Martial Arts Bureau. Just from a scale of this building, one could sense Jiangcheng's confidence. More resources, more geniuses, and fiercer competition. Lin Yu felt no trace of hesitation in his heart. Instead, he seemed ignited with determination. He knew he had come to the right place. The martial arts exam was the true battlefield that would decide his fate. Soon, several buses pulled into the stadium one after another. The examinees from Nanchang were the first to arrive. After all, Nanchang wasn't far from Jiangcheng, so the journey didn't take much time. Examinees from other cities would likely take a while longer to arrive. The stadium was enormous, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, it was already filled with a dense crowd. Jiangcheng's local examinees stood in small groups, chatting quietly, while some kept sizing up the newly arrived examinees from Nanchang. The venue had long been sealed off by officials, with uniformed staff at the entrance verifying each examinee's identity one by one. Overhead, several drones patrolled slowly. After all, this was the martial arts exam, a matter that concerned the future of countless people. The official security was naturally airtight, leaving no room for loopholes. Even organizations like the Wuming Hall, no matter how arrogant they were on regular days, wouldn't dare to target examinees today. Because if anything happened, the consequences would be far beyond what they could bear. Lin Yu and Yuan Hao were the first to get off the bus. As soon as Lin Yu steadied himself, he looked toward the bus carrying Class 1. "What's wrong, Brother Yu? Thinking about Chu Yu again?" Yuan Hao teased in a low voice, grinning. Lin Yu glanced at him and replied indifferently, "I'm looking to see if Zhu Lipeng has the guts to show up." "Oh, him." Yuan Hao shrugged. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably didn't come. When I arrived this morning, most of Class 1 had already gotten off, and I didn't see him. After saying this, Yuan Hao chuckled again, as if he'd seen through something. "Brother Yu, stop pretending. Honestly, I think you and Chu Yu make a great pair. You two standing together really look good. Now that Zhu Lipeng isn't here, the biggest obstacle is gone. If you're interested, I can even put in a good word for you." Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond to this, and simply withdrew his gaze. Sure enough, Zhu Lipeng hadn't come. Almost all of Class 1 was here, except for him. Lin Yu sneered inwardly. "You can hide for now, but you can't hide forever. Not coming today doesn't mean you can keep avoiding me in the future." Just then, Lin Yu's attention was drawn to some commotion on the other side. Chu Yu was walking toward him. She still had that cold demeanor, her face showing little expression. Her steps were neither fast nor slow, and she seemed like a cold, unfeeling stone. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yu, never shifting away. Many people around noticed and began whispering. "So that's Chu Yu. I've heard of her before. I heard she recently awakened an S-level talent. She's beautiful too, and the school belle of Nanchang First High. Who is she walking toward? Who's that guy? No idea. Never seen him before. But judging by this, he must be one of Nanchang's prominent figures. Speaking of which, who do you think is prettier, Chu Yu or Jiangqing's top high school belle, Yang Luoxi? Is that even a question? Yang Luoxi is widely recognized as Jiangqing's #1 beauty with an SSS-level talent. Chu Yu is good, but compared to her, the gap is pretty obvious, right? Not necessarily. I actually think their styles are completely different. Chu Yu's kind of temperament is more enduring to look at. I also find Chu Yu more pleasing to the eye. All right, stop overthinking it. Whether it's Chu Yu or Yang Luoxi, neither of them are people you can get close to. Just take a look and move on. Yang Luoxi even has a fiancé. And as for Chu Yu, it's obvious she's not ordinary with that guy either. People like them are far beyond what regular candidates can aspire to. Lin Yu listened to these words and found himself growing more curious about the girl named Yang Luoxi. SSS-level talent. He knew exactly what that meant. This year, South City #1 High School didn't even have a single SS-level talent. If he could possess such talent, his strength would undoubtedly take another significant leap forward. But right now, he was more focused on the person in front of him. Chu Yu had already walked up to him. The distance between them was now just over a meter. Yuan Hao noticed this and immediately stepped aside tactfully, muttering under his breath, "Well, Yuji, I'll go check out the surroundings first. You two take your time chatting." Whistling, Yuan Hao tactfully retreated to the side, though his gaze couldn't help but drift back toward them. Chu Yu raised her head, looked seriously at Lin Yu, and asked, "Lin Yu, which academy are you planning to apply to?" Lin Yu was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Chu Yu to be the one to ask this question first. If Yuan Hao had asked, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. But it was her, and that made him take another look at her. He didn't feign modesty, nor did he hesitate in the slightest. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable confidence. Long Tian Academy. But I'll enter as the province's top scorer. Chu Yu's previously calm expression finally changed. The next second, she actually smiled. She looked at Lin Yu, and the coldness in her eyes seemed to melt slightly with his words. These words didn't sound arrogant or boastful. They felt more like an absolute affirmation of one's own strength. It was as if the position of provincial top scorer had already been secured in his pocket. Chu Yu was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Provincial top scorer? Yes. Lin Yu nodded, his response crisp and decisive. Chu Yu smiled again, this time with a more noticeable hint of amusement. And you? Lin Yu countered, which academy are you planning to apply to? Chu Yu put away her smile, her tone very calm, yet she said something that surprised Lin Yu. I want to go to the best academy in the world. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. Not the best in Huaxia, but the best in the world. This was already beyond his current scope of understanding. Everything he knew was still confined within Huaxia. As for how vast the outside world was, how many stronger talents and more elite schools there were, he was almost completely ignorant. Chu Yu seemed to have anticipated his reaction, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. What surprised? Lin Yu didn't hide his feelings and nodded directly. A bit, yes. Chu Yu looked into the distance, as if gazing at a far-off future. Lin Yu, do you know how big this world is? Lin Yu didn't answer, because he didn't know how to respond. Chu Yu continued, Long Tian Academy is indeed one of the top academies in Huaxia, but on a global scale, there are many places stronger than it. Even Long Tian Academy might not rank in the top 10 worldwide. Lin Yu listened quietly, and for the first time, he clearly realized that his past perspective had been too narrow. The world is vast, and there are many strong individuals. He looked at Chu Yu and asked, Then where do you want to go? Chu Yu didn't answer immediately. She remained silent for a long time, as if seriously contemplating or perhaps suppressing some emotion. Finally, she spoke softly, I haven't decided yet, but I'll probably choose an academy in the capital first. Why? Lin Yu asked. Just moments ago, she had been talking about the world's top academies. Yet in the blink of an eye, her target shifted back to domestic ones. Chu Yu didn't explain. She simply turned around and walked forward. After walking a few steps, she suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Yu, a faint smile reappearing on her face. Lin Yu, if you really get first place in the province, I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Yu was stunned again. By the time he came to his senses, Chu Yu had already quickened her pace and disappeared into the crowd. Yuan Hao appeared out of nowhere, his face full of excitement, as if he had just won the lottery. Brother Yu, did you hear that? The great school beauty, Chu, said she would treat you to a meal. Lin Yu glanced at him. I'm not deaf. This isn't just an ordinary meal. Yuan Hao lowered his voice, his face brimming with excitement. From my years of experience, this is a sign. Think about it. Who is Chu Yu? The ice-cold school beauty of Nansheng No. 1 High School, who usually ignores everyone. Today, not only did she take the initiative to talk to you, but she also smiled at you several times. What does that mean? It means you're different now. The more he spoke, the more animated he became. I've been at No. 1 High for 3 years and have never seen her smile this much. And at the end, she even said she'd treat you to a meal. Isn't that clearly giving you a chance? Brother Yu, you have to seize this opportunity. Lin Yu remained silent, not responding. Yuan Hao, seeing his reaction, became even more anxious. Brother Yu, don't tell me you really have no feelings for girls? Or do you like someone like me? After saying that, he even took 2 steps back, pretending to be afraid that Lin Yu might suddenly pounce on him. Are you looking for a beating? Lin Yu raised his hand, pretending to hit him. But Yuan Hao reacted quickly and dodged in advance. Brother Yu, you're just angry because I hit the mark. Yuan Hao shouted while dodging. I must have guessed right. Lin Yu withdrew his hand, too lazy to continue messing around with him. At that moment, the broadcast in the gymnasium came on. Attention all candidates, please line up in order according to your school. Proceed to the entrance to verify your identity and collect the equipment needed for the martial arts exam. After collecting your equipment, please go to the designated area to rest and wait. The martial arts exam will officially begin at 8 a.m. tomorrow. As the announcement ended, the entire gymnasium immediately became lively. Teachers leading the teams began organizing students into lines, and the scene quickly became tense yet orderly. Lin Yu and Yuan Hao soon found the line for Nanqing No. 1 High School, joined it, and queued up with the others. The line was very long, with over 100 people ahead of them. It would likely take some time before their turn came. Looking at the long line, Yuan Hao couldn't help but complain, with so many people, how long is this going to take? Soon, a long queue formed in the area where the equipment was being distributed. There were many familiar faces, and the students from Nanqing No. 1 High School were at the front, quickly receiving the combat uniforms and wristbands needed for the martial arts exam. Brother Yu, Yuan Hao leaned over, as if suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. He raised his hand and pointed toward Chu Yu, who wasn't far away, lowering his voice. Look, the line is almost at Chu Yu. With the relationship we have with her, going up to say hi and cutting in line shouldn't be too much, right? This guy couldn't go 3 sentences without mentioning Chu Yu. Lin Yu followed the direction of his finger. Chu Yu stood at the front of the Nanqing No. 1 High School line, still exuding her usual cool and quiet demeanor. Behind her stood Ouyang Qin, her expression noticeably more tense than usual. Cut in line. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and gave Yuan Hao a faint look. What are you thinking? Yuan Hao grinned and continued to coax in a low voice. I don't want to either, but look at this line. It'll take at least half an hour, maybe even an hour if we're unlucky. Besides, brother Yu, aren't you and Chu Yu pretty close? She just came over to talk to you, smiled at you several times, and even said she'd treat you to a meal. So what's wrong with borrowing a spot? The more he spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. And it's not like we're strangers cutting in her line. We're acquaintances. She definitely won't mind. The most important thing is who at Nanqing No. 1 High School would dare say anything to you, Lin Yu? Everyone knows you're not someone to mess with. Listening to him, Lin Yu was almost convinced, but he quickly reacted, raising his hand to pat Yuan Hao on the shoulder, a faintly meaningful smile on his lips. You're overthinking it. Not long after, Chu Yu finally received her equipment. She took the wristband and combat suit from the staff, and as she turned to leave, her gaze inadvertently swept over the back of the line, where she happened to catch sight of Lin Yu. It was just a fleeting moment. She quickly withdrew her gaze and walked toward the rest area. But that single glance was still caught by Yuan Hao, who had been watching her intently. Brother Yu, did you see that? Yuan Hao immediately became excited, lowering his voice as he spoke. She just looked at you. Just one glance, but she was definitely looking at you. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond. Yuan Hao, however, grew more and more animated, his fingers practically rubbing together in excitement. I told you she has feelings for you. She even looked back after getting her equipment. Wasn't she looking for you? Lin Yu finally couldn't hold back and shot him a glance. Are you too idle lately? Yuan Hao pouted, looking completely justified. Of course I'm idle. Look at this line. It feels endless. I wish I could just lie down, enjoy the air conditioning, and play games on my phone. But unfortunately, that's not an option right now. After more than 40 minutes, it was finally Lin Yu and Yuan Hao's turn. After verifying their identities, the staff handed them their equipment, a combat suit and a wristband. The items looked simple, but were actually high-tech. By attaching the wristband to the combat suit and pressing a fingerprint, the suit would automatically adjust its size to fit the wearer, eliminating the need for custom tailoring. After receiving their equipment, Lin Yu and Yuan Hao headed to the rest area. It was a relatively open space, with a designated area for food vendors. Many examinees were already seated there, resting. Chu Yu was there too. She was sitting in a corner with Ouyang Qin, holding a book in her hands. Her expression so serene, it seemed as if an invisible wall separated her from the surrounding noise. This was just a temporary rest area. Once examinees from other districts arrived and received their equipment, hotel accommodations would be arranged for the evening. The martial arts exam would officially begin at 8 a.m. the next day. Yuan Hao immediately spotted Chu Yu and nudged Lin Yu with his elbow, whispering, "Brother Yu, there aren't many seats left. There are a few open ones near Chu Yu. Why don't we go sit with them?" This time, Lin Yu didn't refuse. The reason was simple. There really weren't many seats left. They were at the back of the line and had already been delayed for quite some time. By the time they reached the rest area, most of the seats were already taken. Groups of examinees were chatting in clusters, leaving no suitable spots. Only the area near Chu Yu and Ouyang Qin still had a few empty seats. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and nodded. "Let's go." Yuan Hao's eyes lit up, and he immediately perked up, quickly following behind. The two weaved through the crowd and soon reached Chu Yu's side. Chu Yu was engrossed in her book and didn't notice their approach. It was Ouyang Qin who looked up first. When she saw Lin Yu and Yuan Hao walking over, her expression visibly changed. She had always felt an instinctive fear of Lin Yu, especially after what had happened a few days ago in the teaching building of Nanqing No. 1 High School. Lin Yu had publicly spoken out, silencing Zhu Lipeng completely. That scene was still vivid in her memory. And today, Zhu Lipeng hadn't even shown up for the martial arts exam. Ouyang Qin had often badmouthed Lin Yu behind his back, so seeing him approach now made her feel guilty, her breathing growing unsteady. What are you doing here?" Before Lin Yu could respond, Yuan Hao had already spoken up. "No seats left. Borrowing one." He gestured toward the empty seats nearby, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the most ordinary thing in the world. "There are still some open seats here, and we're all from Nanqing No. 1 High School. I don't think Chu Yu would mind." Ouyang Qin opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something. But after glancing at Chu Yu and seeing no obvious reaction from her, she swallowed her words. Chu Yu looked up at Lin Yu, then reached out to pick up the backpack beside her. She didn't speak, but her actions said it all. She acquiesced. Lin Yu nodded, his tone calm. "Thank you." After speaking, he sat down nearby with Yuan Hao. It was only then that Yuan Hao noticed Ouyang Qin's expression seemed off. As he sat down, he deliberately smiled at her, trying to ease the atmosphere. However, Ouyang Qin just rolled her eyes, muttered something under her breath, and turned her head away, clearly unwilling to engage with him. The four of them sat together like this. The atmosphere was a bit awkward, yet somewhat subtle. Yuan Hao, unable to sit still, quickly opened his backpack and took out the combat uniform he had just received. He examined it over and over, clearly enamored. "Brother Yu, look at this combat uniform. The quality is really good, and it feels so comfortable." He lowered his voice, as if sharing some big secret. "I heard from my brother that a set of these combat uniforms costs over 100,000 Huaxia yuan. And after the martial arts exam, we have to return them all." He sighed, his face full of regret. "Such great clothes, and we still have to give them back in the end. What a pity." Lin Yu merely nodded casually without responding. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began to rest. He knew very well that the real pressure was yet to come. Saying more now wouldn't help. The most important thing was to conserve energy for the real challenge tomorrow. At that moment, a gentle voice came through. "Students of Class 7, Grade 12, come out and gather. I'll take you to the hotel. The martial arts exam starts at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Don't be late." It was Teacher Li. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and reached everyone's ears. Yuan Hao immediately perked up, quickly stuffing the combat uniform back in his backpack, almost jumping up in excitement. "No way. Teacher Li actually came, and we get to go to the hotel early? That's great. Finally, we don't have to keep squeezing into this lousy lounge. We can go back and get a good night's sleep." He pulled Lin Yu to his feet, moving so quickly as if afraid someone might change their mind. Chu Yu also closed her book, looked up, and exchanged a glance with Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled and said, "See you tomorrow." Chu Yu nodded, her voice soft but clear. "See you tomorrow." Lin Yu left the lounge with Yuan Hao. To be honest, Lin Yu was a bit surprised that Teacher Li had come in person. Earlier in the teaching building, Teacher Li had mentioned that he would come to Jiangsheng with the principal. Lin Yu hadn't paid much attention at the time, thinking it was just a casual remark. He hadn't expected him to actually show up. Lin Yu and Yuan Hao made their way through the crowd to Teacher Li. By then, more than a dozen students from Class 7 had already gathered around him. Seeing Lin Yu approach, Teacher Li's face showed a trace of a gratified smile. "Let's go," he said. "I'll take you to the hotel to rest. Get a good night's sleep and prepare to give it your all in the martial arts exam tomorrow." The next morning at 7 a.m., 1 kilometer outside Misty Town, a massive viewing platform had been constructed. The platform was tiered, capable of accommodating hundreds of people. Various instruments and equipment were set up on it, and several enormous screens floated in midair, providing a crystal-clear view of the situation inside the town. Each screen corresponded to a different area of the town. The viewing platform was heavily guarded. Personnel from the Martial Arts Bureau, dressed in black uniforms with specialized weapons at their waists, stood with solemn expressions, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Further out, patrol teams moved back and forth, and drones occasionally swept through the air, monitoring the area at all times. Today was the most important day of the martial arts exam. Almost all the truly influential figures in Jiang Province had arrived. In the front row of the viewing platform sat the admissions officers from various universities. Behind them were senior officials from Jiangqing's Department of Education, along with a few middle-aged men in plain clothes. Their expressions were calm, with faint smiles on their faces. They appeared low-key, but everyone knew their identities were anything but ordinary. Further back were senior officials from the Departments of Education of various cities, as well as the principals and homeroom teachers of high schools from across the region. Among them were Mu Tianzhao and Teacher Li from Nanqing No. 1 High School. The origin of Misty Town is known to many. It was not always an examination site, but once a wasteland polluted by calamity. Years ago, when Water City fell, the disaster not only destroyed a city, but also seemed to open a breach. The calamity's aura spread from Water City, expanding in all directions. The nearby River City was the first to be affected, with large suburban areas occupied by the calamity. Later, King Xinyuan intervened, single-handedly eradicating the calamity that had invaded River City, pulling it back from the brink of destruction. However, even so, the polluted areas remained unrecovered for a long time. The mist lingered there, refusing to dissipate. It was not ordinary mist, but the lingering aura of the calamity. If ordinary people inhaled it, they would suffer harm or even die instantly. Over time, the mist's danger gradually diminished, eventually becoming something ordinary people could barely tolerate. Over the years, River City's officials considered rebuilding the area, but the persistent mist caused the plans to be repeatedly shelved. After a long time, the officials had no choice but to abandon the idea. Eventually, the River City Education Department took over the site, designating it as the practical examination ground for Jiang Province's annual martial arts test. The area was not entirely safe, as remnants of the calamity and beasts still existed. However, most were low-level threats. The officials divided the area into a safe examination zone, with most beasts and calamity remnants confined to specific regions. The outer circle generally contained only low-level beasts, while the inner circle housed mid-level beasts and more dangerous calamity remnants. If candidates couldn't handle the situation, they could press a button on their wristbands to immediately exit the examination site. In theory, this arrangement was secure enough, yet this year's martial arts test still made everyone uneasy. The reason? They had spotted bloodthirsty wolves. This year's martial arts test actually has bloodthirsty wolves, and they're in the outer circle. Are you serious? Those are bloodthirsty wolves. Didn't they say this year's test would be harder? This is ridiculous. Releasing bloodthirsty wolves. Bloodthirsty wolves are known for their speed and ferocity, a common fact among most candidates. What makes them even more troublesome is that they never act alone. If you see one, there are often 7 or 8 more lurking nearby, or even more. Even a conservative estimate is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Many people were already panicking. Yet, at this moment, someone sneered. Is that all the courage South City has? Scared of a single bloodthirsty wolf. I once killed an ironclad bull with one punch. As soon as these words were spoken, The South City candidate's anger was instantly ignited. Everyone turned to look, wanting to see who was so arrogant. Standing at the front of the crowd was a young man in a black combat uniform, with a badge pinned to his chest that read River City Elite High School. He held his chin high, his expression full of disdain, as if he were looking at a group of insignificant opponents. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Don't argue. We can't afford to provoke him. River City Elite High School students, they're all said to be top tier. The South City candidates, who had initially wanted to retort, changed their expressions upon seeing his identity. No matter how angry they were, they could only swallow their words. Lin Yu stood among the crowd and glanced at the young man twice. He asked Yuan Hao, "Who is this guy acting so cocky?" Yuan Hao's expression shifted slightly, and he lowered his voice. "His name is Wu Zheng, from River City Elite High School. I've heard he has an S-level talent, with a blood vitality value exceeding 200. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. "How do you know so much?" Yuan Hao coughed awkwardly, his expression a bit unnatural. "I stayed near River City Elite High School students last night and chatted with them all night, so I learned some inside information. That school has 10 top talents, and he's one of them." Lin Yu nodded, his tone calm. "Sounds pretty impressive." But after saying this, he walked straight toward Wu Zheng. Yuan Hao tried to stop him, but failed, his heart tightening instantly. Wu Zheng was basking in the attention of the surrounding crowd, looking smug and preparing to say a few more mocking words. But just then, a calm, almost indifferent voice came from ahead. "Are you Wu Zheng?" Wu Zheng froze for a moment and turned his head to look. Lin Yu was already standing in front of him. At first, he thought it was another genius from Jiangqing's top high school, and his face showed a hint of disdain. But when he saw Lin Yu clearly, he immediately sneered. "Yeah, I am Wu Zheng. Who the hell are you?" Lin Yu didn't reply, just stared at him. The next second, he suddenly made his move. No warning, no probing, no unnecessary words. His right hand shot up, like lightning, and slapped Wu Zheng directly across the face. Smack! The sound was crisp and loud, and the entire scene fell silent for a moment. Wu Zheng froze completely. He hadn't even seen how Lin Yu moved, yet his face had already taken the hit. "You!" He clutched his face, his cheeks flushed with anger. The surrounding crowd instantly erupted. "Holy crap! Lin Yu made a move. Good hit. People like him deserve it." South City isn't lacking people. They just couldn't be bothered to deal with him before. Brother Yu is awesome. If it weren't for the fact that they were still at the martial arts exam venue, Lin Yu wouldn't have minded crippling Wu Zheng right then and there. After experiencing the brink of life and death, he had long since stopped tolerating people like this. Whoever made him unhappy would pay the price. Lin Yu stared at Wu Zheng, his voice turning cold. "You just said that the people from South City are all trash." Wu Zheng's face turned ashen, wanting to retort, but his throat felt blocked, and he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Yu stepped forward, his tone even colder. "Now apologize to all the South City martial arts exam candidates." A trace of venom flashed in Wu Zheng's eyes. But as soon as he showed a hint of defiance, Lin Yu raised his hand and slapped him again. Smack! This slap was even harder than the last, and the sound was even louder. Wu Zheng's vision went black, and he staggered back 2 steps, completely stunned. From a young age, he had always been a genius, the pride of his family, and someone cherished in school. Even in Jiangqing's top high school, no one dared to slap him in public like this. But now, not only had he been hit, but he hadn't even had the chance to fight back. Wu Zheng clutched his face, his eyes filled with humiliation and shock. Lin Yu, however, simply looked at him coldly and repeated himself. "Apologize." Wu Zheng clenched his teeth tightly, clearly unwilling to bow his head. But when he raised his head and met Lin Yu's eyes so cold they lacked any warmth, his heart suddenly trembled. For the first time, he realized that this person wasn't bluffing. If he continued to be stubborn, Lin Yu would indeed keep hitting him, without regard for the consequences. Wu Zheng's throat moved, and he finally lowered his head, speaking with difficulty. I'm sorry." Lin Yu's gaze darkened. "Too quiet. I'm sorry." Wu Zheng practically shouted the words. At this moment, It wasn't that he didn't want to hold out. He was genuinely scared. In front of thousands of people, being slapped twice by a student from South City and forced to bow his head and apologize, this humiliation was now etched deeply into his mind. He stared at Lin Yu with a burning gaze, his thoughts consumed by one thing. He would remember this grudge. Meanwhile, the South City candidates who had been trampled on by Wu Zheng earlier all raised their heads high. They had endured for so long, suppressed for so long, and now finally someone had stood up for them. Their gazes toward Lin Yu were filled with admiration. But Lin Yu showed no intention of stopping. He raised his head, swept his eyes across the crowd, and spoke coldly. If you ask me, all the candidates from Jiangsheng are trash. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene fell silent. The air seemed frozen. Everyone stood in place, staring at Lin Yu in disbelief. No one had expected that this young man, who had just made a move, would dare to insult all the candidates from Jiangsheng. Wu Zheng clutched his face, first stunned, then a trace of uncontrollable excitement flashed in his eyes. He admitted that Lin Yu was strong, perhaps even stronger than him. But so what? The top students in Jiang City were not limited to just him. In the best high school in Jiang City, there were plenty of people stronger than him. He was merely ranked at the bottom of the so-called top 10 geniuses. The bigger the scene Lin Yu caused today, the greater the pressure he would face later. Lin Yu stood in place with a cold sneer, showing no sign of backing down. The surrounding Jiang City examinees were pale with anger, but no one dared to speak first. The scene of Lin Yu violently beating Wu Zheng earlier had already made one thing clear to everyone. This guy wasn't just all talk. He was truly willing to act. They were furious, but they also understood that they weren't qualified to charge forward directly. This was no longer a simple provocation. It was tit for tat. If you humiliate others, he'll stomp your face into the ground in public. Chapter 59. Misty Town. The leaders on the viewing platform hadn't initially planned to intervene. Students competing for pride and having minor conflicts seemed normal to them. Young people were hot-blooded. Everyone had moments of impulsiveness. As long as nothing major happened, many things could be overlooked. But Lin Yu's words just now were no ordinary conflict. He had directly insulted all the Jiang City examinees in front of thousands of people. And in this martial exam, nearly half of the participants were from Jiang City. If this statement spread, the impact would be significant. Enough! A deep and powerful voice suddenly rang out, silencing all the noise on the field. Fighting is prohibited during the martial exam. If it happens again, your qualification for the exam will be immediately revoked. A middle-aged man in plain clothes stepped down from the viewing platform. Just by standing there and sweeping his gaze casually, the previously noisy students instantly quieted down. That was no ordinary presence. Lin Yu immediately felt a sense of pressure. The middle-aged man before him was undoubtedly strong, at least a mid-level awakened. He might even be close to a high-level awakened. However, while Lin Yu was cautious, he wasn't panicked. He knew that the real outcome wouldn't be determined by words now, but by the upcoming martial exam. The middle-aged man didn't continue reprimanding them. He simply raised his hand to signal for silence. The martial exam is about to begin. Everyone get ready. It will start promptly at 8 o'clock. Once you press your wristband, the countdown will begin, and when the time is up, you'll be transported into Misty Town. Everyone immediately complied, pressing their wristbands. Soon, a clear countdown appeared on each person's wristband. There were 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock. The middle-aged man continued. You should already know the location of this martial exam before coming here. But I'll remind you again. The place behind you is the exam site for this round, Misty Town. This is not a training ground, nor is it a safe zone. Inside, there are beasts and calamities, and danger can appear at any moment. If you encounter an enemy you can't defeat, don't force it. Retreat if you can. The martial exam is important, but your life is more important. Only by coming out alive can you talk about your results. He spoke bluntly and realistically. Every beast or calamity you kill will automatically have its score recorded by your wristband. You can also gain points by seizing others' wristbands. Of course, The final ranking isn't based solely on points. It will also take the judges' evaluations into account. The map has already been uploaded to your wristbands, and food and water have been distributed. You can access them anytime by pressing your wristband. This martial exam will last for 24 hours. Survive this day well. As his words ended, the 10-minute countdown reached 0. In the next moment, all the examinees' figures turned into points of light and disappeared from the spot. When they opened their eyes again, they had already been transported into Misty Town. Lin Yu felt a moment of distortion in front of him, as if his entire body had been forcibly torn apart and then reassembled. When his vision cleared, he was already standing on a desolate street. The surroundings were even more barren than he had imagined. Collapsed houses, rusted vehicles, scratch marks all over the walls, and weeds growing on the ground. It seemed this place had been abandoned for many years. To make matters worse, a dense fog enveloped almost the entire town, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. From time to time, the low growls of beasts echoed from afar, reverberating through the mist and sending chills down one's spine. For an ordinary person, standing here would likely leave them disoriented. Even with Lin Yu's enhanced cognitive abilities, his current field of vision barely extended to about 10 meters. However, he knew that survival in such an environment depended on more than just eyesight. Mental strength was the most valuable asset here. Lin Yu took a deep breath, and his mental energy immediately spread outward. In an instant, everything within a 100-meter radius became vividly clear in his perception. Even without seeing, he could discern where the ruins were, where there was movement, and where enemies might be hiding. Without hesitation, Lin Yu headed deeper into the town. The beasts on the outskirts no longer held much value for him, especially low-tier ones like the bloodthirsty wolves. He had already killed hundreds of them back in Water City, and they posed little challenge now. As he advanced, Lin Yu studied the functions of his wristband. After pressing it earlier, a projection had immediately appeared on the device. New enemies, new rules. This meant a new hunting ground. But Lin Yu was well aware that the true danger might not only come from the beasts lurking in the fog. The leaderboard had been updated. First place, Jiangqing Elite High School, Zheng Ran, 19 points. Second place, Jiangcheng Elite High School, Cheng Zhou, 10 points. Third place, Nanqing First High School, Zhao Ying, 7 points. 3089th place, Nanqing First High School, Lin Yu, 0 points. Lin Yu glanced at the results and raised an eyebrow slightly. Someone had already scored over 10 points so quickly. It seemed the placement of candidates for the martial exam significantly influenced the initial pace. Those with good luck could seize the advantage right from the start, while those less fortunate had to slowly work their way in. Lin Yu clearly belonged to the latter group. He had been placed on the outermost edge, with not a single beast within 100 meters of him. Instead, he encountered quite a few other examinees. Lin Yu took out his map and confirmed his location. As expected, he was in the outermost circle, right near the entrance, separated from the outside world by just a fence. What rotten luck, he muttered under his breath before heading directly toward the inner circle. On the way, he quickly encountered 5 bloodthirsty wolves. He was already very familiar with these creatures. Roar! The moment the bloodthirsty wolves spotted Lin Yu, their eyes turned blood red, like starving beasts, and they lunged at him. To them, this human was nothing more than prey delivered to their doorstep. But Lin Yu's expression remained calm. He raised his hand, drew a black short blade, and with a flick of his wrist, a cold gleam sliced through the air. Before the 5 bloodthirsty wolves could even reach him, they had all collapsed to the ground. The next second, his wristband emitted a mechanical notification. 5 low-tier beasts, bloodthirsty wolves, killed. Points +5. Current points, 5. Lin Yu retracted his blade without even glancing at the corpses on the ground and continued forward. In Water City, bloodthirsty wolves were among the most common beasts. It was no surprise that Jiangqing officials had chosen them as martial exam targets, given their weak defenses. Even an unskilled awakened individual could kill one with a single punch. For Lin Yu now, these low-tier beasts posed no threat at all. Without slowing his pace, Lin Yu moved like the wind toward the inner circle. Along the way, he dealt with any beasts he encountered, but most were low-tier, and he hadn't come across any calamity-level ones yet. Time passed bit by bit. Lin Yu's points were nearing 100, but his rankings still remained outside the top 100. The top 10 rankings had barely changed, dominated almost entirely by students from Jiangcheng Elite High School. Lin Yu glanced at the leaderboard and quickly made a judgment. Hunting beasts one by one was far too inefficient, time-consuming, labor-intensive, and with relatively low rewards that if you want to score points faster, the most direct method is to take them from others. Just as this thought arose, 3 figures suddenly emerged from the mist ahead. They were all dressed in blue combat uniforms. Upon seeing the corpse of the beast on the ground, they were momentarily stunned. But when they realized Lin Yu was alone, their eyes immediately gleamed with greedy delight. He's alone, and he's a candidate from South City. The 3 exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, charged toward Lin Yu. Clearly, they had overheard Lin Yu's bold words outside the town earlier. Although not everyone had seen Lin Yu's face, many had remembered his voice. These 3 individuals were candidates from Jiang City. In their eyes, Lin Yu was just a lone candidate from South City, an easy target. Who wouldn't want free points delivered to their doorstep? The leader rushed up to Lin Yu, holding a large blade in his hand, his face full of menace. "Kid, be smart and hand over your points. If you do, I'll let you off. Otherwise," before he could finish his sentence, the blade in his hand pressed forward an inch. The meaning was clear: either hand over the points or face the blade. If they were even more ruthless, it could mean immediate disqualification. But they had picked the wrong person. Lin Yu was no ordinary candidate. He raised his eyes to look at the 3, and a slow smile curved at the corner of his mouth. "I was just wondering where I could get some points." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yu disappeared from his spot. The leader reacted quickly, swinging his blade in a horizontal slash, but it only cut through empty air. His expression changed, and before he could say a word, a heavy punch landed on his back. With a loud bang, he was sent flying like a cannonball, landing heavily in the distance. The other 2 finally snapped out of their daze, their faces instantly changing as they hurried to counterattack. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Lin Yu moved even faster, giving them no chance at all. 2 punches followed in quick succession, cleanly and decisively, sending the other 2 flying as well. From the moment he struck to the moment it ended, it took less than 3 seconds. All 3 Jiang City candidates were down. Lin Yu's movements were clean, ruthless, and astonishingly fast. If this weren't a martial arts exam, but a real life-and-death battle, the fate of these 3 would likely be no different from that of the bloodthirsty wolves earlier. Lin Yu casually took all their points, but when he checked the total, he couldn't help but frown. These 3 were shockingly poor. Their combined points didn't even reach 30. With skills like this, they dare to imitate others and try to steal points? He muttered with a low sneer, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness and disdain. Meanwhile, outside the town on the spectator platform, the massive floating screen was updating the rankings of all candidates in real time. Surveillance footage was constantly switching to ensure every candidate's performance could be seen. As Lin Yu walked away, the atmosphere on the spectator platform seemed to freeze. 3 seconds. It had only taken 3 seconds for 3 Jiang City candidates to be knocked to the ground, unable to even stand. And Lin Yu? He hadn't even broken a sweat. He simply glanced down at his wristband, as if confirming something utterly mundane, then continued walking toward the inner circle. That calm demeanor, in the eyes of others, turned into blatant provocation. A few seconds later, the silence was broken by a cold snort. Everyone turned toward the sound, which came from Zhou Mingyuan, the Deputy Minister of Education for Jiang City. He was dressed in casual attire, his hair neatly combed, but his face was dark with barely contained fury. "Too arrogant," Zhou Mingyuan muttered, staring at the floating screen. His voice was low but carried undeniable anger. "This young man is far too arrogant." Several other officials from the education department immediately chimed in. He publicly humiliated Jiang City candidates outside earlier, and now he's gone into the town and struck so hard, completely disregarding the rules of the martial arts exam. He doesn't intend to spare anyone. It's clear he's targeting Jiang City. Deputy Minister Zhou is right. Young people like this, with such a fiery temper, need to be properly taught a lesson. Zhou Mingyuan did not respond, merely staring coldly at the screen, his gaze growing darker. Behind him, the principals of various high schools in Jiangsheng began whispering among themselves, their words tinged with dissatisfaction. It was no longer simple anger. They were already looking for reasons to label Lin Yu. Teacher Li couldn't sit still, his expression changing as he prepared to stand up and refute, but Mu Tianzhao pressed his shoulder firmly. "Don't act impulsively," Mu Tianzhao said in a low, steady voice. "No matter how harsh their words are, they won't change the rules. Everything Lin Yu is doing right now is within the permissible range. If we lose our composure, we'll only give them ammunition against us." Teacher Li gritted his teeth and swallowed his frustration. He knew very well that as an ordinary teacher, he had little say in such situations. In the front row, Zhou Mingyuan continued his attack. The martial exam is about selecting candidates, not letting someone act recklessly and violently. Look at those 3 candidates. They're still lying there. How can the subsequent exams proceed? Isn't this deliberately cutting off their future? Someone beside him immediately chimed in. Minister Zhou is absolutely right. This Lin Yu is too ruthless in his actions. Once the martial exam is over, we must have a talk with him. Though the words sounded polite, the meaning was crystal clear. Once the martial exam ended, Lin Yu would have to face the consequences. But for now, the exam was still ongoing. No matter how angry they were, they had to endure it because Lin Yu had not violated any rules and no one could do anything about him. Meanwhile, the admissions officer from Qingbei Academy sipped his tea, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Mingyuan, a faint smile playing on his lips as if he had seen through something. The admissions director from Jingxing Academy adjusted his glasses and asked in a low voice, "Old Chun, it seems Zhou Mingyuan has a strong opinion about that kid." The admissions officer from Qingbei Academy took a slow sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's normal. That kid just openly mocked the Jiangxing candidates earlier, which is essentially a public slap in the face for the Jiangxing Education Department. But to be honest, I kind of admire this kid. He's ruthless and decisive. Judging by his performance, his talent seems to lean toward the wind element." The admissions director from Jingxing Academy nodded. "Indeed, quite interesting. 3 opponents taken down in 3 seconds, not a single unnecessary move." In a small town, Lin Yu was unaware of the uproar he had caused outside. He was only focused on one thing: how to secure first place as quickly as possible. Killing monsters and disasters could earn points, but the efficiency was too low and it consumed a lot of energy. In comparison, directly taking others' points was clearly faster and more convenient. Most importantly, it was still within the rules. With this thought, Lin Yu deliberately slowed his pace, no longer using the wind track to rush forward. He walked slowly on purpose, giving those in the inner circle some time to accumulate more points. After all, in the end, those points would all become his. Before long, Lin Yu finally entered the inner circle of the small town. The most noticeable difference here compared to the outer circle was the thinning mist. The view suddenly became clearer, and even the air seemed much fresher. Just as Lin Yu was about to continue forward, he suddenly stopped. A figure blocked his path. It was a tall girl with short, ear-length hair and a sweet appearance, not the type who seemed likely to provoke trouble. However, her tight combat suit perfectly outlined her agile figure. Lin Yu glanced at her and immediately recognized her as a Jiangshang candidate, as she was wearing a black combat suit. In this martial exam, black combat suits almost exclusively represented Jiangshang candidates, while Nanxing candidates wore blue combat suits. The girl in the black combat suit stopped a short distance away, her gaze fixed on Lin Yu. "Lin Yu." Lin Yu frowned slightly. "You know me?" As soon as he spoke, he realized the answer himself. Earlier outside the small town, many students had looked at him with unusual expressions. Clearly, he had already caught the attention of quite a few people. The girl's lips curved into a faintly provocative smile. My name is Zhao Qing, a candidate from Jiangxing's top high school, currently ranked 6th in points. Lin Yu raised his wristband and opened the leaderboard. The list immediately appeared before his eyes. First place, Jiangxing Elite High School, Yang Luoxi, 679 points. Second place, Jiangxing Elite High School, Cheng Zhou, 596 points. Third place, Jiangxing Elite High School by Chun, 578 points. Fourth place, Nanqing No. 1 High School, Chu Yu, 566 points. Sixth place, Jiangxing Elite High School, Zhao Qing, 541 points. 327th place, Nanqing No. 1 High School, Lin Yu, 174 points. Lin Yu noticed Chu Yu's name ranked ahead, and his gaze shifted slightly. This woman indeed had some skill. But he quickly turned off the projection and looked back at Zhao Qing. She hadn't lied. She was indeed ranked 6th. In this kind of exam, as long as you snatch someone else's points, your ranking could instantly jump up. Lin Yu couldn't quite figure out why Zhao Qing, who had no grievances with him, would deliberately block his way. Zhao Qing seemed to notice his confusion, and her smile deepened. Outside, you were so arrogant, weren't you? You said the examinees from Jiangcheng were all useless. I'm from Jiangcheng Elite High School, so of course I had to come and see just how capable you really are. She paused, her tone turning colder. Before you, I've already eliminated several Nanchang examinees. I hope you won't disappoint me. After hearing this, Lin Yu merely raised an eyebrow. He didn't care about the Nanchang examinees being eliminated. It had nothing to do with him. What interested him more was that Zhao Qing might be climbing the ranks the same way he was, by stealing others' points. Looking at it this way, most of the people at the top of the leaderboard were probably using the same method. After all, compared to honestly hunting monsters and disasters, stealing points was clearly much faster. To avoid being swallowed by such rules, the only solution was to become strong enough. Once Lin Yu figured this out, he shook his head lightly. To Zhao Qing, this action seemed like disdain. Her expression instantly turned cold. What? You look down on me. Just because I'm a woman. I'm ranked 6th. And you? I just glanced at the leaderboard and couldn't even find your name. You're definitely not in the top 10. No matter how you look at it, I'm stronger than you. Lin Yu smiled. Well, that's great. He looked at Zhao Qing, his eyes showing no hint of retreat. I was just worried no one would deliver points to me. You came at the perfect time. Zhao Qing was momentarily stunned. Then her face darkened completely. Whether I'm delivering points to you or you're delivering them to me, we'll find out soon enough. Let's see if your skills match your mouth. As her words fell, she suddenly raised both hands. 2 crimson flames instantly ignited in her palms. The flames danced, distorting the air around them. The surrounding mist was forced back by the heat, and the ground seemed to scorch under the intensity. Lin Yu's eyes lit up slightly. Elemental talent. This was the first time, aside from the gray-clad man he encountered last time, that he had truly faced an elemental awakener. He knew very well that the starting point for elemental talents was never low. The books made it clear this type of talent was at least A grade, never below A grade. In other words, Zhao Qing's talent was at least A grade, and possibly even S grade. Zhao Qing didn't give him much time to think. With a wave of her hands, the 2 flames instantly transformed into 2 fire serpents, lunging fiercely at Lin Yu. Their speed was astonishing, leaving 2 scorching trails in the air. Lin Yu sidestepped to avoid them. Boom! The fire serpents struck the ground, creating a deep pit. The bottom of the pit was charred black, and the flames continued to burn. Lin Yu didn't bother looking at the pit. Instead, he became even more intrigued by Zhao Qing's talent. This kind of power was exactly what he needed. But Zhao Qing had no idea what Zhao Qing's attacks grew increasingly dense, and the fire net became smaller and smaller. Dodge! Keep dodging, Zhao Qing sneered, her eyes filled with the thrill of suppressing her opponent. I want to see how long you can keep dodging. This time, Lin Yu didn't dodge. He dropped all defenses and faced the flames head-on, raising his head. As Lin Yu charged toward Zhao Qing in midair, he left himself almost no room for retreat. Is he crazy? Zhao Qing saw his reckless approach and immediately reduced the intensity of her flames. She had only intended to steal Lin Yu's points, not to kill him. But she hadn't expected Lin Yu to willingly throw himself into her flames. Still, it was too late. The fiery serpent struck Lin Yu's chest heavily, and the flames instantly engulfed him entirely. The burning sensation felt like an explosion from within his body, so painful that Lin Yu nearly lost consciousness. But enduring the flames wasn't his goal. What he wanted was to force Zhao Qing to reveal a flaw. In the next moment, Lin Yu had already burst out of the flames, directly lunging at Zhao Qing. He threw a punch, swift and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Zhao Qing instinctively raised her hand to block, her entire body suddenly erupting in flames, enveloping her like a fiery glow. She also struck out with a palm, her flames surging toward Lin Yu. With a loud bang, Lin Yu was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. Zhao Qing stood frozen in place, her mind blank for a moment. She had killed someone. She had really killed someone. No, impossible. Her voice trembled. I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't mean to kill him. She stared at Lin Yu lying on the ground, retreating several steps, her face turning pale. She knew very well the severe consequences of killing someone during the martial exam. Not only would her qualification for the exam be immediately revoked, but she would also face accountability and trial by the Martial Arts Bureau. Panicking, Zhao Qing rushed to Lin Yu's side, reaching out to touch his face, but as her fingers extended, she quickly withdrew them as if burned. No worms. He was truly dead. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she murmured hoarsely, tears nearly spilling out. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. The once dominant Zhao Qing had completely crumbled at this moment. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her head with both hands, trembling uncontrollably. She was finished. Her martial exam results were finished. Her life might be finished as well. But just then, deep within Lin Yu's consciousness, a cold notification suddenly sounded. Talent Conceptual Immortality successfully activated. You have been resurrected and restored to your pre-death state. Talent Plunder successfully activated. You have plundered the opponent's talent. Acquired S-level talent. Holy Flame. Holy Flame. You can control the power of fire. Any flame inferior to yours will submit to the Holy Flame, as it is the true, sacred flame. Talent Time-Space Rewind successfully activated. You have returned to 2 hours prior and completed a save point. Lin Yu opened his eyes. Everything had restarted. At this moment, he had just finished making bold declarations in front of all the examinees, claiming that the Jiangxing candidates were all useless. The next second, he was teleported into the small town. Then, he encountered the bloodthirsty wolves, almost identical to the previous round. The only difference was that this time, he possessed an S-level talent. The outcome remained unchanged. He still swiftly and decisively drew his blade, slaying all the bloodthirsty wolves. Moving forward, he encountered the 3 Jiangxing students again. As before, it took him less than 3 seconds to knock them all unconscious. Soon, he met Zhao Qing once more. Lin Yu, even her tone of voice, was identical to before. After saying those 2 words, she attacked again, flames surging from her palms, rushing straight toward Lin Yu. Lin Yu stood still, quietly watching the flames ignite in her palms, a slow smile forming at the corner of his mouth. The same person, the same words, the same attack method. But this time, the outcome was already different. He didn't dodge. Lin Yu raised his right hand, and a crimson flame also ignited in his palm. Sacred Flame. The 2 fire serpents Zhao Qing had just sent forward were instantly dispersed by the stronger flame power. Zhao Qing's eyes widened in shock, her face filled with disbelief. You have a fire-related ability too? She could never have imagined that Lin Yu was using the ability he had taken from her. Lin Yu had no intention of explaining. He simply flipped his wrist, and the sacred flame in his palm rapidly expanded. The fire was far more ferocious and oppressive than Zhao Qing's fire serpents. It wasn't a serpent. It was a fire dragon. The fire dragon roared as it charged toward Zhao Qing, completely overwhelming her. Zhao Qing gritted her teeth and desperately tried to summon her flames to block the attack. But she quickly realized that her defense was utterly ineffective. The fire dragon tore through her flame barrier and slammed into her, sending her plummeting from midair. Her combat suit was instantly scorched, revealing patches of reddened, burned skin. After landing, Zhao Qing staggered a few steps, her entire body stiff and her eyes filled with shock. Though they both had fire-related abilities, the difference in power was staggering. She finally understood. Having the same ability didn't mean having the same strength. What truly determined victory wasn't just the ability itself, but also vitality, foundation, and the grit honed through life and death struggles. And Lin Yu was clearly far stronger than her, by a wide margin. "You've lost." Lin Yu walked up to her, his tone as calm as if he were stating the most ordinary fact. Zhao Qing's face turned pale, a mix of shame and anger welling up inside her. She didn't want to admit defeat. She had grown up being praised, accustomed to winning, and used to being seen as a genius. But now, she had been pushed to this point by someone she looked down on. "I haven't lost yet," she gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand. But just as she got up, another fire dragon lunged at her, instantly engulfing her. Lin Yu could have chosen not to hold back. If this weren't the martial exam site, Zhao Qing would have already lost her life. It was only then that Zhao Qing truly realized she had lost, and lost completely. Her face turned ashen, her body went limp, and she collapsed to the ground. But as she fell, her already damaged combat suit slid down further. Lin Yu's gaze involuntarily swept over her before quickly looking away. He hadn't meant to look, but the nearly exposed areas were impossible to miss. Zhao Qing finally realized what had happened and hurriedly reached out to pull up her half-destroyed combat suit, trying to cover the exposed areas. But the suit was so badly damaged that when she covered the top, the bottom was exposed again, and when she covered the bottom, the top slipped open. Her face flushed bright red in panic, and even her breathing became erratic. The power of the sacred flame was too overwhelming. The flames clinging to her combat suit continued to burn. If Lin Yu hadn't extinguished the flames in time, her suit would have been completely incinerated. Lin Yu glanced at the tattered combat suit and couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "The quality is just too poor." Without lingering, he looked directly at Zhao Qing, his tone calm, but carrying an undeniable sense of authority. "Will you hand over the wristband yourself? Or should I take it?" Zhao Qing gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She wanted to resist, but deep down, she knew better than anyone that she had already lost. Continuing to fight was meaningless. Besides, in her current state, she was in no condition to keep pushing herself. In the end, she threw the wristband out. Lin Yu caught it, made a few quick adjustments, and in the next moment, his score increased by 541 points. Even so, he still wasn't in first place. First place, Jiangcheng Elite High School, Yang Luoshi, 700 points. Lin Yu stared at the number, his brows furrowing slightly. He remembered clearly that Yang Luoshi's score had been 679 earlier. How had it increased so much so quickly? "Is that enough? Give me back my wristband." Zhao Qing's voice carried a mix of shame, anger, and a hint of grievance. "Here, take it back." Lin Yu first pressed the exit button on the wristband, announcing his withdrawal from the martial arts exam, and then tossed the wristband back to Zhao Qing. Zhao Qing was stunned, looking up at him with disbelief in her eyes. "You!" She initially wanted to lash out, but the words stuck in her throat and she swallowed them back. She knew very well that even if she stayed, there was no chance of turning the tables. The point gap had widened too much. Unless she could steal point from someone in the top 10, there was no way to re-enter the top 10. Besides, she had already been specially recruited by a top academy. Participating in the martial arts exam was merely a way to hone herself, not to prove anything with rankings. Zhao Qing let out a long sigh and ultimately said nothing more. Lin Yu turned and walked away. But just as he took a few steps, Zhao Qing's voice came from behind. Your flames, why are they so much stronger than mine? Lin Yu paused, silent for a second. He couldn't explain this question. After all, they both had the same flame talent, yet his flames completely suppressed Zhao Qing's, which was hard to rationalize. After some thought, Lin Yu could only give the most plausible answer to brush it off. My blood vitality value is much higher than yours. That was all he could say. He certainly couldn't tell her that his talent came from plundering. Zhao Qing was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then gave a bitter smile. She recalled what Lin Yu had said outside the town earlier. At the time, she thought this young man was overly arrogant to the point of absurdity. But now, it seemed he wasn't boasting. He truly had the confidence to back it up. Zhao Qing took out spare clothes from her storage bag and lowered her head to tidy herself up. It wouldn't be long before the officials arrived to escort her away. Lin Yu didn't linger and continued heading toward the inner circle of the town. He now had only one goal: to find Yang Luoshi and seize his points. As long as he got Yang Luoshi's points, he would be number one. Instead of spending time hunting beasts one by one, it was much faster to directly plunder points. At this moment, the spectator platform was in an uproar. Lin Yu's points suddenly skyrocketed, shooting up to second place. How did he do it? Zhao Qing, ranked 6th, has withdrawn from the competition. On the massive floating screen, the rankings and live footage of the candidates were being updated in real time. However, Lin Yu and Zhao Qing's battle had not been captured by the surveillance cameras. The town was too large, with many blind spots in the monitoring system, so the outside world had no idea what had just happened. They only saw Lin Yu's rankings suddenly soar. Teacher Li, sitting in the back row, was trembling with excitement. He still vividly remembered what Lin Yu had said to him in the teaching building earlier. Provincial champion. Lin Yu was now just one step away from that goal. As long as he surpassed Yang Luoshi, he would be this year's martial arts exam champion for Jiang Province. Last year's biggest regret was Lin withdrawing midway. If she hadn't withdrawn, she would have been the provincial champion last year. Initially, Teacher Li thought Lin Yu was just being impulsive and making a bold claim. But now, it seemed things were heading in the best possible direction. The admissions director of the Capital Academy pushed his glasses up, his gaze showing increased interest. Interesting. This kid, we must secure him for the Capital Academy. The admissions director of Qingbei Academy also smiled. We at Qingbei Academy are very interested in Lin Yu as well. Stop fighting. This person is ours. Dragon Sky Academy will definitely take him. As soon as this statement was made, the admissions directors of the Capital and Qingbei Academies simultaneously turned to look at Director Wang from Dragon Sky Academy's admissions office. The scene fell silent for a moment. Then, the Capital Academy's admissions director chuckled, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Old Wang, your words are quite amusing. If I recall correctly, Lin Yu has already rejected your special recruitment offer from Dragon Sky Academy, hasn't he? I'm not mistaken, am I? He rejected it. The Qingbei Academy admissions director chimed in with a jab of his own. That's right. I remember too. Since they rejected it, it means they don't think highly of your Longtian Academy. Director Wang's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. He didn't even glance at the two people, his gaze fixed on the floating screen not far away. He knew very well that saying anything now would be pointless. Whether Lin Yu is worth fighting for isn't determined by words, but by strength. On the other side, behind the spectator stands, Zhou Mingyuan, the Deputy Minister of Education in Jiangcheng, had a darkened expression. He looked at the name on the screen, his emotions extremely complex. The three top academies publicly competing for talent. He had certainly heard of such scenes before, but he couldn't intervene, nor did he have the authority to do so. Any one of those three individuals was someone he couldn't afford to offend. So, he could only sit obediently in the second row, carefully weighing the consequences of even saying one more word. At this moment, the principal of Jiangxing's top high school was staring at the rankings, a satisfied smile on his face. Luo Shi is as consistent as ever. This year's provincial top scorer is likely hers again. Luo Shi is the ace of our rocket class. This time, her ranking points will probably break last year's record again. Among the top 10, our rocket class occupies 7 spots. If the other students work a bit harder, maybe our school can sweep the entire top 10. A middle-aged man with a beer belly and thinning hair chimed in, his tone full of pride. Indeed, a casually dressed, middle-aged man nodded, his tone calm, yet carrying undeniable authority. The education at Jiangxing's top high school is truly excellent. Other schools really should learn from it. The principals of other schools immediately stood up upon hearing this, nodding respectfully. Understood, Minister. The casually dressed, middle-aged man didn't stop, continuing to look further down the rankings. The 2 schools in Nanchang are also doing well, he said, turning to look at Mu Tianzhao. Principal Mu, Nanchang First High is still very stable. I still remember Lin Lin from last year. Principal Mu nodded slightly, his face showing a polite smile. Thank you, Minister. This year, our First High also has quite a few promising students. That's good. The casually dressed, middle-aged man nodded, clearly approving of this response. But soon his tone shifted. However, Yin City and Shi City are somewhat lacking. As soon as these words were spoken, the principals of Yin City and Shi City First High showed slightly awkward smiles. The principal of Yin City First High searched the rankings for a long time before finally spotting a student from his school at the 107th position. This year's performance was indeed poor. Last year, their school had someone break into the top 10. Although they quickly dropped out, at least they had enjoyed a brief moment of glory. But this year, not only was there no one in the top 10, there wasn't even a shadow of hope. To make matters worse, many of their students had been lucky enough to start in the inner circle. Initially, they thought they could leverage the geographical advantage to earn some points. But it didn't take long before they encountered that girl named Yang Luo Shi. That girl was like a sharp blade, taking points from everyone she met. The key issue was that no one could defeat her. Now, in the small town, Yin City First High students numbered fewer than 100. Most of them were struggling in the outer circle, while the truly talented ones had long been eliminated. The principal of Yin City First High was holding back his frustration, unable to vent, and could only swallow it down. At this moment, Yang Luo Shi, who was ranked first, was already wreaking havoc in the innermost circle. She hadn't teamed up with anyone and had been acting alone the entire time. By herself, she had almost wiped out all the beasts in that area. Anyone who dared to enter, regardless of who they were, would have their points taken directly by her. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts, and the stench of blood was so strong it was suffocating. Meanwhile, Lin Yu was still on the road, continuing to move forward. He casually killed a few first-tier beasts along the way. For him, after experiencing the training in Shuicheng, this kind of martial exam was no longer much of a challenge. And this wasn't an exaggeration, because most of the beasts in the Misty Town were originally captured from Water City. He had already killed these creatures there before. So now, what he truly wanted to encounter wasn't beasts, but calamities. Calamities and beasts were on completely different levels. Even the weakest calamity had destructive power and strength far surpassing mid-tier beasts. Lin Yu walked along the inner circle streets. The scenery here was entirely different from the outer circle. The mist had completely dissipated. On both sides of the street were houses, most of them standalone villas. However, almost none of these houses were intact. The walls were covered with claw marks, as if something had frantically torn at them. The ground was littered with dried bloodstains, and the air was thick with a pungent, metallic smell of blood, so strong it was discomforting. Not long after, Lin Yu encountered a team. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze falling on an open space ahead. There, 5 people were besieging a calamity. 4 men and 1 woman, all dressed in uniform black combat suits, their movements coordinated and practiced. It was clear this wasn't their first time working together. Each of them had a blood vitality value of around 150, which was already considered decent strength among students. But what they were facing was a genuine calamity. Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This was his first time seeing a calamity up close. Back in Water City, he had seen similar monsters from a distance, but had never engaged them directly. The calamity before him was nearly 3 meters tall, its body covered in black scales, with sturdy limbs and 3 blood-red eyes on its head. Its tail lashed about like a whip, stirring up dust with every swing. Most striking of all was the faint layer of black mist surrounding it. This was the most direct way to distinguish a calamity from a beast. Beasts were more like pure wild animals, attacking anything that wasn't their kind, and sometimes even fighting among themselves. Calamities, however, were different. Some calamities had developed basic intelligence and could even speak human language. They exuded a more dangerous and sinister sense of oppression. The denser the black mist, the stronger the calamity usually was. The black mist around this one was faint, indicating it was a low-tier calamity. Lin Yu had seen this type of creature before in Water City, a triangular demon-scaled beast. This type of calamity had strong defenses and a wide attack range, making it difficult to gain an advantage in a frontal confrontation. However, it had a clear weakness: its slow movement speed. The 5 people nearby had evidently figured out its traits, employing guerrilla tactics. 3 focused on attacking, while 2 drew its attention, taking turns to distract it with steady coordination. Judging by the situation, the triangular demon-scaled beast was on the verge of collapse. Lin Yu's heart stirred. It was his turn to act. Just then, a loud explosion echoed from the front. Bang! A massive force erupted. The boy holding a shield at the front was violently blasted away by a surge of power, crashing heavily to the ground. The other 4 froze in shock. The next second, they saw a figure descending from the sky. Lin Yu landed cleanly, his movements swift and precise. The long blade in his hand slashed downward in one fluid motion. A flash of the blade. The heavily injured triangular demon-scaled beast didn't even have time to react before it was killed with a single strike. Its body collapsed heavily to the ground. Points were instantly credited. 100 points. Lin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected a low-tier calamity to be worth so many points. What surprised him even more was that with this strike, his total points finally surpassed Yang Luoshi's. 1,071 points. First place. Yang Luoshi, 913 points. Second place. At this moment, Lin Yu's mood noticeably improved. But his joy didn't last long, as the 5 people across from him were already in an uproar. They had spent nearly 10 minutes fighting this calamity, exhausting a great deal of energy and effort, finally pushing it to the brink of death. And then, someone else swooped in and stole the kill with one strike. Anyone would be furious. Lin Yu, however, didn't leave immediately. Instead, he turned around and calmly looked at them. "You son of a—" The boy with the shield who had just been blasted away clutched his chest as he climbed up from the ground, his face dark and terrifying, glaring at Lin Yu with eyes full of fury. The girl holding the staff was trembling with anger, gripping her staff tightly. The other 3 quickly surrounded him, their expressions grim, clearly suppressing their rage. "You must return the points for this calamity to us," the girl with the staff said through gritted teeth. "We were the ones who discovered it first, and we've been fighting it for so long. What gives you the right to swoop in halfway and take it?" Lin Yu glanced at her and suddenly smiled. "Return it to you?" He raised his hand and pointed at the corpse on the ground, his tone calm. "Does this calamity have your name written on it? Aren't the point rules clear that whoever kills it gets the points? If you claim it was your prey, then why didn't the points end up with you?" The girl was momentarily speechless, her face turning red with frustration. The boy with the sword stepped forward, his face cold as he spoke. "Brother, we're from Jiangxing's top high school. People should at least be reasonable, right? We were the ones who discovered this calamity first and fought it until it was nearly dead. You jumping in halfway and taking it isn't right." He first revealed their identity, then tried to negotiate. Under normal circumstances, he would have already swung his sword. But now that wasn't an option. After fighting the calamity for so long, their stamina was severely depleted, and none of them were in peak condition. If they really fought, they might not be able to take him down immediately. So he suppressed his anger, hoping to resolve the matter through discussion. But Lin Yu wasn't buying it. Reason? Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. I've never been one to talk about reason. This calamity is mine today, and your points, I'll take those too. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of all five people changed. Ew. The boy with the sword had just opened his mouth when Lin Yu's figure disappeared from where he stood. In the next second, he appeared behind the boy with the sword and struck with his palm. Bang! With a dull thud, the boy with the sword was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. His vision went black, and he passed out on the spot. Lu Jun, the girl with the staff, screamed, instinctively raising her staff to counterattack. But her movements were still a step too slow. The blue light was already building in her hand, but Lin Yu gave her no chance. He swung around and sent out a blazing fire dragon. The fire dragon shot forward and smashed into her spell before it could finish. Elemental talent. The girl with the staff cried out again. Then her eyes went dark and she collapsed. Outrun Lin Yu. Wind steps activated. They had barely gotten far when all three dropped at once, their vision going black. Less than a minute had passed. All five top students from Jiang City's best schools were down. Too weak. The gap between them and Lin Yu was like a grown man facing a newborn baby. He had not even taken him seriously. Of course, it did feel a little like easy money. Lin Yu stripped off all five wristbands, took their points, and then eliminated them from the martial arts exam. Together, the five of them had 436 points. Lin Yu's total had now climbed to 507. He had opened a huge lead over second place, Yang Luoshi. If he could take Yang Luoshi's points too, then first place would be locked in. Lin Yu was now sitting at 1,507 points and held first place. Yang Luoshi was still at 920 and remained in second. The martial exam had only been running for 4 hours. 20 hours still remained. Lin Yu kept moving deeper into the foggy town. As he walked, he studied the map. There were 7 marked locations on it. Red marks meant a high chance of beast activity. Black marks meant disaster spawn points. But right now, all 7 marks were red. Disasters were rare. At Lin Yu's current level, he did not even need to use his talents. Pure strength alone was probably enough to crush anything in this town in a single punch. So he kept going. Points kept coming in. It was simple, efficient, enough to keep his lead unshakable. After all, he and Yang Luoshi would meet sooner or later. And if she still wanted first place, her best option would be to find him and try to steal his points. Lin Yu never stopped moving. He kept taking points and clearing beasts along the way. He also made a point of targeting Jiang City candidates. Soon, his actions caused a stir in the town. A lot of Jiang City students started teaming up. They were afraid of being caught alone and robbed. One-person teams became 3-person teams. 3 became 5. 5 became 10. But Lin Yu did not care. If they were weak, numbers nothing. To him, 10 people and 1 person were the same. Not far away, his spiritual sense picked up another 5-person team. Black combat uniforms. More Jiang City candidates. Lin Yu's mouth curved slightly. Talking in low voices. Damn it, Lin Yu's insane. He keeps going after Jiang City candidates. We've already got enough points, so let's stay on the edge of the inner zone and rest. I don't believe he can find us here. Chill. Keep it down. What if he hears you and comes over? So what if he does? There are 5 of us. I heard the people who got robbed were all alone. We're not alone. If Lin Yu dares to show up, we'll make him spit out every point he took. Then we split them evenly. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lin Yu's way too arrogant. Does he really think no one in Jiang City can stop him? They kept eating, completely unaware that Lin Yu had already moved close. Every word they said reached his ears clearly. The other 4 went pale instantly. It was Lin Yu. The boy in his grip froze completely. He still had a chicken leg in his hand, stiff as a statue. Your points, Lin Yu said coldly. Are you handing them over? Or do I take them myself? The four of them looked at one another, fear and unwillingness flashing in their eyes. The loudest one from before had already backed behind the others and shut his mouth. One of the boys stepped forward. Lin Yu looked at each other. Suddenly, he laughed. Even with all five of them combined, they weren't worth his serious attention. But he knew very well that these people were already scared out of their wits, and continuing to argue would only waste time. Just the five of you, and you think you can stop me? His tone was calm, but his gaze was as cold as ice. The expressions of the five changed, their hearts filled with both fear and anger. They had originally thought that no matter how strong Lin Yu was, he would at least follow some rules and show some restraint. But now they realized that this guy wasn't here to reason with them. He was using the most direct method to tell everyone that whoever blocked his path would pay the price. "We didn't provoke you," one of them gritted his teeth and said, trying to hold his ground. Lin Yu didn't bother to argue with them. He knew that the weak loved to reason. But here, reasoning wouldn't earn points or ensure safety. "Since you're unwilling to hand them over, I'll take them myself." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward, moving so fast it was almost impossible to see. In the next second, the 5 wristbands were already in his hand. The entire process was swift and clean, without a single unnecessary pause. The 5 stood frozen in place, unable to even react, cold sweat already forming on their foreheads. It wasn't that they didn't want to move, they simply didn't dare. Faced with Lin Yu's speed and overwhelming presence, any attempt to resist seemed laughable. Lin Yu glanced down at the points, confirmed them, and casually tossed the wristbands to the ground before turning to leave. It wasn't until his figure disappeared from sight that the 5 seemed to collapse entirely, like they'd been pulled out of water, gasping for air. Is he even human? Stop talking. Let's go. Stay far away from him. The martial exam isn't over yet. Let's head to the outer zone to hunt beasts. At least we can earn some points ourselves. They finally understood that facing Lin Yu head-on wasn't competition. It was one-sided domination. Instead of staying here and getting robbed, it was better to escape to a safer area and start accumulating points again. But what they didn't know was that this scene was just the beginning. Over the next 2 hours, similar situations kept unfolding. Lin Yu was like an unstoppable machine, constantly roaming the edge of the inner zone. When he encountered Jiangcheng candidates, he acted decisively, swiftly taking their points. When he encountered beasts, he dealt with them efficiently, wasting no time. His goal was clear. Since the rules allowed point snatching, he would use the most effective method to gradually widen his advantage until no one could catch up. The numbers on the leaderboard were jumping wildly. 6 hours passed, and the martial exam was nearing its end. Lin Yu's points had already surged to 5,017. Meanwhile, the second-place candidate, Yang Luoshi, had only 2,789 points. The gap was no longer just a lead. It was a crushing disparity. Outside the small town, the viewing platform was already in an uproar. On a massive floating screen, the rankings were constantly updating, and every change elicited waves of astonished exclamations from the crowd. First place, Lin Yu, Nanxing No. 1 High School, 5,017 points. Second place, Yang Luoshi, Jiangcheng Elite High School, 2,789 points. Third place, Chu Yu, Nanxing No. 1 High School, 1,543 points. Fourth place, Qingzhou, Jiangcheng Elite High School, 1,489 points. Fifth place, Wuzheng, Jiangcheng Elite High School, 1,467 points. Sixth place, Zheng Ran, Jiangcheng Elite High School, 1,432 points. Teacher Li stared at Lin Yu's name, his face flushed with excitement, his fingers trembling slightly. He could hardly believe that Lin Yu had managed to pull his score to this level. Not only was he in first place, but he was in a league of his own. As long as nothing unexpected happened, this first place was essentially secured. More importantly, at this pace, Lin Yu might directly break the martial exam's historical record. Last year, Lin's score was frozen at around 10,800 points with 1 hour left in the exam. The current highest record was 11,000 points. This meant that Lin Yu was already standing at the threshold of breaking the record. If he truly shattered it, then the provincial top score would be almost guaranteed. Yu Tianzhao looked at the numbers on the screen, his expression calm on the surface, but the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his current mood. In the front row, the heads of admissions offices from various academies were quietly discussing. The representative from Longtian Academy gazed at Lin Yu's name with admiration in his eyes. The admissions director from Jingxing Academy chuckled and said, "Old Wang, if you at Longtian don't want Lin Yu, we at Jingxing Academy certainly won't hold back. I heard his sister is already at our academy." The representative from Qingbei Academy frowned immediately upon hearing this, his tone turning colder. "Old Chun, that's not appropriate. Even if his sister is at your Jingxing Academy, you can't use that to tie him down. Which academy Lin Yu ultimately chooses should be up to him." The director from Jingxing Academy smiled. "Wouldn't it be nice for siblings to reunite at the same academy? We at Qingbei are no worse." The Qingbei representative retorted with a cold snort, refusing to back down. The tension between the two grew increasingly sharp, their words laced with barbs. Meanwhile, the representative from Longtian Academy remained composed, as if he had anticipated such a scene. He spoke calmly. "Why argue? The person hasn't even come out yet." Both men glanced at him, their expressions sour, but they refrained from continuing the quarrel. Chapter 65. High-level beast Jiangxing's Deputy Minister of Education, Zhou Mingyuan, had a grim expression as he stared at the name Lin Yu on the screen. The more he looked, the more glaring it seemed. This young man, targeting Jiangchang candidates in the small town, wasn't merely stealing points. It was practically a public slap in the face to Jiangxing's education sector. By the rules, point snatching wasn't against regulations. But the problem was that Lin Yu's approach was too ruthless, too direct. He would rob anyone he saw. If this continued, many candidates would stop focusing on hunting beasts and disasters, instead solely targeting others' points. In the short term, this method could quickly widen the score gap, but from the perspective of the martial exam's purpose, this trend was dangerous. The martial exam was meant to test combat skills, on-the-spot reactions, and the ability to adapt to battlefield pressure. Yet Lin Yu was introducing a completely different mindset. If points could be gained simply by robbing others, who would bother to put in the effort to fight? The more Zhou Mingyuan thought about it, the heavier his mood became. He had already decided in his heart that after this martial exam, he would propose changes to Jiang Province's Department of Education. This loophole in the rules needed to be fixed as soon as possible. Once someone ranks first, drones will follow them and broadcast their every move live on the big screen outside. In other words, Lin Yu's every action from now on, how he snatches points, how he makes his moves, how he targets others, will be completely exposed. The most surprising thing is that he doesn't target candidates from other districts. He specifically goes after Jiangchang candidates. After robbing them, he doesn't eliminate them, but deliberately lets them continue hunting beasts. Once they've accumulated some points, he circles back to rob them again. This approach is not only unprecedented, but something most people wouldn't even think of. On the viewing platform, the leaders from Jiangxing's Department of Education all wore unpleasant expressions. They had initially thought this martial exam would simply showcase a few outstanding talents. But no one had anticipated Lin Yu's strength would reach such an extraordinary level. So strong it defied normal understanding. Even last year's Lin Lin hadn't been this extreme. Most of Lin Lin's points were painstakingly earned by hunting beasts and disasters, with only a small portion coming from snatching. But Lin Yu was entirely different. At least 90% of his points were stolen, with only the remaining 10% earned through his own efforts. There have been people who adopted similar strategies in the past. But someone like Lin Yu, who could keep robbing, and robbing so smoothly, was almost unheard of. After all, the strength gap between martial exam candidates was usually not that wide. Under normal circumstances, no one could suppress others and dominate all the way through. But Lin Yu was clearly an exception. After this martial arts exam, the rule regarding plundering points will likely be thoroughly re-examined because of him and it might even disappear entirely. In the small town, Lin Yu had almost finished clearing out the Jiangshan examinees near the inner circle's edge. Next, he planned to head toward the center of the inner circle. As he walked, he felt the changes in his blood and energy within. 7 hours had passed since the martial arts exam began, yet his energy remained astonishingly abundant, showing almost no signs of depletion. These opponents were simply too weak, so weak that they weren't even qualified to make him take them seriously. On the way, he happened to encounter a mid-tier beast. Lin Yu didn't even pause his steps. He casually flicked his short blade. A flash of cold light, and the beast fell to the ground instantly. This scene was clearly visible to the spectators outside, causing another wave of exclamations. That's a mid-tier beast, the red armored lizard. Normally, even awakened beginners might struggle against it, but Lin Yu took it down with just one strike. The red armored lizard stands over 2 meters tall, with a body length of 4 meters, covered in a layer of dark red scales with strong defensive capabilities. Previously, 5 examinees had to team up and spend half an hour to kill one. But now, Lin Yu just passed by, casually swung his blade, and finished it off. Is he even human? A notification appeared. Mid-tier beast, red armored lizard, points plus 50. But to Lin Yu, these points were insignificant. He didn't even glance at them and continued forward. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Yuan Hao since the martial arts exam began. Lin Yu muttered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Logically, with all the commotion I've caused in this town, he should have come looking for me. Even if he doesn't want to join me, he should know to stick close to the strong. He understood that someone like Yuan Hao, no matter how tough he acted normally, would know who to follow in a place like this for safety. Yet Yuan Hao hadn't appeared, which surprised Lin Yu somewhat. Meanwhile, in the central area of the inner circle of the town, a high-tier beast, the Golden Mane Lion King, was growling at the woman in front of it, trying to scare her away. Its body was covered in wounds, with blood continuously dripping down its fur. It had just barely escaped a siege by 5 people, only to encounter another human. It was already very weak and had no desire to fight anymore. But in the next moment, an ice spike descended from the sky, piercing through its brow. Blood splattered everywhere. The high-tier beast collapsed heavily without even a chance to struggle. Not bad. A free 500 points, Chu Yu said as she slowly stepped out from the side. She was dressed in a blue combat suit, her entire demeanor as cold as ice. With every step she took, tiny snowflakes seemed to form beneath her feet. The tight combat suit accentuated her figure clearly, yet it didn't appear frivolous. Instead, it exuded a sharp sense of danger. She glanced at her points ranking. Still third, no change. Lin Yu, Yang Luoxi. Chu Yu stared at the 2 names ahead of her, her gaze growing colder. The gap between her and these 2 was steadily widening, especially Lin Yu. The number next to his name was so exaggerated it was hard to believe. A sense of pressure slowly filled the air. Chu Yu raised her head, her palm glowing faintly blue. It was her innate ability, absolute ice, an S-class elemental talent. Her expression was calm, but beneath the calmness lay a clear fighting spirit. She wasn't someone who would easily admit defeat. On the contrary, the greater the gap, the more unwilling she felt. Just as she was about to take a step forward, her expression suddenly changed. "Who's there?" she called out sharply, the blue light in her palm surging and instantly forming an ice wall in front of her. The next moment, a black figure charged out, slamming into the ice wall. Bang! The ice wall shattered on impact. As the dust and ice shards dispersed, a boy in a black combat suit stood there. His face was grim, his gaze sharp, and a faint sneer lingered at the corner of his mouth. He shook his hand, as if the earlier blow had no effect on him at all. If Lin Yu were here, he would immediately recognize him. This man was Wu Zheng, the one who had been publicly slapped by Lin Yu at the town entrance earlier. Wu Zheng stared at Chu Yu, his eyes scanning her as if evaluating the worth of his prey. "An ice-type talent, quite rare," he said with a smile, his tone laced with undeniable arrogance. "Interesting. My name is Wu Zheng. That golden mane Lion King was my prey first. I've already severely injured it, but it escaped from me, familiar with the terrain. When I arrived here, I saw it was already dead. You owe me an explanation, don't you? Oh, by the way, Wu Zheng suddenly seemed to recall something, deliberately looking at her with a smirk. I heard you have a pretty good relationship with Lin Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yu's gaze turned icy cold. She didn't respond, merely looking at him quietly. She recognized Wu Zheng, ranked 5th on the leaderboard, not weak in strength. More importantly, rumors had it that he had clashed with Lin Yu outside the town. Wu Zheng grew impatient at her silence. He stepped forward, his gaze unabashedly sweeping over her, from her long, straight legs to the combat suit clinging to her figure, and finally to her face, cold as ice. For a moment, he was even slightly dazed. This woman's beauty was no less than Yang Luoxi's. What's the matter? Kekaritong. Wu Zheng curled his lips into a frivolous smile. That golden mane Lion King was originally my prey, but now you've taken it. So, how do you plan to settle this score? Chu Yu finally spoke. Your prey? She looked at him, her tone calm, but tinged with evident coldness. Does it have your name written on it? Wu Zheng's smile froze for a moment. Chu Yu continued. When I killed it, it was already injured, and there was no one else around. Now you claim it's yours. Do you have any proof? Wu Zheng was momentarily speechless. He indeed had no evidence. The golden mane Lion King had originally been hunted by him and a few teammates together. Since the beast was a high-level monster, none of them could take it down alone, so they had temporarily teamed up, agreeing to split the points after killing it. But the beast was too cunning, using the terrain to shake them off. By the time he caught up here, the golden mane Lion King had already been taken by Chu Yu. But such a matter, who could prove it? Wu Zheng quickly laughed again. All right, little girl, you've got quite the sharp tongue. He snorted coldly. I say it's mine, so it's mine. Now, you have two choices. Either hand over 1,000 points, or don't even think about leaving. After speaking, he clapped his hands. Soon, 3 more figures emerged from the shadows. Chu Yu's expression visibly changed upon seeing them. The aura of these 3 was strong, none of them weaker than her. Facing Wu Zheng alone, she still had confidence. But now, with 4 of them together, it wouldn't be so easy. Still, she didn't retreat. She simply raised her hand more calmly, a faint blue light appearing in her palm. She knew very well that running away wouldn't help. In a place like this, once the weaker side retreats, others will only push further. Her only option now was to stabilize the situation first and then look for an opportunity. Wu Zheng laughed, his laughter wild and arrogant. Interesting, very interesting. He flexed his wrist, and his blood surged wildly within him. A powerful and violent aura instantly spread out. Let me show you that even among S-level talents, the gap isn't just a little bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward abruptly. Chu Yu had been prepared. With a wave of her hands, an ice wall instantly formed in front of her. But just as the ice wall rose, the next second, it was shattered by a force. Bang! Ice shards scattered in all directions, and Chu Yu was forced to take several steps back by the sudden impact. She looked up and saw a young man with a gentle face and an elegant demeanor standing not far away, a faint smile on his face. Just now, it was he who had shattered the ice wall. Chu Yu didn't have time to think further. She raised her hand again, and more ice crystals condensed in the air, transforming into a storm of icy shards that shot toward Wu Zheng with incredible speed. The ice crystals poured down like torrential rain, carrying a bone-chilling cold that almost completely blocked Wu Zheng's escape routes. Wu Zheng's pupils contracted. He didn't dare to take the attack head-on and immediately retreated. But he quickly realized that the ice crystals were even faster than he had anticipated. Swoosh! Several ice crystals grazed his shoulder and arm, leaving bloodstains in their wake. The fresh blood that emerged was instantly frozen by the cold, turning into dark red ice shards. Damn it! Wu Zheng gritted his teeth, his internal energy surging wildly as he forcibly shattered several nearby ice crystals. Yet the icy rain from the sky continued to fall relentlessly, leaving him with no way to escape. At that moment, the refined young man suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Wu Zheng. He raised his right hand, and a faint golden glow appeared in his palm. The ice crystals collided with the glow and instantly shattered, scattering into countless tiny snowflakes. "Shatter," he uttered softly. In the next moment, the remaining ice crystals paused briefly in midair before exploding all at once, transforming into a flurry of snowflakes. Chu Yu's gaze froze as she watched this scene. This man was strong. Although the ice wall she had created earlier was merely a test and not her full strength, it wasn't something just anyone could break with a single strike. Yet this young man not only effortlessly blocked her attack, but also shattered all her ice crystals in return. More importantly, in the instant he made his move, Chu Yu had already sensed his energy level, at least 200 or higher. Wu Zheng stood still, his expression growing colder. The refined young man remained in place, his chest heaving heavily, his breathing disrupted. The failure to take down Chu Yu earlier deepened the venomous look in his eyes, but at the same time, there was a clear sense of apprehension. "Cheng Zhou, thank you," he said through gritted teeth. "Cheng Zhou." Chu Yu frowned slightly, and the name immediately flashed through her mind from the leaderboard. Fourth place. Wu Zheng was ranked 5th, and this man was just above him. But Chu Yu's intuition told her that this man, named Cheng Zhou, was far stronger than his 4th place ranking suggested. He was hiding his true strength. "No need to thank me," Cheng Zhou replied calmly, his tone carrying a faint hint of sarcasm. "After all, we're only temporarily working together. I'm not like some people who are so cold-blooded they don't even care about their reputation." After speaking, his gaze fell on Chu Yu, his tone still calm, but now tinged with an undeniable authority. "Classmate, the golden mane lion king you killed was indeed our prey. No matter how you look at it, this matter needs to be resolved. Wu Zheng demanding 1,000 points from you is excessive, but based on the value of a high-tier beast, the minimum compensation should be 500 points. If you hand over 500 points, this matter will end here. What do you say?" Chu Yu looked up at him, but didn't respond. Her energy was severely depleted, and her face was frighteningly pale, but she was clearer than anyone about one thing. She wouldn't give up a single point. These points are earned through her own hard work. Why should she give them away? Cheng Zhou noticed her silence, and a trace of admiration flickered in his eyes. But that admiration was quickly suppressed by coldness. "Hand over 500 points, or face elimination directly," he said, stepping forward. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried the weight of a stone pressing down. "I think you know what choice to make. We have 4 S-level awakened talents on our side. You don't have any other options." As his words fell, an invisible sense of oppression spread instantly. Chu Yu's heart tightened. A mid-tier awakened talent? That was her first thought. But in the next second, she realized something was off. Not mid-tier, still low-tier. But this man was undoubtedly among the very best of the low-tier awakened talents. "Will you hand it over yourself? Or shall I take it personally?" Cheng Zhou smiled faintly, his tone brimming with confidence in his control over everything. Chu Yu did not respond. She simply raised her hand slowly, her palm glowing blue once again. This was her answer. Cheng Zhou's smile gradually faded, and his gaze turned cold. The next second, his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. "Zulfast." Chu Yu's pupils contracted. Just as she was about to activate her talent, a hand was already pressing down on her shoulder. Immediately after, a terrifying force erupted directly. Chu Yu was violently flung away, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to even steady herself. She hadn't even managed to fully unleash her talent. This man's speed was absurdly fast. Chu Yu quickly propped herself up, her gaze becoming even more composed. She had already figured it out. Such speed could only mean one of two things. Either his talent was speed-related, or he had mastered some kind of extremely fast martial technique. Either way, it indicated that this man was far more dangerous than he appeared on the surface. Cheng Zhou stood not far away, his expression still calm, as if what had just happened was nothing at all. He shook his head lightly. Do you still want to fight? If I had really gone all out just now, you'd already be out of the game. His tone was indifferent, yet carried a kind of arrogance that was hard to stomach. However, I've always been more lenient with girls. So, I'll give you one more chance. These words sounded like charity, but in reality, they were forcing her to bow her head. Chuyu felt a surge of disgust. She had encountered too many men like this. Just like Zhu Lipeng earlier, appearing proper on the surface, but entirely different at their core. She didn't want to waste another word on such a person. So, she raised her hand again. This time, her movements were faster, almost completing her prediction in advance. Cheng Zhou's eyes shifted slightly, realizing she wouldn't give up easily. He sighed, moved his feet, and prepared to stop holding back. But at that moment, the ground in front of Chu Yu suddenly rose, forming an ice wall. The chilling air spread instantly, blocking his path. Chu Yu seized the opportunity to wave her hand, releasing more ice crystals from midair, cascading down like a sharp snowstorm, sweeping toward Cheng Zhou. Wrath of 1,000 thunders. Alpurpulanitning bolt soidernly. Shot skyward. The moment the ice crystals collided with the lightning, the air seemed to tear apart. Countless ice crystals gathered and twisted in midair, forcibly transforming into a thunderbolt imbued with a destructive aura, hurtling straight toward Cheng Zhou. Cheng Zhou's expression changed drastically. A lightning-based talent. He clearly hadn't expected Chu Yu to have this hidden move. However, he was no ordinary person. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly steadied himself, raising his hand to conjure a light barrier in front of him. Boom! 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 The ice thunder struck the light barrier fiercely, causing the surrounding air to tremble. But this time, Cheng Zhou couldn't withstand the full impact. The light barrier shook violently, cracks spreading rapidly. The ice thunder poured through the fissures like it had found an opening, instantly tearing the entire defense apart. Cheng Zhou's face turned pale, and he was directly blasted away. His black combat suit was scorched by the lightning fire, leaving him looking utterly disheveled, a stark contrast to his earlier composure. Who? Cheng Zhou steadied himself, his expression dark and terrifying. At that moment, a figure wearing a blue combat suit with the South City First High School emblem on his chest slowly stepped forward. Yuan Hao. Chu Yu froze, almost unable to believe her eyes. Why is it you? Yuan Hao didn't turn around, his gaze fixed firmly on Cheng Zhou and Wu Zheng, his eyes burning with suppressed anger. My name is Yuan Hao, he said through gritted teeth, his voice rising bit by bit. You too. Are you even men? Bullying a girl, what kind of skill is that? If you got guts, come at me. Cheng Zhou and Wu Zheng both turned to look at him. Their eyes first flashed with a hint of surprise, but that surprise quickly turned into disdain. The boy who had suddenly appeared had a blood energy value of just over 100. Even if he had awakened a lightning-based talent, it wouldn't change that fact. I in the face of an absolute power gap. No matter how strong one's talent is, a solid foundation is still necessary to hold one's ground. Cheng Zhou had suffered earlier only because he was caught off guard, allowing the collision of ice and lightning to produce an unexpected effect. Now that he had regained his composure, they no longer regarded Yuan Hao as a threat. Wu Zheng flexed his wrist, a cold sneer on his lips, and slowly approached Yuan Hao. I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's someone with a death wish, he mocked. Since you want to stand up for her, I'll take you down first. Lightning flickered in Yuan Hao's palm as he stared at Wu Zheng with gritted teeth. Try laying a finger on her, he growled. Wu Zheng was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Interesting. Truly interesting, he said, as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. I'm one of the most renowned geniuses at Jiangxing's top high school. And now, someone with such a pitiful amount of vitality dares to challenge me. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved abruptly, his speed exploding as he threw a punch at Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao's pupils contracted, and his body reacted almost instinctively. He immediately activated his talent. Lightning coiled around his entire body, instantly pushing his speed and strength to their limits. He raised his hand to meet the attack, There was no retreat, nor could there be. The two fists collided violently. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, arcs of electricity scattering in all directions. Yuan Hao was sent flying backward, his back slamming heavily against a stone wall. Rubble tumbled down, and dust filled the air. His combat suit tore apart on the spot, his right hand trembling uncontrollably as blood trickled down his arm. The gap was too vast. This wasn't a disparity that could be bridged with skill. It was a crushing difference in raw power. Panting heavily, his chest heaving, Yuan Hao struggled to even stand. Yet he neither chose to flee nor resigned himself to death. Taking advantage of the moment before Wu Zheng could close in, he suddenly slammed both hands onto the ground, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he roared. Wrath of 10,000 thunders. This was his trump card. Once activated, it would forcibly drain a massive amount of his vitality, amplifying the power of his lightning to create a sustained area-wide assault. Simply put, this move wasn't designed to win a single strike, but to ensure that no one could approach him easily. Wu Zheng reacted quickly, dodging immediately. Bolts of lightning streaked past him, and though he wasn't directly hit, the terrifying pressure made his back break out in a cold sweat. Unfortunately for him, this move was an area attack, not something that could be completely evaded with speed alone. Each bolt of lightning was as thick as an arm, wrapped in blinding white light, crashing down continuously in all directions. The ground within a dozen meters was scorched black, riddled with deep craters, with debris flying and dust billowing. Wu Zheng retreated while dodging, his expression growing darker by the second. Finally, a bolt of lightning struck him squarely. His clothes were instantly charred, a sharp pain searing his skin, and his entire body went numb from the shock. If not for his combat suit absorbing part of the damage, that strike alone would have been enough to render him incapable of fighting. But it wasn't over yet. The lightning continued to rain down in relentless waves, leaving no room for respite. Wu Zheng's expression completely changed, and he couldn't help but roar. "What are you all standing around for? Do something!" At a shout, three figures in the distance finally sprang into action. The first to charge forward was a tall, burly boy, broad-shouldered and thick-backed, like a moving wall. He rushed to Wu Zheng's side and grabbed a bolt of lightning with his bare hands, forcibly dispersing it. The second to move was a lanky boy with quick reflexes. With a wave of his arm, it seemed as though he drew an invisible barrier in the air, suppressing the surrounding lightning. Cheng Zhou was the last to arrive. Wu Zheng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his body covered in charred marks, cold sweat dripping from his forehead from the pain. If those two had been even a moment later, he might have actually died there. For the first time, he truly realized just how terrifying the explosive power of a lightning-based talent could be. Cheng Zhou looked at Yuan Hao, who was still gasping on the ground, and reminded in a deep voice, "This kid has some skills, don't underestimate him." The tall boy sneered dismissively. "Skills? He's just a guy with a blood vitality value of less than 200. After using that move, he probably can't hold on much longer himself. You were just caught off guard earlier. Now it's my turn to deal with him." After speaking, he twisted his neck, took big strides, and walked toward Yuan Hao. At this moment, Chu Yu also recognized the person. Before the martial arts exam, she had already familiarized herself with the famous geniuses from Jiangxing's top schools. This person was Bai Chun, one of the top 10 geniuses. His name sounded ordinary, even somewhat gentle, but his personality was anything but. Bai Chun's talent was highly unique. Once he activated his ability, he could create a special magnetic field. Within this field, others' strength would be suppressed, their speed would decrease, and only he would grow stronger the more he fought. This ability was practically made for fighting multiple opponents at once. It was precisely because of this that he dared to walk forward so confidently. At this moment, Yuan Hao was already lying on the ground, trembling all over, struggling even to lift his head. Lin Yu's face was pale. The move he had just used had nearly drained all his energy. Suddenly, an ice wall rose up, blocking the path in front of Yuan Hao. With a loud crash, the ice wall shattered in less than a second. "Get out of the way!" Bai Chun shouted coldly, reaching out to grab Yuan Hao's wristband. But in the next second, a force struck Chu Yu, sending her flying hard to the side. Chu Yu was already at her limit, her body weak, struggling even to stand. Yet she still refused to retreat. She knew Yuan Hao was Lin Yu's friend. As long as she could still stand, she wouldn't let anyone easily take his wristband. She raised her hand again, trying to form another ice wall. But as soon as the ice wall appeared, it vanished again. Not because it was shattered, but because her blood vitality had bottomed out, and she could no longer sustain her talent. Bai Chen sneered and was about to reach for Yuan Hao's wristband when a gust of wind swept past. His hand froze in midair, unable to move. A hand had firmly grabbed his wrist. Bai Chen jerked his head up, and the first thing he saw was the school emblem of Nanshan No. 1 High School. "Lin Yu." Bai Chen's pupils contracted sharply. "You." Lin Yu didn't speak immediately. He first glanced at Yuan Hao lying on the ground, then at Chu Yu not far away. After a moment of silence, he withdrew his gaze and threw a punch. Bai Chen was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ruins, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Sorry, I'm late," Lin Yu said calmly. "I got held up grabbing some points on the way." These words were directed at Yuan Hao and Chu Yu. He was indeed late. He had noticed the commotion here earlier, but on the way, he encountered a few students from Jiangxing's top schools and decided to take their points as well, which delayed him slightly. "Damn it, brother Yu, you're finally here." Yuan Hao gritted his teeth, spitting out another mouthful of blood. "Almost couldn't hold on. Go beat them up." "All right," Lin Yu nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Chun, who had just propped himself up from the ruins, found Lin Yu already in front of him. Another punch. Bai Chun was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground again. Cough, cough. He clutched his chest, struggling to get up, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with fear. That punch just now, he hadn't even had time to react. The speed was too fast. The power was too overwhelming. Wu Zheng sat on the ground, his face pale, his legs trembling. Outside the small town, he had already witnessed Lin Yu's prowess. Back then, he knew this person was not to be trifled with. After entering the town, he had heard Lin Yu's name repeatedly. The Points Demon. That was the nickname Jiangxing's examinees had given Lin Yu. Cheng Zhou's expression changed as well. He quietly took a step back, hiding behind the others, golden light flickering in his palm, ready to launch a sneak attack at any moment. The tall, thin boy furrowed his brows tightly, veins bulging on his arms, clearly already in a defensive stance. All four of them were on high alert. Lin Yu raised a flame in his palm, his gaze sweeping over them, a slight smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth, and then he began walking forward step by step. "Will you hand over your points willingly," he said, "or shall I take them by force?" No one answered. Wu Zheng gritted his teeth, staring intently at Lin Yu. The residual effects of the lightning still lingered, and his whole body ached, but he refused to back down. There were four of them on his side, and Lin Yu was alone. If it came to a fight, there might still be a chance. Besides, he wanted to settle the score from their previous encounter outside the town. "Lin Yu, I admit you're strong," Wu Zheng said in a deep voice. "But taking on the four of us alone, isn't that a bit too arrogant?" Lin Yu chuckled. "If I'm arrogant, it's because I have the confidence to back it up." Wu Zheng felt a chill in his heart at those words, but he forced himself to respond. "The four of us are among the top 10 geniuses of Jiangxing's elite schools. If we join forces, you might not win. Why not take a step back? You leave with your people, and we won't pursue you. Let's call it even. How about that?" Lin Yu's smile deepened, but it carried a clear hint of mockery. "You four think you're qualified to negotiate with me?" Wu Zheng's face instantly darkened. Lin Yu took a step forward, his aura completely overwhelming them. All four of them tensed up simultaneously. Only now did they truly realize that the man before them had no intention of reasoning with them. He was only after one thing: results. Either they handed over their points, or he would take them by force. Bai Chun had explained it clearly earlier. In this domain, Lin Yu's power would be suppressed by at least 30%, while Bai Chen's own strength will be enhanced by 30%. In other words, before the fight even began, the advantage was already on their side. But when Lin Yu heard this, his expression showed no trace of panic. He simply looked at Bai Chen calmly, even with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Only 30%? Is that supposed to be a big deal? With that, Lin Yu raised his right hand, and a ball of flame instantly ignited in his palm. The fire danced, and waves of heat spread out rapidly, distorting the surrounding air. This was no ordinary flame. It was sacred flame. When Bai Chen saw the flame, his brows furrowed immediately. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But he couldn't recall it at the moment. He quickly suppressed the unease in his heart. This was his domain, his home turf. Within this magnetic field, there were few warriors of the same rank who could overpower him directly, let alone Lin Yu, whose strength was now weakened. With this thought, Bai Chen's gaze darkened. He stomped forward decisively, charging at Lin Yu without hesitation. He refused to believe it. He refused to believe that, with such an advantage, he could still lose to an opponent of the same rank. He threw a punch, carrying immense force, aiming straight for Lin Yu's face. Lin Yu, seeing this, only smiled. Competing in brute strength with him? The last person who tried that was already 6 feet under. Instead of retreating, Lin Yu also threw a punch to meet Bai Chen's, the sacred flame in his palm instantly entwining with the force of his strike. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a deep, muffled sound. Bai Chen's expression changed instantly. He felt as though his fist had slammed into a mountain, and a massive recoil surged back through his arm, leaving it numb in an instant. Before he could react, the flame had already climbed up his arm, spreading rapidly and engulfing it entirely in the blink of an eye. The intense burning pain made him cry out in agony, unable to even stand steadily as he staggered backward. Seeing this, Wu Zheng's face turned pale. He knew very well that in a one-on-one fight, even in Bai Chen's domain, he himself couldn't defeat Bai Chen. But now, Bai Chen had been reduced to this state with just one punch from Lin Yu. What did this mean? Wu Zheng understood all too clearly. It meant Lin Yu was stronger than them, far stronger. Stop hesitating, attack together. Wu Zheng roared angrily, the disdain in his eyes finally gone. He dared not delay any longer. His blood surged wildly within, his innate talent fully activated, and his strength skyrocketed instantly. His figure flickered, moving at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Yu, raising his hand to strike fiercely at his back. At the same time, Cheng Zhou also made his move. He raised his hand, and a light screen immediately condensed in front of him. Lin Yu punched out, shattering the light screen on impact. But just as the screen broke, an even heavier and more ferocious force followed, blasting straight toward Lin Yu's front. Meanwhile, the skinny boy wasn't idle either. He waved his hands repeatedly, sending out sharp energy blades one after another, densely packed like countless sword lights, pressing toward Lin Yu from all directions. A pincer attack from behind, a frontal assault, and area suppression. The coordination of these three was already quite formidable. Against other martial artists of the same rank, they would likely have been overwhelmed and thrown into chaos. Yet Lin Yu stood in place, not even moving a step, as if these attacks posed no threat to him at all. "Brother Yu, watch your back." Yuan Hao, watching anxiously from the side, shouted a warning. But just as his voice fell, Wu Zheng's fist was already inches away from Lin Yu's back. At the moment when everyone thought Lin Yu wouldn't have time to defend, he simply raised his hand. Holy flame instantly condensed in his palm. The next second, he struck out with his palm. A fire dragon roared to life, carrying an extreme heat as it surged forward. Boom! The fire dragon exploded midair, transforming into a sea of flames that engulfed the three attackers' strikes in an instant. Wu Zheng bore the brunt of the attack, hit directly by the flames, and was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing hard into the ruins. When he landed, his combat suit was char-black, and he couldn't even stand, completely losing his ability to fight. The skinny boy reacted quickly, retreating desperately, but the flames spread even faster. A strand of fire still caught onto his body. He frantically slapped at it, trying to extinguish the flames, but instead, they burned fiercer, engulfing him entirely in the blink of an eye. He fell to the ground, rolling in agony like a small fireball. If not for his combat suit absorbing part of the damage, this attack would have been fatal. Among the three, Cheng Zhou reacted the fastest. He was already standing farther away, and his quick reflexes allowed him to retreat 10 meters the moment the fire sea exploded. Even so, the flames still grazed his shoulder. If he hadn't activated his innate talent to protect himself in time, his fate would likely have been the same as the skinny boy's. Even so, his shoulder bore a large, charred mark, a shocking sight. Cheng Zhou didn't stop. He didn't even glance back, turning and fleeing immediately. He knew very well that the outcome was already decided. Continuing to fight was meaningless. For people joined forces, yet they still lost. And they lost without suspense. Lin Yu stood in place, sensing Cheng Zhou's escape but not pursuing him. The martial exam was long. They would meet again eventually. For now, the most important thing was to collect the points from the three fallen opponents, lest they recover some strength amidst the chaos and find a chance to escape. Lin Yu withdrew the flames, his expression calm as he looked at the three writhing on the ground. "Hand over your points." No one answered. No one moved. It wasn't that they didn't want to comply. They simply lacked the strength to lift their hands. Lin Yu sighed. It seemed his question was indeed unnecessary. He could only collect the points one by one himself. Soon, all three sets of points were in his possession. Lin Yu's total score broke through to a solid 10,000 points, firmly placing him in first. Unfortunately, the matter wasn't over yet. One had escaped. Lin Yu frowned. Cheng Zhou's presence had completely vanished. He fled quickly, clearly realizing he was no match, and chose to save his life immediately. However, Lin Yu was not in a hurry. As long as Cheng Zhou remained in this small town, they would inevitably cross paths again. By then, the points on Cheng Zhou would still end up in Lin Yu's hands. The martial exam had progressed to this point, and most of the geniuses from Jiangxing's top high schools, who were initially favored by everyone, had already been defeated by Lin Yu. The leaderboard's dynamics had completely shifted. Now, only Yang Luoshi, ranked second, and Cheng Zhou, who had just fled, remained firmly at the top. As for the top 10, a new batch of names had emerged. Although students from Jiangxing's top high schools still occupied many spots, the familiar names were no longer the same group of geniuses initially expected to dominate. Lin Yu withdrew his gaze and walked toward Yuan Hao. As he passed by Bai Chen, his steps paused slightly. To be honest, Bai Chen's talent intrigued him. Weakening an opponent's strength by 30% while enhancing his own by 30%. Such an ability was almost a natural advantage in combat, enough to make many opponents suffer. Unfortunately, Bai Chen was not strong enough yet. Even if Lin Yu stood still and let Bai Chen try to kill him, Bai Chen might not succeed. This matter would have to be set aside for now. Once the martial exam was over, Lin Yu would find an opportunity to settle it. Yuan Hao was still lying on the ground, his whole body aching, yet he couldn't stop grinning. "Wow, brother Yu, you're too fierce. Those four guys were beaten by you like they were your grandsons, without even a chance to fight back." Lin Yu took out a healing pill from his pocket and directly stuffed it into Yuan Hao's mouth. "Stop talking nonsense. Eat this first." Yuan Hao swallowed the pill and soon felt a warm sensation spreading through his body significantly, alleviating his pain. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I knew it. Following Brother Yu is definitely the right choice. Actually, I didn't hide in the outer circle. I charged straight in. After all, I'm aiming for the top academy in Nanxing. If I were to hide and not fight, that would be too embarrassing." After speaking, he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood, but the smile on his face remained unchanged. Chu Yu stood nearby, quietly watching them. Her injuries were not as severe as Yuan Hao's. She had mainly exhausted her energy. Moreover, she had brought plenty of supplements and healing medicine herself. So, after resting for a while, her condition had mostly recovered. She stepped forward and handed Yuan Hao a bottle of supplements and a bottle of healing medicine. These are more effective. Take them. Yuan Hao was stunned for a moment and quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. Brother, you already gave me some. You should keep them for yourself. You still have to continue the martial exam. My points are almost enough, so even if I lie low from now on, I'll still qualify for Nanqing's top academy. Shu Yu didn't argue with him and directly stuffed the medicine into his arms. Take them. You got injured because of me, so I owe you this favor. Yuan Hao scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, but eventually accepted them. Well then, thank you, Chu Yu the campus beauty. Chu Yu shook her head lightly and said nothing more. However, her gaze soon shifted to Lin Yu. Her eyes lingered on him for a few seconds, and her expression gradually became complicated. She had always thought she understood Lin Yu well, but the closer she got, the more she realized there were too many things about him she couldn't see through. Sometimes, she couldn't help but wonder just how many secrets was Lin Yu hiding. Chapter 69. The Calamity Nest. Lin Yu and the other two found an abandoned house to use as a temporary base. The house had 2 rooms, one of which was small but relatively clean, providing a place for them to rest for the time being. Yuan Hao leaned against the wall, recovering for quite a while before his complexion gradually improved. He stared at Lin Yu for a long time before suddenly speaking. Brother Yu, I've discovered something. Lin Yu looked up at him. Yuan Hao said seriously, you and I seem to have the same type of elemental talent. When Lin Yu heard this, he was momentarily stunned, then smiled faintly, with a hint of indescribable meaning in his expression. Me? Elemental talent? Yes. Yuan Hao immediately nodded. The flames you just released, aren't they your talent? Lin Yu did not deny it. The flames were indeed one of his talents, but only one of them. You'll find out later, he said calmly. Yuan Hao was initially taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Brother Yu, your words sound suspicious. You wouldn't happen to have other talents, would you? He immediately stepped closer, lowering his voice as if afraid others might overhear, his face full of anticipation for a secret. Chu Yu, who was watching from the side, suddenly spoke up. I once read in a book that a person isn't necessarily limited to just one talent. Yuan Hao turned to look at her. Chu Yu continued. The most typical example is Ning Tianwang, one of the 7 kings of the capital. He possesses dual talents. When he first awakened, only one talent appeared. The second talent was awakened during a life and death moment, when he was pushed to the brink of despair. Yuan Hao listened stunned. His usual grades in literature and history were average, and he had only heard of the 7 kings of the capital by name, with no deeper understanding. As for dual talents, he had just casually guessed earlier, but now Chu Yu had actually provided a real example. He immediately sat up straight, his eyes full of shock. Dual talents? Is that even real? Chu Yu nodded, her tone serious. Ning Tianwang, whose real name is Ning Yuan, is the youngest of the 7 kings of the capital. It's said that when he awakened, his initial talent was only an S-level one, but later, during an extremely dangerous experience, he forcibly awakened a second talent in the face of despair, and the level of the second talent remains unknown to this day. He was crowned king before he even turned 30. Chu Yu's tone was calm, but there was still a trace of respect in her calmness. What? Crowned king at 30? Yuan Hao's eyes widened again, completely stunned. Chu Yu nodded, her gaze carrying a hint of longing. Ning Tianwang is one of the most outstanding young geniuses in recent years. It's said that his 2 abilities can complement each other, making him absurdly strong, with almost no rivals at the same level. From the moment he awakened to the path of being crowned king, he has never lost. The 7 kings of the capital, each one is like a legend. Yuan Hao listened, dumbfounded, and then his gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Yu, his voice lowering. Then, Brother Yu, are you also dual-talented? Lin Yu did not answer. Sometimes silence itself is an answer. Yuan Hao stared at his expression, and a judgment formed in his heart. He couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Oh my, I knew it. When you awakened earlier, the light from that stone pillar was black. I felt something was off at the time. Brother Yu, Your talent is definitely not something ordinary people can compare to. I went through so many records and saw all kinds of light colors, but never black. Turns out it represents dual talents. Brother Yu, how many secrets are you hiding that I don't know about? Lin Yu glanced at him indifferently. You already know enough. Chu Yu looked at Lin Yu, her gaze much more complex than before. She had some words she didn't say aloud. Dual talents. Such a talent is rare in any era. As long as one survives, the future is almost guaranteed to be extraordinary. As for what Lin Yu's two talents were, she didn't ask. She and Lin Yu weren't close enough to casually probe into such secrets. Even if they were close, she wouldn't ask. Everyone has their own trump cards. She was no exception. Yuan Hao suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up as he leaned closer. Brother Yu, between your flame talent and my lightning talent, which one is stronger? Lin Yu glanced at him, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the most ordinary matter. First, you need to boost your vitality before we talk. Right now, can you even withstand one move from me? Yuan Hao's face immediately fell, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him. Brother Yu, that's too discouraging. I finally mustered the courage to challenge you, and with just one sentence, you've crushed me back to square one. Lin Yu didn't mean to mock him. He explained seriously, I'm not rejecting you. I'm just stating the facts. The lightning attribute is inherently strong, but your vitality is too low to sustain it for long. No matter how strong your talent is, if you can't use it, it's pointless. With your current vitality, you can only use a few skills before you're completely drained. But I'm different. I can keep fighting. How can you compare yourself to me? Yuan Hao fell silent. He knew Lin Yu was right. Previously, he had only used 1,000 Thunder Wrath and 10,000 Thunder Wrath, and his vitality was almost completely drained. That feeling was like someone slowly extracting his strength with a syringe. If Lin Yu hadn't arrived in time, he would have been eliminated long ago. He was more aware of this than anyone else. Lin Yu continued, so, the real priority isn't competing with me. It's increasing your vitality first. You have an A-grade talent, but your foundation is so weak that you can't even leverage your talent's advantages. Yuan Hao scratched his head awkwardly. He hadn't been training seriously last month. Most of his time had been spent online or wandering around. If he had put in more effort, his vitality wouldn't be in such a poor state. Lin Yu didn't continue to discourage him, and instead changed the subject. By the way, have you seen Yang Luoshi? He had searched the entire town, but hadn't even caught a glimpse of Yang Luoshi. Initially, when he was in the outer circle, he thought Yang Luoshi would definitely head toward the inner circle. But now, even at the very center of the inner circle, there was still no sign of her. This suggested that the situation might not be as he had assumed. Perhaps Yang Luoshi wasn't in the inner circle at all. It was even possible that she had gone to a more dangerous place. Yuan Hao froze for a moment, then shook his head. Yang Luoxi? No, I haven't. I wouldn't dare provoke her. I heard she's also snatching other people's points, so I've been avoiding her, afraid she might target me. He paused before continuing. The only time I dared to step in was when I saw Chu, the campus belle, from a distance. Other than that, I've been hiding whenever possible. Chu Yu also shook her head lightly, her brows furrowing slightly. I haven't seen her either, but given her strength, she should have already reached the depths of the inner circle. Yet you said you've already reached the innermost area and still haven't seen her. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and then her tone grew more serious. There's only one possibility left. She went to the Calamity Nest. Calamity Nest? Lin Yu frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this place. Chu Yu pulled up the map on her wristband and pointed to a deeper black marker. Look here. The locations of other calamities are marked as black dots, but the color isn't as dark as this one. This place is clearly different. I've heard people say that at the very center of Misty Town, there's a high-risk area that serves as a calamity gathering spot. The authorities capture calamities and confine them there, then release them in batches across the town to control the difficulty of the martial exam. In other words, it's the most dangerous place in the entire town. If Yang Luoshi really went there, she's likely facing more than just one or two calamities. That said, if we want to go there, it's not impossible. But usually, no one would willingly go to their death. You mentioned earlier that you've searched the entire town and still couldn't find Yang Luoshi. That leaves only one place she could have gone. Lin Yu stared at the map, his gaze gradually darkening. Snatching points was indeed the fastest way to increase one's score. But his speed was something others couldn't replicate. Yang Luoshi probably understood this, which is why she chose to go to the Calamity Nest, because the points there would accumulate even faster than a low-level Calamity guarantees at least 200 to 300 points. The more formidable ones can even yield 500 to 600. Compared to high-level beasts, this is truly the high-reward zone. Lin Yu stared at the map, pondering as he asked, "You mean she went there to farm points?" It's not impossible. You've already surpassed 10,000 points and taken her first-place position. She'll definitely want to catch up. For her, the fastest way is to head to the Calamity Nest. She paused and added, "Although it's dangerous there, given her strength, it makes sense for her to go." Yuan Hao gasped. One Calamity is worth several high-level beasts, let alone the Calamity Nest. That's why the point farming efficiency there is so high. "Then I'll go too," Lin Yu said with a faint smile. "Brother Yu, there's no need for you to take this risk." Yuan Hao immediately tried to dissuade him. "Your score is already double Yang Luoshi's. Even if you don't go in, you'll still be first. That place is too dangerous. It's not worth the risk." In his view, Lin Yu had no reason to take such a gamble. Lin Yu's score had already surpassed 10,000, and there were less than 10 hours left until the martial exam ended. Even if he spent the remaining time only hunting low-level beasts, it would be enough to secure his first-place position. Yuan Hao wanted to continue persuading him, but Lin Yu's next words completely shut him down. "I've said it before, haven't I? I want to be the top scorer in the province." Lin Yu's voice was calm but firm, as if he'd already made up his mind and no one could change it. And not just the provincial top scorer. He raised his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I want everyone in the country to remember that this year's top scorer from Jiang Province is named Lin Yu. Waiting here for the results isn't my style." Yuan Hao was stunned. He looked at Lin Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll go with you. I won't hold you back. When you encounter Yang Luoshi, I'll hide in the shadows and look for a chance to ambush her." Lin Yu turned around, glanced at him, and suddenly laughed. "You?" He looked Yuan Hao up and down, his tone tinged with mockery. "You can't even stand properly right now. I had to help you get in here. In your current state, you think you can help me ambush Yang Luoshi?" Yuan Hao's confidence instantly crumbled. Lin Yu was right, but he still stubbornly argued, "I may not be able to stand steadily, but my vitality has mostly recovered. I can still discharge electricity. When you're locked in a tough fight with her, I can suddenly unleash a thunderstorm fury and guarantee she'll be paralyzed." Lin Yu shook his head, walked up to him, and pressed a hand on his shoulder. "Enough. Stop forcing yourself. Rest well. Your points are sufficient anyway." "Then I'll go with you," Chu Yu interjected from the side. Lin Yu paused, raising his eyes to look at her. "You want to go too?" No matter what, it's better than you going alone." But Lin Yu raised his hand to stop her. "Listen to me first." His tone was calm but resolute. "None of you need to go. I'll go alone." He looked at Chu Yu and continued, "Yuan Hao got injured because of you, and he's still hurt. You need to stay here and take care of him. If you leave with me and he encounters other examinees, what if his points get stolen?" This made Chu Yu fall silent for a moment. She knew in her heart that Lin Yu was right. No matter what, she couldn't leave Yuan Hao here unattended. After all, Yuan Hao had gotten injured trying to help her. "All right." Lin Yu headed toward the door, his tone decisive. "That's settled. You two stay here. I'll go alone." Yuan Hao propped himself up, watching Lin Yu's back, and said softly, "Be careful, brother Yu." Lin Yu didn't look back, only raised his hand slightly in acknowledgement. Then he dashed out of the ruins, sprinting toward the Calamity Nest. After fully unleashing his mental power, everything within 100 meters was clearly reflected in his perception. There were still quite a few other candidates moving around nearby. But Lin Yu paid them no mind. He already had enough points, and there was no point in taking from others. The only person who could truly threaten him now was one individual, Yang Luoshi. As long as he could take Yang Luoshi's points, he would be the top scorer in this martial exam, the provincial champion. 10 minutes later, the surrounding scenery began to change. The ruins became even more dilapidated, and the air carried a stifling, chilling aura. The ground was scorched black in patches, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of blood, so strong it made one's stomach churn. Lin Yu stopped in his tracks. He didn't move forward because he could already sense a powerful presence approaching. Young Luoxi. The corners of Lin Yu's mouth lifted slightly. Finally, they were about to meet. From the depths of the ruins, a figure slowly emerged. She was dressed in a black combat suit, simple in design, yet it accentuated her striking presence. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, swaying gently in the breeze. Her features were so exquisitely perfect, as if carved with the utmost precision, leaving no room for flaw. But what truly left an impression was not just her appearance, but the aura she exuded. Cold, but not the kind of cold that Chu Yu had, which kept people at a distance. Yang Luoshi's coldness was more like an indifference to everything around her. It was as if she wasn't standing amidst ruins, but in a place isolated from the world, quiet, detached, and even tinged with danger. She stopped 10 meters in front of Lin Yu. The two locked eyes across the distance. Lin Yu glanced at her briefly before withdrawing his gaze. He had to admit, she was indeed beautiful. But that was all. Yang Luoshi was also sizing him up. She had already determined that the person before her was Lin Yu, but she still asked to confirm. "You're Lin Yu." Her voice was soft, carrying an ethereal quality, like wind passing through a secluded valley. Lin Yu nodded. "That's me." Yang Luoshi spoke calmly. "You're strong. It's only been 2 months since you awakened your talent, and your vitality has already surpassed 300. Lin Yu looked at her and activated his strongest mental ability. In the next second, a number appeared above her head. 320 vitality points. This figure was already very high, almost on par with Lin Yu. Lin Yu's eyes flickered. This woman was even stronger than he had imagined. "You knew I would come?" he asked, frowning slightly. Yang Luoshi nodded, then shook her head. "I didn't know you'd come here, but I knew you'd come looking for me." "Why?" Lin Yu asked. Yang Luoshi raised her hand and pressed her wristband. A projection of the points ranking immediately appeared in midair. She looked at the leaderboard, her tone still calm. "Among the top 10, I used to know 8 of them. But now there's not a single familiar name left in the top 10. She paused before continuing. "Coupled with the rumors outside, I could more or less guess that your ultimate target would be me." After hearing this, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected this woman to not only be strong, but also so perceptive. "So, you showed yourself because you're confident?" As soon as he said this, the atmosphere between them became subtly charged. Yang Luoshi looked at him, a hint of amusement in her eyes. "Confident? Not exactly." She shook her head lightly, her long hair swaying with emotion. "I'm not listed among the top 10 geniuses of Jiangqing's elite schools. Do you know why?" Lin Yu shook his head. Yang Luoshi said indifferently, "Because I've seen many so-called geniuses. In my eyes, most of them are just inflated names. Even Su Jie, the top of the so-called 10 geniuses, couldn't last a single move against me." Her words were bold and confident. Yet, as she spoke, there wasn't a trace of exaggeration in her tone, as if she were merely stating a fact. She looked at Lin Yu, paused for a moment, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "To be honest, I'm quite curious to see what kind of person would dare to call all the examinees in Jiangchang trash in front of thousands of people." Her gaze lingered on Lin Yu for a moment, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes. "Now that I've seen you, you seem a bit more ordinary than I imagined." Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond further. He raised his hand, and a crimson flame ignited in his palm instantly. Since a fight was inevitable, he decided to strike first. The moment she saw the scarlet flame, Yang Luoshi's expression finally changed. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and for the first time, a ripple of emotion appeared on her previously calm face. Sacred flame. She stared at the fire in Lin Yu's palm, her gaze filled with shock. How do you have a sacred flame? Lin Yu frowned. From her reaction, it was clear she recognized this power. But now wasn't the time for questions. In the next second, Lin Yu waved his hand, and a fiery dragon roared forth, charging straight at Yang Luoshi. The blazing flames illuminated the entire ruins, making the surroundings as bright as day. Waves of heat rolled outward, distorting the very air. Yet Yang Luoshi stood motionless, a faint smile even playing on her lips. "I am indeed curious about the source of your sacred flame," she said, "but now is clearly not the time to discuss it." She neither dodged nor counterattacked. She simply parted her red lips and uttered a single word: "Break!" In the next instant, the fire dragon that was about to engulf her vanished into thin air. It was as if it had collided with an invisible wall and was forcibly stopped. Lin Yu's pupils contracted slightly. He had seen the scene clearly. He had encountered many types of talents, including several S-level ones, but this kind of ability was something he was witnessing for the first time. This was also his first time encountering a talent of this caliber, and his heart sank. An SSS-level talent was clearly not just a rumor. Yang Luoshi didn't give Lin Yu any time to catch his breath. She raised her hands, as if commanding the entire ruins. Everything around them began to move in sync with her aura. The rubble underfoot trembled lightly, the broken walls emitted a low rumble, and even the wind in the air began to swirl, as if orbiting around her. "Rise!" Her voice was soft, yet it carried the weight of a command. In the next moment, countless fragments of stone shot into the air, hurtling toward Lin Yu from all directions. The stones moved at an incredible speed, forming a dense, seamless net that left Lin Yu with no room to escape. But Lin Yu didn't panic. He knew that if he hesitated for even a moment, he would be utterly crushed today. With a swift movement, he transformed into a shadow of wind, darting rapidly through the storm of debris. The stones were fast, but his reactions were faster, and his movements were even more elusive. Yang Luoshi frowned slightly, a hint of surprise finally flashing in her eyes. "A wind-based talent? Lin Yu, you're more impressive than I thought." But her astonishment lasted only a moment. Seizing the opening in her attack, Lin Yu used the momentum of the wind to close the distance between them in an instant. For the first time, he unleashed his martial skill, a fierce energy condensing around his fist. Collapsed fist. He struck out with a punch, the force of it tearing through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. Lin Yu didn't hold back with this attack. He knew full well that against an opponent like this, probing was meaningless. The longer the fight dragged on, the worse it would be for him. Yet Yang Luoshi still didn't move. She neither retreated nor dodged. She simply watched the approaching fist with a calm expression, the faint smile still lingering on her lips. Just as the fist was about to land, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared. Lin Yu's punch struck it heavily, but it felt as though it had hit a thick cushion. The force, strong enough to shatter rock, was gradually absorbed and neutralized, dissipating completely about 3 meters away from Yang Luoshi. Lin Yu's heart sank. He could even feel that his punch hadn't been blocked. It had been swallowed. The previous Saint Flame was the same, charging forward so fiercely, only to inexplicably vanish in the end. Before her, it seemed there was always an invisible barrier. Yang Luoshi raised her hand and waved lightly. Thick vines immediately emerged from the ruins, wrapping around Lin Yu's hands and feet like living creatures. Lin Yu reacted quickly, but he was still a step too slow. The vines flung him violently, sending him crashing into a broken wall. Debris scattered everywhere. Lin Yu steadied himself and looked up at Yang Luoshi again, his gaze now incredibly serious. This woman was far stronger than he had anticipated. Saint Flame ignited once more in his palm. He knew he could no longer hold back even a little. Yang Luoshi seemed to see through his thoughts and said softly, "In the same realm, no one can defeat me, including the 7 kings of the capital." Her tone was calm, as if stating an undeniable fact. When I awakened my talent, my teacher came personally. He told me my talent was a rarity in a century. My existence was meant to add another throne to this era, and that position is destined to include me. Lin Yu frowned. Your teacher? You shouldn't be unfamiliar, Yang Luoshi said slowly, looking at him. His name is Xinyuan Tian. You may not have heard of this name, but you must have heard of his other title. Everyone calls him Xinyuan King. These words were spoken lightly, but to Lin Yu, they exploded like thunder. Xinyuan King, the man standing at the pinnacle of martial arts in China. He was also the human traitor Lin you had to personally kill within 3 years. And now, the woman standing before him turned out to be that man's student. Lin Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Surprised, Yang Luoshi observed his expression, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her lips. Xinyuan King rarely takes students, but I'm different. My talent is worthy of his personal teaching. If these words had been spoken before their fight, Lin Yu would have dismissed them as a joke. But now it was different. He had personally experienced Yang Luoshi's strength and witnessed her almost absurd talent. This wasn't exaggeration. It was true power. Power so overwhelming it defied reason. Yang Luoshi continued, in the same realm, I am invincible. No one can defeat me. She paused, a trace of pride flashing in her eyes. Do you think you can? Lin Yu didn't answer. His spiritual energy instantly spread out, covering a 50-meter radius. The next moment, the wind moved. He merged his spiritual energy completely with the wind, elevating his perception of the surrounding environment to an entirely new level. Lin Yu could clearly sense that if he wanted, he could appear at any position within this range in the next second. No preparatory movements. No acceleration process. Just direct arrival, like teleportation. Lin Yu stepped forward. In the next instant, he appeared behind Yang Luoshi. Flames of Saint Flame burned fiercely on his fist, carrying an intense heat as he struck her back. Yang Luoshi's expression finally changed. She hadn't expected Lin Yu's speed to reach such a level, so fast that she couldn't even turn around in time. In desperation, she instinctively activated her talent. The surrounding debris instantly surged, frantically gathering behind her in an attempt to form a stone wall at the last moment. But Lin Yu was too fast. Before the stone wall could fully form, his fist had already arrived. Lin Yu's punch landed heavily on Yang Luoshi's shoulder, sending her flying backward. Yang Luoshi steadied herself, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She raised her head, looking at Lin Yu in disbelief. How did you do that? Lin Yu didn't answer. Right now, he only wanted to confirm one thing, just how strong he had become. The Yang Luoshi before him was the perfect opponent. In the next second, he disappeared again, instantly reappearing to Yang Luoshi's left, throwing another punch. But this time, Yang Luoshi was ready. She raised her hand, and the surrounding rubble immediately coalesced into a thick stone wall. The sacred flame transformed into a fire dragon, forcibly breaking through the wall. As the stone fragments exploded, Lin Yu's fist followed closely, aiming to strike Yang Luoshi once again. Just as the punch was about to land, a vine wrapped around Lin Yu's arm, instantly dissipating his force. Then came a second vine, a third, a fourth. Countless vines grew wildly from all directions, tightly binding his body until he was wrapped into an immobile mummy. Lin Yu's gaze darkened as the sacred flame erupted once more. Flames quickly consumed the vines, reducing them to ashes that scattered in the wind. However, this intense clash had rapidly drained his vitality. To break free from the vines, he had nearly exhausted all his energy. If he had been even a bit slower, he might have been trapped to death. Yang Luoshi stood 10 meters away, looking at Lin Yu with a hint of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected that. Even at this point, Lin Yu could still stand. This was beyond her expectations. Honestly, I want to see if I can defeat you, Lin Yu said, his voice low and calm. His true combat strength relied primarily on raw power, combined with the talents of wind trajectory and sacred flame. Yang Luoshi nodded lightly, and extended her hand. Do as you wish. But for now on, I won't hold back anymore. Lin Yu's gaze turned cold, and his figure disappeared once again. He constantly shifted positions, each appearance as eerie as a ghost, each strike astonishingly fast. The fire dragon roared, tearing through the air, suffocating anyone nearby. But Yang Luoshi quickly realized she could barely keep up with his movements. She simply closed her eyes. To her, everything around her was already like her eyes. "Found you," she said softly. "Condense." The moment she opened her eyes again, Lin Yu immediately felt as if time around him had suddenly slowed down. It wasn't an illusion. Some invisible force was genuinely restraining his movements. His speed was suppressed, and even his breathing became heavy. Lin Yu gritted his teeth as the sacred flame ignited fiercely on his body, attempting to break free from the restraint. But Yang Luoshi gave him no chance. The ground trembled, and countless vines burst forth, forming cold, unyielding nets that instantly bound his hands and feet. Yang Luoshi looked at him and gently shook her head. In her view, Lin Yu had no chance of breaking free anymore. Moreover, this wasn't just a single form of control, it was a dual-layered restraint. Even if he forcibly broke free, he would have to expend nearly all his vitality to barely achieve it. "Admit defeat," Yang Luoshi said calmly. "Hand over half your points, and you'll still be second." She paused, her gaze filled with absolute confidence. "I told you, no one in the same realm can defeat me." She raised her other hand, and rubble floated into the air, all aimed at Lin Yu. This was the second layer of insurance. Even if Lin Yu managed to break free, she could immediately unleash the rubble to completely seal his fate. Lin Yu was tightly bound by the vines, standing motionless as if he had no chance of turning the tables. "Admit defeat?" He sneered. "You claim no one in the same realm can defeat you. I disagree. From the moment I debuted until now, I have never lost." Yang Luoshi looked at him, unable to suppress a laugh. "At this point, you still think you have a trump card?" Her gaze swept over the sacred flame on Lin Yu's body, her tone tinged with curiosity. "I'm quite curious about where your sacred flame comes from. But as it stands now, this is the end. I originally wanted to give you a chance to surrender. Since you don't cherish it, I'll have to take action myself." As soon as she finished speaking, the rubble fell like a torrential rain, dense and overwhelming. With rubble in front, vines behind, and both sides sealed off, Lin Yu was firmly trapped in place, seemingly plunged into absolute despair. Yang Luoshi stood 10 meters away, a trace of regret flashing in her eyes. "It's over." She stepped forward toward Lin Yu, ready to take his points directly. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. With a loud boom, Lin Yu slowly raised his head. In that instant, his pupils were no longer the ordinary black, but had turned into a cold silver white. Yang Luoshi's eyes widened instantly, and for the first time, genuine shock appeared on her face. "This is..." She hadn't finished speaking when her voice got stuck in her throat. Time began to reverse. Lin Yu reopened his eyes. Holy flames burned on his body as he stood in place, while Yang Luoshi was still standing not far away, preparing to strike him. Without hesitation, Lin Yu's figure flickered, rushing forward like the wind. He had only reversed time by 10 minutes, back to the moment when the two were about to clash. Yang Luoshi frowned and immediately raised her hand to condense shattered stones. But this time, Lin Yu's speed was absurdly fast. Before she could fully deploy her defense, Lin Yu's fist was already in front of her. Just as the punch was about to land, Lin Yu suddenly stopped. Yang Luoshi was stunned. "What are you doing?" Lin Yu didn't stop moving. His injuries were severe, his breathing chaotic, yet he continued to walk toward Yang Luoshi step by step. Because he had already figured it out, relying solely on wind tracks and holy flames, he couldn't defeat this woman. But he couldn't just admit defeat. He had to see it through to the end. Holy flames danced in his palm, the firelight illuminating his face, making him look like someone pushed to the brink but refusing to bow his head. Yang Luoshi frowned, staring at the flames in his hand, a trace of shock appearing in her eyes. "Holy flames?" she blurted out. Lin Yu deliberately showed a hint of confusion. You recognize it? Our school has someone with the exact same talent as yours, Yang Luoxi said, her tone heavy. But that's impossible. Awakened talents are supposed to be unique. She didn't speak too definitively, but waves of doubt surged in her heart. She had studied this knowledge and understood how rare such a situation was. Talents were like fingerprints. Theoretically, they shouldn't be identical. Even if their functions were similar, their names, manifestations, and details would differ. Yet Lin Yu's holy flames were exactly the same as the power she had seen before. For the first time, she felt genuine caution toward the person in front of her. Where did your holy flames come from? She asked. Lin Yu didn't answer, only looking at her coldly. Even if you knew, it wouldn't matter, he said. Soon, you'll forget it anyway. Yang Luoxies Gazid Darkanet. She didn't like this feeling, nor did she like being led by the nose. So she struck again, not giving Lin Yu any chance to catch his breath. 10 moves passed, 20 moves passed, 30 moves passed. Lin Yu was still defeated. His body was once again restrained, shattered stones suspended above him like knives ready to fall at any moment. This time, he didn't use time reversal again. The stones fell. Agonizing pain engulfed him instantly. He was covered in blood, barely able to stand. Yet even so, he gritted his teeth, forcing out the last bit of his vitality, and charged at Yang Luoxi with all his might. Yang Luoxi was stunned. Then her expression turned completely cold. She held all of Lin Yu's points and was already in first place. She had only intended to defeat him, not to push things to the extreme. But Lin Yu's reckless fighting style had forced her to truly ignite her fury. Lin Yu, are you insane? She shouted sharply. You've clearly already lost. She was pushed back a few steps by Lin Yu's collision, anger flashing in her eyes. If you stop now, there's still time. The martial exam isn't over yet. You still have a chance to try again. But if you keep this up, I will eliminate you, or worse, you might die. Lin Yu was drenched in cold sweat, his vitality nearly depleted, his entire body looking as if it had been pulled from a fire. Yet as he looked at Yang Luoxi, he smiled instead. Die, he said softly. The thing I fear least is death. Yang Luoxi froze. She looked at the boy in front of her and suddenly felt that he wasn't bluffing, but genuinely indifferent to life and death. Such a person was either completely insane or had experienced something far more terrifying than death. She preferred to believe it was the former. Final warning. She raised her hand, and the rubble floated into the air again, pointing directly at Lin Yu. Stop. Take one more step, and I won't hold back. Her voice was cold and resolute. In the martial exam, a few deaths aren't uncommon. If you die, no one will hold me accountable. Besides, my teacher is King Xianyuan. Lin Yu did not respond, nor did he retreat. Wrapped in flames, as if holding on with his last breath, he continued to move forward. Yang Luoxi's expression darkened completely. Do you really think I won't dare? Her 5 fingers clenched tightly. The rubble came crashing down. Lin Yu was instantly buried in the ruins. What came before death was an endless, overwhelming pain. His entire body hurt. His bones felt crushed, and his consciousness began to fade. This time, it was finally over. He didn't even have time to wonder if there would be another chance. If he truly died like this, it might even be a relief. But in the next second, the wind swept through the ruins. Lin Yu's consciousness returned. Deep in his mind, a mechanical voice echoed repeatedly. Activated talent. Conceptual immortality successful. You have been resurrected and restored to your pre-death state. Activated talent. Plunder successful. You have plundered the opponent's talent. Acquired SSS level talent. Resonance of all things. Resonance of all things. You can perceive everything around you and establish resonance with all things. You are their center, and they are willing to respond to your call. Lin Yu slowly stood up from the pile of rubble. The holy flames in his palm ignited once more. But this time it was different. Not far away, Yang Luoxi's usually calm face showed clear shock for the first time. Because she saw it. The rubble did not continue to attack. Instead, it parted on its own, paving a path through the ruins, as if welcoming Lin Yu forward. Lin Yu felt it too. The wind was responding to him. The rubble was responding to him. Even the surrounding trees seemed to bow to him. It wasn't hostility. It was submission. He took a step forward, and the entire ruin seemed to come alive, quietly making way for him. Yang luoxies pupils contractet sharply. How is this possible? How is this possible? She looked down at her hands, desperately trying to activate her talent. But the power that had always been connected to her bloodline seemed to have evaporated into thin air. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't summon it back. Her connection to the world felt as if it had been severed by a blade. You. Yang Laoshi raised her head, staring intently at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. What did you do? Why is this happening? The corner of Lin Yu's mouth lifted into a faint smile, exuding a confidence so overwhelming it was suffocating. Didn't you just say that in this era, there should be a place for you? He looked at her and spoke each word clearly. Then let me tell you now, if this era truly has a king, that person will only be me. This statement was like a heavy hammer, striking hard into Yang Luoshi's heart. She stared blankly at Lin Yu, at the rubble beneath his feet that automatically parted as if paving the way for him. Then she looked at the holy flames still burning in his palm, and for the first time, a strong sense of disorientation arose in her heart. She suddenly realized that Lin Yu's words just now were not arrogance. He truly had the power to back them up. If this era has a king, it will be me alone. It wasn't about competing for a position. It was about excluding everyone else entirely. Yang Luoshi would have once found such words absurd and laughable. But now she couldn't laugh. She tried once more to activate her talent, but the result was the same. That familiar power did not return, as if it had never belonged to her in the first place. Her face turned pale, and for the first time, doubt appeared in her eyes. Lin Yu, is this your trump card? Even now, she was unwilling to believe that she had lost so completely. She preferred to think this was an illusion, that Lin Yu had used some trick to trap her. But the more she thought about it, the colder her heart grew. Because from the very beginning, something had felt off that a person's talent cannot disappear without reason. Unless a name suddenly flashed through her mind. Wuming Palace. At this thought, Yang Luoshi's pupils slightly contracted, and when she looked at Lin Yu again, a genuine trace of fear appeared in her eyes. She remained silent for a long time, but then suddenly laughed. That smile carried bitterness, helplessness, and a sense of relief after finally accepting reality. Do you know, she said softly, since awakening my talent, I have never lost. The geniuses in school all fell before me. I awakened a once-in-a-century SSS-level talent. Later, I apprenticed under King Xin Yuan and became his only student. In the same realm, I have never lost even once. I always thought I would keep winning. She stopped struggling because she knew very well that without her talent, the little strength she had left was nothing in front of Lin Yu. Continuing to fight would only result in an even uglier defeat. You've won, she said slowly, looking at Lin Yu. I've lost. After speaking, she raised her hand and threw her wristband over. The motion was light, but her hand was trembling. It wasn't fear, nor was it unwillingness. It was a feeling she had never experienced before. She had lost. Completely and utterly lost. Lin Yu didn't hesitate for a moment and directly seized all her points. In the next second, his points skyrocketed, instantly breaking the record for previous martial exams, soaring to over 16,000 points. Yang Luoshi watched all of this, her expression surprisingly calm. Still, I don't regret it. It was as if she had long anticipated her fate, and she even smiled again. The wind blew through her long hair. Despite just losing her talent, despite falling from the clouds, she stood there, still breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Yu glanced at her, but said nothing. In the next moment, he raised his hand, and the surrounding rubble fell, completely burying Yang Luoshi. After finishing, he turned and left. From the moment he knew Yang Luoshi was King Xuanyuan's student, he could never let her leave alive. Even if this was the martial exam, it made no difference. On the spectator platform, the suspended screen finally resumed its display. Everyone immediately looked at the leaderboard and froze completely. The screen is back. What happened? Why is Yang Luoshi's ranking gone? Lin Yu's points. This is just too outrageous. He's already far ahead of second place. This isn't just breaking the provincial martial exam record. It's breaking the national martial exam record too. My God, this is a true genius. The Minister of Education for Jiang Province suddenly stood up, pointing at the screen, his voice trembling. Principal Mu, your Nanxing school really struck gold this time. His face was flushed with excitement. Last year, you had Lin Lin, and this year, you have an even more extraordinary Lin Yu. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes showing. After all, whatever Lin Yu had done in the martial exam, he didn't care to investigate now. He only knew one thing. Lin Yu had broken the record, and he represented Jiang Province. That was enough. Mu Tianzhao sat in the back row, his expression still calm, but the smile on his lips was impossible to suppress. Actually, Lin Yu is Lin Lin's younger brother, he said casually. What? The Minister of Education for Jiang Province was momentarily stunned, then laughed even louder. Good. Excellent. The Lin family truly has two prodigies. Several other education officials nearby nodded repeatedly, their gazes toward Mu Tianzhao changing. Nanxing High School was truly on the rise this time. The martial exam finally entered its final stage, with only a few hours remaining. In the town, time seemed to speed up, but for those outside, every minute and second felt agonizingly slow. After all, this was the martial exam. The education department placed great importance on it, and even those responsible for the site couldn't stray too far, only grabbing a quick bite nearby before returning to their posts. Brother Yuan. Yuan Hao stared at the leaderboard and saw Yang Luoshi's name suddenly disappear, with her points transferred to Lin Yu. He immediately understood everything. Yang Luoshi had been eliminated. Chu Yu looked at Lin Yu's ridiculously high score, feeling a pang of frustration mixed with indescribable emotions. She had just hunted a few more beasts, pushing her score to second place. Yet the gap between her and Lin Yu was still terrifyingly large, almost impossible to close. With such results, not only could Lin Yu easily get into the top universities in the country, but even the best institutions worldwide would be within his reach. Lin Yu didn't waste the remaining time. He kept searching for Cheng Zhou. However, that guy was hiding too well, seemingly avoiding him on purpose. Lin Yu searched for hours but couldn't find him. As time ticked away, the end finally arrived. The martial arts exam was over. Lin Yu stopped walking as his wristband projected several floating lines of text directly in front of him. The Jiang Province martial arts exam has ended. Please press your wristband to leave the town within 3 minutes. Failure to do so will be considered forfeiting your exam results, and the Martial Arts Bureau will initiate rescue operations in the town. This message was forcibly displayed and couldn't be closed, staying in front of everyone, compelling them to comply. After pressing his wristband, Lin Yu was immediately teleported out of the town. Inside the town, a few remaining candidates stood unwillingly in place. I was just one spot away from the top 100. Give me a little more time, one shouted, killing another beast in frustration. But this time, the points wouldn't change anymore. Everything was settled. The final leaderboard was announced. First place, Lin Yu, South City No. 1 High School, 16,000 points. Second place, Chu Yu, South City No. 1 High School, 2,407 points. Third place, Cheng Zhou, Jiang City Elite High School, 2,203 points. The rankings were locked in. Lin Yu secured first place with an overwhelming advantage. Even if the points of the second to ninth places were combined, they still wouldn't match his total score. Initially, everyone thought the favorite to win this time would be Yang Luoshi. If not her, then surely one of the geniuses from Jiang City Elite High School. But the results surprised everyone. The one standing at the top was a student from South City, someone almost no one had paid attention to before. As the candidates were gradually teleported out, discussions about the town's events began to spread. Damn, the first place guy was ruthless, snatching points from everyone he saw. Luckily, I stayed on the outskirts farming points, or I'd be done for. 16,000 points? That must have broken the provincial record, right? Not just the provincial record. He probably smashed the national record too. That extreme. I'm from South City #1 high school too. Let me tell you, Lin Yu awakened the worst talent. Can you believe it? Stop joking. I personally saw Lin Yu snatch points from me using fire-based talent. Elemental talents are never below A grade. You cannot know that, right? The crowd discussions about Lin Yu grew louder. Some admired him, some envied him, and some were resentful. But whether they liked it or not, Lin Yu's name had completely overshadowed everyone else, especially the candidates from Jiang City Elite High School. They were the most vocal in their complaints. Yet this time, Lin Yu had undeniably brought glory back to Jiang Province. In recent years, due to the Water City incident, Jiang Province hadn't been highly regarded by officials, and its resources had lagged behind neighboring provinces. But now, things were different. Jiang Province had produced more than 5 SSS-level geniuses in 2 consecutive years. And now, there was Lin Yu, a monstrous prodigy who shattered records. From today onward, not just South City, but the entire Jiang Province would likely be remembered because of this name. On the spectators' stands, the crowd had long dispersed. A group of leaders waited at the town's entrance for Lin Yu to emerge. In the open space, some students from South City #1 high school were bragging about how close they used to be with Lin Yu, claiming they were good friends. Some believed them and eagerly approached to build connections. Some people were completely unimpressed, thinking they were just trying to ride the wave of popularity. At this moment, Yuan Hao also walked out of the small town. His body still ached a little, but as he listened to the people around him constantly talking about Lin Yu, an inexplicable sense of pride surged in his heart. It was as if the person everyone was discussing wasn't Lin Yu, but himself. Yuan Hao, don't take the past to heart. We're all buddies here. A plain-looking boy walked over, a fawning smile plastered on his face. Yuan Hao looked up at him. He recognized this person, a classmate. Before Lin Yu came to Nanxu #1 high school, this boy didn't have this kind of attitude. Back in school, Yuan Hao had often badmouthed Lin Yu in public. He grinned and deliberately acted enthusiastic. All right, I get it. We're all on the same side. From now on, I'll take good care of you. He emphasized the last few words, as if intentionally hinting at something. But the boy didn't catch on, simply nodding with a smile. All right, thanks, Brother Hao. Soon, a few other students who usually had little interaction with Yuan Hao at school also gathered around. Upon hearing about his identity, they immediately changed their attitudes, crowding forward to get closer to him. Yuan Hao stood in the center of the group, basking in the attention on the surface and feeling quite pleased with himself. Inside, but this lively scene didn't last long. Soon, a voice came from the entrance of the small town. Lin Yu is out. At that shout, the people who had been surrounding Yuan Hao instantly dispersed, as if drawn away by some invisible force, all rushing toward the entrance. The smile on Yuan Hao's face froze, and his expression darkened. He looked up and saw a figure slowly walking out of the town's gate. Alongside Lin Yu were a few other examinees. But at this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Lin Yu. The others standing next to him seemed more like a backdrop. Lin Yu's combat uniform was intact, but it was stained with blood. However, it wasn't his blood. His steps were steady, and his expression was calm, as if he had just experienced a perilous battle, but was completely unaffected. The representative from the Jiang Province Education Department was the first to step forward, extending his hand with a look of clear admiration and excitement. Lin Yu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yu glanced at him, slightly puzzled. And you are? I'm Liao Zhong, the Minister of Education for Jiang Province. Lin Yu had, of course, heard this name before. Liao Zhong was a top figure in Jiang Province's education system, responsible for allocating educational resources across the province and participating in the formulation of the annual martial arts exam rules. Such a prominent figure was now standing in front of him, even taking the initiative to shake his hand. Lin Yu extended his hand and lightly shook it. Hello, Minister Liao. Liao Zhong looked Lin Yu up and down, unable to hide the satisfaction in his eyes. Good, very good, excellent. He repeated the words 3 times, his voice full of undisguised praise, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. Lin Yu, do you know? Your performance this time has broken not only the record for Jiang Province, but also the martial arts exam record for the entire nation. Lin Yu shook his head. He only knew he had scored 16,000 points. As for whether it broke any records, he hadn't paid much attention. Liao Zhong took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. The National Martial Arts exam record has been untouched for over a decade. Now you've shattered it in one go, and by a margin of over 3,000 points. This score will likely remain unchallenged for many years, let alone surpassed. The crowd erupted in astonishment. All eyes were on Lin Yu. Some were shocked, some envious, and others began to reassess this young man. Lin Yu, however, remained calm, merely nodding lightly. It was just good luck. Liao Zhong was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Luck is important, of course, but luck alone wouldn't get you a score like this. What truly made the difference is your own strength. As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his voice and leaned closer to Lin Yu. Yang Luoshi, was it you who eliminated her? He didn't make a definitive statement. After all, with her points reset to 0, her name had disappeared from the leaderboard, and she hadn't been teleported out. This indicated that her situation wasn't as simple as just being eliminated. A more likely scenario was that she had died in the small town. Lin Yu didn't respond, nor did he deny it. But in Liao Zhong's eyes, this silence was an answer in itself. He patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, his tone much gentler than before. Don't feel pressured. Injuries and fatalities are common in the martial arts exam. This kind of thing happens often. In the end, it can only be considered an accident. After saying this, he turned around and waved to the leaders behind him. Come, everyone come meet him. This is our Jiang Province's new top scorer this year. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding crowd erupted into excitement once again. Leaders from various cities stepped forward, all wearing smiles on their faces. Among them was Zhou Mingyuan, the Deputy Minister of Education for Jiang City. Although he harbored a lot of dissatisfaction in his heart, this wasn't the time or place to express it. He could only suppress his emotions deep inside. Not only were there leaders from different regions, but even many representatives from university admissions offices squeezed forward, afraid of missing their chance if they were a step too slow. A group of reporters carrying cameras also quickly surrounded Lin Yu, their lenses almost pressing against his face. Student Lin Yu, I'm the director of the admissions office at Jiang City Martial Arts University. Do you remember me? We met before at Nanshan No. 1 High School. Have you made your decision? Would you like to join Jiang City Martial Arts University? Full scholarships, private dormitories, all benefits are negotiable. As long as you're willing, we'll offer you the best conditions. Student Lin Yu, we're from Nanjing's top academy. Student Lin Yu, we're from Zhonghai Academy. Look over here. Student Lin Yu, look at the camera. Student Lin Yu, please answer. For a moment, all the voices overlapped, creating a cacophony that was almost deafening. Standing at the center of the crowd, Lin Yu felt like a rare exhibit on display, even finding it hard to breathe. He frowned slightly, clearly uncomfortable with being the center of attention. In the end, it was Liao Zhong who personally stepped in to disperse the crowd one by one. He led the way, and only then did the people make way, allowing Lin Yu to finally leave smoothly. Teacher Li quickly walked up to Lin Yu, giving him a heavy pat on the shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. Good job, kid. You really pulled it off. 16,000 points. With this score, the provincial top scorer is practically guaranteed. Lin Yu, you really did it. You've outshone everyone. Lin Yu looked at Teacher Li's face, flushed with excitement, and smiled. Teacher Li, I told you before, I would become the provincial top scorer. Teacher Li was momentarily stunned, then immediately recalled that Lin Yu had indeed said this before. At the time, he had dismissed it as youthful ambition and hadn't taken it seriously. But now, the results were right in front of him, leaving no room for doubt. That's right, you did tell me. Teacher Li nodded repeatedly, his voice full of emotion. Provincial top scorer, you really achieved it. As he spoke, his gaze grew more complex. You're even better than your sister. You really surpassed her. After saying this, he couldn't help but laugh, but as he laughed, his eyes began to well up. In the future, I'll teach many more students, but someone as outstanding as you, I might never meet another. Standing behind them, Mu Tianzhao said nothing, quietly watching the scene unfold with a slight smile. For him, this was enough. Nanxing No. 1 High School had produced a true genius. Not just the provincial top scorer, but the national top scorer. Being the principal of this school was worth it. Lin Yu exchanged a few more words with the leaders before boarding the arranged special vehicle. Yuan Hao stood in place, his face full of regret. He had thought Lin Yu would ride back with him on the bus. Unfortunately, with a different status came different treatment. As for the evaluation results, they wouldn't be officially announced until tomorrow. After all, today's martial arts exam took too long, and most of the candidates were already exhausted, with no energy left to continue discussing. They just wanted to return to the hotel, get some sleep, and recover their strength. The car was a 5-seater sedan, driven by the secretary of the leader. Besides teacher Li and Mu Tianzhao, Liao Zhong was also in the car. He looked at Lin Yu, his tone calm, but with evident seriousness. Lin Yu, with your results, you can choose any academy in the country. Have you decided where you want to go? He paused for a moment and then continued. Although I'm the Minister of Education for Jiang Province, I do have my personal preferences. If I were to recommend, I would prefer you to go to Jiangsheng Martial Arts Academy. However, I won't force you. Ultimately, the decision is yours. Lin Yu leaned back in his seat, his gaze falling outside the window. The city lights and street scenes quickly receded, just like the failures and pressures he had faced along the way, finally left behind. Liao Zhong's voice echoed softly in the car, and everyone was waiting for his answer. Longtian Academy. Lin Yu responded almost without hesitation. Liao Zhong was momentarily stunned, then smiled. One of the top 3 academies in the capital. I'm not surprised you chose it. After all, your sister is also in the capital. Yes. Lin Yu nodded. Liao Zhong sighed lightly, his tone carrying a hint of regret. To be honest, I still hope you could stay in Jiang Province. Although Jiangsheng Martial Arts Academy is not as prestigious as the top 3 academies in the capital, it is still a nationally ranked institution. Plus, it's close to home, and your parents could see you often. He looked at Lin Yu and said earnestly, but young people should explore bigger places. Longtian Academy is indeed a good choice. However, the competition in the capital is fierce. A single misstep, and you could be overtaken. Are you sure about this? Lin Yu closed his eyes, his voice calm, yet resolutely firm. If my sister can do it, so can I. Liao Zhong was silent for a moment after hearing this, then laughed. Good, ambitious. Then go to Longtian and show the people in the capital that students from Jiang Province are just as good as anyone else. Sitting in the front passenger seat, teacher Li had been listening to the conversation. He couldn't interject, but he wasn't surprised by Lin Yu's answer. After all, Lin Yu had told him long ago that his goal was singular, Longtian Academy. It was almost unchangeable. Liao Zhong glanced at Lin Yu again and then said, "Let's head back to the hotel and rest. Tomorrow is the rating conference. Since you're the top scorer, you'll have to say a few words, right?" His tone was casual, almost as if he had already assumed Lin Yu would be the top scorer. For a minister of education, to say such a thing carried significant weight. Lin Yu, however, shook his head. "Forget it. I'm not good at speaking." His refusal was straightforward. Liao Zhong opened his mouth, about to persuade him further, but Mu Tianzhao spoke first. "Minister Liao, if he doesn't want to speak, don't force him. Some people don't need to stand on stage and speak. Just standing there is already the best answer." At this point, Mu Tianzhao's tone paused slightly, and his expression grew more serious. "Besides, the Wuming Hall is still watching us in the shadows." Liao Zhong, hearing this, found it reasonable and nodded. "You're right. Let's go with that." The car stopped to the hotel entrance. Lin Yu got out of the car and nodded toward Liao Zhong, Mu Tianzhao, and teacher Li. "Thank you, Minister Liao." "Thank you, teachers." Liao Zhong waved his hand and smiled. "No need to be so formal with me. If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me. Besides, this is what you deserve. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming more solemn. I hope you'll become even stronger in the future. The country needs talents like you. Lin Yu nodded and turned to walk into the hotel. Not long after, Yuan Hao finally returned. As soon as he saw Lin Yu, he quickly walked over. Yuan Hao leaned in, directly putting his arm around Lin Yu's shoulder, grinning. Brother Yu, you didn't forget, did you? Chu Yu had personally said before that as long as you got first place in the province, she would treat you to a meal. Don't stand her up. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned before recalling that Chu Yu had indeed said that. He hadn't taken it seriously at the time. It was just a meal, nothing worth remembering too clearly. He looked at Yuan Hao's exaggerated, silly grin and patted him on the shoulder. Oosh, oosh, oosh. Yuan Hao immediately cried out dramatically, his entire face scrunched up. Lin Yu glanced at him and couldn't help but tug at the corner of his mouth. She's not treating you to a meal, so why are you so excited? Yuan Hao chuckled awkwardly, clearly feeling a bit guilty. Lin Yu saw through him. This guy was just pretending to exaggerate. His injury was almost fully healed. That injury hadn't been serious to begin with, proving that the healing medicine he had was indeed effective. Besides, I'm not even sure if I'm first in the province yet. Yuan Hao's eyes widened instantly. You scored 16,000 points and broke the provincial record. If that's not first place, then who else could it be? If it really isn't, then something's definitely fishy. As he spoke, he became more and more agitated. At tomorrow's evaluation meeting, if you don't get a perfect score, I'll be the first to suspect foul play. If they dare to play dirty, I'll zap them all with electricity. Lin Yu looked at him helplessly. Can't you think about something else? Stop always thinking about fighting or electrocuting people. Focus on how to improve your own strength first. Yuan Hao grinned sheepishly, not feeling embarrassed at all. I think my score should be enough to secure a spot at South City's top academy. As long as tomorrow's evaluation isn't below an A, there shouldn't be any problem. If I'm lucky and get an S, that'd be even better. As he said this, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. And that time I saved the damsel in distress. Wasn't I pretty cool? I just don't know if those people outside saw it. Lin Yu mercilessly exposed him. Cool. You were pinned to the ground and lying there like a dog. If that got caught on a live stream, you'd be humiliated beyond belief. Yuan Hao's face instantly fell. Brother Yu, can you stop tearing me down all the time? I risked my life to save your future wife. Even though I didn't win, at least I had the courage, right? Lin Yu felt a headache coming on from his words. All right, nothing's even set in stone yet. Don't get carried away. But Yuan Hao only got more excited, grinning mischievously. I'm just looking out for you. Haven't you heard? When it comes to relationships, you've got to start early. Once you're out in the real world, the chances of meeting a good girl are slim. By then, dating and marriage often just become a matter of settling. Lin Yu couldn't be bothered to respond anymore. He turned and walked away, his face full of exasperation. Only then did Yuan Hao realize and quickly chased after him. Wait for me, brother Yu. That evening, the sky was still bright. Lin Yu sat up from his bed, took out his notebook, and began researching information about the 7 kings of the capital. He had heard of the title before, but he knew very little about them. Ever since returning from Water City, he had rarely used the notebook to predict the future. But the words the notebook had written before still weighed heavily on his mind, refusing to fade. Lin Yu opened the notebook and asked softly, what kind of existence are the 7 kings of the capital? Soon, lines of text appeared on the pages. Dragon King, Long Xiaoyao, founder of Longtian Academy, graduate of the Capital Academy, strength unfathomable. Ning King, Ning Yuan, the youngest of the 7 kings, crowned at the age of 30, dual talent awakener, graduate of the Capital Academy, strength unfathomable. Jiang King, Jiang Piyu, founder of the Jiang family, ruler of the Northern Territory, graduate of the Capital Academy, strength unfathomable. Yi King, Yi Zhiqiu, graduate of Qingbei Academy, strength unfathomable. Jade King, Yu Qing, the only female among the 7 kings, graduate of Wantian Academy, strength unfathomable. The Nameless King, no one knows his name, no one knows his origins, and no one knows what he looks like. He never revealed his true face, and now he has fallen. King Xiao Zhanyun, graduated from Qingbei University, his strength unfathomable. Looking at this information, Lin Yu couldn't help but furrow his brows. This data was almost equivalent to saying nothing. It repeated the phrase unfathomable strength over and over. But what truly shocked him was another fact. The seven kings were already few in number, yet nearly half of them came from the capital university. This proportion was astonishingly high. It meant that among the top-tier elites, the capital university occupied almost half the seats. This alone was enough to demonstrate its profound foundation. It was no wonder so many awakeners fought tooth and nail to get in. For many students, entering the capital university not only promised a better future, but also gave them a chance to stand at the pinnacle of the world. Among the top universities, the capital university consistently ranked first. Whether in terms of resources, historical depth, or faculty strength, it was clearly superior to the other two top institutions. The other two were not bad, but compared to the capital university, they still fell slightly short. For awakeners, the first few years after awakening were the most resource-intensive period. During this stage, personal abilities were not yet strong enough to independently acquire resources. Almost everything had to come from the school. In other words, the quality of the school directly determined a person's starting point. If one could enter the capital university, their cultivation speed would undoubtedly be faster. At first, Lin Yu did consider switching schools, but after careful thought, he decided against it. In the end, he chose to go to Longtian University. He hadn't forgotten what Captain Fong had said. As long as one's strength was sufficient, the resources available at Longtian University would be no less. For him, what truly mattered was not the school's reputation, but whether he could establish himself there. Feeling that the information about the seven kings in the notebook was too sparse, Lin Yu picked up his phone and searched online. The results surprised him. Online, he could only find the name Seven Kings. Beyond that, all information was blank: age, gender, appearance, everything. In comparison, the notebook at least provided their alma mater. Lin Yu put the notebook away. Moving forward, he planned to rely less on it. This notebook was becoming increasingly enigmatic to him. Just as he was about to rest, a sudden knock came from outside the room. Who could it be at this hour? Lin Yu frowned, his first thought being Yuan Hao. He walked over to open the door. With time reversal in hand, he wasn't too worried about anything major happening. But as soon as he opened the door, he froze. Standing outside was a woman. She was stunning, so beautiful it was almost excessive. She looked to be in her 20s, with long hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing a beige trench coat with a thin leather belt at the waist, her figure curvaceous. Her legs were wrapped in black stockings, giving her an air of cleanliness and maturity. Her features were so exquisite they seemed meticulously sculpted, and there was a faint resemblance to Lin Yu in her brows and eyes. However, compared to Lin Yu, she exuded the charm of a mature woman. "Xiao Yu," the woman spoke, her voice soft and warm, full of affection. "It's been so long. You've grown so much." Lin Yu's brows furrowed even deeper. He said nothing because he didn't recognize this woman at all. Yet the woman seemed completely unfazed by his coldness, stepping past him and entering the room directly. As she walked, she glanced around, muttering under her breath, "This hotel is just too shabby. How could the school arrange a place like this for you? I'll get you a better one later, at least a 5-star hotel. If not a presidential suite, you shouldn't have to settle for this." Lin Yu watched her, his tone noticeably colder. "Who are you? Do I know you?" A stranger suddenly barging into his room in the middle of the night was already unsettling enough. Not to mention, the security in this place was far too lax. Anyone could come up and even find his room with precision. The woman froze for a moment, then broke into a smile. That smile carried a hint of helplessness, along with a touch of affection. "You silly child, how could you not recognize your cousin? I'm a relative from your dad's side. By seniority, you should call me cousin. When you were little, I even held you. Do you really not remember?" Lin Yu shook his head. "I don't remember. The smile on the woman's face paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. It's normal to forget. You were so young back then. It's no surprise you don't remember. She paused, extended her hand, and introduced herself. My name is Shun Ruashi. Your mom was worried you wouldn't have many acquaintances here in Jiangsheng, so she specifically asked me to come take care of you. Lin Yu glanced at his phone. Sure enough, there was a message from his mom just now, saying exactly what Shun Ruashi had mentioned. It seemed she was indeed sent by the family. Seeing him finish reading the message, Shun Ruashi's smile became warm again. See, I wasn't lying to you, was I? Xiaoyu, I saw your martial arts exam, ranking in the news, and came all the way here to congratulate you. You have no idea how happy your parents were when they heard the news. My mom was thrilled too, saying our family finally has a promising child. As she spoke, she took out a red envelope from her bag and stuffed it directly into Lin Yu's hand. The envelope was thick, clearly containing a significant amount of money. This is just a little token for me. Take it and buy yourself something nice. Lin Yu glanced down at it, but didn't take it. He simply asked calmly, Did you come here just for this? If that's all, you can leave now. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't need the red envelope. Given his current situation, he had no need for such money. The smile on Shun Ruashi's face froze slightly. She clearly hadn't expected Lin Yu to refuse so directly, but she quickly recovered, her tone softening. You silly child, what are you saying? Of course, I came to see you. Your mom specifically asked me to take good care of you. How can you be out here on your own without someone looking after you? As she spoke, she glanced around the room, as if assessing the living conditions. Then her gaze landed on the kitchen. Have you eaten yet? Perfect timing. I bought some groceries, your childhood favorites. Let me cook you a meal. She paused here, as if suddenly remembering something important, and her tone became more serious. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. Lin Yu immediately saw through her intentions. He didn't lose his temper, but simply looked at Shun Ruashi calmly. His expression so composed it made her uneasy. She was clearly here to ask for something, yet she still wanted to act like a senior relative, as if getting close first would make her request more acceptable. But Lin Yu is no longer the naive boy who could be easily manipulated. He could see through many things now. He could tell at a glance who was sincere and who was calculating. Shun Ruashi felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She forced a smile, trying to maintain the appearance of closeness. But Lin Yu gave her no chance to beat around the bush, directly asking her to get to the point. At that, the smile on Shun Ruashi's face visibly stiffened. She had thought that coming in person, bringing a red envelope, and saying a few kind words would earn her some face with Lin Yu. After all, in her view, juniors should show some respect to their elders. Moreover, Lin Yu's family had once received help from hers. But she hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so calm and so direct. Lin Yu didn't respond to her polite overtures. He simply sat on the sofa, quietly watching her performance. That calmness was even more unsettling than anger, because this meant he hadn't taken her words to heart at all. Shun Ruashi felt a wave of unease in her heart. She suddenly thought of Lin Yu from many years ago. Back then, he was just a little boy trailing behind Lin Lin, hiding when he saw strangers, speaking softly and timidly, seemingly easy to manipulate. But the young man before her now had steady eyes and a firm attitude, almost unrecognizable compared to the child in her memory. Only then did she realize that her previous judgment had been wrong. The Lin Yu of the past and the Lin Yu of today were on completely different levels. If she could once use familial ties and face to pressure him, now she had to offer something truly substantial. So, she finally revealed her purpose. It turned out she was here for her son, Shun Hao, Lin Yu's cousin. Shun Hao would awaken his talent next year and take the martial arts exam. However, his academic performance had always been mediocre, and the family wasn't confident about his talent level. Shun Ruashi was worried he wouldn't get into a good academy, so she wanted Lin Yu's help to pave the way for Shun Hao in advance, ideally securing a special admission spot at Longtian Academy, even if it was just as a guest student. She spoke hurriedly, as if afraid Lin Yu would reject her outright. In her view, This wasn't a simple request for help, but rather a form of mutual assistance between relatives. She even prepared a return favor in advance, saying she would introduce Lin Yu to a good-looking friend of hers who worked as a clerk at the Martial Arts Bureau. She presented everything so naturally, as if Lin Yu's help was a given. But after hearing her out, Lin Yu only found it laughable. He understood now. This wasn't about reminiscing or showing concern. From the very beginning, she had come for her own interests. First, she played the emotional card, then made her request, and finally tried to use a so-called matchmaking as compensation. Her calculations were quite precise. Lin Yu's lips curled into a faint smile, but there was no warmth in it. He directly exposed her intentions, asking if she was trying to pull strings. Shin Ruashi's face instantly turned red, and she immediately denied it. But the more she spoke, the more flustered she became, and her explanations only made her seem guilty. She began emphasizing that family should help each other and even brought up old accounts, saying that when Lin Yu's mother was sick as a child, her family had lent them money. She wanted to use these old stories to drag Lin Yu back into a position of owing favors. But Lin Yu was no longer someone who could be swayed by a few words about past ties and debts. He understood clearly that true relationships weren't meant for exploitation, nor were they tools for coercion. If the other party genuinely had difficulties and asked for help, Lin Yu might consider it. But Shin Ruashi wasn't like that. She had been calculating from start to finish, treating Lin Yu as a resource to be used. This completely exhausted Lin Yu's patience. He threw the red envelope back at her, his tone turning utterly cold. As for the money the Lin family had owed the Shun family back then, he could repay it in full, with interest if necessary. But from now on, neither family owed the other anything. Shin Ruashi hadn't expected Lin Yu to suddenly become so unyielding and was completely flustered. She tried to appeal to his sentimentality, saying things like, "You were so sensible as a child," hoping to evoke his nostalgia and save face. But Lin Yu wasn't buying it at all, because he understood better than anyone that true respect isn't earned through age or seniority, but through mutual boundaries. Since she had already crossed his line, she couldn't blame him for being unkind. Lin Yu gave her a clear choice. Either take the red envelope and leave, or settle the old debts and sever ties completely. Shin Ruashi finally panicked. She had thought she was just here to ask for a favor, not to escalate things to this extent. But before she could say anything further, Lin Yu no longer gave her the chance. He raised his hand, and a sharp blade of wind suddenly swept through the air, shattering the floor-to-ceiling window. With a loud crash, the entire pane of glass exploded instantly, shards scattering everywhere, and cold wind rushed into the room. Shun Ruashi screamed in fright, retreating repeatedly until she tripped and fell to the ground in a disheveled state. Her face turned pale, her body trembling, completely losing the assertive demeanor she had earlier. Lin Yu, however, remained seated on the sofa, his expression calm, not even bothering to stand up. At this moment, Shun Ruashi finally understood completely. She and Lin Yu were no longer people from the same world. In the past, she could still take advantage of their familial ties, but now Lin Yu had grown so powerful that she couldn't afford to provoke him. Moreover, Lin Yu's earlier action was definitely not just to scare her. Lin Yu said nothing further, only looking at her coldly, his gaze showing no hint of compromise. Shin Ruashi finally realized he wasn't bluffing. He truly dared to throw her out the window. You're crazy." Her voice trembled, her face pale with fear. I'm your cousin. I'm your cousin." Lin Yu still didn't respond, merely raising his hand. A flicker of flame danced at his fingertips, as if reminding her that he was no longer the person who could be easily manipulated. Shin Ruashi's pupils contracted sharply, and the last shred of her bravado shattered instantly. She no longer dared to gamble or delay. Scrambling to her feet, she grabbed the red envelope on the ground and fled toward the door in a panic, not daring to look back even once. It was only after she rushed out the door that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet even so, she didn't dare harbor resentment toward Lin Yu. She understood very well that awakened individuals and ordinary people were no longer on the same level. In the past, she could still act superior as his cousin, but now, that familial connection was utterly insignificant compared to Lin Yu's strength. Not long after, Yuan Hao walked in. As soon as he entered, he noticed the shattered floor-to-ceiling window and immediately gasped. "Brother Yu, your place is way too lively." I could hear the commotion from next door. After speaking, he glanced toward the window and couldn't help but lower his voice to ask, "Did you really plan to throw her out?" Lin Yu leaned back on the sofa, his expression indifferent. "What do you think?" Yuan Hao scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled. "I don't think you'd actually do it, but she was way out of line. She's so pretty, yet all she does is clean up her brother's messes. Whoever marries her in the future is doomed." As he said this, he suddenly remembered something and quickly leaned closer to ask, "By the way, brother Yu, did your family really borrow a lot of money from hers back in the day?" Lin Yu closed his eyes briefly, his tone calm. "I don't know. My mom never mentioned it to me." Yuan Hao froze. "Then why did you say earlier that you'd repay her with interest? I thought you really knew, and I was even thinking of helping you pay it back." Lin Yu shook his head lightly. "She deliberately brought it up to pressure me, trying to make me owe her a favor. Letting her in and not kicking her out immediately was already out of respect for my parents." Yuan Hao finally understood after hearing this and nodded slowly. "So that's how it is." Lin Yu raised his hand to rub his temples, clearly looking a bit tired. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Yuan Hao grinned. "I heard the commotion and was worried something happened to you. I thought people from the Wuming Hall had come to cause trouble." Lin Yu glanced at him, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "All right, stop worrying about me. If you have time to worry about me, you'd be better off focusing on improving your lightning talent." Yuan Hao didn't take offense, casually grabbing an apple from the coffee table and leaving with a cheerful smile. The next day, the rating conference began on schedule. The venue was still the same stadium as before. Early in the morning, the area around the stadium was already packed with people, and even the square outside was crowded to the brim. Groups of examinees stood together, the atmosphere even more tense than the day before. When Lin Yu and Yuan Hao entered the stadium, all eyes around them seemed to sweep over at the same time. Yuan Hao immediately became excited, lowering his voice to say, "Brother Yu, you're really famous now. Before, you were just famous in school, then in South City, and now the entire Jiang province knows you." He followed closely behind Lin Yu, straightening his back a little, as if basking in reflected glory. But the next second, he couldn't help gossiping. "Brother Yu, what do you think Shu Yu will wear today? She'll probably wear a dress, right? She's always in jeans, but I still remember that white dress she wore when signing up for the martial arts exam. Maybe we'll get to see her in a dress again today." The more he talked, the more excited he became, unable to stop. Lin Yu shot him a sideways glance. "You seem to have a lot of free time, don't you?" Yuan Hao immediately shut his mouth, though the smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. Inside the gymnasium, the chatter grew louder. "Is that Lin Yu?" "Yeah, that's him. I heard he scored 16,000 points yesterday, breaking our province's record. That's not all, right? He broke the national record too. I heard this year's top scorer is practically already decided." "Seriously? Is he even human?" "Who knows? But he's definitely not ordinary." Every word reached Lin Yu's ears, but his expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard a thing. He led Yuan Hao to an empty seat and sat down steadily, without any unnecessary movements or expressions. Before long, Yuan Hao leaned in close and whispered, "Brother, those people from the top schools keep staring at you. Their looks seem off. Do you think they're planning to cause trouble?" "Cause trouble for me?" Lin Yu chuckled at the suggestion. Yesterday, in the small town, even when those four teamed up, they couldn't gain the upper hand against him. Now, at the rating conference, if they dare to try again, they'd be walking straight into the lion's den. They couldn't beat me yesterday when all four of them came at me together, and they still dare to stir up trouble? Lin Yu's tone was indifferent. "If they try again, I won't hold back." Yuan Hao nodded immediately. "Exactly. If they really come again, they're just digging their own graves." Lin Yu didn't respond further. The gymnasium grew increasingly crowded, the air stuffier, and the noise louder. Some were discussing yesterday's martial arts exam, others speculating about today's rating results, and many were trying to find out where Lin Yu was sitting. But what everyone cared about most was the rating results. Because this time, it wasn't just about rankings, it was about destiny. Today's rating results would almost directly determine which academies they could enter. Scores were important, but ratings were even more critical. Many top academies prioritized ratings over scores. Even if someone's score wasn't the highest, a high rating would make them more likely to be considered first. Brother Yu, look over there, Chu Yu is here. Yuan Hao leaned in again, pointing not far away, his eyes lighting up noticeably. Lin Yu followed his gaze. At the entrance of the stadium, Chu Yu was walking in with Ouyang Qin. She wore a light blue jacket, her long hair tied up behind her head, and a blue long skirt that matched her top perfectly. Her steps were unhurried and graceful, and she occasionally whispered to Ouyang Qin. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, making her appear especially serene and striking. Yuan Hao stared at her, entranced, and couldn't help but say, "I knew she'd wear a dress today. Brother, you look, isn't she beautiful?" But he quickly sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. "It's just not white. That dress from last time looked even better." Before long, the gymnasium was packed. On the high platform in the center of the square, the judges' seats were all filled. Liao Zhong, the Minister of Education for Jiang Province, sat in the middle, flanked by leaders from various city education departments and representatives from university admissions offices. The high profile of today's rating conference underscored the significance of its results. The host took the stage, gave a brief opening speech, and then invited Liao Zhong to deliver a speech. Liao Zhong stood up, took the microphone, and slowly scanned the audience. His voice was steady and powerful. "This year's martial arts exam has been the most remarkable one since I took office." He paused for a moment, his tone noticeably rising. "Especially one student who scored 16,000 points. Not only did they break the provincial record, but also the national record." As his words fell, the entire gymnasium fell silent for a second. Then, applause erupted like a tidal wave. Liao Zhong continued, "This student is Lin Yu from Nanqing No. 1 High School." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent again. All eyes turned to Lin Yu in unison. Yuan Hao immediately nudged his shoulder and whispered, "Brother Yu, Minister Liao called your name. Stand up and show yourself." Lin Yu stood up and simply raised his hand in greeting. "Hello, everyone. I'm Lin Yu." That's it. After hearing this brief self-introduction, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat subtle. If it weren't for the fact that everyone knew about his terrifying score, someone might have already started whispering. Yuan Hao shook his head repeatedly from the side. If it were him standing in such a setting, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist saying something to shock the entire audience. But Lin Yu remained calm, even excessively low-key. On second thought, his score and record spoke for themselves. There was no need for him to prove anything further. On the stage, Liao Zhong noticed Lin Yu's simple response and instead revealed a faint smile. He wasn't surprised, as Lin Yu had already told him yesterday that he didn't want to be too high profile. It seems Lin Yu is very modest and doesn't like the spotlight. Facing the crowd, Liao Zhong paused and then continued. "Then let me take the spotlight for him." The audience immediately burst into good-natured laughter, followed by enthusiastic applause. Liao Zhong's smile faded, and his tone became solemn. "After our deliberation, we have unanimously decided to award Lin Yu an SSS Plus rating." As soon as these words were spoken, many in the audience showed expressions of shock. SSS Plus was an extremely high rating. Looking at the entire history of the martial arts exam, such a result was enough to be remembered for a long time. Liao Zhong was about to continue announcing the subsequent official statements. But at that moment, an untimely voice suddenly interrupted him. "Hold on." As the voice rang out, the entire venue immediately fell silent. All eyes turned toward the judges' table. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a dark suit. His expression was stern, his gaze cold. After standing up, he picked up the microphone and looked directly at Lin Yu. "I am Zhou Mingyuan, Deputy Minister of Education for Jiangxing." He first introduced himself, then slowly began to speak. "Regarding Lin Yu's rating, I have a different opinion." The venue was instantly abuzz. Liao Zhong's brows furrowed, and his tone grew noticeably colder. "Deputy Minister Zhou, what is your opinion?" Being interrupted in public had already displeased him, let alone by the Deputy Minister of Education from Jiangxing. Zhou Mingyuan, however, seemed oblivious to his displeasure and instead gave a faint smile. "Lin Yu's performance is indeed outstanding, scoring 16,000 points, breaking the provincial record and the national record. I acknowledge all of this without issue." The crowd was baffled, unable to understand what he was trying to say. Soon, Zhou Mingyuan's tone shifted, becoming colder and more rigid. "But I have a question. During the martial arts exam, did Lin Yu engage in intentional harm toward other candidates?" The entire venue fell silent in an instant. The air seemed to freeze. Zhou Mingyuan looked at Lin Yu and continued. "During the martial arts exam, Lin Yu repeatedly attacked candidates from Jiangxing, using extremely ruthless methods, especially toward Yang Luoxi. He not only took all her points, but also buried her alive under rubble. When the rescue team arrived, Yang Luoxi was already dead." As his words fell, the entire venue plunged into dead silence. The rules of the martial arts exam were simple. Competition was allowed, point snatching was allowed, and suppressing opponents within the rules was also allowed. Without competition, the point scoring system would lose its meaning. Rules are rules and boundaries are boundaries. Once that line is crossed, everything changes. Zhou Mingyuan stood in the center of the gymnasium, his voice echoing throughout the venue. "The purpose of the martial arts exam is to select truly capable individuals, not to give people an excuse to vent their violence. How can someone who could be so ruthless to their classmates receive an SSS plus rating? How can they be the top scorer in the province?" He paused, his gaze growing colder. Being the top scorer is not just a ranking, nor is it just a report card. It represents the face of Jiang Province. If someone with questionable character stands in this position, what meaning does this title have? Liao Zhong's expression darkened immediately. "Deputy Minister Zhou, injuries and fatalities in the martial arts exam are commonplace," he said, suppressing his anger, his tone turning stiff. "If we can't even accept this level of sacrifice, how can we face the battlefield in the future?" In my opinion, Lin Yu did not violate the rules. Zhou Mingyuan let out a cold laugh, showing no intention of backing down. "Rules are dead, but people are alive. Someone who will stop at nothing for the sake of scores. How are they any different from those disasters?" This statement was like a needle piercing directly at Lin Yu. In an instant, all eyes in the gymnasium turned to him. Some were shocked, some doubtful, and others were waiting to see a spectacle. Yuan Hao initially wanted to stand up and speak for Lin Yu, but when he thought of Zhou Mingyuan's status, the words stuck in his throat, and he swallowed them back down. The students from Jiangxing's top high school began whispering among themselves, their faces betraying undisguised schadenfreude. Sitting in the front row, Wu Zheng's lips curled into an uncontrollable smirk. He had long been overshadowed by Lin Yu, unable to lift his head, and now he finally saw Lin Yu in trouble. He couldn't wait for the situation to escalate further, hoping it would completely ruin Lin Yu's future. A murderer still wants to be the top scorer. Wu Zheng deliberately raised his voice, as if afraid others wouldn't hear. Someone like that should have their rating revoked, their scores nullified, and be handed directly to the Martial Arts Bureau for handling. Lin Yu sat in his seat, saying nothing. To others, this was no longer silence, but tacit admission. The atmosphere in the gymnasium grew increasingly tense. Almost everyone believed that Lin Yu was finished this time. Even if Liao Zhong wanted to protect him, with the situation escalating to this point, it would be difficult for Lin Yu to walk away unscathed. At best, he might be suspended from the exam for a year. At worst, his scores would be nullified, and he'd have to start over. After all, intentionally killing someone during the martial arts exam had already crossed the most severe red line. Seeing Lin Yu remain silent, Zhou Mingyuan grew even more confident. He turned to Liao Zhong, his voice loud and full of certainty, as if he had already won. Minister Liao, the evidence is clear. Lin Yu intentionally killed someone during the martial arts exam, which is a serious violation. I suggest immediately canceling his scores and handing him over to the Martial Arts Bureau for processing. Liao Zhong's face had turned extremely grim. He knew very well that Lin Yu was a rare talent, and losing someone like him here would be a huge loss. But with Zhou Mingyuan pressing step by step, he couldn't find a suitable reason to defend Lin Yu at the moment. Just then, the gymnasium doors were suddenly pushed open. Everyone's attention was drawn to the entrance. 3 people walked in, 1 woman and 2 men. Leading them was a short-haired woman in a black business suit, her sharp eyes and quick, steady steps exuding an aura of authority that commanded the room. Many people didn't recognize her, but the 2 middle-aged men in casual clothes behind her were almost impossible to mistake. They were the real power holders of the Jiangxing Martial Arts Bureau. On the left was Director Zhao Taisheng, and on the right was Deputy Director Sun Mingyuan. Yet now, these 2 usually authoritative figures were quietly following behind the short-haired woman like attendants. Zhou Mingyuan's expression changed instantly. The turn of events had completely exceeded his expectations. Why had people from the Martial Arts Bureau suddenly shown up here? Most of the crowd didn't recognize the short-haired woman, but Lin Yu did. Fang Xian. The last time at the Nanqing Martial Arts Bureau, it was she who had stepped in to help him. Fang Xian walked into the gymnasium, her gaze sweeping across the entire venue before finally landing on Zhou Mingyuan. Her voice was cold and crisp. Lin Yu's actions are completely within the permissible scope of the martial arts exam rules. As soon as she finished speaking, the entire crowd erupted. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that this woman, who looked as cold and sharp as a blade, would immediately take Lin Yu's side. Fang Xian did not offer further explanation. She simply turned to Zhao Taisheng. Handle the rest. I don't want to see Zhou Mingyuan here again. Understood, Captain Fang. Zhao Taisheng immediately nodded, his attitude so respectful it bordered on cautious. He then turned to Zhou Mingyuan, his expression darkening. Zhou Mingyuan, you are suspected of disrupting the rating process. Come with us. Zhou Mingyuan's face turned ashen, his lips trembling uncontrollably, his entire body seemingly drained of strength. His voice quivered. I am the Deputy Minister of Education for Jiangxing. You can't treat me like this. Can't what? Sun Mingyuan stepped forward, producing a document he had prepared in advance. Zhou Mingyuan, you are suspected of abusing your authority and maliciously interfering with the martial arts exam rating process. This is a summons from the Martial Arts Bureau. Please cooperate with the investigation immediately. Zhou Mingyuan's legs gave out, and he nearly collapsed on the spot. His eyes widened as he stared at the document, his mind blank. Instinctively, he looked toward the Minister of Education for Jiangxing, hoping for some help, even just a word in his defense. But the other party merely averted his gaze indifferently, as if he didn't know him at all. That cold detachment was more brutal than outright scolding. No, imposible. Zhou Mingyuan continued to struggle, his voice growing increasingly shrill. I am Zhou Mingyuan. I am. Before he could finish, Zhao Taisheng raised his hand. 2 staff members in black uniforms immediately rushed in from the doorway, one on each side, firmly grabbing Zhou Mingyuan's arms and swiftly dragging him out. Even after his figure disappeared completely, the gymnasium remained eerily silent. Everyone understood one thing. Once the Martial Arts Bureau took action, no one could negotiate or bargain with them. True official power was something that local figures like these could never hope to contend with. Wu Zheng sat in the front row, his face pale as a sheet, his head bowed, so low it was almost touching the ground. He didn't even dare to look at anyone else's expression. Just moments ago, Fang Xian had stood right in front of him, and he had seen with his own eyes the badge on her chest. Martial Arts Bureau. Those 4 words were like a heavy hammer, striking his heart with brutal force. His entire body trembled, his hands, his legs, everything. He suddenly recalled the things he had said earlier, and a chill ran through him. If accountability were truly pursued, he might have been the one taken away. Fortunately, Fang Xian seemed to have paid him no attention. She exchanged a glance with Lin Yu, then smiled faintly, nodded, and turned to leave. Zhao Taixing and Sun Mingyuan followed behind her, and the three of them quickly disappeared through the gymnasium doors. The scene remained silent for a long time. No one spoke, and no one dared to be the first to break the silence. Those who had been whispering and gloating earlier now all hung their heads, wishing they could vanish on the spot. After a while, Liao Zhongsai stood up, a smile returning to his face. He scanned the room, his voice steady and powerful. "All right, that was just a minor incident. There's no need to dwell on it." Lin Yu's actions did not violate any martial arts exam rules. His results are authentic and valid. His SSS Plus rating remains unchanged, and his top scorer title is well-deserved. As his words fell, applause began sporadically, then grew louder and more frequent, until it became a thunderous ovation. 3 days later, the official results of the Jiang Province Martial Arts exam were announced. Lin Yu's final score was 20,000 points, with an unchanged SSS Plus rating. Even he was somewhat surprised by this outcome. However, after hearing the explanation, he finally understood. The score ranking in the martial arts exam was not the final result. It was merely the base score. What truly determines the final score includes many additional bonus factors. For example, outstanding performance in practical tests. For example, achieving the top score in the entire province. For example, breaking historical records. These factors combined ultimately pushed Lin Yu's score to an unprecedented 20,000 points. Top scorer in the province. "Brother Yu, the results are out. Have you seen them?" Yuan Hao burst into Lin Yu's room, so excited that his voice changed pitch. "I've seen them." Lin Yu put down his phone, his whole demeanor relaxing. This sense of relief wasn't just because of the results. It was more like a heavy weight on his heart had finally been lifted. Yuan Hao was still scrolling through the rankings, too excited to stop. "Brother Yu, this time the top two in the province are you and Chu Yu. If I had worked a bit harder, I could have taken third place too. If that had happened, our Nanshu #1 high school would have swept the top 3 in the province. What a pity, what a pity. What rank are you?" Lin Yu asked. "Just average, I guess." Yuan Hao said this casually, but still entered his ID information to check his ranking. His final score was 783 points, ranking 581st with an A rating. "That's actually not bad," Lin Yu said seriously for once. Yuan Hao gave a bitter smile. "You call this not bad? Brother Yu, if you hadn't eliminated those Jiangchang candidates back in the town, my ranking would probably have dropped out of the top 1,000. "Don't think like that," Lin Yu said, looking at him with a calm tone. "If you hadn't been saving Chu Yu, you wouldn't have wasted so many opportunities. If you really calculate it, your score could have been even higher." Yuan Hao froze for a moment, scratched his head, and then suddenly laughed. "Brother Yu, I love hearing you say things like that. If it weren't for saving Chu Yu, my score might have doubled. By then, competing for first place wouldn't have been impossible." Lin Yu looked at him, momentarily speechless, but he still cooperated with a smile. "Right, you're absolutely right." Lin Yu glanced at the messages on his phone, his expression calm, but his heart was far from at ease. As soon as the results were announced, the entire school was in an uproar. The class group chat was flooded, the school group chat was flooded, even the parents' group chat wasn't spared. Everyone was discussing the same thing. This year's top scorer in the martial arts exam had come from Nanxing. Principal Mu Tianzhao also sent a message in the group chat, first congratulating Lin Yu and Chu Yu, then thanking the teachers for their hard work during this period, and finally encouraging the other students to keep striving. His tone was very official, but it was clear he was genuinely happy. Yuan Hao leaned over to take a look and couldn't help but comment, "The principal's tone really sounds like those higher-ups." Lin Yu didn't respond, just kept scrolling. This year's rewards for the provincial top scorer were significantly more generous than in previous years. A lower-tier Xian grade cultivation technique, a mid-tier Xian grade martial skill, plus a large batch of cultivation resources. Just looking at this reward list, it was clear that the Ministry of Education had gone all out this time, determined to retain talent. You should know, in previous years, most provincial top scorers could only choose between a single cultivation technique or a martial skill. Seeing both offered this year was unprecedented. However, the reward wasn't issued immediately. It still had to go through the process. At the earliest, it would officially be in hand a month later. Yet, before the reward was finalized, news about the top scorer of Jiang Province's martial arts exam had already spread like wildfire. Almost no one had expected that this year's top scorer not only broke the provincial record, but also shattered a long-standing national record in one go. What was even more surprising was that the top scorer wasn't from the bustling Jiang city, but from the long-declined Nan City. Nan City had been so obscure in recent years that many outsiders hadn't even heard of it. But after today, things were different. The title of provincial top scorer was enough to bring this city back into the spotlight. In the future, perhaps many people would visit Nan City specifically because of this event. Soon, people began digging up the official footage of the martial arts exam. If they hadn't watched it, it would have been fine, but once they did, they were even more shocked. During the assessment, Lin Yu had used more than 2 talents consecutively, and each one was related to elemental abilities. As soon as this news broke, various self-media outlets seized the opportunity to create sensational headlines. Shocking. The provincial top scorer possesses dual talents, the second person after King Ning. Dual talents, the leading figure of the new generation, already comparable to the 7 kings of the capital. Similar headlines flooded the internet, each more eye-catching than the last, rapidly driving up the buzz. Of course, skepticism followed closely behind, especially among many local residents of Nan City, who initially refused to believe it. After all, in their impression, Lin Yu had always been the child who awakened the lowest level talent. How could someone with such a low starting point suddenly leap to become the provincial top scorer? It sounded too absurd. But facts are facts. Many rumors don't start with the truth, but become increasingly distorted as they spread from one person to another. By the time they reach the end, they're far from their original form. Meanwhile, top-tier universities across the country began to take action. To recruit Lin Yu, this extraordinary talent, several of the strongest universities sent representatives to Nan City, visiting him directly, fearing that if they were even a step slower, this genius would be snatched away by another institution. At this moment, Lin Yu's parents were in their room, holding their phones and talking to Lin Lin. Provincial top scorer? Lin Lin stood by the dormitory window, her computer playing news about Nan City. The moment she heard the news, she was initially happy, but soon, an indescribable sense of loss welled up inside her. On the other end of the call, Lin Yu's mother's voice continued. Provincial top scorer, 20,000 points, SSS plus rating. Shaolin, your brother really did it. I know, Lin Lin responded softly. Lin Yu's mother quickly noticed something off in her tone and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Shaolin? Aren't you happy?" Lin Lin instinctively shook her head, then realized her mother couldn't see her and replied in a low voice, "No, I'm very happy." But even she knew her words weren't entirely truthful. When she was younger, she had earnestly told Lin Yu that she would always protect him and always stay ahead of him. Back then, she truly believed she could do it. But now, Lin Yu, at the same age as her, had already surpassed her, even far beyond. The promise she once made seemed impossible to fulfill. She wasn't feeling jealousy or resentment. It was more of a sense of loss. From childhood to now, she had always been the one taking care of Lin Yu, protecting him. Especially after awakening her talent, she felt even more responsible for shielding her younger brother, at least for many years. But reality moved faster than she had imagined. She had thought she could stay ahead of him for a few more years, maybe even longer. But now it seemed that position no longer belonged to her. In Lin Yu's room, the phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed it was Teacher Lee. As soon as he answered, Teacher Lee's voice came through. "Lin Yu, the admissions officers from the 3 top-tier universities are waiting for you at the school. People from several other academies have also arrived, and I didn't ask them to leave. You can decide for yourself where to go. The school won't make the decision for you." After listening, Lin Yu simply replied indifferently. All right. He wasn't surprised by how quickly these people acted. With his current achievements, it would be strange if top academies weren't vying for him. Teacher Lee wanted to say something more. Then I'll go apply to the principal for a special car right now and arrange for someone to pick you up. Before he could finish, another voice interrupted him. Apply for what? Just arrange the car directly. Mu Qianzhao's voice came through the phone, crisp and decisive. For such a major life event, why go through procedures? I'll make the call. Listening to the conversation on the other end of the phone, Lin Yu couldn't help but smile. This time, he knew that the real choice was just beginning. Not long after, the special car arrived. Lin Yu simply said goodbye to his parents and left with Yuan Hao. Before leaving, he didn't say much because he knew that what truly brought pride to his family wasn't a few polite words but the results he had achieved. Father Lin and Mother Lin stood in place, unable to suppress the smiles on their faces. As the car drove away, they immediately began calling relatives to share the monumental news. Hello, sis. Yes, it's about our Xiaoyu. How did you know he got first place in this year's martial arts exam? Your son only ranked over 1,000? Oh, that's such a pity. Hello. Third uncle. Xiaoyu got first place in the entire province. Yes, the provincial top scorer. Hello, cousin. You don't know yet, do you? Our Xiaoyu has made us proud. This time, he's the undisputed number one. One call after another. With each call, Mother Lin's smile deepened, and her posture straightened a little more. Just like last year, she once again felt the joy of being looked up to by others. But this time it was different. Last year, Lin was specially recruited into a school. While the news was surprising, its impact was far less significant than this time. Now, Lin Yu was the provincial top scorer. A simple online search would immediately reveal his name and achievements. Such glory couldn't be hidden, nor could it be ignored. Meanwhile, at Nanshan No. 1 High School, the admissions officers from various top academies all expressed their desire to meet Lin Yu in person. Mu Tianzhao first led them to the reception room, arranged for other teachers to entertain them, and informed them that Lin Yu had already been notified and was on his way to the school. Afterward, he invited the chief admissions officers from the 3 top academies into the principal's office for a private meeting, where he personally hosted them. He even brought out his treasured tea collection and brewed a cup for each of them. On the surface, he was the principal of Nanshan No. 1 High School, just an entry-level awakened. But he was well aware that the 3 people sitting here were no ordinary individuals. They were all prominent figures in the capital. Establishing connections with such people would undoubtedly pave the way for smoother opportunities in the future. More importantly, the ones who came this time were no longer ordinary admissions officers, but the chief admissions officers. What did this signify? It meant that their interest in Lin Yu was far beyond mere curiosity. They were determined to recruit him. The chief admissions officer from Longtian Academy was here, as was the one from Jingcheng Academy, and the same for Qingbei Academy. Especially the representative from Jingcheng Academy, whose demeanor even carried a hint of confidence. He had already thoroughly investigated Lin Yu's background. Lin Yu's sister was already at Jingcheng Academy. In his view, this almost guaranteed their success. After all, it was only natural for a brother and sister to attend the same school. The reasoning couldn't be more logical. But the more Mu Tianzhao thought about it, the more pressure he felt. He wasn't an ordinary person and could clearly sense that the auras of the 3 individuals before him were anything but weak. At the very least, they were entry-level awakened, and they might even have reached the intermediate level. With people like this sitting together, even if no words were exchanged, the air was thick with a sense of competition. Principal Mu, when will Lin Yu arrive? The person in charge of Qingbei Academy clearly had no intention of drinking tea and only wanted to meet the individual as soon as possible. It should be soon. I'll go out and check. Please sit for a while, Mu Tianzhao said politely. After speaking, he got up and left the principal's office. Inside, only the chief admissions officers of the 3 top academies remained. The atmosphere instantly became more direct. All right, you two can stop arguing, said the representative from Jingcheng Academy, his tone brimming with confidence. Lin Yu is someone we at Jingcheng Academy are determined to secure. He should prioritize us, after all. His sister is already at our school. His words were straightforward and carried a sense of pressure, as if he had already concluded the matter in advance. The representative from Longtian Academy merely smiled faintly. That's not necessarily the case. This time, Lin Yu is someone we are equally determined to secure. Orders from above have been issued, and I have no choice but to comply. This was not a probe, but a clear declaration. The representative from Qingbei Academy listened and smiled wryly. So, it seems I have the least advantage here. His visit, whether last time in Jiangsheng or this time, was solely for Lin Yu's status as the provincial top scorer. The school hadn't given him any particularly strict orders, only a standard invitation for enrollment. Therefore, if Lin Yu were to make excessive demands, such as wanting a house in Jingsheng or other unreasonable requests, he might not be able to agree immediately. It wasn't that he didn't want to compete, but his authority was limited. However, Qingbei Academy itself had a strong appeal. Yet compared to Longtian Academy and Jingsheng Academy, this appeal seemed less absolute. One had orders from above, while the other had Lin Yu's sister as leverage. In comparison, Qingbei Academy indeed seemed to lack bargaining chips. Perhaps. The other two replied almost simultaneously. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside the door. Shortly after, Lin Yu entered the principal's office, following Mu Tianzhao. Almost simultaneously, the three admissions officers stood up. The representative from Longtian Academy was the first to step forward, extending his hand with a warm smile. Lin Yu, I'm Zhou Zheng, the chief admissions officer of Longtian Academy. Congratulations on becoming the provincial top scorer. His tone was steady and sincere, but behind that sincerity lay an unwavering determination. The atmosphere in the principal's office instantly became more relaxed. Zhou Zheng extended his hand first, speaking naturally and courteously. He didn't rush to state his purpose, but began by congratulating Lin Yu, creating a comfortable rhythm. Lin Yu shook his hand and said thank you. Immediately afterward, Lu Shan, the admissions officer from Jingsheng Academy, stepped forward, extended his hand, and spoke with evident admiration. Lin Yu, I'm Lu Shan, the admissions officer from Jingsheng Academy. We've seen your results, and they're outstanding. He paused briefly, a smile appearing on his face. Your sister, Lin Lin, has performed excellently at Jingsheng Academy, and we've always been paying attention to you. Jingsheng Academy is truly looking forward to your joining. The last to speak was Chun Yuan, the admissions director from Qingbei Academy. He appeared more direct and confident. Lin Yu, I'm Chun Yuan, the admissions director from Qingbei Academy. I won't beat around the bush. Compared to Jingsheng and Longtian, our faculty and cultural and historical foundation at Qingbei Academy are the best in the nation. On a global scale, we rank among the top. His tone was calm, yet every word was enticing. If you choose us, we can arrange for you to study abroad as early as your sophomore year, giving you access to higher-level environments in advance. In terms of resources, we'll also provide significant support. Most importantly, I can guarantee that within a year, you'll have the opportunity to become a mid-level awakened. Afterward, representatives from the other schools also presented their respective materials. Each admissions officer placed a document on the coffee table. The documents were of different colors and neatly arranged. These three items might look like mere sheets of paper, but for many ordinary people, they were enough to change the course of a lifetime. As long as he signed one of the contracts, his future path would be completely different. But Lin Yu did not hesitate. He shook his head, his tone firm. I already made up my mind before coming here. He looked at Zhou Zheng. I choose Longtian Academy. Zhou Zheng was visibly stunned. He had already prepared for all possible scenarios, even considering how to agree to any demands Lin Yu might make. The orders from above were clear. No matter what conditions Lin Yu proposed, they were to be met as much as possible. Yet, even with such instructions, he still felt uncertain. After all, everyone wanted to recruit a genius like Lin Yu. But Lin Yu didn't even hesitate and directly accepted Longtian Academy's invitation. This made Zhou Zheng breathe a sigh of relief, and a genuine smile finally appeared on his face. Great! Longtian Academy welcomes you. Lu Shan, upon hearing the result, let out a soft sigh. However, he quickly adjusted his expression and maintained his composure. Lin Yu, we respect your choice. If you ever change your mind, feel free to contact Jingqing Academy. Our doors will always be open to you. All right, Lin Yu nodded. At this moment, Chen Yuan spoke up, his tone slightly lower than before. Lin Yu, I actually have a question I'd like to ask you. Go ahead. Lin Yu did not refuse. Chen Yuan paused briefly, as if organizing his thoughts. This question might be a bit personal, so you can choose not to answer. That's fine, Lin Yu replied. With permission granted, Chen Yuan continued. Previously in Jiangsheng, we watched the live broadcast of your battle in the small town. During that fight, I noticed you seemed to use more than one elemental talent. He looked at Lin Yu, his gaze serious. Are you a dual talent awakener? As soon as these words were spoken, the principal's office fell silent. Zhou Zheng and Lu Shan simultaneously turned to Lin Yu, waiting for his answer. In fact, they had wanted to ask this question for a long time, but no one dared to bring it up first. Talent, for awakeners, was not just a part of their strength. It was also one of their most sensitive secrets. Even if someone noticed, they would often pretend not to see. However, the battle in Misty Town was too obvious. Lin Yu had indeed used two elemental abilities at the time, fire and wind. If this wasn't dual talent, it would be hard to explain. And dual talent was extremely rare among awakeners. It could even be described as 1 in 10,000. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Lin Yu to speak. Lin Yu looked at them, his expression calm, without any intention of hiding. That's correct. I am indeed a dual talent awakener. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yuan's expression changed. The trace of anticipation on his face instantly turned into a complex mix of disappointment. I see, he said, his tone tinged with regret and sorrow. The next moment, he let out a soft sigh, said nothing more, nodded slightly to Lin Yu, and then turned to leave the principal's office. At that moment, he understood that Qingbei Academy had missed out on a truly top-tier genius, one who possessed dual talents. Zhou Zheng and Lu Shan exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although they had long suspected Lin Yu was extraordinary, neither had expected him to personally confirm that he was a dual talent awakener. They knew better than anyone what this meant. This wasn't just exceptional talent. It was a trump card capable of changing someone's destiny. The last bit of worry in Zhou Zheng's heart completely dissipated. He was now certain that he had truly struck gold this time. Lu Shan's attitude also shifted immediately. He turned back to Lin Yu, his tone more serious and sincere than before. Lin Yu, there's still some time before the semester starts. You can actually reconsider your choice of school. There's no need to make a decision so early. You can go back and think it over carefully and contact us once you've made your final decision. He paused, as if worried his words weren't strong enough, and added another sentence. Our Capital Academy is also willing to reserve the best spot for you. As long as you're willing to come, we'll not only provide you with a full scholarship every year, but also offer you exclusive cultivation resources and a private dormitory. While you're at our academy, you can even personally choose a teacher to mentor you for 4 years. As soon as Lu Shan finished speaking, the principal's office fell silent. Zhou Zhengong, who had just lifted his teacup, froze mid-air. This wasn't persuasion, it was blatantly poaching someone right in front of him. He looked at Lin Yu, curious to see how the young man would respond. But Lin Yu didn't even glance at him, his expression as calm as if he were listening to something unrelated to himself. Mu Tianzhao, sitting nearby, was already stunned. A full scholarship, he knew exactly what that meant. At a top-tier institution like the Capital Academy, a full scholarship for 1 year was at least 1 or 2 million. Over 4 years, that would amount to tens of millions. And exclusive cultivation resources? Those weren't things ordinary students could even dream of accessing. They included the best techniques, the rarest medicinal materials, and the most advanced training facilities, privileges reserved only for the most valued prodigies. As for choosing any teacher, that was even more significant. The teachers at the Capital Academy weren't just ordinary educators. Each one had to possess martial arts prowess, with the minimum requirement being a high-level awakened individual. Any one of them could easily command respect and authority outside the academy. Lu Shan was clearly sparing no expense. Moreover, he deliberately laid out the terms openly, ensuring Lin Yu understood that what the Capital Academy could offer far surpassed what Longtian Academy could provide. Lu Shan wore a kind smile, his tone warm and inviting. He was confident that such terms were nearly impossible to refuse. Besides, Lin Yu's sister, Lin Lin, was already a student at their academy. Even if Lin Yu didn't agree immediately, as long as he hadn't signed the admission papers for Longtian Academy, there would still be opportunities. With Lin Lin as a connection, Lu Shan was certain he could win over this prodigy. Zhou Zheng slowly set down his teacup. He knew that if he didn't act now, Lin Yu would truly be poached. So, he turned to Lu Shan, his tone calm and measured. "Old Lu, isn't it a bit inappropriate to poach someone right in front of me?" Lu Shan chuckled, as if he had already prepared his response. "This isn't poaching, it's giving the student more options. With Lin Yu's achievements, he deserves better opportunities. Whatever Longtian Academy can offer, we at the Capital Academy can match. And what you can't offer, we can." Zhou Zheng didn't get angry. He simply asked in a mild tone, "Director Lu, are you finished?" Lu Shan was momentarily taken aback, unsure why Zhou Zheng had suddenly asked this, but he nodded. "Yes, I'm done." Zhou Zheng smiled faintly and turned to Lin Yu. "Lin Yu, no matter which academy you ultimately choose, we will respect your decision. Wherever you go, I will be happy for you." Then his tone shifted. "However, if you're willing to join Longtian Academy, the conditions we offer will only be better. A house in the capital, plus double the annual full scholarship. Moreover, as soon as you enroll, our principal will personally guide you in your martial arts journey, especially in cultivating your dual talents." The room fell into complete silence. Lin Yu himself didn't know who the current principal of Longtian Academy was. He only knew that the previous principal had been the Dragon King. But Lu Shan and Mu Tianzhao, sitting nearby, were well aware of what this name signified. The current principal of Longtian Academy was Evan, the undisputed #1 martial artist in the capital today. His status was second only to the Seven Kings, and he was just one step away from achieving the title of king. The smile on Lu Shan's face froze instantly. He hadn't expected Zhou Zheng to counter so fiercely, throwing out such high-level terms. A house in the capital and double the full scholarship. Those were extravagant, but still within the realm of possibility for the Capital Academy if they gritted their teeth. But Evan personally guiding Lin Yu's martial arts journey? That was an entirely different matter. This wasn't about money. It was about weight, sincerity, and an unreserved effort to win him over. Because their Capital Academy doesn't have someone like AI Fan. Even if there are other strong individuals, they simply can't compare to him. The Seven Kings have long stopped concerning themselves with worldly affairs. So now, AI Fan is the most prominent figure in the martial arts world of the capital. For someone like him to personally step forward, it can't be explained by ordinary circumstances. Lu Shan stared at Zhou Zheng, still unable to fully believe it. "Director Zhou, are you sure Principal AI will personally mentor him?" He asked directly, as he was unwilling to believe that someone of AI Fan's caliber would personally intervene for a student. Not just him, but Mu Tianzhao was also waiting for an answer. The atmosphere in the principal's office suddenly grew tense. Zhou Zheng took a light sip of tea, his gaze calm. "We have to thank Director Chun for this," he said after a pause. "Just now, Principal AI personally sent me a message, clearly stating that as long as Lin Yu enrolls, he will personally mentor him." Lu Shan's expression immediately changed. He knew Zhou Zheng had no reason to lie about such a matter, nor would he dare to, because once such words are spoken, they are bound to be verified. In other words, what Zhou Zheng said was true. AI Fan really intended to personally mentor Lin Yu. Lu Shan's heart sank as he finally realized that this time, Longtian Academy wasn't just making an offer, they were making a firm decision. They were serious, and they were more ruthless than the Capital Academy. The moment Lin Yu stepped through the door, he saw 3 people sitting in the living room. He paused in his tracks, his brows immediately furrowing. These people were not strangers to him. Sitting in the middle was his aunt. The man beside her was his uncle. As for the young woman standing to the side, dressed elegantly with a proud expression, she was his cousin, Shun Ruashi. Lin Yu instantly understood that today's scene at home was definitely not just a casual visit. However, Lin's mother acted as if she didn't notice the displeasure on his face. She quickly walked up to him, smiling as she took his hand. Xiaoyu, come here quickly. Let me introduce you. She pointed to the people on the sofa, her tone overly enthusiastic. This is your aunt, your uncle, and your cousin. Of course, Lin Yu knew Shinruashi. Back when they were in Jiangcheng, she had visited him once, and her words were laced with a sense of superiority. He hadn't liked her even then. He hadn't expected her to show up at his home this time. Just as Lin Yu was about to speak, his mother pulled him aside, lowering her voice as if afraid others might hear. Xiaoyu, your cousin is different now. She's beautiful and has good prospects. I heard she even has a very pretty best friend. If you get the chance, let your cousin introduce you. Hearing this, Lin Yu felt a wave of helplessness. He finally understood. His mother wasn't just trying to reconnect with relatives. She was hoping to use this relationship to find him a more respectable path. But she didn't realize that what Lin Yu needed least right now was this kind of arrangement. He could tell that Shan Ruashi's visit today probably wasn't about family affection either. She was most likely here to see how he was doing and to make some other plans along the way. Lin Yu knew that the real trouble was just beginning. Lin Yu was about to speak, but his mother interrupted him first. Her tone was quick, as if afraid the matter would fall through if delayed. You won't know if it's suitable until you meet. Besides, your cousin is willing to help you make connections. Lin Yu looked at his mother, feeling a wave of helplessness. Mom, I'm only 18. His mother waved her hand dismissively, not taking it seriously at all. 18? So what? When your sister was 18, I introduced her to plenty of people. Besides, I'm not asking you to get married right now, just to meet and get to know each other gradually. She lowered her voice further. By the way, I've seen a photo of your cousin's friend. She's quite pretty. Lin Yu didn't respond, but his mother clearly took his silence as agreement and immediately pushed him toward the living room. Hurry up, go chat with your cousin. It was only at this moment that Lin Yu finally understood why his sister had chosen to study in the capital back then. The southern city was 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers away from the capital. On the surface, it was because the schools there were better. But now he realized that distance itself was the best shield. Being far enough away made it much harder for overly enthusiastic relatives to come knocking. He sat down on the sofa, his expression indifferent, showing no interest. Shinruashi looked up and was the first to speak, her face adorned with a smile. Xiaoyu, congratulations on being the top scorer in the province. Her tone was sweet, almost deliberately so, as if trying to act like nothing had happened. But Lin Yu remembered clearly the incident in Jiangcheng, where her behavior had been far from pleasant. Now, she acted as if she had completely forgotten about it. Lin Yu merely nodded politely. Thank you. Shinruashi paused for a moment, then smiled again, turning to Lin's mother. Auntie, look, Xiaoyu is still shy. Lin's mother laughed heartily. He's always been like this since he was little, not much a talker. Shinruashi leaned in closer, and the scent of her perfume wafted over. Lin Yu subtly shifted away. Xiaoyu, do you remember the friend I mentioned to you before? I even brought a photo for you to see. She's very pretty, young, and has a B-level talent. You two are quite a match. Her family background is good too. It's really a great fit. As she spoke, her smile was gentle, and her tone was warm, as if she were genuinely looking out for him. But Lin Yu's expression grew colder as he looked at her. Shinruashi quickly sensed something was off, and her smile became somewhat forced as she fell silent. After a while, Lin Yu finally spoke slowly. Cousin, thank you for your kindness, but I'll handle my own matters. He had originally planned to come home and share the good news of being accepted into Longtian with his parents. But now, seeing his aunt's family of 3 sitting here, the excitement in his heart had long dissipated. In truth, Lin Yu didn't feel particularly resentful toward his aunt's family. At most, their relationship was that of ordinary relatives. But the incident in Jiangsheng and Shun Ruoshi's attitude had stayed with him. If his parents weren't present, he would have already asked the three of them to leave. Sensing the tension, Lin's father quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "What are you saying, child? Your cousin and her family mean well." Lin Yu didn't even glance at his father, his gaze fixed on Shun Ruoshi. His eyes grew colder and colder. "Cousin, do you remember what I said to you in Jiangsheng?" Shun Ruoshi's smile froze. Lin Yu didn't give her a chance to recover and continued, "Don't challenge my bottom line again and again." His tone was calm, but the calmer it was, the more unsettling it felt. At that moment, the last shred of familial affection Lin Yu had for Shun Ruoshi completely disappeared. She always used the guise of being a relative to impose her ideas on others, trying to use so-called family ties to pressure him into submission. But Lin Yu is no longer the child who could be easily manipulated. Shin Ruoshi's expression shifted repeatedly, and she hurriedly tried to explain. "Xiaoyu, it's true that I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have been so blunt. But about your cousin's matter, I know it was difficult for you. I thought about it later and decided to let him work hard on his own." She paused, her voice softening. "Xiaoyu, you're not still angry with me, are you?" Lin Yu didn't respond. He stood up from his sofa, his back to everyone, his tone calm to the point of detachment. "Aunt, uncle, cousin, I appreciate your kindness, but I'll handle my own matters. Not even my parents can make decisions for me, let alone change my mind." When he finished speaking, the living room fell silent. So silent that even the sound of breathing became audible. Lin's mother was stunned. She hadn't expected her son to speak so directly and firmly. Father Lin's expression was also unpleasant. His lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he swallowed his words. Shun Ruoshi sat on the sofa, her face alternating between red and pale. She suddenly recalled that night at Jiangsheng Hotel. At that time, Lin Yu had looked at her in the same way. His gaze was so cold it made her feel uneasy, as if he could see right through her at any moment. She had always thought that Lin Yu, being young and soft-tempered, would be easy to manipulate with familial ties and a few kind words, just like when he was a child. But now she realized that the Lin Yu before her was completely different. He was no longer the child who could be easily controlled. He had truly grown up. Chapter 84. A new beginning. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Under the watchful eyes of his parents and relatives, Lin Yu packed his luggage and boarded a plane bound for the capital. However, the journey was not direct. He had to first fly to Yicheng and then transfer to another flight to the capital. Lin Yu had earnestly invited his parents to accompany him to the capital, thinking that having them along would make the journey more manageable and give him peace of mind. But his parents declined. Father Lin calmly said, "Your sister once suggested that we move the whole family to the capital. But our roots are in Nansheng, and we won't leave. The future is for you young people. We won't interfere." Outside the airport, relatives stood in place, watching the plane gradually ascend until it disappeared into the horizon. Many couldn't help but sigh. No one had expected Lin Yu to reach this point. Ever since the news of him achieving the top provincial score spread, even distant relatives who rarely showed up had flocked to Nansheng. Previously, no one truly paid attention to him, but now everyone wanted to bask in his glory. Shun Ruoshi stood nearby, not looking up at the plane. She simply kept her head down, repeatedly staring at the score report on her phone. 20,000 points. SSS plus rating. National record. She had looked at it countless times, and each time it felt like a heavy blow to her heart. It was too unreal, yet all of it was undeniably true. On the plane, Lin Yu quickly found his seat. After sitting down, he realized the space was a bit cramped. He thought to himself that if he had known earlier, he might have spent more money to book a first-class seat. "Whoa, no way, bro, are you Lin Yu?" A boy next to him suddenly exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of several rows of passengers. Lin Yu turned to look. The boy stared at his face for 2 seconds, as if finally confirming his identity, and excitedly moved to sit beside him. Wow, it really is you. I just thought you looked familiar. He was so thrilled he could barely control his volume. I saw you on the news. 20,000 points, national record, SSS plus rating. That's insane. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, even catching the attention of flight attendant. Linyu was a bit surprised and asked, "And you are?" The boy grinned. "It's normal that you don't know me, but I know you. My name is Xiang Yang. I'm from Lingnan, and I'm also heading to the capital. But I'm not going to Longtian Academy. I applied to the Capital Martial Arts Academy. I missed the mark by a bit and got reassigned there." As he said this, he seemed a little embarrassed and scratched his head. "Compared to you, the provincial top scorer, I'm way behind." Linyu nodded slightly, his tone calm. "The Capital Martial Arts Academy is also a good school. It's already an excellent choice." Xiang Yang's eyes lit up immediately. "I like hearing that." He leaned forward and couldn't help but add, "You don't know, but you're practically a legend at our school. 20,000 points. Our school's top scorer only got a little over 1,000, not even half of your score." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and suddenly showed a slightly awkward but serious expression. "By the way, Linyu, could I trouble you with something?" Linyu looked at him. "What is it?" Xiang Yang coughed, clearly a bit embarrassed, but he still spoke honestly. "Actually, the class beauty in our school asked me to get your contact information." Linyu didn't speak, just looked at him, waiting for him to continue. Xiang Yang, afraid of being misunderstood, quickly explained, "She found out I got into a university in the capital and came to me, asking if I could help her get your contact information if I ever ran into you there. She even gave me her own contact info. I didn't expect to run into you so soon." After hearing this, Lin Yu's expression didn't change. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiang Yang thought he was going to refuse and quickly wave his hand. "It's fine, it's fine. If it's inconvenient for you, just pretend I never asked. This is my contact information." Lin Yu took a slip of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Just as Xiang Yang reached out, Lin Yu pulled the paper back. "Are you sure you want it?" Lin Yu looked at him, his tone light, but it felt like he had hit a nerve. Xiang Yang froze for a moment, then nodded firmly. "Of course I want it. I promised her." Only then did Lin Yu hand him the slip of paper. Xiang Yang's hands trembled slightly as he took it. Thank you, Lin the Great." He quickly tucked the paper into his inner pocket, afraid of losing it. He wanted to send a message immediately, but remembering that phones couldn't be used freely on the plane, he held back and decided to wait until after landing to tell the class beauty. Lin Yu leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and asked lightly, "Have you ever thought about why she's so insistent on getting my contact information?" Xiang Yang was taken aback. "Why?" "Of course, it's because she admires you. You're the top scorer in Jiang province and a national record holder. Many girls at our school talk about you." His tone carried a hint of pride, as if he were helping someone he admired accomplish something important. "Besides, this is something my goddess asked me to do. I have to get it done." Lin Yu turned his face to look at him and suddenly asked, "Do you like her?" Xiang Yang froze instantly, his face turning red. He quickly waved his hands, denying it. No, absolutely not. I just think she's pretty, as good grades, and is kind." But the more he explained, the guiltier he seemed, and his voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. Seeing him like this, Lin Yu suddenly smiled. "Then why are you helping her get another guy's contact information? If you like someone, shouldn't you pursue them yourself?" Xiang Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Yu to be so direct. After a few seconds, he replied seriously, "I'm helping her, not for myself. As long as she's happy, that's enough for me. Besides, what if one day she remembers me and thinks I'm not so bad? Forget it. Hopeless." Lin Yu didn't want to continue the conversation. On the surface, Xiang Yang seemed articulate, but when it came to relationships, his thinking was so simple it was almost naive. Still, Lin Yu didn't bother to burst his bubble. For the rest of the journey, Xiang Yang finally quieted down. Lin Yu took the opportunity to refocus on himself. Over the past 3 months, he hadn't stopped training. Unfortunately, his progress was still too slow. His vitality had already surpassed 800, but he was still short of 1,000, unable to step into the ranks of mid-level awakeners. For an ordinary person, This speed would already be impressive. But not for Lin Yu. He couldn't afford to wait. During his 4 years at university, he had set a goal for himself to become a high-level awakener. To others, this goal was almost an impossible task. After all, there was still a mid-level barrier between the beginner and high levels. Many people remained stuck at the beginner level for decades, and some spent their entire lives unable to even touch the threshold of the mid-level. But Lin Yu had to succeed. He had only 3 years with a notebook. In 3 years, he needed to be strong enough to face Xianyuan Tian head-on. Otherwise, the calamity would return. And if that thing invaded again, Jiang City would become a wasteland in just 10 years. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt a heavy weight pressing on his chest. Even now, he had never truly felt at ease. 3 years. 3 years to face a king. It was almost like gambling with his life. But he had no way out. Soon, they arrived in the capital. Lin Dashan, is someone coming to pick you up? Xianyang ran over, dragging his suitcase, panting as he asked. Lin Yu glanced at him, his tone calm. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe yes. He hadn't informed Lin in advance that he would be arriving in the capital today. The two walked all the way to the airport entrance. As soon as they stepped out, Xianyang suddenly stopped in his tracks, raised his hand to point at a black car not far away, his eyes lighting up in shock. Whoa, a car from the Martial Arts Administration. He immediately turned to look at Lin Yu, lowering his voice but unable to hide his excitement. Dashan, could this car be here to pick you up? Lin Yu nodded. It should be. He recognized the car. He also recognized the person standing in front of it. Fang Xian. She had seen Lin Yu too and immediately stepped forward to approach him. Still in that familiar black professional attire, her short hair neat, her expression calm, her gaze sharp as a blade. She always gave off an impression of being both efficient and assertive. Long time no see, Lin Yu. She spoke first, her voice as steady as ever. Lin Yu nodded. Yes, long time no see. Sister Fang, you helped me a lot last time in Jiangxing. I've been wanting to find an opportunity to thank you. Fang Xian smiled faintly. It was nothing, don't worry about it. I was there on a mission that time, so I left in a hurry. She paused, then looked at Lin Yu again. Your sister asked me to pick you up today. She originally planned to come herself, but she had last-minute training and couldn't make it. Lin Yu asked, how is she doing? Fang Xian glanced at him, her tone indifferent. Whether she's doing well or not, you'll see for yourself. Since you're in the capital now, you'll meet her eventually. Standing nearby, Xianyang's expression had completely changed. He looked back and forth between Lin Yu and Fang Xian, his heart full of shock. He never expected that Lin Yu actually knew someone from the Martial Arts Administration, and, judging by the looks of it, their relationship wasn't ordinary. At this moment, he finally summoned the courage to speak cautiously. Captain Fang, can I take a photo with Lin Dashan? Fang Xian glanced at him, then turned to Lin Yu. Your friend? Xianyang quickly introduced himself. I'm Xianyang from Lingnan, applying to the Capital Martial Arts Academy. I met Lin Dashan on the plane. Lin Yu stepped aside to make some space. Wait a moment, Sister Fang. Xianyang immediately stood next to Lin Yu, raised his phone, and quickly pressed the shutter. After taking the photo, he stared at the screen, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, Dashan. Thank you, Captain. She'll definitely be thrilled. He bowed seriously to Lin Yu and then asked, Dashan, will we meet again in the future? Lin Yu smiled faintly. The capital isn't that big. We'll have the chance. Fang Xian didn't ask further and directly opened the car door. Get in. I'll take you to eat first. But just as she opened the car door, a voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Yu, I'm so sorry. Something came up on the way, and I'm a bit late. Lin Yu turned to look. Not far away. A black sedan had already stopped. After the car door opened, a middle-aged man quickly walked over, dressed in a sharp suit and carrying a briefcase, clearly in a hurry. Zhou Zheng, the head of admissions for Longtian Academy. Fang Xian saw Zhou Zheng, then glanced at Lin Yu, and immediately understood a bit. This trip of hers was probably in vain. Zhou Zheng completely ignored Fang Xian, walked straight to Lin Yu, took a deep breath first, then extended his hand, his attitude extremely polite. Lin Yu, welcome to the capital. I sincerely apologize. I had a last-minute meeting and couldn't get away, so I'm late. Lin Yu shook his hand, his tone calm. Director Zhou, you're too kind. Only then did Zhou Zheng turn his gaze to Fang Xian, a subtle smile appearing on his face. Fortunately, he arrived in time. The capital's academy and the martial arts bureau have always been closely connected, and he suddenly thought of Lin Yu's sister, Lin Lin. Since the martial arts bureau decided to personally intervene in this matter, it meant they had no intention of giving up on Lin Yu. He looked at Fang Xian and probed slightly in his tone. Captain Fang, are you here to pick up Lin Yu as well? Since when did the Martial Arts Bureau start caring so much about the students of Longtian Academy? His words were quite direct, essentially pointing out Lin Yu's current affiliation on the spot. Fang Xian was always cold and distant toward others, but only in front of Lin Yu would she slightly restrain her sharpness. She glanced at Zhou Zheng and replied indifferently with 4 words, on someone's behalf. Zhou Zheng didn't ask further and instead handed a briefcase to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, your student ID and the things I promised you earlier are all inside. Open it and take a look. Lin Yu took it and opened it casually. Inside was a brand new key, a bank card, and a student ID. Seeing these items, his expression didn't change much. He simply closed the briefcase and held it more firmly. Zhou Zheng noticed his calm reaction and instead smiled. By the way, Principal AI asked me to check when you'd be available. He wants to meet you. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. Let's go. I'm free anytime. You can also show me around Longtian Academy while we're at it. Carrying the briefcase, he turned to Fang Xian and spoke naturally. Sister Fang, let's meet next time. I'll head to the academy first. Fang Xian nodded. Go ahead. She looked at Lin Yu and paused for a moment, as if wanting to remind him of something. Lin Yu, the capital is not like the southern city. It's bustling, but also more dangerous. Be cautious of the people from the Hall of No Life. I understand, Lin Yu replied decisively. After bidding farewell, Lin Yu left with Zhou Zheng. Fang Xian stood in place, watching his departing figure, feeling a bit regretful. She had indeed come to pick up Lin Yu on someone's behalf, but she also had her own intentions. She had originally planned to bring Lin Yu into the capital's academy. This way, not only could he access better resources, but he could also stay farther away from danger. However, it seemed that the opportunity was gone now. Zhou Zheng had arrived, and Lin Yu hadn't refused. The outcome was already clear at this point. The car soon drove into Longtian Academy. When Lin Yu got out, the first thing he saw was the 2 massive dragon-shaped relief sculptures at the school gate. The lines were bold, and the expressions lifelike, as if they could leap off the wall and soar into the sky at any moment. Walking through the gate, there was a long, tree-lined path. Both sides were lined with ginkgo trees, their leaves already turning yellow. With the wind blowing, the ground was covered in golden fallen leaves. Let's go. I'll take you to the dormitory first, Zhou Zheng said, picking up the suitcase and taking the lead. At this time, Longtian Academy was bustling with activity, filled with new students arriving to register. Those who could get into this academy were considered top talents in their hometowns. Yet even so, standing in this academy, they were merely at the starting line. In just a short while, Lin Yu had already sensed several extremely strong presences around him. He didn't show it outwardly, but silently noted these presences in his mind. At the end of the tree-lined path was a massive square. In the center of the square stood a statue of a middle-aged man with a resolute expression, his gaze fixed on the distance, as if reminding every newcomer that this was not an ordinary school, but a place that could truly change one's destiny. This is the founder of our academy, Zhou Zheng said with a tone of respect, Dragon King Tian. After speaking, he pointed to the buildings not far away. Over there is the male dormitory, and across from it is the female dormitory. However, your dormitory isn't there. You've been assigned a separate one in another area. Before long, the two arrived in front of the dormitory building. It was a standalone, small building, quiet and clean, separated from the surrounding structures by some distance. This is the place, Zhou Zheng stopped in his tracks, took out a key he had prepared in advance from his pocket, and handed it to Lin Yu. This is a dormitory specially prepared by the school for top students. Your room is on the third floor, and the room number is on the key. You'll have to find your way from here. He paused and added, "After all, I'm not a teacher at the academy, so I don't have the authority to go up. I can only escort you this far." Lin Yu took the suitcase and nodded. "All right. Thank you, Director Zhou. No need to be so polite." Zhou Zheng waved his hand. "You go ahead. I have work to do as well. Oh, by the way, Principal AI's contact information is also in the briefcase. Reach out to him when you have time." "All right." Lin Yu agreed, then carried his luggage into the small building. As soon as he entered, he happened to run into a few people walking out. Seeing Lin Yu with his luggage, one of them couldn't help but speak up. "It's already the second, and someone is just arriving now." Geniuses are always different. "Didn't you see how many people arrived today?" "It's not just him." Another person immediately chimed in, their tone carrying a hint of indifference. Soon, someone else took the initiative to greet Lin Yu. It was a clean-cut young man in a white short-sleeved shirt with a fairly friendly attitude. "Hey, where are you from?" "My name is Xie Chun from Zhonghai." Another young man in a black short-sleeved shirt followed up, his tone carrying a hint of pride. "I'm Chao Quan, also from Zhonghai. By the way, this guy Xie Chun is pretty impressive. He ranked second in Zhonghai this year." Lin Yu glanced at the two of them, his expression calm, and smiled faintly. "I'm Lin Yu from Nancheng." "Nancheng?" Xie Chun frowned slightly, clearly unfamiliar with the place. Lin Yu didn't mind and simply looked at them calmly, waiting for them to continue. Xie Chun and Chao Quan suddenly fell silent. Just moments ago, they had been guessing that Lin Yu was probably just an outstanding student from a small city. But now, upon hearing the words National First and SSS Plus, their minds were a bit overwhelmed. Nancheng was a place they had neither visited nor heard much about. But that didn't matter anymore. What mattered was that the person standing before them was the young man who had broken the National Martial Arts exam record. Chao Quan swallowed hard. His expression completely changed. "Are you really that first-place guy? The Lin Yu mentioned in the news?" Lin Yu nodded, his tone calm. "If you're referring to the person who broke the record, then that should be me." There was no hint of boasting in his words, but the more understated they were, the more intimidating they felt. Because those with true strength often don't need to prove themselves deliberately. Xie Chun stood on the stairs, silent for a few seconds, before slowly exhaling. He finally understood why the news had hyped Lin Yu so much. It wasn't media exaggeration. It was because this person had truly achieved what others couldn't. Zhonghai's educational resources were far superior to Nancheng's, and its training conditions were much better. Logically, being able to get into Longtian Academy from Nancheng was already impressive. But Lin Yu hadn't just gotten in. He was the national first-place winner. Xie Chun knew exactly what that meant. It meant that the person standing before them wasn't just talented. He had genuinely risen to the top among his peers. Chao Quan's attitude completely shifted as well. He quickly steadied his suitcase and said earnestly, "Brother, if you're willing to team up with us, it would be like hitting the jackpot. The Northern Frontier isn't a simple place. Having one more strong person increases the chances of survival." He spoke directly and realistically. This wasn't just a regular student activity. It was a practical training exercise fraught with danger. Everyone knew that the Northern Frontier wasn't a place for fun and games. It wasn't somewhere you could get by with just words. Lin Yu understood. He didn't immediately agree, but simply looked at the two of them, quickly assessing them in his mind. These two were enthusiastic, but not the type to flatter blindly. Xie Chun was steady, and Chao Quan was straightforward. One observed the situation, while the other spoke openly. This combination, at the very least, wasn't off-putting. More importantly, they mentioned the Northern Territory. If this military training is truly a real combat exercise, then he must be even more vigilant. He had just arrived at Longtian Academy, unfamiliar with the place and people, so acting together with others was indeed the safer choice. "All right," Lin Yu nodded. "Let's observe the situation first." Upon hearing this, Chao Quan immediately broke into a smile. "Great. It's settled then." Xie Chun also finally smiled, though his gaze became more serious than before. He understood that from this moment on, the weight of their small team had changed. Initially, they were just looking for a strong teammate. But now, the person they had brought in might be the most dangerous and dazzling among all the freshmen. Looking at Lin Yu, Xiechan felt a clear realization for the first time. Some people are born to leave others far behind, and Lin Yu was one of those people. There's always someone better, and there's always a higher peak. When Xiechan first met Lin Yu, he never imagined that this quiet and low-key person was the one who had broken the national record. After a brief silence, Xiechan suddenly chuckled. The smile wasn't broad, but it was genuine and filled with admiration. "All right, from now on, we're a three-person team," he said seriously, looking at Lin Yu. "Brother Lin, you'll be the team leader." Before Chao Quan could fully react, he was already dragging his suitcase up to the third floor. They reached the third floor. Lin Yu found his room, and Chao Quan casually moved his suitcase inside. "Brother Lin," Xiechan stood at the door and spoke proactively. "There's a freshman gathering at the school tonight. Let's go together. Everyone's from different parts of the country, so it's good to get to know a few people. It'll be helpful during military training." A gathering. Lin Yu had originally planned to have dinner with his sister tonight, but it seemed this plan would have to be postponed. Chao Quan chimed in. "Yes, it's in the cafeteria. They call it a gathering, but it's really just an opportunity for everyone to get acquainted. You might not know this, but this year, Longtian Academy recruited an unusually small number of students. I heard that only about 100 were officially admitted, and among them, only 30 or so were specially recruited. A bunch of geniuses, all kinds of people. Getting to know a few early is definitely better than being unfamiliar with everyone later." As he said this, he deliberately lowered his voice, as if afraid of being overheard. "And I also heard that this year, there are way more beautiful girls than last year," he added with a grin, his tone carrying the unique excitement of youth. "This kind of gathering is, frankly, the best chance to make new friends. The three of us have to go together." Lin Yu didn't refuse. After all, he would have to interact with these people sooner or later, so getting to know them early wouldn't hurt. "All right," he nodded. Night gradually fell. The three of them headed to the cafeteria together. On the way, Chao Quan, who seemed to have been holding back a lot of news, finally couldn't resist speaking up. "I heard that the most impressive person in this year's batch is already a mid-level awakener." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiechun immediately frowned. "Are you kidding? A mid-level awakener? Quan, where did you get this information? Even the person above me isn't that exaggerated." He wasn't trying to argue for the sake of it. He genuinely didn't believe it. Awakening had only been around for less than a year. Going from initial awakening straight to mid-level awakener, that's not something a normal person could achieve. Lin Yu also found it a bit unbelievable. Going from zero to initial awakener wasn't too difficult. As long as one was willing to put in the effort and endure hardship, most people could reach that stage. But progressing from initial to mid-level was a completely different matter. This step required not just time, but also talent, blood strength, combat experience, and even a solid foundation. Even Lin Lin had taken about a year of cultivation to successfully step into the threshold of mid-level awakener. And now someone was telling him that within less than a year of awakening, someone had already reached mid-level. This speed wasn't just fast, it was absurd. It was so exaggerated that it was hard to believe. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Chao Quan immediately raised his hand, adopting a "you just don't understand" posture. "You guys really don't know. When it comes to cultivation, I might not be as good as you, but when it comes to gathering information in Longtian Academy, if I claim to be second, no one would dare claim first." Xiechan still shook his head. "Impossible. Advancing from the initial stage to the intermediate stage isn't just about piling up resources. It requires comprehension, a sufficiently strong vitality level, and practical combat experience. No matter how fast, half a year is the minimum time. How could it be as exaggerated as you say?" Chao Quan interrupted him directly. "Don't be so quick to refute me. Listen to what I have to say first." He paused, deliberately lowering his voice as if revealing a bombshell. "What if I told you that this person is a descendant of King Jiang?" This time, both Lin Yu and Xiechan fell silent. If it was King Zhong's descendant, then it was a different story. Many things that seemed impossible suddenly became reasonable when applied to someone like that. Xiechun opened his mouth, initially wanting to argue further, but the words stuck in his throat and he swallowed them back. The name King Jiang carried enough weight on its own. He looked at Lin Yu and found that Lin Yu's face didn't show much surprise, only a slight frown, as if he was pondering something else. How do you know? Xiechun asked. Chao Quan smiled smugly. Weren't you cultivating this afternoon? I took a stroll around Longtian Academy and picked up the news. I heard that the most outstanding student this year is likely King Zhong's descendant. She didn't even take the martial arts exam and was admitted directly. Xiechun fell silent again. Today, he had already been hit with two shocks. The first was Lin Yu. The second was King Zhong's descendant. He had originally thought of himself as the second best in Zhonghai, with an SSS rating and a talent that was already dazzling enough. But now he realized that truly remarkable people never relied solely on talent. Some people started at a much higher point than others. Some were born standing in places others couldn't reach, no matter how hard they tried. Lin Yu suddenly asked, "What's her name?" "Seems to be Jiang Qian," Chao Quan recalled, then added, "I also heard she's quite beautiful. And she has an older brother named Jiang Liuyan. Her brother is even more extraordinary. He was the top genius among the 9 heavens of previous classes at Longtian Academy. He's now a high-level awakener and is probably about to graduate. Jiang Qian, Jiang Liuyan." When these two names came out of Chao Quan's mouth, Xiechun felt as if his chest had been struck hard again. In one day, he had been hit with 3 consecutive blows. He had thought his talent was already outstanding enough. But today, he realized that this world never lacked geniuses. What was truly terrifying were those who stood at the pinnacle in both talent and background. When Xiechun heard the words high-level awakener, he couldn't help but feel a sinking sensation in his heart. Chao Quan noticed his mood and quickly explained, "Yes, I looked into it. Jiang Liuyan was only an intermediate awakener when he entered the academy. But this is his final year at Longtian Academy, so it doesn't have much to do with us. After all, age is a factor, and many things can't be achieved overnight." Xiechun said nothing. He understood this logic, of course. Normally, students graduate at around 22 or 23, at most 24. But he was only 18 now. That meant he had only 4 years left. For years to advance from the initial stage to the high stage. This path was incredibly difficult, so difficult it felt suffocating. Seeing his silence, Chao Quan quickly asked, "Brother Chun, are you okay?" Xiechun smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine. I just suddenly feel like this world is even bigger than I thought." He paused, his tone carrying a mix of self-mockery and newfound clarity. "Back in Zhonghai, I only knew there was one person above me. I always thought I was already a genius. But after coming to Longtian, I realized that above geniuses, there are even greater geniuses. Now you're telling me that above geniuses, there's still the Jiang family." Chao Quan opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comfort him. After knowing Xiechun for so many years, this was the first time he realized that Xiechun was truly weighed down by reality. It wasn't fear, but rather the first time he clearly understood just how far he was from the truly top-tier individuals. He instinctively looked at Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu's face showed no expression, as if he didn't care about these names at all. Chao Quan thought about it and felt this was normal. After all, Lin Yu wasn't an ordinary person. He was the brightest genius of this year's national cohort, breaking national records, setting new ones. 20,000 points. SSS plus rating. Just these few words were enough to make many people feel overwhelmed. Given enough time, no one could predict how far he would go. Xiechun suddenly spoke. "Will Jiang Qian participate in military training?" Chao Quan thought for a moment and replied, "She probably will. She's a freshman, and not participating in military training technically means she hasn't officially enrolled." He paused and added, "But then again, who knows? She didn't even take the martial arts exam, so skipping military training might not be entirely unreasonable. We'll see tomorrow." Chao Quan looked at Xiechun, feeling a bit sympathetic, and tried to console him. Chenji, don't take it too hard. The Jiang family is on a different level. We ordinary people can't compare. But you're not bad either. You're the second in Zhonghai. Even if Jiang Qian has the Jiang family backing her, when it comes to talent, she might not necessarily surpass you. Xie nodded after hearing this. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let's go to the cafeteria and check out those real geniuses. As he spoke, he deliberately tugged at the corners of his mouth, as if trying to regain some confidence. As the saying goes, third time's the charm. I've already been hit twice today. I refuse to believe I'll be hit a third time. The three of them headed to the cafeteria together. Upon arrival, Lin Yu was stunned at first glance. This was nothing like the ordinary university cafeterias he had in mind. There were no rows of long benches, no crowded lines, and no one jostling with trays. The scale before him was absurdly large, clean, orderly, and bright, like a high-end restaurant transplanted directly into the school. Chao Quan noticed Lin Yu's reaction and couldn't help but laugh, because he had been equally shocked the first time he came here. It's always like this the first time, Chao Quan said. I was dumbfounded when I came yesterday. They say the cafeteria at Longtian Academy is the best among all academies nationwide. The chefs are hired from 5-star hotels. You can take whatever you want, plate it directly, and it's free. Xie Chun felt his mood lighten a bit upon hearing this, and said with a smile, Then I'll make sure to eat well today and relax a bit. The cafeteria was already bustling with people. Most were in pairs, though some sat alone. Without exception, all of them were awakened. Their vitality was strong, conservatively estimated to be at the level of beginner awakened. There were even a few whose presence was no weaker than Yang Luoshi, whom Lin Yu had encountered during the martial arts exam. Lin Yu scanned the room and understood clearly. This was the capital. This was Longtian Academy, the true gathering place of geniuses. In Nanchang, it was almost impossible to see so many beginner awakened. But here, they were as common as ordinary students. As soon as the three entered the cafeteria, someone immediately approached them. Classmate, may I have your contact information? A girl wearing glasses walked up to them, holding her phone and smiling warmly. But her gaze remained fixed on Xie Chun the entire time. Lin Yu frowned slightly because he noticed that the girl had no vitality fluctuations at all. She wasn't awakened. She was just an ordinary person. This surprised Lin Yu. Before he could figure out, Xie Chun had already declined her request. A trace of disappointment flashed across the girl's face, but she quickly left. Xie Chun, however, seemed to regain a bit of confidence, raising his hand to adjust his hair and chuckling softly. Looks like I still have some charm. If it weren't for you, Brother Lin, being so over the top and stealing all the spotlight, I wouldn't have had to keep such a low profile today. After all, I'm still the second in Zhonghai. After saying this, he visibly relaxed. Only then did Lin Yu speak. By the way, does Longtian Academy still admit people without blood energy? As soon as this question was asked, Xie Chun and Chao Quan were both stunned. Chao Quan looked at him, clearly a bit surprised. Brother Lin, you didn't know this? Lin Yu shook his head. He really wasn't aware. Xie Chun took over the conversation, his tone softening. Brother Lin, while there are some areas where I can't compare to you, this is something I do know a bit about. Longtian Academy doesn't just look at whether someone is an awakened. He didn't elaborate further, but the meaning was clear. Those who can truly enter this academy aren't necessarily just awakened individuals who rely on brute strength. There are also people who rely on other skills. Here, everyone has their own place. What truly allows someone to stand firm has never been just talent. In some areas, you're indeed better than me. So, I guess this evens things out. Such individuals are special admissions through the cultural exam. They don't look at blood energy, only at academic performance. After all, a country can't rely solely on martial exams. It also needs talent from cultural exams. Only then did Lin Yu understand. Ever since he got involved in martial exams, he had almost completely forgotten about cultural exams. After awakening their talent, people have two paths. One is the martial exam, and the other is the cultural exam. Those with lower talent usually take the cultural exam route, which is more academic. Chao Quan said, If she got in a Longtian Academy, her academic performance must not be bad. But compared to us, who got in through the martial exam, her status is still different. The three of them went up to the second floor of the cafeteria. There were far fewer people here than on the first floor, but it was clear that everyone sitting here was a new student at Longtian Academy this year. Hey, you three, what's your strength level? A slightly arrogant voice came from the side. Lin Yu turned his head and saw a boy in a white shirt leaning casually against a pillar, a smile on his lips, as if he had been waiting here specifically to block new students. However, his attitude was clearly far from friendly. Who are you? Xie Chun, being a genius among geniuses, naturally felt annoyed at being stopped so rudely and immediately retorted. The boy in the white shirt chuckled and said, "My name is Gao Ze, a local from the capital. I heard there's a tough guy named Lin Yu among this year's new students. I'd like to meet him." Lin Yu's lips curved slightly. "I'm Lin Yu." Gao Ze withdrew his gaze from the others and focused on Lin Yu, his smile deepening. "So, you're the Lin Yu who broke the national record? Doesn't seem like anything special." Xie Chun immediately stood up. "You want to fight?" Gao Ze waved his hand. "Don't get so worked up. I didn't mean anything by it, just casually asking about the strength levels of you three." After speaking, he looked at Chao Quan. "How did you get in a Longtian Academy?" Gao Quan deeply seen Pisiwat Mission. Special admission, huh? Gao Ze nodded. "That's not bad. Being admitted through special recruitment at least means your talent isn't bad. At the very least, it should be S level." He then turned to Xie Chun. "And you?" Xie Chun sneered, his tone full of pride. "I'm the second in Zhonghai." Gao Ze's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Second in Zhonghai? Not bad, you've got some skills. Too bad, you're still second." This sentence was like a needle, directly pricking Xie Chun's temper. "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" Xie Chun's face darkened. "I think you're just asking for a beating. If you're not convinced, let's go outside and fight. I'd like to see what level you're at, standing here and judging others." His blood energy surged, drawing the attention of everyone around. They all turned to look, and the new students nearby quickly moved aside, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. But Gao Ze, standing at the center of the storm, remained leaning against the pillar, his smile unchanged. "Don't get so worked up. I was just joking. What's with you? Why are you so worked up? F********* you." Xie Chun couldn't hold back anymore and threw a fierce punch. Gao Ze still didn't move, his gaze even carrying a hint of ease, as if he had anticipated this. But in the next second, Xie Chun's fist abruptly stopped in midair. His fist was just a hair's breadth away from Gao Ze's face, yet it felt as though it had hit an invisible layer of cotton, with all its force gradually dissipated until nothing remained. Xie Chun froze in place, his fist still raised, as if he had been immobilized. Then, a deep voice echoed from the second floor of the cafeteria. "Fighting is prohibited in the cafeteria. If you have grievances, settle them outside." The entire cafeteria instantly fell silent. Lin Yu frowned slightly. "Didn't they say strength reigns supreme at Longtian Academy?" Chao Quan explained in a low voice, "Strength does reign supreme, but only in places like the square. The cafeteria, library, and dormitories are strictly off-limits for fighting." I had a feeling Gao Ze was so confident because he knew the rules. I was about to remind Brother Chun, but he acted first. It's probably the cafeteria manager who intervened, though they didn't show themselves. After a while, the cafeteria gradually returned to its noisy state. Some whispered among themselves, others sneaked glances at Lin Yu and his group, while some buried their heads in their meals, pretending they hadn't seen anything. Xie Chun still maintained his raised fist posture, his face flushed red, as if he had been publicly slapped. He felt both angry and humiliated. Chao Quan quickly tugged at his sleeve. "Brother Chun, let it go. You can't fight here, so it's pointless to act. But don't worry. Once we figure out Gao Ze's background, we'll find a chance to deal with him. We can't cripple him completely, but leaving him half-crippled is definitely doable." Hearing this, Gao Ze's expression subtly changed. Although he still wore a smile, the smile was beginning to fade. What do they mean? Right in front of me, they're already discussing how to deal with me behind my back? Gao Zhe's face alternated between pale and flushed. The aggressive demeanor he had earlier was now suppressed by Lin Yu's few words. He had thought that, relying on his numbers and background, he could at least make the other side suffer a bit. But now he realized that the real challenge wasn't the fists. It was people like Lin Yu. From start to finish, Lin Yu hadn't raised his voice or shown any intention of fighting. Yet precisely because of this, every word he said felt like a nail, firmly driven into Gao Zhe's face, leaving him unable to refute without sounding weak. Chao Quan stood nearby, looking relaxed, as if he were watching a drama that had nothing to do with him. But the words he spoke were sharp, deliberately targeting Gao Zhe's sore spots. "Don't misunderstand," Chao Quan said, spreading his hands with an innocent tone. "I'm just chatting normally with Brother Chun and Brother Yu. If you choose to take it personally, there's nothing I can do." After saying this, he even deliberately smiled. Besides, Brother Chun is the second best in Zhonghai. Brother Yu is the provincial top scorer, and while I'm a bit behind, I still have an S-level talent. If the three of us really wanted to follow someone, whether that person would even notice is hard to say. As soon as these words came out, Gao Zhe's fists clenched tightly. He wasn't oblivious to the sarcasm. Chao Quan's tone might have sounded casual, but every word was a reminder. You're not qualified to act superior in front of us. Xie Chun stood to the side, initially fuming, but hearing Gao Zhe's barely contained anger, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Just moments ago, he had been infuriated by Gao Zhe, but now, seeing the other party so deflated, the frustration in his chest finally eased a bit. To be honest, Chao Quan might usually seem unreliable, but in critical moments, he really knew how to talk, always hitting the most painful spots. Gao Zhe's gaze shifted from Chao Quan to Xie Chun and finally landed on Lin Yu. Lin Yu hadn't said much the entire time, simply standing quietly to the side, as if watching a play that had nothing to do with him. But what Gao Zhe hated most was people like him, clearly present at the scene, yet deliberately acting like an outsider. That calm demeanor was even more unbearable than direct mockery. "Lin Yu," Gao Zhe gritted his teeth and spoke. "Are you just gonna let your friend talk like that?" The crowd around them grew larger, and the chatter in the cafeteria became increasingly chaotic. "That's Lin Yu? I heard he broke the national record and even made the news." "Yeah, that's him, the top scorer in Jiang province. The one next to him is Xie Chun, the second in Zhonghai. Xie Chun has such a fiery temper. He almost got into a fight with Gao Zhe just now. If they really fought, Gao Zhe probably wouldn't stand chance. But Gao Zhe isn't just anyone. He's from the capital, has family connections, and is rumored to be linked to the martial arts administration. Connections don't matter. To get into Longtian Academy, it's all about ability. Here, education and background aren't as important. Strength is the real deal." These words reached Gao Zhe's ears one by one, as if slapping him in the face. Lin Yu finally gave a faint smile, as if he had decided to speak at last. What did he say? Gao Zhe was taken aback, clearly not expecting Lin Yu to respond so calmly. "He threatened me," Gao Zhe immediately said, his tone carrying a sense of aggrieved righteousness. Lin Yu nodded slightly. And so, Gao Zhe's face flushed red. He wanted to lash out, but he couldn't find any words to justify himself. Lin Yu looked at him, his tone still unhurried. "You need to understand one thing first," he said. "You were the one who started this. You asked about our strength, and we told you. Then you said Xie Chun is only second. That's not an evaluation. That's provocation." Gao Zhe's expression grew even darker. Lin Yu continued. "Xie Chun wanted to make a move, but you knew fighting in the cafeteria is prohibited, so you deliberately provoked him. Now, when his friend just said a few unpleasant words to you, you can't take it?" He paused, his gaze turning slightly colder. "You should be grateful that you provoked him and not me." Gao Zhe's heart sank. Lin Yu's words were spoken so calmly. But it was precisely this calmness that made it clear he wasn't bluffing. He truly had the confidence to back it up. If someone else had said such things, Gao Zhe would have dismissed it as posturing. But coming from Lin Yu, he instinctively felt a sense of pressure. It was a kind of intimidation that didn't require physical action to make someone feel suffocated. Otherwise, Lin Yu looked at him and said, enunciating each word, "Even in the cafeteria, I would have beaten you up." Gao Zei's throat moved and the color drained from his face. He finally realized that Lin Yu wasn't joking, and he himself truly had no grounds to keep up his bravado. The cafeteria remained lively, but the topic of discussion had shifted. Chao Quan really has a sharp tongue, S-class talent, and his mouth is just as sharp as his skills. Lin Yu is even more impressive. He didn't even lift a finger and managed to shut Gao Zei up with just a few words. Gao Zei only relies on his family's connections. When it comes to the northern frontier, it's all about strength. The chatter grew louder. Gao Zei could no longer hold on and finally turned away with a dark expression, leaving in embarrassment. Once he was gone, Xie Chen let out a long breath, visibly more relaxed. "Brother Lin," he said, looking at Lin Yu, his tone noticeably softer than before. "Those words you just said were really satisfying." He had indeed been holding it in for a long time. People like Gao Zei were the most annoying, always targeting others' sore spots. To outsiders, second in Zhonghai might sound like an honor, but to Xie Chen, it was more of a frustration. As long as the person holding the top spot in Zhonghai remained, he would always be second. Others might see it as a compliment, but he knew how much frustration and pressure lay behind those words. The ranking could be mentioned, and the facts could be stated, but there was no need to deliberately use those 4 words to provoke him. Chao Quan, standing nearby, rubbed his nose and suddenly felt a bit guilty. "Dust bro, feather bro," he asked softly, "did I go too far just now? What if Gao Zei holds a grudge and causes trouble for us in the Northern Territory?" "Afraid of what?" Xie Chen replied directly, his tone now relaxed, devoid of the earlier anger. "The 3 of us afraid of him? What kind of trouble could he cause? Once we get to the Northern Territory, who cares about all that superficial nonsense?" As he spoke, he grew more animated. "Our trio, forget him. Even if the top talent from Zhonghai came, they might not be able to suppress us. And as for that Jiang, what's his name again?" "Jiang Qian, Gaoguan Zeminde." "Right, Jiang Qian," Xie Chen nodded. "Even Jiang Qian wouldn't necessarily intimidate us. Over there, it's all about real skills, not smooth talk." Lin Yu raised his hand to interrupt. "Hold on, I never agreed to team up with you guys." Chao Quan's expression changed instantly, his earlier smugness vanishing. He grabbed Lin Yu's arm dramatically, looking as if he was about to cry. "Don't do this, feather bro," he pleaded pitifully. "If you don't team up with us, the 2 of us will be sitting ducks in the Northern Territory. Can you bear to see Dust Bro being chased by calamities? Can you bear to see me being schemed against by that Gao Zei kid?" Xie Chen listened on the side, his face darkening. "Quan, the way you're talking makes it sound like the 2 of us are complete losers." Chao Quan, unbothered, replied confidently, "We're not total losers, but compared to Feather Bro, we're way behind. You're ranked 2nd in Zhonghai, but Feather Bro is 1st in the entire province." Xie Chen was momentarily speechless, and Lin Yu's lips twitched slightly. But in the end, he nodded calmly. "I can bear it. All right, Brother Lin is just joking with you." Xie Chen quickly stepped in to smooth things over, patting Lin Yu's shoulder. "If you don't want to team up, we won't force you. In a place like the Northern Territory, going solo is indeed more flexible." Lin Yu didn't explain further because Xie Chen was right. He had never liked teaming up. It wasn't that he didn't trust others, but his talent was too unique. Someone like him was naturally better suited to walk alone. Having companions often interfered with his judgment. More importantly, entering such a dangerous place was essentially gambling with one's life. Having others around only complicated matters. He didn't want to worry about whether someone might get hurt or hold him back at critical moments. Even during the martial exam, he had gone alone to find Yang Luoshi, directly rejecting Chu Yu and Yuan Hao's offers to accompany him. Some paths are destined to be walked alone. Just as they sat down, Chao Quan suddenly grabbed Lin Yu and Xie Chen's sleeves, his eyes lighting up. "Well, look over there." Absolute stunner. Lin Yu and Xiechun followed his gaze toward the cafeteria's second-floor entrance. A girl was walking in slowly. She wore a light purple coat, its hem so long it nearly reached her knees. Her face was small, but her features were exceptionally delicate, as if she had stepped out of a painting. If Yang Luoxi and Chu Yu leaned more toward mature elegance, Jiang Qian was a completely different type. She was petite and sweet, exuding a kind of adorable charm that made people want to take a second look. The cafeteria fell silent for a few seconds. Then, the chatter resumed, but the atmosphere had clearly shifted. Conversations were hushed, as if afraid of disturbing something. Some people kept their heads down while eating, but their eyes kept darting toward her. The bolder ones had already taken out their phones to snap pictures. So that's Jiang Qian? She's way prettier in person than in photos. Photos? Don't kid yourself. Photos don't even capture a tenth of her beauty. Her skin is flawless. How does she even maintain it? What are you thinking? Someone of her status probably uses custom-made skincare products. You can't even afford cultivation resources, and you're dreaming about this? This is just too exaggerated, like a character walking straight out of an anime. The murmurs came one after another. Jiang Qian was long accustomed to such stares. She walked into the cafeteria with a calm expression, but the moment she saw Lin Yu, her steps paused ever so slightly. Chao Quan was stunned on the spot and couldn't help but whisper in amazement, "Whoa, Qinji, this Qianjia is even prettier than Zhonghai's #1 beauty, right? She's totally my type." "Shut the hell up." Xiechun covered his face with one hand, genuinely feeling the urge to hit him. "Can you stop bringing up Zhonghai's #1? Can't you just say her name? I really want to punch you right now." Chao Quan immediately corrected himself, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Qinji, you'll always be Zhonghai's #1 in my heart. As for that other person, who does she think she is? She didn't even show up at Long Tian. I bet she's just scared of you." Hearing this, Xiechun felt even more exasperated. "She just went to the Capital Academy. It has nothing to do with being scared of me," Xiechun said through gritted teeth, lowering his voice. "Quanzi, shut up. Shut up right now, or I really won't be able to control myself." Chao Quan opened his mouth, but wisely chose to stay silent. By this time, Jiang Qian had already walked up to the table and softly said, "Hello, Lin Yu." Chao Quan froze completely. He instinctively shifted to the side. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about how Jiang Qian was his type. But now that the real person was standing right in front of him, he didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. It wasn't that he was scared. It was just that he knew very well that the person backing Jiang Qian was not someone he could afford to provoke. Lin Yu was also a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Jiang Qian to approach him, and from her tone, it was clear she had recognized him long ago. "Hello." Lin Yu nodded politely. Jiang Qian smiled, her tone natural. "May I share a table with you?" "Of course, absolutely." Chao Quan answered eagerly, his attitude so enthusiastic it was as if he had become a different person. "Qinjie sitting with us is an honor." He was used to addressing acquaintances as Ji or Jia, never letting himself lose out verbally. Jiang Qian ignored his playful remarks and looked directly at Lin Yu, saying straightforwardly, "If it's convenient, could we exchange contact information?" The atmosphere at the table instantly froze. Even the people nearby, who were pretending to eat but were actually eavesdropping, stopped what they were doing. Everyone seemed to have heard something unbelievable. Jiang Qian asking a guy for his contact information? The cafeteria fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into chaos. "What's going on? Who is that guy? Give me 3 minutes. I need all his information." Lin Yu, the top scorer in Jiang Province, broke the long-standing national martial arts exam record. "Oh, never mind then. Really, never mind. So it's Lin Yu, huh?" Lin Yu, however, didn't respond immediately. Seeing his silence, Jiang Qian took the initiative to speak, as if explaining her reason. "It's like this, Jiang Province's top scorer, and you broke the national record. Of course, I'd like to get to know you," Jiang Qian said with a smile, shaking her phone slightly. Her tone was natural, but there was a hint of seriousness. "After all, it's been a long time since I've met someone more impressive than my brother." Would it be convenient to exchange contact information? Without overthinking, Lin Yu took out his phone and added her as a friend. See you tomorrow at the northern border, Jiang Qian said, leaving this sentence behind as she turned and walked out of the cafeteria. She had come here today specifically to meet Lin Yu. Having spent so much time in the Jiang family, most of the people and events outside were things she only heard about through her brother. Until recently, Lin Yu's name had repeatedly appeared in the news, breaking national records, becoming Jiang Province's top scorer. Various titles kept being attached to him. This piqued her curiosity. After meeting him in person today, she found that Lin Yu was indeed, as the rumors described. He had an undeniable presence that was hard to ignore. It was similar to her brother's, yet not entirely the same. Jiang Qian added you as a friend, and you didn't even react? Chao Quan asked in a hushed voice. Surrounded by low murmurs, his attention was entirely on Lin Yu. Lin Yu picked up a piece of rib and said calmly, I saw it. Chao Quan paused for a moment, waiting for more, but when nothing came, he had to press further. Aren't you curious why she added you? Wasn't she praising you just now? Xie Chun, sitting nearby, finally spoke up to explain for Lin Yu. Quan Zi, you need to understand the meaning behind her words first. She said she hasn't seen anyone better than her brother in a long time. That doesn't mean her brother isn't good. It means her brother is already very strong, and Lin Bro is the first person she could compare him to. So, she was praising her brother while also complimenting Lin Bro. Chao Quan blinked, as if he understood, but also as if he didn't fully grasp it. But isn't that still praising brother Yu? At least she didn't praise you. Xie Chun snorted coldly. You, the so-called second in Zhonghai, don't seem to be as famous as you think. As soon as he said this, Xie Chen's face darkened. He forcefully snapped the chopsticks in his hand, as if a fire had been ignited in his heart. Chao Quan, I think you really need to be taught a lesson. This is the cafeteria. You'd better calm down, Chao Quan said with an innocent smile, though his tone was deliberately provoking. Xie Chen took a deep breath and put down the broken chopsticks. Can you stop bringing up second in Zhonghai all the time? Chao Quan quickly shook his head, then nodded as if to provoke him further. Chen bro, you're stuck on this. Being first in Zhonghai has practically become your obsession. I'm just helping you face reality. Enough. Shut up. Xie Chun interrupted directly. If you keep talking, I'm afraid you'll make me die of anger. At that moment, Lin Yu's phone vibrated a few times. Brother Yu, it looks like someone sent you a message again. Chao Quan quickly changed the subject to avoid Xie Chen exploding on the spot. Xie Chen finally picked up a new pair of chopsticks and resumed eating. Lin Yu glanced at his phone and saw that the message wasn't from Jiang Qian, but from Yuan Hao. It's a friend of mine, Lin Yu explained briefly. Chao Quan and Xie Chen both nodded and didn't ask further. If the message had been from Jiang Qian, they might have leaned over to take a look. But since it was just Lin Yu's friend, they sensibly stayed quiet and focused on their meal. In the message, Yuan Hao started complaining right away. Brother Yu, I've already settled in a South City's top academy. The dorm is a 4-person room, so cramped. But the roommates are okay. One of them even has an S-level talent. How's it going on your end? Lin Yu replied simply, not bad. The response was almost instant. By the way, Brother Yu, do you know which academy Chiyu got into? Didn't she go to Longtian Academy with you? Lin Yu's fingers paused for a moment when he saw this message. Which university did Chiyu go to? She hadn't told him. He hadn't asked either. After the martial arts exam ended, the two of them had barely been in contact. To be precise, they hadn't even had the chance to meet. She had probably gone to one of those top universities abroad. As Lin Yu was thinking, Yuan Hao sent another message. Brother Yu, you really don't know? Weren't you two pretty close? I remember she still owes you a meal. Lin Yu read the message and replied, Enough, don't bring this up. That's her business. It's just a meal. Why are you still remembering it? Yuan Hao quickly responded, What do you mean just a meal? Brother Yu, let me remind you, someone like Chu Yu wouldn't casually offer to treat someone to a meal. If she said it, she genuinely meant it. If you miss this chance, you might not get another one. Lin Yu didn't reply again. Some things, if the other person didn't bring them up, he didn't want to ask. At that moment, Chao Quan suddenly looked up, his voice filled with obvious surprise. Brother Chun, check out the freshman group." His voice wasn't loud, but it was enough to catch the attention of several nearby tables. Xie Chun immediately put down his chopsticks and leaned over to look at his phone. Lin Yu also glanced over. There are already over 100 people in the freshman group, and messages are being sent rapidly, with hundreds of them flashing by in an instant. You have to scroll up for quite a while to see the earlier messages clearly. After seeing the pinned notification, the atmosphere in the cafeteria suddenly changed. Notification: this year's 9 talents will be announced after military training. Those who perform outstandingly during training will qualify for the selection of the 9 talents. Xietchen froze for a moment, then grinned. In previous years, wasn't it determined directly based on potential after enrollment? This year, it actually changed the rules. A spark of determination quickly ignited in his eyes. So, does this mean I have a chance to fight for first place too? Chao Quan was eating with his head down. Hearing this, he looked up and unceremoniously poured cold water on him. "Chunji, at best, you can fight for third place. Ahead of you are Yu Ji and Jiang Qian." Xietchen rolled his eyes. "Of course I know they're strong. But precisely because they're strong, I have to fight harder. Coming to Longtian Academy is all about climbing higher, isn't it? If you're not going to fight, why come here? Might as well stay in Zhonghai." Chao Quan thought about it and found it reasonable. He turned to Lin Yu. "Yu Ji, what about you?" Lin Yu's answer was simple. Fight. He came to Longtian Academy to become stronger. Since he had already made it this far, there was no turning back. Either he wouldn't do it, or he'd aim for first place. Chao Quan chuckled. Although his strength couldn't compare to theirs, there was a hint of determination in his eyes as well. "Then I'll fight too. Even if I'm a bit behind now. Who knows if I'll get a chance later? What if luck is on my side?" The cafeteria grew livelier as the freshmen discussed military training. Some were excited, some were nervous, and others had already started networking and forming alliances, hoping to gain an advantage before the official start. At this moment, Chao Quan suddenly lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. "Do you know what realm the 9 talents from Jiang Liunyin's year are in now?" Xie Chun frowned. "From the way you're talking, you seem to know some insider information." Lin Yu also turned his gaze toward him. Chao Quan smirked smugly. When Jiang Liunyin first enrolled, he was already a mid-level awakened. Now, in his 4th year, about to graduate, he's a high-level awakened. What's even more astonishing is that I heard that out of the 9 talents from his year, 8 are already high-level awakened, and only 1 remains at mid-level. As soon as he said this, the relaxed expression on Xie Chen's face instantly disappeared. Lin Yu also paused slightly. 4 years, advancing from beginner to high level. Such a speed of improvement couldn't be explained by ordinary talent. This showed that the 9 talents wasn't just an empty title, but a stage that could truly propel people to higher positions. Xie Chen stared at Chao Quan. "Where did you hear this?" Chao Quan chuckled. "I have my sources. Don't ask too much. The information might not be 100% accurate, but I'm at least 80% confident in it." He paused and added, "Anyway, there's never been a useless person among the 9 talents in Longtian Academy's history." Xietchen was silent for a few seconds before nodding. It seems the 9 talents truly lives up to its name. The next morning, all the freshmen were gathered in the square. The sky hadn't fully brightened yet, and the air carried the chill of dawn. The square was packed with people, most of whom hadn't fully woken up. Their faces still showed signs of fatigue, and their stances were somewhat slack. Lin Yu stood at the edge of the crowd, with Xie Chun on his left and Chao Quan on his right. Xie Chun was full of energy, clearly accustomed to this kind of schedule. Chao Quan, on the other hand, looked half dead, practically leaning on Lin Yu's shoulder. "What time is it?" he complained while yawning. "Do we really have to start this early?" 7 o'clock. "It's not that early," Lin Yu replied calmly. Chao Quan was the type who had decent talent but disliked hardship. The problem was his talent alone was already enough to make him stand out among many others. At this moment, Xietchen glanced around and suddenly frowned. "Where's Jiang Qian?" Chao Quan curled his lips. "Isn't it normal for her not to be here? She's from the Jiang family. Even though she's going to the Northern Territory, you all know her status. Maybe we'll arrive in the Northern Territory first and have to wait for her. She's probably still sleeping right now." As they were talking, a sudden loud noise erupted from the center of the square. Boom! A figure descended from the sky, landing directly in the middle of the square. The ground shook violently, debris scattered everywhere, and several nearby freshmen were startled, retreating several steps. Their drowsiness vanished instantly, and they became fully alert. When the dust settled, a man stood there, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing presence. He looked to be in his 30s, dressed casually, with a prominent scar running from the corner of his mouth to the side of his face, as if slashed by a sharp weapon, adding a touch of menace to his appearance. The man's gaze swept across the crowd before finally stopping. "Who's Lin Yu?" His voice was deep and commanding, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. The square fell silent for a moment. In the next second, all eyes turned to Lin Yu. "Step forward," the man said again. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and walked out from the crowd. The man sized him up from head to toe before speaking slowly. "Top scorer in Jiang Province. Broke the national record, double. Not bad, you have some presence." After finishing, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, as if his first impression of Lin Yu was satisfactory. "Go back and stand properly." Lin Yu turned and returned to the group, standing still. Only then did the man continue. "My name is Bayan. I will be your advisor for the next 4 years and the instructor for this Northern Territory military training. For the next 4 years, you will all be under my supervision," he said, pausing briefly, his gaze darkening slightly. "Except for Lin Yu." Someone immediately showed a puzzled expression and couldn't help but ask, "Why?" "You will be under the principal's supervision," Bayan said slowly, his voice cold and firm, leaving no room for negotiation. "Principal AI will personally oversee you. I am only responsible for this military training. After the training ends, the subsequent training, courses, and assessments will have nothing to do with me." As soon as these words were spoken, the group erupted in astonishment. Principal AI personally overseeing them? Everyone knew what that meant. He was widely recognized as the #1 martial artist in the capital, a powerhouse just one step away from being crowned king. For someone like him to personally lead a freshman team, Chao Quan and Xiechun were both stunned. Bayan raised his hand to silence the commotion, cutting off all discussions. "Enough! That's the end of idle chatter. Now listen to me," he said, scanning the young, defiant faces, his tone growing colder. "The fact that you're standing here means you have talent. Out there, you might indeed be considered geniuses. But remember, being a genius doesn't mean you're safe. At Longtian Academy, you might be seen as gold, but this is not the place you used to be. Here, there are many strong individuals, and even more truly formidable ones. Gold is nothing special here." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a blade. "The Northern Territory is not an academy. Once you're there, no one will protect you. Death means real death. Beasts will kill, disasters will kill. Between you and the disaster, only one can survive." As his words fell, the group noticeably quieted down. Many freshmen's faces changed. They came from all over the country, each one raised with praise and care from their schools and families. Each one had been told they were exceptionally talented. But here, they were being told they could die at any moment. This kind of disparity was hard for anyone to accept immediately. Bayan sneered. "Scared? If you're scared, you can quit Longtian Academy now. I'll personally handle the paperwork for you. Longtian Academy doesn't accept trash." This statement hit everyone like a heavy hammer, striking their hearts hard. No one moved, but no one dared to speak lightly anymore. These young people were filled with anger, unwillingness, and a stubborn determination not to give up. They were the best students from their respective regions, never having been suppressed like this before. But the more they were challenged, the less they wanted to back down. Lin Yu said nothing, quietly activating strongest brain. In the next second, information about Bayan appeared above his head. Name, Bayanch. Unknown, talent. Unknown vitality. Unknown realm. Advanced awakened. Lin Yu's heart trembled. Although the strongest brain couldn't discern too many details, just these few pieces of information were enough to explain the situation. Advanced awakened. No wonder this person standing here could make everyone on the bus feel oppressed. It wasn't about having a bad temper or speaking harshly. It was sheer strength. Bayan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone still calm, yet impossible to ignore. I'll give you 10 minutes to return to your dorms and pack your luggage. The bus is already waiting outside the school. Once we reach the northern border, I'll explain the rules to you. The countdown starts now. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone immediately got up and hurried back to their dorms. Though they said nothing, their actions were swift. Everyone understood that this journey was no longer just about going to school. 10 minutes later, the group returned to the bus, carrying large bags and bundles. The bus had barely started moving when someone began nervously whispering to themselves, "Don't panic, don't panic. As long as we survive the military training, the next 4 years will be easy." Really, someone nearby couldn't help but ask. But the northern border is truly dangerous. Disasters are everywhere, and every year, many people die out there. At that moment, Bayan spoke without turning his head. That's right, the northern border is inherently dangerous. Deaths are normal. His words brought a brief silence to the bus. Bayan continued, "According to the old rules, students like you would typically only go to the northern border during graduation exams. But for your cohort, you happen to coincide with the rule changes. Someone couldn't help but complain. Doesn't that just mean we're unlucky?" Bayan smiled faintly. Not necessarily a bad thing. The harder the rules, the more you usually stand to gain. At this moment, Sietchin suddenly leaned closer to Lin Yu and asked in a low voice, "Brother Lin, did you just use your talent to observe Instructor Bai?" Lin Yu was slightly startled, not expecting Sietchin to notice. Sietchin explained, "I'm particularly sensitive to vitality. Whenever someone mobilizes their vitality, I can usually detect it. Someone like Instructor Bai would definitely sense you observing him." Lin Yu finally understood. This realization also made him aware that he must be more cautious when using his talent to observe others in the future. Nearby, Chao Quan, with his mouth stuffed with bread, leaned over and asked, Brother Chun, what are you talking about?" "What talent?" Sietchin glanced at him. "Just eat your bread. Even if we told you, you wouldn't understand." Chao Quan immediately protested. "Who says I wouldn't understand? I have an S-level talent. Whatever you understand, I understand too." Sietchin chuckled and gestured around. "Then take a look. How many people on this bus are using their talents?" Chao Quan froze, looked around following Sietchin's gaze, and finally fell silent. After a few seconds, he quietly lowered his head and continued munching on his bread. "Forget it, I'll just focus on eating." The scenery outside the window began to change rapidly. Skyscrapers gradually disappeared, replaced by rolling mountains, increasingly dense forests, and narrowing mountain roads. The curves became more frequent, and the bus slowed down. Bayan sat at the front, his eyes closed, seemingly resting. But no one on the bus truly believed he was asleep. For someone like him, the quieter he was, the more alert he was to his surroundings. He was sensing. If danger approached, he would act immediately. On roads like these, the greatest threat wasn't ordinary wild animals or the mountain paths themselves. It was the people from the Hall of Lifelessness. Because seated here were the nation's top talents from all over. If anything happened to them, the consequences would be unbearable. Most people on the bus were resting with their eyes closed, unaware that danger would arrive so quickly. A sudden explosion shattered the silence, and the entire bus jolted violently, tilting sharply to the left. Everyone was startled awake, their faces instantly changing. The tire's blown. "Everyone, sit tight. I'll get out and change it." The driver forced himself to stay calm, reassured everyone, and then stepped out of the bus alone. The tense atmosphere inside the bus eased slightly, but before anyone could truly relax, Bai An's voice suddenly rang out sharply. "Everyone, get down immediately." His voice carried an unprecedented urgency and vigilance. No sooner had he spoken than the bus windows shattered. Broken glass poured into the bus like a torrential rain, so fast that no one had time to react. Some people didn't even have time to duck before shards of glass pierced their throats, leaving them slumped lifelessly in their seats. Chaos erupted inside the bus. Vine stood up abruptly, his energy surging wildly, forming an invisible barrier around him that blocked all the flying glass shards. "Stay inside the bus. Don't come out," he shouted, then dashed out of the vehicle. The next moment, a thin layer of light appeared outside the bus, enveloping it completely. The light looked fragile, like a layer of ice, but everyone knew it was something no ordinary person could break. This was the work of a high-level awakened. Yet precisely because of this, the students inside the bus grew even more uneasy. What the hell is going on? Chao Quan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. A girl had been sitting in front of him moments ago, but now, all that remained was a headless corpse. The stench of blood quickly filled the cramped bus, making it hard to breathe. "I don't know," Xiechun muttered, stunned, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Lin Yu frowned, his gaze sweeping over the darkening sky outside the window. In a low voice, he said, "It might be the people from the Hall of No Life. Only they would dare to do something like this," someone nearby said through gritted teeth. "Attacking a bus from Longtian Academy. They're clearly targeting us." Just then, a piercing sound of shattering came from outside the bus. The supposedly indestructible light barrier was forcibly broken. A stronger external force tore through the protection. The people inside the bus could no longer sit still. Almost instinctively, they rushed toward the door, scrambling to escape. But they had barely taken a few steps outside when their hearts sank simultaneously. "Instructor B." Chao Quan froze in his tracks, his pupils contracting violently as if he had seen the most unimaginable sight. Bayan lay on the ground, his body severed by a blade, lifeless and beyond saving. The driver, too, lay dead not far away, his death equally gruesome. A high-level awakened and another individual who had been secretly protecting the students, both killed in mere minutes. No one had anticipated such an outcome. How is this possible? Chao Quan's voice trembled, his entire being in shock. They had always believed that as long as Bayan was there, as long as they could hold out until they reached the Northern Territory, there would still be hope. But reality was like a bucket of ice water, extinguishing all traces of optimism. Not far away, several figures were slowly approaching. The group was uniformly dressed in black suits, exuding a cold and sinister aura, their faces devoid of any unnecessary expression. Some held knives, others carried short guns, and a few wielded strange weapons whose purpose was unclear. Each step they took was steady, as if they were seasoned hunters. The man leading the group held a short blade, its edge still dripping with blood. He didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground, but instead focused on the scattering students, his lips curling into a slow smile, as if watching a group of panicked prey. "You all go ahead. I'll hold them off," Lin Yu said, his voice low but exceptionally clear. Xiechun froze, then immediately stopped in his tracks, turning back to look at him. "Brother Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? We're a team. We leave together." He grabbed Lin Yu's arm firmly, his attitude resolute. "Brother Yu, don't push yourself," Chao Quan said urgently, his face pale but forcing himself to stay calm. "I can feel it. We're already close to the Northern Territory. King Jiang is right over there. As long as we enter his perception range, he will definitely come to save us. A powerhouse that even high-level awakened ones cannot contend with is not someone we can face head-on. If you stay, you'll only die in vain. Let's leave together." Lin Yu did not respond immediately. He knew very well that Chao Quan was right. But he also understood that the most dangerous thing right now was not escaping, but the delay in deciding who would stay behind to cover their retreat. If no one held these people off, everyone would die here. In the moment of their argument, the man holding the short blade had already raised his head, his expression eerily calm. "Leave." He chuckled softly. "None of you are leaving." As his words fell, he stepped forward, and the short blade in his hand slashed out like lightning. A sickening squelch. Xie Chun clutched his neck abruptly as blood gushed through his fingers. Staggering backward, his face turned deathly pale in an instant. Brother Chun, Chao Quan roared, immediately activating his ability. A faint golden light burst from his body, quickly enveloping Xie Chen's wound, barely keeping him alive. But it was only just enough to keep him breathing. Xie Chun hadn't died immediately, but he was already halfway through death's door. The man in the suit, who appeared to be the leader, watched this scene without the slightest ripple of emotion, his expression even carrying a hint of disdain. "Is this what you call a genius?" he said indifferently. "Nothing special." By now, the other men in black had dispersed, chasing after the students who had fled in all directions. Left at the scene were only this man and the trio of Lin Yu, Xie Chun, and Chao Quan. He raised his eyes again, his tone as calm as if he were asking about something trivial. "Among the three of you, who is Lin Yu?" No one answered. Lin Yu, Xie Chun, and Chao Quan all remained silent. The man was in no hurry. The smile on his lips only deepened. "No matter," he said. "If you won't tell me, I'll figure out myself." The next second, his gaze landed precisely on Lin Yu, like a blade, coldly pinning him in place. "Dual abilities," he said slowly. "If someone like you is allowed to grow, you'll inevitably become a major problem." He paused, his eyes now carrying a hint of killing intent. "I would really like to kill you right now. Unfortunately, the higher-ups want you alive." A cold smile appeared on the suited man's face, as if he were looking at prey cornered with no way out. "And a healing-type ability, too. Not bad," he said, his tone calm but laced with cruelty. But the higher-ups were very clear. Only Lin Yu is to be left alive. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of cold light streaked through the air. The short blade flew out again, so fast that no one could react in time. Blood splattered violently, spraying onto Lin Yu's face and clothes. He hadn't even seen what had happened when Chao Quan had already fallen, his eyes wide open, dead with lingering grievance. Xie Chun, now without the protection of his ability, didn't even have a chance to struggle before collapsing as well. Lin Yu abruptly raised his hand, and in his palm, holy flames ignited instantly. The firelight danced like a roaring dragon, surging toward the suited man in a final act of defiance. But before it could get close, the flames were suppressed by an invisible force, dissipating rapidly until only a wisp of white steam remained. Lin Yu's heart sank. This man was absurdly strong. So strong that even the energy and blood within Lin Yu's body began to stagnate, as if forcibly locked in place. This was a sensation he had never experienced before. The suited man slowly raised his hand. His movements were clearly unhurried, but in Lin Yu's eyes, they were terrifyingly fast, so fast that he had almost no chance to dodge. Lin Yu immediately activated his wind trajectory ability, shifting his body sharply to the side. But it was no use. The palm strike landed squarely on his chest. His ribs fractured instantly. The pain exploded like a tidal wave, and Lin Yu was sent flying backward, crashing hard into a tree. Blood gushed from his mouth and chest simultaneously. And yet, the man had clearly held back. If that palm strike had been at full force, Lin Yu would already be dead. But the suited man did not kill him outright. He was systematically crushing Lin Yu's hope, forcing him to endure in the depths of despair. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, leaned against the tree trunk, and struggled to stand up again. His entire body was covered in blood, and even breathing felt like a knife cutting through him. At this moment, the sacred flame did not reignite. However, the surrounding rubble, dead branches, leaves, and even the wind and sand began to tremble slightly, as if awaiting his command. The man in the suit finally had a change in his expression. At first, it was merely surprise and curiosity. Now, the disdain had completely disappeared, replaced by shock. "No, that's not right." He stared at Lin Yu, his voice wavering for the first time. "You're not a dual talent. You're a triple talent awakener." It was as if he had witnessed something that shouldn't exist, and even his tone grew heavier. "I've lived for 50 years, and this is the first time I've seen a triple talent awakener. He paused, a trace of complexity flashing in his eyes. The higher-ups instructed me to spare your life. He withdrew his short blade and shook his head lightly. But now, I suddenly feel that you cannot be allowed to live. If you grow stronger, the first person you'll want to kill will probably be me. He took a step forward. Linyu took a step back. The surrounding rubble, branches, leaves, and dust seemed to be swept up by an invisible hand, surging toward the man in the suit like a tidal wave. But the man merely raised his hand and waved casually. Those objects instantly disintegrated into powder, scattering into the air and quickly carried away by the wind. He took another step forward. This time, what pressed down on Lin Yu wasn't just killing intent. It was a terrifying force, so overwhelming it felt like it could crush a person. Lin Yu felt as though he was carrying a mountain on his back. Even breathing became difficult. The man in the suit didn't rush to kill him. He wanted Lin Yu to understand what true despair meant. Time passed, moment by moment. Lin Yu eventually collapsed, dying a gruesome death. But in the next second, consciousness returned. Concept-level undying talent activated successfully. You have been resurrected and restored to your state prior to death. Plunder successful. You have successfully extracted 3 points of vitality from the opponent. Time reversal talent activated successfully. You have returned to 2 hours earlier. Lin Yu's eyes snapped open, and he found himself back on the bus. Everything in the cabin was exactly the same as before. But this time, his mindset was completely different. He finally realized something was wrong. Why hadn't he plundered talent? Instead, he had only extracted vitality? Logically, such situations were extremely rare. Unless the opponent had no talent at all, or there was another secret about him. He remembered the description of the plunder ability very clearly. Whoever killed him would be marked with a death tag, and their attack power, defense, agility would be automatically plundered. If the opponent had a talent, it would be directly taken. But why was that man in the suit different? Before Lin Yu could figure it out, Xiechun leaned over again and asked the same question as before. Shortly after, Chao Quan also came over. Time continued to move forward. The bus blew a tire again. The driver got out to check. Bian shouted once more, ordering everyone to get down immediately. Then, the familiar sequence of events unfolded again. Lin Yu died once more. Concept-level undying talent activated successfully. You have been resurrected and restored to your state prior to death. Plunder successful. You have successfully extracted 3 years of lifespan from the opponent. Time reversal talent activated successfully. You have returned to 2 hours earlier. Lin Yu's eyes snapped open, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Why hadn't he plundered a talent again? He began to doubt his own judgment. He had died twice in a row, and he had watched Xiechun and Chao Quan die in front of him twice. Yet he couldn't change anything. This sense of powerlessness was enough to drive someone mad. Who exactly was that man in the suit? Why was he so overwhelmingly strong? Lin Yu lowered his head, his knuckles tightening bit by bit, the confusion in his eyes gradually replaced by another emotion. Soon, a thought emerged in his mind. If that man in the suit truly had a problem, then there was only one explanation. He had no talent at all, but this didn't make sense. How could someone without any talent be that powerful? Lin Yu quickly thought of another possibility. Perhaps it wasn't that the person lacked talent, but rather that from beginning to end, the other party simply disdained using it. Because relying solely on pure strength was already enough to crush them. Xiechun and Chao Quan were still alive. Xiechun was resting with his eyes closed, while Chao Quan was still gnawing on a piece of bread. They had no idea that danger was quietly approaching, nor did they know what was about to happen next. Brother Lin, Xiechun's voice pulled Lin Yu back to reality. Why do you look so pale? Lin Yu was startled. Did you use your talent to observe Instructor Bai? Hearing this, Lin Yu's brows immediately furrowed. Something was off. The meaning was similar, but this time the phrasing was clearly different from before. Not long after, Chao Quan also came over. Time ticked by little, but Lin Yu's heart grew heavier and heavier. In the end, just like before, he died once again at the hands of that man in the suit. Talent concept level immortality activated successfully. You have been resurrected and restored to your state prior to death. Plunder successful. You have successfully seized 10 points of attack power from the opponent. Talent time rewind activated successfully. You have returned to 2 hours ago. Once, twice, 3 times, 8 times. Lin Yu had already lost count of how many times he had died. But each time, all he managed to seize were trivial things that didn't make much of a difference. The most crucial talent still eluded him. His mind began to grow hazy, and his thoughts increasingly chaotic. The continuous use of resurrection and time rewind was slowly crushing him under its cost. If this continued, he might truly go insane. This time, he didn't return to 2 hours ago. Instead, he went back to September 2nd. Lin Yu wasn't the type of person who only cared about himself. He couldn't possibly leave Chao Quan and Xie Chun to fend for themselves. But the problem was, in his current state, he had no ability to save them. Even knowing the outcome, he couldn't change anything, lacking strength. Forcing his way in would only bring himself more pain. Even someone as powerful as Bayan, a high-level awakened, wasn't a match for those men in suits. No matter how much he struggled, he was still just an awakened who hadn't fully matured. That day, everything continued along its original trajectory. Under Zhou Zheng's guidance, Lin Yu returned to the independent building and once again met Xie Chun and Chao Quan. The three of them agreed to go to the cafeteria together that evening. But this time, after leaving the cafeteria, Lin Yu didn't follow them back to the dormitory. Instead, he turned and went to find Zhou Zheng, directly asking him to take him to see Principal AI. Zhou Zheng was a bit puzzled, but nodded in agreement. Under Zhou Zheng's guidance, Lin Yu arrived at the door of the principal's office. Zhou Zheng raised his hand and knocked on the door. Principal AI, I've brought Lin Yu to see you. The room was silent for a few seconds, as if surprised that Lin Yu would come looking for him at this time. After a moment, a low voice came from inside. Let him in. Lin Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Zhou Zheng then left. The principal's office wasn't large. A desk, a chair, a bookshelf, and a window. By the window stood a person, back facing him. Lin Yu had originally thought that Principal AI would be someone very old. But now that he was seeing him in person, he realized he was wrong. This person looked about the same age as him, perhaps even just in his early 20s. Principal AI, Lin Yu said. AI Fan turned around and gave a faint smile. His eyes were bright, like stars in the night sky. Calm, yet impossible to ignore. He looked at Lin Yu, his expression serene. You're here. Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. That tone, it was as if AI Fan had known all along that he would come. AI Fan studied him, his gaze seeming to pierce through everything. Lin Yu suddenly felt as though he had been completely seen through. It was an uncomfortable feeling, as if all his secrets were laid bare before the other person, leaving him no room to hide. No need to be nervous, AI Fan said as he walked over to the desk and sat down. For the next 4 years, I'll be your teacher. Only then did Lin Yu see clearly. He really was very young. His skin was so pale it was almost translucent, his features clean and refined, and he looked somewhat like a student who hadn't yet grown up. If it weren't for the surroundings reminding him that this was the principal's office, Lin Yu might have thought he had walked into someone else's room. Ivan raised his hand slightly toward him. Sit. Lin Yu sat down across from him. Ivan smiled faintly, his tone carrying a hint of admiration and a touch of something deeper. You've given me too many surprises. Bringing you into Longtian Academy was the best decision of my life. Lin Yu remained silent, not responding immediately. He was becoming increasingly aware that in front of this man, he had almost no secrets left. Ivan looked at him, as if he had already guessed his purpose. All right, go ahead. Why do you come to see me? He paused briefly, his tone calm. I don't believe you'd come here in the middle of the night just to chat with me. Lin Yu had stood outside the principal's office for a long time before finally speaking the words. Tomorrow, I might need your help. Ivan leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, as though he had already seen through Lin Yu's hesitation. He didn't press for details, simply nodded lightly. All right. Lin Yu was momentarily stunned, not expecting him to agree so quickly. Ivan got up and walked to the window, pushing it open. The night breeze blew in, carrying a hint of chill and making the atmosphere in the room even quieter. "Go back and rest," Ivan said lightly. "Tomorrow, I'll be there." Lin Yu felt a weight lift from his heart, as if a heavy stone that had been pressing on him for a long time had finally fallen. With Ivan stepping in, the danger tomorrow would no longer be his alone to bear. No matter how ruthless those men in suits were, they couldn't possibly be stronger than this mysterious principal. The next morning, everyone gathered in the square, as usual. Bayan appeared as always, his expression stern, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Lin Yu was called out alone, and at that moment his heartbeat noticeably quickened. Yet everything on the surface remained calm. Packing luggage, boarding the bus, setting off. Not long after the bus started moving, it suddenly began to shake violently, just like the day before. The passengers were thrown about, and cries of alarm erupted instantly. The driver pulled the bus to the side of the road and shouted back, "Flat tire! Don't panic, I'll get out and change it." With that, he jumped off the bus. But he hadn't been gone long when Bayan suddenly opened his eyes, his face changing instantly. "Everyone, get down immediately." His voice was urgent and heavy, as if he had already sensed something. Most of the students instinctively obeyed, but a few were a beat too slow. The next second, the bus windows shattered violently. Glass shards flew like countless knives, scattering in all directions. The students who didn't manage to dodge fell into pools of blood without even having time to scream. The bus instantly descended into chaos. "We're under attack. They're targeting Long Tian Academy. This is brutal. Who could be behind this?" Chao Quan's face turned pale, his voice trembling. "Thank goodness Instructor Bai is here, or we'd all be done for." But Lin Yu didn't relax like the others. Instead, he stood up quickly. "Get off the bus." Xie Chun froze, immediately frowning. "It's so dangerous outside. Instructor Bai just told us not to go out." Getting off now is asking for not far away. The group of men in suits approached step by step there, gazes as cold as knives. Seeing the students had all come down, Bayan shouted hoarsely, "Run! Run north. It's close to the Northern Territory. Go find someone from there for help. Hurry." These few words seemed to drain all his strength. His body weakened, and he dropped to one knee, as if he might collapse at any moment. Just as despair gripped everyone, a muffled thunderclap suddenly echoed across the sky. Boom! A blinding bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the man in the suit at the forefront with precision. The man didn't even have time to react. His entire body exploded on the spot, vanishing like shattered sparks. All the students were stunned by the scene, and screams erupted immediately. Some even turned and fled amidst the chaos. Bayan stared blankly upward, but a spark of hope reignited in his eyes. "Principal AI." As his voice fell, everyone looked up. In midair, a figure stood suspended. He wore a simple white shirt, its hem fluttering lightly in the wind. He looked young, like a college student fresh out of campus. Yet no one dared to mistake him for an ordinary person. Because he stood there in the air, the surrounding atmosphere trembling. Even the wind seemed subdued by him. Lin Yu's heart jolted sharply. He possessed the gift of resonance with all things, making his perception of changes around him more acute than others. At this moment, he clearly felt that AI Fan carried a power strikingly similar to his own. Could it be that Principal AI also possessed the resonance of all things? Principal AI. Exclamations rose one after another. Many students were seeing AI Fan's true appearance for the first time, and amidst their shock, a sense of belated relief prevailed. As long as he was here, the situation wouldn't spiral completely out of control. If AI Fan hadn't appeared just now, and Bayan couldn't hold on, none of them would have left alive today. AI Fan looked down at the ground, his expression icy, his eyes devoid of warmth. "It's been a long time since I've fought anyone from the Hall of No Life." His voice wasn't loud, yet it reached everyone's ears clearly. "You traitors to humanity dare to harm my students. Today, none of you will leave. You should understand, Do you truly want to follow his path? A white-haired old man in a suit spoke slowly, his voice rough, his eyes fixed on Evan. The moment he finished, the whole area went silent. Long Xiaoyao, one of the 7 kings of the capital, the founder of Dragon Sky Academy. What happened to him? That name alone told everyone something was wrong. Long Xiaoyao and the Hall of No Life clearly had a history, and it had not ended well. My teacher failed to finish what he started, Evan said coldly. I'll do it for him. His voice was flat, but the killing intent in it was real. Hall of No Life. He let out a cold laugh. Today, I'm killing every last one of you. Even if your hall master is here, I'll cut him down too. The white-haired old man smiled. Evan, Long Xiaoyao said the same thing back then. And where is he now? Are you really sure you're stronger than him? Then he changed his tone. Let's make a deal. We lost today, fine. You didn't suffer much. We lost one top fighter. Let's end this here. How about it? Evan didn't answer. He only laughed. I said it already. No one here leaves alive. He raised a hand. Lightning struck, but this time it was not just one bolt. It was dozens, then hundreds. Silver-white thunder poured from the sky like a storm breaking loose, exploding their bodies into mist of blood. One man fought back and jumped into the air, charging at Evan with all his strength. Evan didn't even move. A flame appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, it wrapped around the man and locked him in place. He died inside the fire, suffering every second of it. Lin Yu stared in shock. 2 elemental talents? So the dean of the academy was a dual awakening fighter too? Time. Less than a minute had passed. Everyone from the Hall of No Life was dead except one person, the white-haired old man, and Evan still had not used his full power. Evan, you can't kill me, the old man said calmly. His voice had lost all panic. Evan's palm, he looked at the old man. For the first time, something changed in his eyes. Not hesitation, disgust. You think I'm afraid? My teacher's unfinished business. I'll settle it with your hall. One day, I'll find the Hall of No Life's nest. I'll kill every single one of you. One day. I mean it, laughter. Ha ha. Evan, I see it now. You're scared. Admit it. You're afraid. The lightning came down. A storm of furious bolts crashed over him. The old man didn't dodge. He couldn't dodge. The electricity tore through his body, cracking him apart like broken porcelain. Thin fractures spread from his head to his feet. But he was still laughing. Words ended the boom. The ground split open beneath the force of the strike that a deep crater was left behind. This was the true power of lightning. Compared to it, Yuan Hao's lightning was nothing. Not even close. The difference was enormous. The battlefield was a wreck. Dean Evan, this was my fault. I shouldn't have let him get off the bus alone. He looked at the driver's corpse. Then he let out a slow breath. No, this was my mistake. As the dean, I should have anticipated the Hall of No Life. I was still too late. He walked over to Bien and checked his injuries. Not serious. Rest for a few days and you'll be fine. The students still have 7 days in the Northlands. You recover here. I'll go change the tire, head, and stared at the dead bodies on the bus. After a long pause, he said quietly, I failed to protect them. Evan said nothing. He turned to look at the students. Some were crying. Some were furious. If their strength had been enough, they would already have rushed at the Hall of No Life and torn them apart. Anything, then you have to become stronger. One day, if any of you become powerful enough to change the rules of this world, then maybe destroy the traitors who turned against humanity. Wipe out every disaster. Maybe then this world can become a better place. Right now, don't complain. Don't lose hope. Life still goes on after this. North Border. Move out. Chen leaned over and asked. Lin Yu shook his head. I'm Fina. He had already seen scenes like this in Water City. He knew this was only the beginning. There would be far more dead bodies ahead. Damn. Chao Quan wiped cold sweat from his forehead. It was terrifying. His whole worldview had been shaken. A high-level awakened like Bien had no way to fight back. If AI Fan had not shown up today, Chao Quan had no confidence he would still be alive. Wait, Xia Chan said, frowning. Why did Principal AI appear out of nowhere? Simple, Chao Quan replied. He was probably worried about us and came to escort us to the North Border. He should have shown up the moment we were in danger. He didn't. It felt more like he rushed over from somewhere else. That made Xiao Quan pause. Damn, he muttered. Chun, that actually makes sense. Of course, all of this was Lin Yu's doing, but he had no intention of explaining anything to the other two. He couldn't exactly tell them, we already died. More than once. Some of you died horribly. So I rewound time, went back a day, and found Principal AI to help us point 20 minutes later, the bus finally stopped. Lin Yu got off with the remaining students. What stood before them was a massive wall. It towered so high that even looking up made people feel small. By rough estimate, it was over 100 meters tall. It stretched for miles and wrapped around the entire capital, guarding it like a giant shield. It is personally guarded by King Jiang. And this, he added, is the north border. Every city has its own defenses. You should all understand that. Near the wall, there was a huge opening. A heavy gate stood there like it could crush anything that tried to force its way through. Around it were mountains, forests, and scattered camps. To be honest, this place was harsh. Very harsh, muttered under his breath. I really envy Qianjia. If I had her background, I'd have known about this in advance and come straight here. I wouldn't have had to sit on that awful bus and panic the whole way. Xie Chun kicked him lightly. Enough. Principal AI already saved us. And Jiang Qian didn't do anything to you. Qianjia is still Qianjia, Chao Quan grumbled. Didn't answer. He was upset with Long Tian too. No matter how you looked at it, the school's protection this time had been lacking. Still, he didn't really blame Long Tian Academy. After all, AI Fan had come personally to rescue them, and he himself hadn't been hurt. Lin Yu, come with me for a moment. AI Fan's voice cut through the crowd. The area went quiet again. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yu. Already heard by mention that Lin Yu was being personally guided by Principal AI. Even then, everyone had been shocked. Jiang Qian also looked over. But when you thought about it, it made sense. He was the top scorer in Jiang Province. He had broken a national martial exam record that had stood for years. He had 2 innate talents. Come with me. The moment he finished speaking, AI Fan rose into the air. Lin Yu's body lifted too, beyond his control, and followed after him. Once again, Lin Yu was stunned. So this was what a transcendent awakened could do. That kind of power was almost on par with the heavens themselves. They passed row after row of barracks, then crossed the training grounds, until they saw what lay ahead. The soldiers walking all the way in the training ground. Finally, they stopped in front of a small standalone building. The building wasn't tall, only 2 stories high, and compared to the surrounding gray barracks, it appeared exceptionally clean. The white exterior walls, under the cold, harsh winds of the northern frontier, exuded an oddly out-of-place tranquility. 2 awakened individuals in combat uniforms stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Ivan, they immediately raised their hands in salute, their movements so synchronized it was clear they were accustomed to such greetings. Ivan nodded slightly in return and then pushed the door open to enter. The first floor resembled a small conference room, with a massive map hanging on the wall. In the center of the room, a man was already seated. He wore a heavy military coat, and even while sitting, his back was ramrod straight, like an old tree refusing to bend. His hair was already graying, and the wrinkles on his face were deep, but judging by his appearance, he seemed to be around 50 years old. Lin Yu almost immediately guessed his identity. Jiang Poyu, one of the 7 kings of the capital, the true figure at the pinnacle of the northern frontier. Uncle Jiang, Ivan spoke, his tone carrying evident respect. Jiang Poyu nodded slightly, his voice low and steady. Xiao Fan, it's been a long time. What brings you here today? As he spoke, the wrinkles on his face shifted slightly, as if years of hardship had been etched into his skin. Ivan's expression darkened, and he suppressed his anger as he replied, Uncle Jiang, don't even mention it. The students I brought here were attacked by the Hall of Lifelessness as soon as they arrived in the northern frontier. If I hadn't been cautious and followed them closely, this batch of new students might have been completely wiped out. If that had happened, I wouldn't have the face to see my teacher. At the mention of the Hall of Lifelessness, Jiang Poyu's expression instantly turned grim. Those mad dogs, he said coldly. Who knows what kind of benefits those calamities outside have promised them to make them so desperate to serve. He fell silent for a moment after saying this, then let out a heavy sigh. Internal strife and external threats, he murmured, gazing out the window as if watching an approaching storm. At this rate, within 10 years, chaos will engulf Huaxia. The words were calm, yet they struck Lin Yu's heart like a heavy stone. 10 years, chaos in Huaxia. If an ordinary person had said such a thing, others would dismiss it as alarmist or even think they were crazy. But these words came from Jiang Puyu, one of the 7 kings of the capital, a figure at the forefront of this era. His words weren't meant to scare. They felt more like a cold countdown. Recalling the prophecies in the notebook, Jiangqing's fall, the surge of calamities, it all seemed as if an invisible hand was pushing everything toward the worst possible outcome. Even Ivan remained silent for a long time before asking in a low voice, "Uncle Jiang, is there no way to stop it?" Jiang Puyu shook his head, his tone tinged with exhaustion. "Stop it? With what?" Internally, the Hall of Lifelessness is stirring up trouble. Externally, the calamities are relentless. The capital may appear stable, but it's already leaking everywhere. After speaking, he paused, his gaze suddenly falling on Lin Yu. Ivan immediately understood his concern and said, "It's fine, Uncle Jiang. You can speak freely. Lin Yu is one of us." Only then did Jiang Puyu nod. "All right, I'll be direct. In recent years, the frequency of calamity invasions has been increasing, and each time they're stronger than before. At this point, even high-level awakened individuals struggle to make a decisive impact against some of the truly powerful calamities." Ivan's expression changed. "Uncle Jiang, are you saying?" Jiang Puyu didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at the map, as if reorganizing the entire situation in his mind. "You're not wrong," he said. "The calamities are evolving, from their initial beast-like forms to the later disaster beast forms. And now, they've even begun transforming into human-like shapes. What's even more terrifying is that once they achieve a human form, their power surges dramatically. As soon as the transformation is complete, they can already suppress high-level awakened individuals." He raised his hand and pointed to several marked locations on the map. "We still don't know what they will eventually become, but one thing is certain. They're constantly mutating and growing stronger." After a long silence, Ivan asked in a low voice, "What about the other realms?" "The situation is about the same," Jiang Puyu replied. "The other 3 realms don't have a king to guard them, so the situation there is even more difficult. I've communicated with the leaders of the 3 realms, and in recent years, the calamity tides have become more frequent and larger in scale. Especially along the southeastern coast, the calamities have already started spreading onto the land." His voice grew noticeably heavier as he spoke. "Right now, the calmest place seems to be the northern realm. But you must remember, this calm is only on the surface." Lin Yu stared at the map, and the contents of the notebook flashed through his mind again. Jiangcheng had fallen. Xinyuan Tian was, in fact, a calamity. Each piece of news was worse than the last, like layers of shadows pressing down. He felt more and more clearly that the future would not improve, but would only grow more dangerous. "Lin Yu," Jiang Puyu suddenly called his name. Lin Yu looked up. "I heard from Xiao Fan that you're a dual-talent awakener." Lin Yu didn't hesitate and nodded. "Yes, I have dual talents in fire and wind." He didn't reveal all his cards, especially when facing a king. Some secrets are safer the fewer people know about them. Jiang Puiyu's gaze lingered on him for a few seconds, as if examining an unpolished gem. After a moment, he suddenly smiled. "Dual elemental talents in fire and wind are indeed rare," he said in a calmer tone. "But you don't need to be nervous. I mean you no harm." Jiang Puiyu didn't seem particularly interested in his talents. He turned and returned to his seat, his tone steady but carrying an undeniable weight. "What interests me is you as a person." Lin Yu was slightly taken aback. "Dual talent awakeners are indeed rare," Jiang Puiyu continued. "Ning Yuan would have been a great teacher for you. He was also a dual talent awakener." But what?" Lin Yu immediately asked. Jiang Poyu was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. He hasn't appeared for a long time. Lin Yu frowned. Why? The calamities are growing stronger. If humanity wants to survive, we must keep breaking through, Jiang Poyu said, his voice deepening. A king is not the end of martial arts. Those who have disappeared are not dead. They have simply gone to higher places to seek new paths. He sighed lightly. I'm getting old. Even if I want to keep moving forward, it's hard to make much progress. At this moment, Ivan stepped forward. Uncle Jiang, I have matters to attend to at the academy, so I must return. I'll leave Lin Yu in your care for the next 7 days. Jiang Poyu waved his hand. There's not much I can do to help him. But a dual talent awakener, I haven't seen one in many years. Someone like that is bound to achieve great things in the future. I just hope he doesn't take the wrong path. Don't worry, Ivan nodded. I'll take my leave now. As his words fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. After Ivan left, the atmosphere in the room noticeably changed. Jiang Poyu was no longer the kind and gentle elder from before. His gaze sharpened, and his entire demeanor grew heavier. At this moment, he truly resembled the leader of the Northern Realm, the true king of the North, Jiang Tianwan. Jiang Poyu stood up and looked at Lin Yu. You're Xiao Fan's student, so you can consider yourself half my student. Since this is our first meeting, I'll give you a weapon. Lin Yu instinctively raised his hand, revealing the black short blade he had bought earlier in Shuicheng. A weapon? I already have one. Jiang Poyu glanced at it and lightly flicked his finger. In the next second, the lingering spiritual energy on the short blade was instantly dispersed. The blade, which had retained a trace of sharpness, suddenly lost all its luster, becoming nothing more than an ordinary piece of scrap metal. And now, Jiang Poyu asked calmly. Lin Yu looked down at the short blade in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then put it away. Actually, I still prefer using fists. In the Northern Warehouse, there are quite a few invisible gloves that can enhance arm strength, Jiang Poyu said, looking at him with a slight smile. And besides weapons, there are many other things there. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Lin Yu's eyes lit up. Treasure. The moment he heard that word, his spirits lifted. Jiang Poyu noticed his reaction, and the smile on his face grew more pronounced. It wasn't a condescending smile, but rather the kind of smile an elder shows when looking at a younger generation, filled with appreciation and expectation. Follow me. He turned and led the way, guiding Lin Yu through the barracks and all the way to the warehouse. When the warehouse doors opened, there was another long corridor inside. At the end of the corridor, there was another door. This door was made of iron, thick and heavy, exuding a sense of steady oppression just by standing in front of it. But Jiang Poyu simply made a pushing motion in the air, and the heavy door slowly opened under an invisible force. This is the Northern Warehouse, Jiang Poyu said as he walked in. Over the years, we've accumulated all sorts of things here. Some are taken from calamities, some are picked up from battlefields, and some are unclaimed items. My treasures are also stored here. Lin Yu followed behind, his gaze quickly scanning the surroundings. The items here were even more numerous than he had imagined. Jiang Poyu casually rummaged through the items and soon picked up a pair of black gloves. Invisible gloves, high-grade, profound, spiritual artifact, he introduced. Once worn, they can be controlled with mental power. Normally, they don't provide extra strength, but once activated, they can boost your punching power by at least 30%. Of course, the exact effect depends on you. Lin Yu was about to reach out to take them, but then stopped. He glanced at the gloves, then looked deeper into the warehouse, and shook his head. Forget it. I'll look at something else. Jiang Poyu wasn't surprised and nodded. All right, take your time. I have something to take care of, and we'll be back later. With that, he turned and left. He wasn't worried that Lin Yu would cause trouble. Since he had agreed to give a welcome gift, letting Lin Yu choose for himself was his intention all along. As soon as Jiang Poyu walked away, Lin Yu immediately took out the notebook from his pocket. Which is the best item here? What should I choose? Almost instantly, a line of text appeared on the notebook. Deeper in the warehouse, there is a fragmented blood and qi cultivation technique. Although incomplete, it suits you well. Lin Yu's expression changed the moment he saw the words. He quickly put the notebook away, stood up, and headed straight toward the depths of the warehouse. A blood and qi cultivation technique that shouldn't be too hard to find.